The Great Yin Empire. In the 12th year of its prosperity, the imperial capital of Yin, the mansion of the protector of the realm. An old eunuch with a fair complexion about 60 years old dressed in court eunuch robes leading over 1,000 imperial guards in cold armor arrived at the gate of the protector's mansion with an expressionless face. The mansion gate was tightly shut. With a bang, a deputy commander of the imperial guards dismounted and kicked open the heavy door. The entire household was startled by the sudden intrusion. The old eunuch ignored them, leading the 1,000 imperial guards through the front courtyard to the central hall with cold eyes and clanking steps. The old steward was alarmed and hurried to the backyard to inform his master. His Majesty has issued an edict. All kneel to receive it. The old eunuch, as if pinching his throat, let out a harsh, shrill voice. We receive the edict. Everyone in the mansion knelt on both knees, heads bowed, awaiting the old eunuch's next words. But then they saw. All the kneeling people were women, not a single man among them. The protector of the realm, Yin Baidu, and his 2 sons guarding the borders abused their power, embezzled bribes, and moreover discontent with their status coveted the imperial throne, colluded with foreign enemies, and plotted rebellion. When I learned of this, my heart ached with grief and great disappointment. For the crime of rebellion, the 3 men were beheaded to serve as a warning to others. Mindful of their past meritorious service to the empire, I spare their families from execution. However, their entire property will be confiscated and the wives and daughters will be exiled to the border to atone for their sins with no regard for life or death. The old eunuch's words fell like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of everyone present. The leading old madam, upon hearing this, changed countenance drastically and in panic and haste shouted at the eunuch, Impossible! Impossible! Yin Baidu has always been incorruptible and loyal to the country. How could he embezzle or rebel? My 2 sons guarded the border with loyalty. They have been wronged. Someone must have framed them. His Majesty is clear-sighted and can uncover the truth. The old madam wept like a fountain, her words impassioned. The old eunuch's gaze was cold and unmoved. He slowly rolled up the silk scroll and said in an icy tone, His Majesty already has solid evidence, no need for investigation. Moreover, Yin Baidu and his 2 sons have already been beheaded at the border to serve as a warning. Beheaded. Dead silence fell over the scene. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Pupils contracted. Bodies trembled. Clenched fists revealed bulging veins. The old madam could not bear the blow. Her body shook violently, then her face stiffened, and with eyes wide open she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Mother! Old madam! The women were stunned and quickly helped her up, pinching her philtrum and compressing her chest. The scene was in chaos. The old eunuch remained calm, as if deaf. His Majesty has another decree. The entire household of the protector must depart at dawn tomorrow. All exiles must not carry any luggage, money, or food. Anyone who dares to delay will be punished for deceiving the emperor. This is my command. With these words, the old eunuch led the 1,000 imperial guards out of the protector's mansion with a clatter. The entire household fell into shock and panic. Most of the servants, afraid of being caught in the disaster, grabbed their belongings and money and fled the protector's mansion. The protector's mansion, once second only to the imperial palace in splendor and luxury, was now marked with an indelible exclamation point of sorrow by a single silk scroll of the old eunuch. After waking up, the old madam's life hung by a thread, her breath fading away. Eventually, she could not bear the pressure and passed away. On her deathbed, as if experiencing a brief return of vitality, the old madam clutched the first madam's arm tightly and growled hoarsely, whinnying. Merits overshadowing the sovereign. Listening to slander. Treacherous ministers in power. Protect Yuner. You must protect Yuner. As long as Yuner lives, well, our protector's mansion will one day be vindicated. With a crack, a thunderclap suddenly exploded from nowhere. Instantly, the sky above the imperial capital became shrouded in dark clouds, thunder and lightning flashing, as if a strange phenomenon was born. The old madam stared with wide eyes, dying with regret. The entire mansion fell into chaos except for one luxurious room deep inside, which seemed unaffected. Inside the luxurious room, third young master, wake up. Third young master, wake up. An urgent panic call roused Yin Yun, who was in the midst of a dream. Yin Yun opened his bleary eyes, stared at the little beauty before him, and fell into a daze. Third young master. You. Who are you? How did I get here? Yin Yun's eyes widened as he looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, his face showing nothing but bewilderment. The room was spacious and bright, luxuriously decorated with carved dragons and painted phoenixes radiating wealth. Wasn't I just getting a foot massage at the club? How did I wake up in this antique room? Could it be that the masseuses brought me here to play some more exciting game while I was asleep? Wait. I don't have enough money on me. If they spend too much, won't they lock me up and harvest my kidneys? Don't panic. I'm a regular here. I've almost patronized every masseuse in this club. The room was richly decorated, very grand. The furniture was neat and the bedding clean. The young lady beside him in ancient costume was also very pretty. She seemed about 15 or 16 years old with large eyes and jet black pupils. At this moment the girl's eyes were filled with sadness and worry. Whoa, third young master you don't even recognize Shu Exile anymore. You were already dim-witted and foolish. Have you lost your memory too? The master has been beheaded, and the first and second young masters have also been beheaded. The old madam fainted upon hearing the news. The entire mansion has been confiscated and exiled by His Majesty's decree, causing chaos everywhere. What should we do? What should we do? The little girl wept like rain with pear blossoms. What? What beheaded? Yin Yun was completely confused, and at the same time his whole body began to tremble. You, don't scare me. I wasn't raised on fear. I just came here for some thrill. How can it involve beheading? This script is no good. Tell the director to cut. Yin Yun shouted with bulging eyes. Whoa, third young master, don't be afraid. His Majesty did not decree punishment on you, so obviously you won't be beheaded. Seeing Yin Yun frightened, the little girl quickly reached out and hugged him, using her ample bosom to soothe the terror in his heart. This is acceptable. Buzz. At that moment a flood of unfamiliar information surged into his mind like a torrent. Yin Yun felt as if his head had been kicked by a donkey, the pain making him grimace and writhe in agony. Young master, what's wrong? The young maid Shu Exile, seeing Yin Yun's strange behavior and fearing he had been completely frightened, silly asked anxiously, Young master, you were already foolish enough. If this shocking news could scare away your foolishness, that would be great. Dizzy, you little girl, you hit the mark. Your young master is no longer foolish. Yin Yun ignored the little maid Shu Xin's words, because this surge of memories had already told him his current situation and identity. The Great Yin Empire. The Protector Duke Manor. The foolish son of the Empire's Duke and Protector General Yin Baidu, Yin Yun. Above Yin Yun were two elder brothers, the eldest Yin Feng, the second Yin Lei, and the third Yin Yun. Three very cringeworthy names. And he was the third Yin Yun. As a child, a high fever had burned his brain, turning him into the noble family's fool. My father was beheaded. My eldest brother and second brother were also beheaded. My mother, upon hearing the news, fainted and never woke up. Wait, does this mean this isn't a club? And I have transmigrated, successfully joined the ranks of transmigrators, starting my blessed life. Then, where is my golden finger? Don't all transmigrators have a golden finger? In just an instant, countless wild thoughts flashed through Yin Yun's mind, and he seemed to have already forgotten his fate of beheading. Shu Exile, you are the little maid who takes care of me, Shu Exile. Yin Yun said in a foolish tone. Pretend. Damn it. Now is not the time to stop pretending. His own father and two elder brothers had been beheaded. If he didn't play the fool now, what else could he do? Wait for others to discover his soul was different and drag him into the beheading ranks too. A living dog is better than a dead lion. As a transmigrator from the 21st century, a top graduate from a prestigious university, Yin Yun's mind was incredibly quick. Although the original owner was a fool. But through the original owner's memories, Yin Yun still learned a lot. Whoa, young master, you haven't forgotten Shu Exile, you're still that silly and foolish third young master. Whoa. Shu Xin's words made Yin Yun can't help rolling his eyes. Is this how you speak of your young master? He. Yin Yun giggled foolishly. Third young master, stop that silly laughing. The entire manor is in chaos, full of weeping, and you still have the mood to laugh foolishly here. Tomorrow we have to travel light exile to the frontier left to fend for ourselves. The little maid Shu Xin's eyes reddened, tears streaming down. Many of the household servants, afraid of being implicated, packed their bags and fled in panic. Shu Exile also thought of running away, but Shu Exile can't bear to leave you, young master. Back then, if not for the young master's generous help, Shu Exile would have starved to death on the streets. You are Shu Xin's savior. How could Shu Exile abandon you when you are in trouble? The little maid Shu Exile still held Yin Yun's head, comforting her master, who she saw as foolish and silly amid her tears. Yin Yun ignored Shu Exile again. His mind was already racing. Take things as they come. He had to do something before the whole family was exiled. But no matter how he thought, he couldn't find any chance to save the situation. His position was now very awkward. He dared not make a sound, nor show his face, nor boldly go to encourage the household. Early tomorrow, the entire household would be exiled to the border. If he dared to jump out and make a scene now, tomorrow morning, he would be taken to the marketplace to be shot. Oh no, beheaded. This world was an era of cold weapons. Guns had not yet been invented. Now the whole household was in chaos. What should he do? Detected that host is in the midst of being beheaded and exiled. The weakest emotion system of all realms is activated. Holy shit. The golden finger has finally arrived. Wait. The weakest emotion system of all realms. System. Come out, I promise I won't beat you to death. How dare you call yourself the weakest emotion system of all realms? Who gave you the courage to add weakest? Can we remove weakest? If others find out, it's embarrassing, isn't it? Yin Yun complained wildly. This system is currently in its initial stage. Host needs to accumulate more emotion points to upgrade its level. The higher the level, the more functions are unlocked. Currently activated basic functions: spatial transfer, 5 uses roulette draw, 2 uses emotion collection, infinite space system mall. Spatial transfer, instantly transfer the host to any place they have been before. Roulette draw, randomly draw treasures useful to the host, can be used now. Emotion collection, people connected to the host generate emotions like love, hate, etc. Whether positive or negative, all collectible. Infinite space, unlimited space, can store everything except living creatures. System mall, host can exchange emotion points for any treasure in the mall. Whoa, system, you sly dog. Seems I wronged you. With such powerful functions at the initial stage of upgraded, could I rule heaven and earth? Yin Yun admitted he had truly wronged the emotion system. With the system, Yin Yun felt less panicked. At least he had something to rely on in his heart. System, let me draw the lottery first. Let's see what rare thing I can get. Yin Yun shouted in his mind. Shwa. As soon as Yin Yun's voice fell, a lottery panel appeared in the air before him. This lottery panel was visible only to Yin Yun, no one else could see it. Inside the panel appeared 5 treasures: Xiong Yes, Divine Strength, million gold coins, refined armor, Overlord Halberd, and thanks for playing. Looking at the 5 treasures, Yin Yun was speechless. Lottery is lottery, but they included thanks for playing. Are you testing my luck? If my luck is bad, I might end up with 2 thanks for playing. Then what's the point? But among these 5 treasures, the ones most worth Yin Yun's attention were Xiong Yes, Divine Strength, and the Overlord Halberd. Let's draw. Yin Yun pressed the draw button. Shwa. The roulette pointer began to spin. Stop. Yin Yun gave the command, and the pointer immediately stopped on thanks for playing. Whoa. Yin Yun was dumbfounded. Damn luck gave him a critical hit. Just as he was complaining about his luck, the pointer moved forward 1 more slot, landing precisely on Overlord Divine Strength. Huh. Yin Yun laughed wildly in his heart. It seemed that the dog system was actually very kind to him, giving him a jackpot right off the bat. Acquiring the Overlord's Divine Strength meant he possessed the same terrifying martial prowess as Xiong Yu. As Yin Yun prepared to spin the wheel again, a surge of formidable power instantly coursed through his limbs and bones, refining his flesh and sinews. This refinement occurred without any sensation of pain, as if carried out in utter silence. Once it was complete, Yin Yun felt his entire body brimming with strength. He could lift 1,000 gene cauldron with one hand. A single punch would be enough to take down a fierce tiger. The wheel spun for a second time. Yin Yun fixed his gaze on the Overlord's halberd. If he could obtain this weapon, his combat prowess would ascend to an entirely new level. Stop. Yin Yun issued the command once more. The pointer circled the wheel a few times before finally, to his nervous anticipation, coming to rest on the Overlord's halberd. It seemed the luck of this time traveler was quite exceptional. He got whatever he wished for. The Overlord's halberd is now stored within the system's inventory space. The host can use his will to access the storage space and retrieve the desired treasure. It was better kept inside. This would avoid startling the young girl by producing it suddenly. A knock came from outside the door. Shushin, are you with the 3rd young master? A woman's voice sounded from outside. It was gentle yet tinged with urgency. It's Hongtao. I am with the 3rd young master inside the room. Shushin hastily wiped away her tears and replied. The door creaked open. A stunningly beautiful maidservant dressed in a long red gown stepped inside. Her name was Hongtao, Yin Yun's 2nd maidservant. As the 3rd son of the Duke of Protectorate, despite his simple-mindedness, his father had taken good care of him, assigning 2 personal maidservants. Hongtao was mature and alluring, beautifully gentle and elegantly graceful. Shushin was pure and sweet, playful and endearing, evoking pity. Their personalities were completely different, but both had looks surpassing a 95 out of 100, far more attractive than any girl at a club. Either of them could easily be a campus belle at any university. What is the situation outside now? Has the 1st madam devised any other countermeasures? Shushin asked with concern. Hongtao's expression darkened as she shook her head. An imperial edict has been issued. The entire household cannot escape this calamity. Exile is as certain as ironclad nails driven into a board. There is no turning back. The 1st madam and the other madams are handling the old madam's funeral arrangements. They wish for the 3rd young master to pay his last respects to the old madam. A few minutes later, accompanied by Shushin and Hongtao, Yin Yun arrived at the main hall of the mansion. A body lay upon the dais. It was Yin Yun's mother, who had been frightened into a faint and never awakened. Yin Yun wanted to approach and look, but since he was supposed to be simple-minded, he had to feign ignorance. Below the dais, dozens of people were dressed in mourning. The atmosphere in the hall was suffocatingly oppressive. Seeing Yin Yun arrive, everyone wiped the tears from their eyes. Yin Yun felt deeply uncomfortable amidst this somber ambience. Old Madam. Shushin fell to her knees before the old madam's body, her eyes blurred with tears as she wailed loudly. It was a cry from the depths of her heart. The old madam had been kind and gentle, treating her with great affection as if she were her own daughter. Now that they were separated by life and death, Shushin was naturally overcome with grief. As Shushin wept, everyone in the hall sobbed uncontrollably. Yin Yun was also enveloped by the sorrowful atmosphere, and he instinctively lowered his head. Stop crying. The first madam suddenly lifted her head, her expression resolute and her voice cold. We don't have much time. Before the imperial hounds arrive, we must bury the old madam quickly. We must not leave her remains without a resting place. The first madam was now the eldest in the vast Duke of Protectorate Mansion. She was the wife of Yin Yun's elder brother, the first lady of the Protectorate Mansion, and Yin Yun's sister-in-law, younger brother-in-law. The first madam's cold demeanor softened, and she looked at Yin Yun with a gentle expression. Her voice weary said, "Kowtow twice to the old madam," as a final gesture for her nurturing grace towards you. Yin Yun played the fool, making incoherent sounds before kneeling with a wooden expression. He kowtowed twice, a final act of filial piety from this body towards his mother. After leaving the main hall, Yin Yun returned to his room. Shushin, worried about him, followed closely. Yin Yun remained silent. The old madam had been hastily buried. Given the special circumstances, holding even a simple funeral for her was quite an accomplishment. At the very least, the one on high had not driven them out of the mansion today. On the way back to the courtyard, Yin Yun did not speak. His head hung low, seemingly still immersed in the grief of losing the old madam, his father, and his two brothers. In reality, he was not thinking about these things at all. He was thinking about the future. Now he was the only man left in the entire mansion. Oh, and from his memories, there were also 7 sisters-in-law, 2 nieces, and a dozen maidservants. An idea had already formed in his mind. Tonight he planned to make a big move. That's right. Before the exile, he intended to use the 5 spatial transfers granted by the system to go to the Imperial Palace's kitchen and treasury and relocate everything useful for his future. He also needed to visit the General's mansion and the Chancellor's mansion. As a member of the Great Yin Empire's Imperial clan, his father had taken him to these places when he was young. After all, his father Yin Baidu was the Protector General. Furthermore, before the exile, he also planned to take all useful items from his own mansion. Confiscation of property. Let them seize nothing but emptiness. Time passed in the blink of an eye until late at night. The entire household was to be exiled the next morning, and everyone was shrouded in a gloomy sorrow, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Even Shushin and Hongtao did not drift into a restless sleep until 2 or 3 in the morning. The moment the 2 maidservants fell asleep, Yin Yun activated the spatial transfer and vanished from the room. He reappeared inside the Imperial Treasury. The Imperial Treasury was divided into storehouses for grain, weapons, treasures, medicinal herbs, and gold. Yin Yun directly entered the storage rooms, so the vast chambers were utterly deserted. Soldiers usually stood guard outside the warehouses and never patrolled inside. Before he had become simple-minded, Yin Yun had been inside, so he still had some memory of the place. He proceeded into the grain storehouse. As far as the eye could see, there were densely packed piles of rice and wheat. This was the military grain reserve of the Great Yin Empire, stocked with an enormous amount of provisions. It was also the result of 4 or 5 years of arduous accumulation by the Great Yin Emperor Yin Nandu. Ample grain meant a strong nation and a powerful army. A lack of grain led to chaos among the people and mutiny in the military. This was an indisputable truth. Grain was the very foundation of a nation. Losing it would be like seizing the Great Yin Empire by the throat. Yin Yun waved his hand. All the grain in the storage was swept into his dimensional space, which was infinitely vast and could contain anything no matter the quantity. The grain vanished. The immense granary was emptied instantly, not even a single grain left behind. The dimensional space displayed the weight of the grain, 800 million tons. 800 million tons. Yin Yun gasped sharply. The sheer volume was staggering. It would be enough to feed 2 million soldiers for over 20 years. Leaving the granary, Yin Yun proceeded directly to the entrance of the armory. Since it was heavily guarded outside, the inner door was left unlocked, for there was no need. The guards protecting the treasury were fierce and skilled warriors personally selected by the Great Yin Emperor. With such stalwart soldiers, no one could breach the treasury. Inside the armory, an array of weapons and armor filled the space. These were the fruits of years of labor by the Great Han Emperor's blacksmiths and craftsmen, forged day and night in preparation for future wars. There were leather armors, steel armors, iron armors, leather boots, steel helmets, sharp swords, long spears, longbows, and feathered arrows. Without hesitation, Yin Yun stored them all in his dimensional space. These supplies were enough to equip an army of 300,000. The weapons and armors were all brand new, some gleaming with a polished luster. Those that did not shine were covered in dust, their brilliance hidden. After leaving the armory, Yin Yun entered the treasure vault. This vault housed the various treasures the great Yin Emperor had collected over the years: gold, silver, jewelry, agates, pearls, amber, coral, jadeite, pearls, and more. Many of these treasures were plundered during invasions of other nations, while others were tributes offered by smaller states seeking to curry favor with the great Yin Empire. There were peerless swords, exceptional longbows, tungsten steel battle armors, and refined divine blades. In short, this vault contained all the treasures of the great Han Emperor. Some of these treasures were meant to be bestowed upon meritorious officials, while others were kept purely for collection. Yin Yun, regardless, cleared the vault completely, leaving nothing behind. Not even a scrap of waste was left. It was absolute thoroughness. Next, Yin Yun proceeded to the medicinal herb storage. This storage held many rare herbs, most of which were extorted from the people, while a few were gifts from other nations as tributes. Some were also presented by high-ranking court officials during birthday celebrations. In short, these herbs were of paramount importance to the great Yin Emperor, even more precious than rare treasures. Rare treasures could only please the eyes, looked at and touched, but these herbs were extraordinary. They could save lives. Yin Yun cared not for the great Yin Emperor's fate. His sole purpose upon entering was to clear everything out, an absolute clearance. Finally, he arrived at the treasury of coins. This treasury stored all the gold coins of the great Yin Empire. When Yin Yun entered, he was nearly blinded by the dazzling golden radiance. Even though it was deep in the night, the coins emitted a brilliant golden light. As far as the eye could see, there were piles of chests filled to the brim with gold coins. Yin Yun was dumbfounded. He had never imagined the great Yin Empire could be so wealthy. He wondered if the great Yin Emperor, upon discovering that all his painstakingly accumulated grain, weapons, treasures, herbs, and gold coins had vanished overnight without a trace, would drop dead on the spot. Yin Yun wiped a cold sweat. This vast hoard was enough to alleviate his hatred for the great Yin Emperor. So much, it was almost unimaginable. These gold coins could sustain an army of 2 million. With so many soldiers, he could sweep through all nations and unify the realm. Yin Yun was visibly stunned. But after the shock, he unceremoniously swept all the gold coins into his storage. For slaying my kin, exiling the old and young. Did they think we were easy prey? From this day forth, as long as I live, I will one day lead my entire family back to take revenge. Yin Yun clenched his fists, gazing at the mountain of gold before him, and made a resolute decision to rebel and usurp the throne. With the aid of his dimensional space, all the gold coins were transferred cleanly, not even a single coin fragment left behind. Once everything was moved, Yin Yun felt a great weight lifted. The treasures in his dimensional space were enough to ensure a happy and prosperous life for his entire family. But Yin Yun was not content with just this. He decided to see the task through to the end. He activated the spatial transfer once more. He reappeared in the imperial kitchen of the palace. This place stored all the meat and vegetables for the palace. Fresh meat was kept in ice, while vegetables were chilled in cellars. Indeed, the imperial kitchen was built underground to better preserve food and keep it fresh. The meats included chicken, pork, duck, beef, lamb, fish, as well as bear, tiger, and lion meat. The vegetables included tomatoes, cucumbers, potatoes, lettuce, eggplants, green beans, cabbages, and more. The fruits included watermelons, durians, bananas, mangoes, pomelos, apples, oranges, and more. There were also wines and other beverages. When Yin Yun entered, he found the place brimming with fruits, vegetables, and meats. It was clear that these were freshly stocked provisions to ensure the palace never lacked food. He had only been here once before, and back then the imperial kitchen did not have such a wide variety of food. But now everything was available. Whatever one could think of was there. Yin Yun was shocked for the first time by the extravagant lifestyle of the great Yin royalty. So wealthy, far more luxurious than the Protector Duke's mansion. Indeed, the great Yin Empire was now in its prime, and this prosperity was all due to his father's efforts. As the esteemed Protector General, Yin Baidu was a fervent militarist, both brave and strategic. He struck wherever he was directed and won every battle. He was not only the Protector General, but also known as the Invincible General, the foremost military god of the great Yin Empire. It was because of this military god that the empire grew stronger and wealthier. His eldest son Yin Feng and second son Yin Lei inherited his intelligence and valor. They were brave and strategic. Originally, the third son Yin Yun was also very bright, but at the age of 8 a persistent fever damaged his brain, leaving him with a lasting ailment and making him the foolish son of the noble family. Fortunately, this foolish son had a fool's luck. If he weren't a fool, he'd likely have his head chopped off at the border by now. Once he's beheaded, the vast Duke Protector's mansion would be utterly devoid of heirs. Of course, both his elder brothers had left behind a young daughter. Without much hesitation, Yin Yun waved his hand, and swept away all the meat, fruits, vegetables, and seasonings stored in the imperial kitchen. Without lingering too long, the steward of the imperial kitchen usually rose early to arrange the court's 3 daily meals in advance. The emperor consort's maids, eunuchs, guards, all of them. That was a massive expense. Yin Yun couldn't bother with that. Today his entire family was to be exiled, so why would he care about the court's survival? With a whoosh, his figure flickered, and Yin Yun departed from the imperial kitchen. When he reappeared, he was already at the mansion of Prime Minister Li Rue. Li Rue served as the Prime Minister of the Great Yin Empire. In ordinary times, he stood on equal footing with Guardian General Yen Beidu. One repelled enemies from afar, while the other governed within, managing the vast empire. In theory, their powers and offices did not interfere with each other. Yet from the memories in his mind, Yin Yun knew that his father often quarreled endlessly with Li Rue in the imperial court over differing political views. Moreover, Li Rue frequently withheld military provisions, arbitrarily meddled in army affairs, and whispered words of caution against rebellion into Emperor Yen Nandu's ear. Yen Beidu was deeply dissatisfied but helpless. He only hoped his imperial brother could discern truth from falsehood and not be blinded by the flattery of a petty man. This was why Yin Yun had come to the Prime Minister's mansion. The mansion had only one treasure vault, which concealed all the valuables Li Rue had amassed over his years in office. Yin Yun knew of this place because back then Li Rue had received an imperial reward, drunk some wine, and in his elation had brought Yin Yun's father into the vault to flaunt his wealth. Coincidentally, Yin Yun was only 7 years old at the time, and his father, doting on him, took him inside to feast his eyes. There were indeed many treasures within. All of them were bribes given to him over the years of his officialdom, from selling offices and titles to promotions and relocations and procurement of military supplies both inside and outside the court. Li Rue was shrewd but greedy for wealth and women, so he accepted every gift without exception. Yet he was like a mythical beast that only took in and never let out. Thus, over so many years, Yin Yun guessed he must be exceedingly wealthy. Outside Li Rue's treasure vault, there were also elite guards posted. These men were all death warriors secretly trained by Li Rue over the years, each one fiercely brave. Upon entering the treasure vault, Yin Yun was utterly stunned by the treasures within. It was now deep in the night, and the sky outside was pitch black. Illogically, it should have been impossible to see a hand in front of one's face. Yet inside Li Rue's treasure pavilion, the light was dazzling, far more radiant than the national treasury. Because Li Rue had placed a luminous pearl in every corner of the treasure vault. Under their glow, the interior was as bright as day, and every treasure was clearly visible. Yin Yun felt as if his golden dog eyes might be blinded. The jewelry, agate, and various colored gems were packed in chest after chest. Gold and silver ornaments lay scattered everywhere. In one corner, gold coins were piled into a mountain. Yin Yun swallowed his saliva, utterly astounded by Li Rue's wealth. These gold and silver treasures rivaled the national treasury. Though the gold coins weren't as many, they were still about a fifth of the treasury's total. At the entrance of the treasure vault, Yin Yun spotted a golden table forged from gold coins. On the table lay a piece of cloth. Yin Yun instinctively opened it, and was so shocked by the figures written on it that his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Holy crap! Yin Yun couldn't help it, his heart churned like a raging tempest. The cloth didn't record a bribery list, but rather, the hiding places of other treasures. This place was merely 1/5. His chest heaved violently, and his breathing grew rapid. The other treasures recorded in the book were all within this mansion. But they were hidden in the rear garden of the estate. Within the walls of the corridors, pavilions, and towers, their gold coins were stuffed everywhere. Damn it! Too rich. Yin Yun couldn't stand it anymore. With a wave of his hand, he looted all the treasures inside, then flickered and appeared in the rear garden of the Prime Minister's mansion. The rear garden was filled with vibrant flowers and plants. No one lived here ordinarily. Li Rue had built it solely to store his treasures. It held the vast majority of his gold coins. The entire rear garden was shrouded in silence. Yin Yun, holding Li Rue's little notebook, began looting each spot one by one. Sure enough, with the system's assistance, all the gold coins hidden within were scooped up by him. Because there were so many hiding spots, Yin Yun spent over 10 minutes looting all the marked locations. According to the system's tally, he had obtained a total of 3.5 billion gold coins. In contrast, he had only scrounged up 1.5 billion from the Imperial Palace. This meant that Li Rue's household wealth was more than double that of the palace. Hiss! Yin Yun took a deep breath, utterly shocked by Li Rue's opulence. This fellow was just like Hushan, hoarding wealth, greedily stuffing money into every corner of his rear garden. If not for the little notebook, Yin Yun would never have known Li Rue was so wealthy. Yin Yun dared not linger here any longer. He still had one more target, the mansion of the Swift Cavalry General. The mansion of Swift Cavalry General Luo Zhengfeng. Luo Zhengfeng was the military authority of the Great Yin Empire, second only to Yen Beidu. as his name suggested, competitive and sharp-tongued. But that was his former persona. In his youth, Luo Zhengfeng had once slapped a fierce tiger to death with a single palm. Later, he joined the army and became a common soldier under Yan Beida's command. After entering the military, he was exceptionally fierce. Through a series of bloody battles, he climbed from a common soldier to a squad leader, then to a platoon leader, and eventually to a centurion chiliarch and myriad commander. Subsequently, he was promoted to lieutenant general. His rank was earned through sweat and blood with no trace of padding. Before becoming a lieutenant general, he relied on no external support, advancing step by step solely on his own passion and bravery. It was also because of his competitive and sharp nature that he caught Yan Beida's appreciation. Before this, he didn't understand how to command an army or wage war. He only knew how to lead troops in relentless assaults. After gaining Yan Beida's favor, Yan Beidu gave him a military treatise and taught him how to command discipline and use terrain in battle. Luo Zhengfeng was also very diligent and had a sharp mind. When there was war, he fought. When there was none, he buried himself in studying military texts. Under Yan Beida's mentorship, Luo Zhengfeng grew rapidly, eventually capable of independently leading an army to repel enemies from afar. However, as Luo Zhengfeng matured, Yan Beidu had unknowingly planted the seeds of a future calamity for himself. Since immersing himself in military texts, Luo Zhengfeng's temperament had subtly transformed. He no longer sought to outshine others or display his sharpness, yet he remained a valiant general under Yan Beida's command. He mastered the art of commanding armies, learned to leverage terrain, and grasped the essence of military strategy. But he understood nothing of power struggles, cunning schemes, or deceitful machinations, until he encountered the Prime Minister Li Rui. From Li Rui, he learned the game of power and the pursuit of fame and fortune. He reveled in the privileges of high society and married 3 beautiful wives he had never dared to dream of. His status and treatment underwent earth-shattering changes. His strength and position earned him the reverence of many, yet his humble origins also drew contempt from others. Gradually, his mindset shifted. Thus, Luo Zhengfeng began to embrace a darker nature. He concealed his sharpness, became taciturn, and rarely smiled. Ambition slowly took root within him, fueling an insatiable craving for power. Li Rui exploited this very trait, indoctrinating Luo Zhengfeng with increasingly sinister ideologies. Luo Zhengfeng defected to Li Rui, secretly aligning with him. Together, they conspired to overthrow Yan Beidu, with Luo Zhengfeng aiming to seize his position and authority. Coincidentally, Yan Beida's achievements overshadowed the emperor, Yan Nandu, who feared he might grow too powerful and turn against him. Thus, Yan Nandu, leveraging Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng, eliminated Yan Beidu and his 2 formidable sons with lightning speed, eradicating any future threat. As for Yan Beida's 3rd son, Yan Yun, everyone knew he was merely the foolish scion of a noble family. No one paid him any heed. Luo Zhengfeng, born of humble origins, had never imagined he would one day become a grand general. Nor did Yan Beidu foresee raising such an ungrateful wretch. Yan Yun did not know how his father and 2 brothers had died, but through his memories he was certain that those 2 treacherous scoundrels were deeply implicated. One was avaricious and insatiable, the other an ungrateful snake. Thus he set his sights on looting their mansions. Yet he never imagined that Li Rui's wealth would be beyond measure, surpassing even an entire nation. Luo Zhengfeng's residence also housed a treasure vault. His treasures paled in comparison to Li Rui's, a vast chasm between them. When Yan Yun entered his vault, he nearly laughed himself to death at the meager collection. Was this man truly so impoverished? Could he even be called a grand general? Did this not disgrace the title? Regardless of the quantity, Yan Yun fully embodied the principle of a thief leaves nothing behind, stripping the place bare. Using his last spatial transfer, he returned to the Duke's mansion. The mansion lay in utter silence. Yan Yun rose and headed to the storeroom. The door was sealed with a confiscation notice forbidding anyone from opening it. Yan Yun sneered and entered through a hidden passage. The treasures stored inside were modest, yet still surpassed Luo Zhengfeng's collection. With a grand sweep of his hand, Yan Yun looted all the gold coins and treasures his father had hoarded over the years. He also took all the grain and equipment from the mansion, leaving behind only rusted scrap metal and moldy sprouting grain in the storeroom. After the plunder, Yan Yun returned to his room. Hong Tao and Shu Xian were still deep in slumber. They slept soundly, dreaming of pleasant things, hopefully not of exile or such misfortunes. Yan Yun quietly lay down, but no sooner had he dozed off than Shu Xian woke him. The First Lady had risen early to prepare a meal for them. With Shu Xian and Hong Tao urging, Yan Yun went to the kitchen. A dozen or so people were seated inside, 13 in total. The others had fled overnight. Those who remained showed their unwavering loyalty to the Duke's mansion, willing to face death rather than betray it. With Yan Yun and his 2 companions, the count reached 16. Having toiled all night, and been woken just after falling asleep. Yin Yun's eyes were bloodshot and his demeanor slightly weary. The others assumed he had been frightened the night before and hadn't rested well. Brother-in-law. The first lady specially brought Yin Yun a bowl of hot chicken soup. Like the old matriarch, she was gentle, virtuous, elegant, and poised, bearing the air of a noble lady. Before her death, the old matriarch had entrusted her to protect Yin Yun at all costs. As long as Yin Yun lived, they might still have a chance to rise again. If Yin Yun met with misfortune, the duke's mansion would be utterly finished. As the first lady of the household, she knew the heavy burden on her shoulders, yet she had no choice but to bear it. This meal might be our last in the duke's mansion. After we eat, we must set out on the road. So sister-in-law won't urge you. Just eat your fill, eat until you're stuffed. Eat as much as you can. Fill your belly to the brim. Her voice choked with sobs laden with sorrow and inner torment. She came from a distinguished background, known as a refined lady of a noble family. She had thought her life in the duke's mansion would be one of wealth and ease, never imagining that overnight the mansion would be turned upside down. Her husband beheaded, herself exiled. Such a drastic reversal was beyond her wildest dreams. As the first lady fell silent, the other sisters-in-law bowed their heads in dejection. Each of them had married into the duke's mansion, not only for their stunning beauty and grace, but also for their notable pedigrees. Their fathers were either wealthy merchants, officials, or military officers. They all held significant positions in the great Yin Empire. But now, with a single imperial decree, their fates were sealed, and even their families dared not step forward to help them. Before imperial authority, their families dared not even utter a word. Mamaha. Yin Yun seemed only capable of grunting, feigning idiocy as he picked up the chicken soup and gulped it down noisily. In the past, Yin Yun's mind had been damaged, leaving him unable to gauge hunger or fullness. He would devour food ravenously as if he hadn't eaten in ages. Thus the first lady urged him to eat as much as he could. She knew that after this meal, the next one was uncertain. On the road to exile, they could carry no luggage, food, or money. Their survival would depend on scavenging withered branches and rotten leaves along the way. They were all too familiar with exile. Over the years, many had been banished. Those who were exiled usually held high-ranking positions in the court. There were generals who lost battles and suffered heavy casualties, beheaded themselves with their entire families exiled to the frontier. There were high ministers who, having sided with the wrong faction, had their whole families exiled by the new emperor, denied any chance to serve. There were powerful court officials who, guilty of corruption and bribery, neglecting their personal conduct and disgracing the great Yan's honor, were demoted by the emperor to the borderlands. In short, exile was by no means a good thing. Third young master. Drink slowly, be careful, it's hot. The young maid Shushin, fearing Yin Yun might burn his mouth, quickly whispered a reminder. Mmm. Delicious. Mmm. Delicious. Sister-in-law's chicken soup is truly fragrant. Yin Yun, like a simpleton, downed the chicken soup in one breath. Finally, he set down the bowl, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and asked with a naive air, sister-in-law, is there more? I want another bowl. Alas! The others, seeing Yin Yun so foolish and simple-minded, sighed, deeply at a loss for words. The first madam ladled him another bowl. Now Yin Yun had to pretend. The more convincingly he played the fool, the safer he would be. Though he possessed the strength of a tyrant, he was alone and weak, and he had his sisters-in-law and young niece to protect. He had to consider the bigger picture. If he were alone, he would have fled the Duke Protector's mansion that very night. With his skills, all his gold coins and treasures, he could surely raise a formidable force in the shortest possible time. Now he had to endure and survive by laying low. He didn't know if those around him included the emperor's spies. Unless he left the Yin Imperial City. Unless he reached the borderlands. The borderlands might be a place of trouble for the women, but for Yin, it could be a place to build his power. With his divine strength, his intellect, the wealth in his storage space, and his emotional system, it was only a matter of time before he fought his way back. The more miserably he endured now, the fiercer his morale would be when he returned. Everyone ate and drank their fill. Yin Yun downed 3 full bowls of chicken soup and ate 3 large white buns. In the great Yin Imperial Palace, the sky had not yet shown the first pale light of dawn. Hundreds of imperial chefs carrying oil lamps hurried through the corridors straight to the imperial kitchen. Last night, the eunuch by the emperor's side had personally instructed them to prepare a bowl of tiger penis soup for the emperor this morning to fortify his dragon body. The head chef dared not be negligent and made sure all the chefs rose early. The tiger penis had been purchased yesterday and was stored in the imperial kitchen cellar. The head chef, holding a lantern in one hand, pushed open the cellar door with the other and entered, guided by the dim light of the oil lamp. But then, the head chef stopped abruptly. His whole body trembled, and his eyes showed an expression of disbelief. He couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes. How is this possible? How is this possible? The head chef's face changed drastically, his mouth quivering uncontrollably. He then threw down the oil lamp and ran out like a madman. Someone! The head chef roared frantically at the hundreds of chefs outside. Head chef! The chefs were startled, not knowing what madness had seized him to shout so early in the morning. Where is the food inside? Where is the food inside? The head chef wiped the cold sweat from his brow and bellowed angrily at the assembled chefs. The chefs were utterly baffled, not knowing what the head chef meant. Head chef, we don't know what you're talking about. One chef asked timidly. I'm asking you. Where is the food in the cellar? The head chef roared in uncontrollable rage. He felt his head was about to leave his shoulders. This was no joke. Eunuch Lu would be coming for the tiger penis soup soon, and if he couldn't produce it, he would lose his head. He would also be charged with the crime of deceiving the emperor. Moreover, yesterday he had accompanied the Imperial Food Service to purchase a whole week's worth of fruits, vegetables, and meat for the entire palace. The shelves in the cellar had been completely full and packed. But now, it was empty. Not even a single chicken feather was to be seen. How could he not be shocked? How could he not be terrified? This could mean beheading, perhaps even the extermination of his entire clan. The food of the imperial kitchen in the mighty Great Yin Palace had vanished without a trace. How could he report this to his superiors? How could he prepare sumptuous delicacies for the emperor, the consorts, and all the high-ranking members of the court? Faced with the head chef's interrogation, the chefs looked at each other, their faces showing nothing but bewilderment. The food in the cellar. Wasn't it supposed to be in the cellar? Could it have grown wings and flown away? Many of the chefs stared at the head chef as if he were an idiot, never imagining the cellar could be completely bare. Could it be that the food in the cellar isn't there? We bought so much yesterday, and it was all neatly arranged on the shelves. One chef said blankly. Then why is the food gone? Can anyone explain this to me? The head chef's expression was as ugly as it could be. The chefs couldn't believe it, thinking the head chef was joking, and they all entered the cellar. But when they saw the empty shelves, they too trembled, all over despair in their eyes. Head chef! Head chef! The chefs panicked. This was too bizarre. The food had vanished without a trace. If this reached the ears of the chief eunuch of the inner palace, not only would they lose their heads, but their families would also be implicated. In an instant, cold sweat beaded on every chef's forehead. Everyone turned pale with fear, as if they could already see their heads being severed from their bodies. The head chef's mind raced frantically. This was the imperial palace, the residence of the great Yin emperor, heavily guarded, where even a mosquito flying in would have to be registered. Yet, the food stored in the cellar had vanished overnight. First, it was certain that the loss of food had nothing to do with them. Even with 1,000 times the courage, they wouldn't dare steal from here. Not only could they not take a whole cellar of food out, but they couldn't even sneak out a single strand of vegetable. So then, how exactly did the food vanish without a trace? Had it evaporated into thin air? Absolutely impossible. How could perfectly good food just evaporate? This was truly baffling, even chilling to the bone. A thief? That was utterly impossible. The imperial guards would teach them a harsh lesson. The chief imperial chef paid no further heed to the terrified and bewildered cooks. Instead, he quickly rose and hastened to report to his superior, the eunuch director of the Imperial Food Department, who was also responsible for procuring the palace's vegetables, fruits, and meats, Eunuch Lu. As the eunuch director of the Imperial Food Department, Eunuch Lu held considerable prestige among the many eunuch positions within the palace. Though he could not serve the emperor up close on a daily basis, he was the most loyal lackey by the side of Eunuch Shur, the head of the Imperial Household Department. As for Eunuch Shur, he was one of the most favored eunuchs by the great Yin Emperor, Yin Nandu. The emperor's 3 daily meals were all arranged by Eunuch Shur of the Imperial Household Department. The Imperial Household Department oversaw the Imperial Food Department, the Imperial Bedchamber Department, and the Imperial Wardrobe Department. The Imperial Food Department handled palace food procurement and the Imperial Kitchen. The Imperial Bedchamber Department was responsible for the emperor's rest with his consorts. The Imperial Wardrobe Department managed the attire of the emperor and his consorts. Eunuch Shur, as the director of the Imperial Household Department, was a favored figure by the emperor's side. The chief chef dared not waste time and swiftly found Eunuch Lu. Eunuch Lu lay on his bed, lost in sweet dreams, deep in slumber. His position was lucrative and leisurely, with no arduous labor, and he could occasionally leave the palace to indulge in worldly pleasures. Though his manhood was long gone, it didn't hinder his manual operations at the pleasure houses. Bang, bang, bang. Eunuch Lu. Bang, bang, bang. Eunuch Lu. The chief chef panted heavily, gasping for air as he knocked on the door and shouted. Daybreak was approaching. How could he afford to delay? He had run all the way without a moment's rest. His face was pale, and he was drenched in sweat. What's all this shouting? Why are you howling before dawn? Eunuch Lu, furious at having his dream interrupted, screeched angrily toward the door. He had just been dreaming that he was not only the emperor's most favored confidant, but also his manhood was fully intact. He had bedded every consort and maid in the palace, even the emperor's newest concubine had been deflowered by him first. Such a splendid dream being shattered infuriated him, his eyes blazing with rage, wishing he could tear the howling fool outside to pieces. Cold sweat poured down the chief chef's forehead. Yet compared to Eunuch Liu's wrath, he feared his own beheading far more. Thus, steadying his terror, he spoke cautiously, "Eunuch Liu, something terrible has happened." "What's so terrible? Did your father die, or did your mother run off with another man?" Eunuch Liu bellowed in fury. The chief chef dared not retort. He swallowed his saliva, suppressing his anger, and said, "The food in the cellar has vanished overnight." "Huh? What did you say?" Eunuch Liu sat up abruptly. "What did you say? Say it again." The chief chef swallowed again. "The provisions we procured yesterday were all stored in the cellar. Now, they've all disappeared." "What? The food procured yesterday, stored in the cellar, inexplicably vanished?" Eunuch Liu, not bothering to put on his inner garments, got out of bed and flung open the door, glaring angrily. "Are you blind? How could food in the cellar just vanish? Are you telling me it grew legs and ran away overnight?" The chief chef wiped his cold sweat and stammered it. "It could be said that way. They'll curse your mother." Eunuch Liu kicked the chief chef in the chest. "Are you out of your mind? You're saying the food really grew legs and ran? Do you think he'll believe that?" Ignoring the pain in his abdomen, the chief chef fell to his knees with a thud, tears welling in his eyes, his heart filled with terror. "Eunuch Liu, it's true. The food in the cellar is really all gone. I don't know how to explain it. It's too incredible." The chief chef recounted what he had seen. Eunuch Liu's expression grew grave. "Let's go. Take me there immediately." Eunuch Liu grabbed his clothes and dressed swiftly. Then, led by the chief chef, he rushed to the imperial kitchen's cellar with lightning speed. Inside the cellar, it was empty, not a trace of vegetables, meat, or fruit. How is this possible? How is this possible? Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Eunuch Liu's forehead, and his face turned grim. His usual arrogance was gone, replaced by shock and despair. He was now the primary procurement officer of the Imperial Food Department under the Imperial Household Department. The procurement of food for the Imperial Kitchen was directly linked to him. If the food in the Imperial Kitchen was lost, the higher-ups wouldn't think it was lost. They would believe Eunuch Liu had embezzled the funds and failed to procure the food. Once this accusation was made, not only would he be beheaded, but his family outside the palace would also suffer. This was no joke. Eunuch Liu envisioned the horrific consequences, and he stood frozen in shock, his back drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Eunuch Liu paralyzed with fear, the chief chef cautiously called out, "Eunuch Liu. Eunuch Liu." Eunuch Liu shuddered, snapping out of his terror. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes as sharp as a hawk's glaring at the hundreds of cooks behind him. "Can anyone explain to me where the food in the cellar went? Are you telling me it grew legs and ran away overnight?" The cooks lowered their heads, trembling, none daring to speak. This baffling scene left everyone at a loss for words. In all their years, they had never heard of such absurdity. It was simply unbelievable. The chief chef also bowed his head, his heart frantic, desperate to find a solution. "Or perhaps our procurement yesterday was just a dream. If it was a dream, then what about the leftover food and seasonings from before the procurement? Why did they disappear too?" Eunuch Liu's voice trembled with fury. The crowd remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Eunuch Liu seriously suspected that heaven was playing a joke on him. If the food had been stolen by these cooks, that was absolutely impossible. They didn't have the nerve. They simply lacked the audacity. 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 Moreover, the quantity of food stored inside was far too great to be easily moved out. Besides, the Imperial Kitchen was heavily guarded by the Forbidden Army. Not to mention these cooks before him. Even he himself could not casually take food out of the Imperial Kitchen. So how did the food vanish? Could it be that someone among the high-ranking officials of the palace deliberately orchestrated this? Eunuch Liu cast his gaze upon the princes and princesses of the court, yet he had no suspect in mind. Time ticked by second after second. Eunuch Liu paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, his heart consumed by surging waves of anxiety and dread. He racked his brain frantically, seeking a solution. How much time is left until dawn? Eunuch Liu tried to steady his inner turmoil and fear, yet the chill creeping up his spine betrayed his panic, lending a tremor to his voice. "Less than an hour," the head chef replied hastily. "Do you have any solution?" Eunuch Liu asked, casting a sidelong glance. The head chef seemed to have already conceived an idea. Facing Eunuch Liu's question, he quickly responded, "The best course now is to conceal the truth and immediately leave the palace to restock supplies." Conceal the truth. Restock supplies. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Eunuch Liu's face. He kicked the head chef viciously once more and said coldly, "Let's set aside the matter of concealing the truth for now. Do you think restocking now would meet the deadline? Procurement for the palace is no joke. It requires layers of approvals, fund allocations, and an exit permit. It must go through the Imperial Household Department to the Court of Palace Revenues, then to the commander of the Forbidden Army, and finally to the city gate guards. Only then can we leave openly for procurement. And now making such a conspicuous move, do you dare claim the higher-ups won't find out? Besides, we just purchased a large shipment yesterday. If we go again today, what do you think they'll say about me? They'll accuse me of embezzling and siphoning palace funds, pinning the crime of deceiving the emperor on my head. Once that charge is laid, do you know what the consequences will be? And remember, we were both responsible for yesterday's palace food procurement. If I'm convicted of embezzlement, none of you will escape." Cold sweat beaded on the head chef's forehead again. "I meant, we could first buy tiger penis outside the palace to satisfy His Majesty's needs. If we satisfy His Majesty, what will the entire palace, concubines, maids, eunuchs, and the Forbidden Army eat? Do you expect them all to drink the northwest wind?" Eunuch Lu asked icily. The head chef was struck speechless, sweat pouring from his brow. This was indeed a difficult situation. Even if they could placate the emperor, what would the entire palace, concubines, maids, eunuchs, and the Forbidden Army eat? That was an enormous amount of food, not something a mere dozen caddies could solve. We have no other option now. The most likely outcome is execution, and even our families might be caught in the disaster. At these words, everyone turned pale with terror, and a few cooks even lost control of their bladders. It was now the hour of the tiger, 35 a.m., less than an hour until the hour of the rabbit. Once the hour of the rabbit arrived, dawn would break. Eunuch Sure had ordered that the tiger penis soup be ready by then. Without the ingredients, how could they prepare the soup for the emperor? Unable to wait idly, Eunuch Lu immediately led the head chef and two clever cooks to seek out Eunuch Sure. Only Eunuch Sure could resolve this crisis now. Though Eunuch Lu had some standing among the eunuchs, he held no real status within the palace. Eunuch Sure, however, was a different matter. If he intervened, the problem would become far more manageable. He was the emperor's favored confidant, wielding no authority over court affairs, but possessing immense influence over matters outside the court. The group hurried with rapid steps to the spacious courtyard where Eunuch Sure resided. Eunuch Sure was already awake. His rise to being the emperor's right-hand man was no stroke of luck. Eunuch Sure possessed a sharp mind, adept at reading people, and was exceptionally diligent, sleeping later than the dogs, and rising earlier than the roosters, attending to the emperor with even greater care than his own father. He had already dressed, washed, and prepared himself to serve the emperor. Seeing Eunuch Lu, the head chef, and the cooks arriving in a fluster, Eunuch Sure furrowed his brow. In the art of reading expressions, Eunuch Sure was second to none. For Eunuch Lu to arrive so abruptly at this critical moment meant something serious had occurred. Moreover, he could see fear and despair in their eyes. Fear and despair. Eunuch Sure's expression shifted sharply. Before they could speak, he demanded coldly, "Why the rush? What has happened?" A sharp, raspy voice emerged from Eunuch Sure's throat. Indeed, it was he who had led the Forbidden Army to the Duke Protector's mansion yesterday to deliver the imperial decree. With a thud, Eunuch Lu knelt first, tears and mucus streaming down his face. "Chief Steward Sure, you must do justice for us. Speak plainly and stop blubbering like a woman." Eunuch Sure scolded with displeasure. Eunuch Lu dared not ramble and cut straight to the point. The food in the imperial kitchen's cellar vanished overnight without a trace. What? What did you say?" Eunuch Sure was startled and asked coldly. "The cellar food vanished without a trace. How could it vanish? Tell me the truth at once." The head chef also knelt and recounted the entire process in detail. "Just now. Even yesterday's purchase disappeared into thin air. How is that possible? Could it be that you didn't actually buy anything yesterday?" Eunuch Sure asked icily. "Chief Steward, you must believe me. We truly did make the purchase yesterday. We would never dare to delay the palace meals. That would be a crime of deceiving the emperor, punishable by beheading. Even with 1,000 guts, I wouldn't commit such treason. Besides, when the supplies were brought into the palace yesterday, Deputy Commander Wang of the Forbidden Army inspected every item. And before we went out for the new purchase, there were still leftover fruits, vegetables, seasonings, and other items in the cellar. Now, even those leftovers are gone. Everything has disappeared," Eunuch Lu said, weeping and sniveling. "Everything has disappeared," Eunuch Lu said, weeping and sniveling. Steward Sure's brows furrowed once more. He realized the gravity of the situation. If there was nothing left inside, didn't that mean His Majesty's tiger whip soup would be unavailable this morning? Moreover, breakfast for everyone in the palace this morning would also be completely unavailable. The thought made Steward Sure's head ache as if it were the size of an ox. "Go. Take me to the imperial kitchen first. I must see the cellar's condition with my own eyes." Steward Sure's expression darkened. As the Grand Steward of the Imperial Household Department, the Office of Imperial Cuisine fell under his jurisdiction. If something went wrong in the Imperial kitchen, it directly implicated him. How could he not take this seriously? He not only had to take it seriously, but also conduct a thorough investigation. He must not let the news leak to His Majesty or other eunuchs, or his position and rank would be at stake. He had to see it with his own eyes before making a judgment. Half an incense stick later, the group led Steward Sher to the Imperial kitchen cellar. Seeing the empty expanse before him, Steward Sher was dumbfounded. Damn it! Completely empty, not even a chicken feather left in the entire cellar. He abruptly clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, and a surge of fury flashed in his eyes. He realized the severity of the situation. A sharp slap echoed as the rage in Steward Sher's chest suddenly flared. He suddenly swung his palm, leaving a vivid bloody handprint on Steward Liu's face in front of everyone. What the hell is going on? Don't tell me all the food here sprouted wings and flew away. I don't believe food can grow wings. Is one of you playing a prank on me, making me the fool? Steward Sher's eyes blazed with intense, killing intent. Everyone present shuddered. This was no joke. Everyone knew Steward Sher was shrewd and capable, and they knew his ruthless methods. If he was set on killing someone, would surely die. All were silent as cicadas in winter, trembling as they lowered their heads, shaking all over, terrified of being executed on the spot by Steward Sher. Steward Liu, slapped across the face, didn't dare utter a peep nor even touch his burning cheek. His bladder felt ready to burst, urine nearly leaking out. He had witnessed Steward Sher's cruel methods firsthand, so he was always extremely cautious and meticulous in handling his duties, never daring to defy him. But this time, after delivering that slap, Steward Sher forcibly restrained his overwhelming killing intent. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill, but that he couldn't. The situation was different. He had to consider the bigger picture. He needed to reduce internal conflict and focus on solving the immediate problem. After some deliberation, Steward Sher stared gloomily at Steward Liu and asked, "Do you have any other solutions now?" Steward Liu quickly looked up and said, "There's only one way now. Go out and purchase supplies again." Purchase supplies again. Steward Sher seemed to have already thought of this, but the pressure mounted, and he couldn't help rubbing his temples. Imperial procurement is no joke. Each procurement covers at least a week's worth of food. I can handle the Imperial Guard commander, but I won't get involved with the court of Imperial Treasury. So, where's the funding for the procurement? This is a huge expense. No joke. To save his own skin, Steward Liu quickly said, "I've saved over 1,000 gold coins over the years. I can contribute all of it. A mere 10,000 gold coins isn't even enough for one palace meal." Steward Sher's face darkened. Steward Liu opened his mouth, then hung his head. Indeed, his entire net worth wasn't enough for a single meal for everyone in the palace. As the procurement officer for the Office of Imperial Cuisine, he knew that all too well. Each procurement trip cost at least 5,000 to 7,000 gold coins. He had only managed to save a pitiful 16,000 or so. Soon Steward Sher's gaze swept over the 100 Imperial chefs. "I know none of you want to die, nor do you want to implicate your families. So, if you don't want to die, hand over all your savings now." Steward Sher was trying to save their lives. Everyone exchanged glances. One by one, the 100 chefs knelt down. Our monthly salary is only 10 gold coins. And we send it all out of the palace to support our families. We don't have any gold coins to give." "Oh." Steward Sher's gaze turned icy cold in an instant. He grabbed a cleaver from the chopping block and brought it down fiercely on a chef's head. With a sickening crack, the chef couldn't dodge in time, and his skull was split in two. Crimson blood and white brain matter splattered everywhere. Blood pooled on the floor. Everyone was struck silent with terror. "Don't give me that. You only have one way out now. Hand over all your gold coins immediately. Otherwise, he'll hack you to death with this knife, and on top of that, he'll charge you with deceiving the emperor, and your entire clan will be executed. Or else before dawn, His Majesty, in a fit of rage, will have you all beheaded and your clans wiped out too." Steward Sher's voice dripped with murderous intent. At these words, cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads again. "There's only half an hour until dawn. The tiger whip soup can be postponed until tomorrow. But the palace breakfast must be ready by the hour of the rabbit. Otherwise, you'll all be waiting for the headsman's axe." I can contribute 5,000 gold coins," the head chef quickly said. Once he was beheaded, his family would be implicated. Thinking of his newborn son, the head chef couldn't sit still and was the first to offer all his savings. In the end, the 100 chefs managed to scrape together over 5,300 gold coins. In total, it was just over 7,000, a far cry from what was needed for a week's worth of meals. Steward Sher was in a bind. He began to consider his own savings. As the emperor's favored eunuch, he often received various rewards and had saved up a considerable pension over the years. But at most, it was only around 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins. If he contributed all of it, it would be just enough to get through this major crisis. But the thought of his decades of hard-earned gold coins vanishing in a single night caused him immense pain, yet he had no other choice. If news of the empty cellar reached the emperor or other senior eunuchs, his position would certainly be shaken. He absolutely couldn't allow that to happen. So clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Steward sure had no choice but to part with his retirement fund. Damn it, you bunch of beasts. You've ruined me. If there's a next time, I'll have you all torn limb from limb. Steward sure growled in uncontrollable rage. Now he could only swallow his hatred and endure the bitterness in silence. He couldn't bother with how the food had disappeared or conduct a detailed investigation. The immediate solution was to go out of the palace again to purchase food supplies. Everyone trembled and lowered their heads, not daring to utter a single word. Don't any of you dare gossip about what happened today. Keep your mouths firmly shut. If I hear even the slightest rumor outside, I won't hesitate to conduct a thorough purge within your ranks. A purge sounded pleasant, but in truth it meant eliminating every single one of them. The Imperial chefs nodded frantically. Enough. I'll give you the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Bring all the money back to me. Anyone who is late, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Steward Sher turned to Steward Liu and said, once the funds are secured, immediately arrange for a few sharp-witted individuals to accompany me outside the palace to purchase provisions. As you command. Steward Liu hurriedly rose and went back to his room to retrieve the money. Under Steward Sher's arrangements, a group of people drove a carriage toward the market outside the palace. Halfway there, Steward Sher knocked on the door of a money house and withdrew all its holdings. The owner of the money house had no idea what was happening, but dared not ask any questions. Thus, amidst Steward Sher's anguish and fury, the matter of the imperial kitchen was properly handled. Fortunately, Steward Sher had many acquaintances within the palace, and the imperial guards at the gate, knowing he was a favored figure by the emperor's side, did not dare to obstruct him. The sky soon began to pale with the first light of dawn. Dozens of yeoman runners, amid a clamor of noise, entered the Duke Protector's mansion. The exile was about to commence. The runners shouted, ordering everyone to assemble for the journey. Anyone who disobeyed would be met with the whip. The eldest madam, fearing that the crowd might suffer a beating, hurriedly gathered everyone. By His Majesty's oral decree, all those exiled are to travel light, carrying no gold, silver, or valuables, including food and spare clothing. Anyone who dares to defy this order will be executed on the spot. The place of exile is hereby changed to the barren wasteland. Life or death will not be considered. A runner declared with an expressionless face. These runners would escort their group to the barren wasteland. Upon hearing the words barren wasteland, the eldest madam and the others paled dramatically. The barren wasteland was no good place. It lay at the tri-junction of the Great Yin Empire, the Great Chu Empire, and the Great Zhao Empire, collectively known as the Lawless Zone. Criminals from all three nations were typically exiled there to fend for themselves. It could be said that the barren wasteland was a gathering of rapists, scum beasts, degenerates, demons, bandits, murderers, regicides, traitors, rebels, madmen, and more. Those of weak character with no strength to truss a chicken would never see the light of the next day once they entered. In contrast, their group were all women without the strength to truss a chicken. If they entered, they would likely be targeted by the rapists within on that very day. In an instant, the eldest madam and several others turned pale. They seemed to already see themselves meeting with disaster. A wave of thoughts of fleeing arose among the maidservants. At least if they escaped now, they wouldn't have to face the horde of demons in the barren wasteland. From now on, we brothers will escort and protect your safety along the way until we reach the barren wasteland. Anyone who dares to flee privately on the road will be killed without mercy. The runner warned sternly. He was the captain of the runners tasked with guarding Yin Yun and the others on their journey to the barren wasteland. Calling it protection was more like surveillance. Without luggage or food, could they be sure this group would even make it to the barren wasteland? After all, walking from Yin Imperial City to the barren wasteland would take no less than half a year on foot. What would they eat during those 6 months? What would they drink? No one would care about their survival. At this moment, everyone wanted to keep as far away from them as possible. Even the families of the several madams dared not intervene, let alone any other relatives or friends. Fortunately, they had already eaten and drunk their fill. From now on, life or death would be left to fate. At the runner's command, the group, filled with reluctance and despair, trudged out of the Duke Protector's mansion with heavy steps. Thinking back to this time yesterday, they were still wealthy ladies of Yin Imperial City, of high status and great importance, objects of envy and aspiration. But now, with a single imperial decree from the emperor, everyone's identity and status had undergone a drastic reversal. The general of the Duke Protector's mansion and his 2 sons had even been beheaded. Such a tremendous shift was not only hard for the entire Duke Protector's mansion to accept, but also caught the city's populace off guard. It was too sudden. The plight of the Duke Protector's mansion was now known to all the city's residents. The entire household, young and old, slowly emerged from the mansion like heinous criminals. A crowd of citizens had already gathered outside. Some sighed in pity, some gloated with schadenfreude, and others sneered coldly. Still others jeered and mocked. Everyone whispered among themselves. Among these citizens were not a few enemies of the Duke Protector's mansion or those who had once been punished by it. As the esteemed Duke Protector and Grand General Yin Baidu had made many enemies in his lifetime, Yin Yun's two elder brothers were also no saints, often causing trouble in the city. Even in taking wives and concubines, the brothers had offended many signs of officials. These several madams were among the most beautiful women in all of Yin Imperial City. Many official signs had swallowed their anger and dared not speak out. After all, Yin Feng and Yin Lei were of imperial blood, the emperor's own nephews. Who would have thought the emperor would sacrifice his own kin to consolidate his power? Within the crowd, Yin Yun was surrounded by his many madams, as if they feared he might meet with misfortune. Now that their circumstances had changed, anyone who wished to kill them could send assassins to do the deed silently outside the city. Dozens of yamen runners. They were merely a show. Along the way, Yin Yun played the fool, giggling stupidly. Though he seemed to be laughing foolishly, he was actually observing the surrounding situation. Among these crowds, there would surely be those who would try to harm them on the road. Based on the information stored in his mind, he could guess with near certainty. Moreover, his 7 madams were all of exceptional beauty, as lovely as celestial maidens. It was hard to imagine no one had secret designs on them. When his father and brothers were alive, no one dared to speak frivolously. Now that they had been beheaded and displayed to the public, these people naturally harbored evil intentions and had nothing to fear. And now was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them to act and abduct them. Both sides of the street were packed with crowds stretching from the Duke Protector's mansion all the way to the city gate. The notice boards on both sides of the street were plastered with proclamations about the Duke Protector's mansion secretly colluding with the enemy and plotting rebellion. Regardless of whether this accusation had evidence or was substantiated, the fact that the heads had already been cut off indirectly proved that everything was indeed true. Alas, how pitiful. Thinking back to the old days, the Duke Protector donned his armor, swept through thousands of troops, expanded the territory for our great Yin Empire, and laid the foundation of the nation. How could he suddenly become a traitor? An old man with graying hair sighed. You've lived all these years and still have no discernment. Can't you see? This is clearly a case of merit overshadowing the sovereign, and he was framed. You know too much. Chill. Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? What? Am I not allowed to speak up for the Guardian General? 3 years ago, before my right leg was injured, I served as a centurion under the Guardian General. He treated his soldiers like his own sons and cared for everyone under his command. He maintained strict discipline and led the troops with skill. He was impartial in public and private matters and righteous and awe-inspiring. Alas, you've hit the mark, brother. The Guardian General was indeed such a man. I too was once a veteran under the Guardian General, but unfortunately by the time he took office I was already in my twilight years, frail and weak, forced into retirement. In my view, the Guardian General would never rebel. Don't forget his family was still in the Yin Imperial City. How could he be foolish enough to rebel at the border? If he truly intended to rebel, he would have had to move his entire family to the frontier. Among the crowd, many lamented the Guardian General's plight. Many among them were soldiers who had served under the Guardian General, some forced to retire due to age, others compelled by severe injuries. Undoubtedly, everyone who had ever dealt with the Guardian General felt nothing but regret for him. Rebel. These people would never believe it. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, making it impossible for Yin Yun to hear clearly. The noise was chaotic. Everyone spoke over one another. Who could possibly catch every word distinctly? I heard. This time the Twin Dragon Valiants and the 5 Tiger Ferocious Generals under the Guardian General were also implicated and executed. Your information is wrong. What I know is, one of the Twin Dragon Valiants was executed and the other chose to betray. Among the 5 Tiger Ferocious Generals, 3 were slain and 2 defected. Moreover, after the Guardian General's death, the one guarding the border is one of the Twin Dragon Valiants, the evil dragon General Lu Zhendong. Lu Zhendong, valiant and skilled in battle, resourceful and strategic, second only to Luo Zhengfeng among the many generals under the Guardian General. Luo Zhengfeng was once one of the 3 Dragon Valiants. Known as the Violent Dragon General, Luo Zhengfeng. Later he was appreciated by His Majesty and appointed as the Swift Cavalry General. From then on, the 3 Dragon Valiants became the Twin Dragon Valiants. Father's Twin Dragon Valiants and 5 Tiger Ferocious Generals have also been implicated one after another. While walking, Yin Yun inadvertently overheard this remark. The rest was lost in the noise. He knew all too well about his father's Twin Dragon Valiants and 5 Tiger Ferocious Generals. Though he was simple-minded, he was not stupid. The three dragon valiants had originally been Evil Dragon General Lu Zhendong, Violent Dragon General Luo Zhengfeng, and Furious Dragon General Qin Yaochuan. Later, Luo Zhengfeng was appointed as the Swift Cavalry General, and his father's three dragon valiants thus became the Twin Dragon Valiants. The five Tiger Ferocious Generals were Golden Tiger General Tuoba Sun, Wood Tiger General Xiao, Quan Water Tiger General Wei, De Fire Tiger General Huang Lai, and Earth Tiger General Wang Nu. Alas, these generals had all been personally nurtured by his father and were naturally loyal to him. Only Luo Zhengfeng, that ungrateful wretch, chose to betray his father and carve out a path for himself as the Swift Cavalry General. In truth, many of these generals under his father came from humble origins. His father gave them opportunities, allowing them to rise step by step through blood and sweat on the battlefield. His father never cared about their backgrounds, though as long as they had ability, he entrusted them with important tasks. When his father was beheaded, they remained loyal to the death, and thus were executed themselves. Since Yan Yun hadn't heard the rest, clearly he believed that aside from Luo Zhengfeng, all the generals had been implicated. Alas, Yan Yun let out another long sigh, clenching his fists. Regardless, since he had crossed over and inherited this body, becoming its master, he must shoulder the heavy burden upon him. As long as the sisters-in-law remained true to the Yin family, he would never treat them unjustly. The Yin family still has a single surviving branch. So what? Yan Yun's mind has long been addled. He's foolish and dim-witted all day, the typical simpleton son of a noble family, utterly incapable of achieving anything great. Indeed, the Yin family offended many in the past, and now fall into this state. Once they leave the Yin Imperial City, they'll likely be quietly eliminated before long. Besides, these beautiful women before us are all stunningly gorgeous, among the finest in our Yin Imperial City. It's hard to imagine someone once seized the chance to abduct them. Alas, what a pity. These lovely beauties are about to suffer ruin. A journey that should have taken 10 minutes stretched into an hour due to the crowded streets on both sides. The old steward followed behind the crowd. At 65, he had served Yin Beidu for over 40 years, having watched Yan Yun and his two brothers grow up, sharing a deep bond with Yan Yun's father. When the Duke's mansion faced this calamity, he could have abandoned it entirely, chosen to flee, and avoided sharing their hardships, but he did not leave. He was loyal to the Duke's mansion, utterly devoted to Yan Yun's father. In his youth, his parents had died of illness, and he couldn't afford coffins to bury them. It was Yan Yun's father who extended a helping hand. From then on, he followed Yan Yun's father, faithfully enduring hardships, without complaint until now. Last night, the eldest lady urged him to leave, but he said solemnly, "I was not born a member of the Yin family, but in death I shall be a ghost of the Yin family. With the Yin family in such a catastrophe, how could I turn my back and ignore it? If I flee now, how could I face the Guardian General in the afterlife? Though I am old, as long as I can walk, I must care for the ladies and young Master Yun." The old steward's words moved the sisters-in-law deeply and earned Yan Yun's admiration. The escorting officers numbered 10, one captain, 2 lieutenants, and the rest ordinary constables. Yan Yun's group consisted of 16 people. Aside from Yan Yun and the old steward, all were women. The sheer number of women gave Yan Yun quite a headache. After all, the more people there were, the more disadvantageous it was for them. But these maids were loyal to their mistresses, and now even if they wanted to flee, they had no chance. Thus they could only steel themselves and follow behind the main group. In the end, among these people there were only 5 maids. Hong Tao and Shu Xian were Yan Yun's personal maids. The other 3 were La Mei, Xia Shui, and Xiao Yu. La Mei was the eldest lattice maid. Xia Shui was the 4th lattice maid, and Xiao Yu was the 5th lattice maid. These maids had stayed because they were all dowry maids, having lived with their respective mistresses since childhood. Thus, when the Duke's mansion faced this catastrophe, none of them chose to leave. The procession marched straight out of the city gate. Many commoners followed them out, seemingly filled with regret and sorrow for the Duke's household. Among them, some had received favors from the Duke Protector's mansion. Some had once served as menial laborers there. Some were fierce soldiers under the command of the Guardian General. Yanandu. The blood feud between our families leaves no room for coexistence under the same sky. Once outside the city, Yan Yun, feigning ignorance, turned back to gaze at the towering city gates and the majestic structures standing erect within. In his heart, he silently resolved that one day he would lead a mighty army, raze the imperial city to the ground, and avenge his father and brother. This backward glance to the onlookers seemed filled with deep reluctance. Some sneered, some sighed, some scorned, some were indignant. Young Master Yun. Alas, the old steward seemed to perceive Yan Yun's reluctance, let out a long sigh, and supported him with one hand as they stepped forward. Yan Yun's taut nerves seemed to reveal something to the old steward. He instinctively looked up at his young master's eyes and distinctly caught a flicker of hatred and resentment within them. The old steward's heart skipped a beat, his chest surging like turbulent waves. In disbelief, he glanced again, only to find that the trace of hatred and resentment had vanished like a fleeting bloom, replaced by nothing but bewilderment and dullness in his eyes. A flicker of doubt stirred within the old steward's heart. He said nothing, but silently pondered why a flash of hatred and resentment had just appeared in his young master's eyes. Detected that the old steward and the host share a master-servant relationship. The emotion system has been successfully bound. All emotions the old steward harbors toward the host will now generate emotion points. The old steward feels doubt toward the host. Emotion points 1. The first emotion points have arrived. Wait. The old steward feels doubt toward me. Yin Yun was baffled, wondering why the old steward would doubt him. Could it be because of that backward glance? No, that look over his shoulder. He recalled clenching his fists, hatred blazing in his eyes. Clearly the old steward had caught sight of the hatred in his eyes. Yin Yun didn't dwell on it. He continued to play the fool. Now that they had just left Yin Imperial City, if he dared to reveal his true identity, the sovereign within the palace would surely eradicate him root and branch, leaving no survivors. Even with Xiang Ye's divine strength, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Besides, even Xiang Yu with his divine power chose to take his own life at Gaixia, didn't he? The host has successfully collected emotions and activated the system shop. The host can use emotion points to exchange for items in the system shop. The system has been activated. Overjoyed, Yin Yun opened the system shop. There 5 categories appeared: edible items, daily necessities, clothing, accessories, military supplies, rare treasures. Only edible items, daily necessities, and clothing accessories could be opened. The other 2 were grayed out due to insufficient level. Edible items: vegetables, meat, rice, flour, sauces, vinegar, seafood, fruits, nuts, snacks, beverages. Daily necessities: pots, pans, bowls, dishes, miscellaneous goods, healthcare products, writing brushes, ink sticks, paper, inkstones, cosmetics, skincare, jewelry, adult toys, sofas, furniture. Clothing accessories: men's wear, women's wear, men's shoes, lingerie, maternity, and children's clothing. Holy crap. Seeing so many items, Yin Yun was dumbfounded, feeling as if his golden dog eyes had been blinded. There were so many items to choose from. Even beverages, healthcare products, and adult toys had appeared. What the hell? He really hadn't thought about this aspect before. However, although these 3 categories could be opened due to insufficient level, only a few items were currently available for exchange. For edible items, only vegetables and meat could be exchanged. All vegetables and meats available in the real world appeared, but different varieties had different exchange prices. For example, 1 gene of tomatoes, 5 emotion points. 1 gene of pork, 10 emotion points. Yin Yun had already taken plenty of vegetables, fruits, and meat from the Imperial kitchen, so he didn't need to exchange anything, now opting to save his emotion points. For daily necessities, pots, pans, bowls, dishes, and miscellaneous goods were unlocked. Pots and pans were still very important to him now. With them, everyone could eat meat and drink soup. Miscellaneous goods included items like clothes hangers, brooms, and tents. For clothing accessories, men's and women's clothing were unlocked. On the road, the women wouldn't have to expose themselves due to tattered clothes, as they hadn't brought any spare garments. The opening of the system shop filled Yin Yun with fervor. As long as he accumulated enough emotion points, he could exchange for anything inside, even military supplies. Coupled with the provisions, equipment, gold coins, and jewelry in his storage space, as soon as he reached the desolate lands, he could immediately rally a powerful army. The desolate lands. To others it might be a purgatory, but to him it was undoubtedly a place of rebirth and empowerment, a land of fortune. As long as he had money and strength, no one could interfere with his development. In an instant, Yin Yun ardently wished he could teleport to the desolate lands. But for now, aside from the escorts, they all had to travel on foot. Great Yin Imperial Palace. Golden Throne Hall. My esteemed ministers, do any of you have state affairs to present? At the head of the hall, the reigning emperor, Yin Nandu, sat upon the dragon throne, hands resting on the desk, and asked in a deep voice. One by one they shook their heads. No one stepped forward. The council is adjourned. Withdraw from court. Eunuch Shur, puffing out his chest, shouted in his raspy voice to the assembled civil and military officials below. Long live the emperor. Long live, long live, long live. The multitude of civil and military officials knelt on both knees, recited their formalities, then rose and filed out of the Golden Throne Hall. 2 men remained in the hall, Prime Minister Li Rue and Cavalry General Luo Zhengfeng. All other officials had withdrawn. Yin Nandu seemed to anticipate their stay, so he did not hurry to leave. General Luo, what is the situation on the southern frontier? Yin Nandu asked with an impassive expression. Your Majesty, General Lu Zhen has taken over the southern frontier defenses. All troops are now fully organized. Luo Zhengfeng clasped his fists, his words resolute and respectful. Excellent. With General Lu guarding the border, I can rest assured. But regardless, the southern frontier borders the great Chu Empire. We must be vigilant against a surprise attack on our Tiger's Roar Pass. Yin Nandu cautioned. Understood. Luo Zhengfeng replied with a fist salute. Li Rue. Yan Nandu turned his gaze to Prime Minister Li Rue. Your Majesty. Li Rue quickly clasped his fists awaiting Yan Nandu's next words. Today the entire household of the Duke Protector's mansion has been exiled to the desolate lands. Has there been any unrest within or outside the imperial city? Yan Nandu asked. Your Majesty. Before entering court, I followed the exiles to the city gate and observed no signs of disturbance. The people all praise your Majesty's wisdom, stating that traitors to the nation must be dealt with harshly to serve as a warning to others. Li Rue said with a fist salute. It seems the people are as clear-sighted as a mirror, instantly recognizing my heartfelt intentions. Yan Nandu nodded slightly, a faint satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now that all members of the Duke Protector's mansion have been exiled, were there any priceless treasures seized during the house search? My younger brother has served as the Guardian General for over 30 years. In these 30 years, he must have amassed many valuable treasures. You must present each and every one of them to me. I shall examine them all. Yan Nandu had a great fondness for collecting valuable treasures. It was one of his greatest passions. Your servant has ordered the Imperial Guard to carry out the house search. It should be finished by now. Li Rue clasped his hands in a salute, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. To tell the truth, he very much wished to personally conduct the search of the Duke Protector's mansion, but given his high position, doing so would be beneath his dignity. Moreover, if any incidents occurred during the search, it would be difficult for him to evade responsibility. Thus, he entrusted the arduous task to the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard were a pack of fierce soldiers under Yan Nandu's command, loyal to him alone, trained from the ground up by his own hand. As Li Rue finished speaking, the Imperial Guard commander Zhou Taishan, clad in imposing armor, strode with a majestic gait directly into the Great Hall. Commander Zhou, was the mission successful? Yan Nandu asked, his expression eager. Your Majesty. Zhou Taishan hesitated before replying. I led over 1,000 Imperial Guardsmen into the Duke Protector's mansion without hindrance and opened the treasure vault. But inside, it was empty, filled only with 1,000 rusty, tarnished pieces of scrap metal and some moldy grain. We found no valuable gold or silver jewelry whatsoever, not even a single gold coin. Zhou Taishan was under immense pressure. He had found nothing of value in the treasure vault of the Duke Protector's mansion, and what was even more bizarre was that there wasn't even a single gold coin inside. This shook his worldview to its core and filled him with admiration for the Duke Protector's incorruptibility. However, if he reported this truthfully to the Emperor, he might be suspected of having embezzled all the treasures himself. If that accusation stuck, it would mean decapitation. The thought alone made Zhou Taishan's stress skyrocket, even prompting thoughts of fleeing. He had led an army to confiscate property only to find nothing. Who would believe that? Who would believe that the Empire's esteemed Guardian General lived in such abject poverty, with no treasures or jewelry, and not even a single gold coin or grain of food to spare? What did you say? The Guardian General's treasure vault has no rare treasures. No gold coins or grain either. Yan Nandu was stunned, his face a mask of disbelief. Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng were also dumbfounded. Who would believe such a tale? Zhou Taishan wiped a cold sweat from his brow, knelt on both knees, and replied solemnly. Your servant would never dare deceive your Majesty. What I say is the truth. If there is even a hint of falsehood, I will take my own life before your Majesty can pass judgment. The Guardian General's treasure vault contained nothing but rusty, tarnished armor and weapons, along with moldy food. Nothing else. Fearing the Emperor hadn't understood, Zhou Taishan repeated himself. How can this be? Li Rue exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock, utterly refusing to believe it. Luo Zhengfeng, however, chose to remain silent. He had served under the Guardian General for many years, having been a soldier trained by the General himself. He knew well that the Guardian General was a master of military command, a just and incorruptible leader who never embezzled funds or grain nor accepted bribes from high-ranking officials. In the General's view, as a member of the imperial family and the nation's Guardian General, he would never stoop for mere riches. Thinking this, Luo Zhengfeng's admiration for the Guardian General swelled once more. A trace of remorse and guilt flickered in his eyes. He could never have imagined that the Duke Protector's mansion had fallen into such dire poverty that it couldn't even keep its doors open. Was this truly the residence of the Empire's most powerful and honored Duke? A flicker of guilt and shame also passed through Yan Nandu's eyes. He had hoped to find rare treasures in his younger brother's mansion, only to discover it was impoverished to such a degree. This was truly beyond his expectations. As for Zhou Taishan, he was a loyal retainer trained by Yan Nandu himself, who had served him for years and saved his life on numerous hunting expeditions. He was absolutely loyal, and Yan Nandu didn't believe Zhou Taishan would deceive him. So was the Duke Protector's mansion truly destitute? If so, what did the entire household eat? For the first time, Yan Nandu felt he might have wrongfully killed his own blood brother. Perhaps his brother had never intended to rebel. It was his own excessive caution, his fear that his brother would one day march on the capital and seize the throne that had led him to judge another's heart by his own. But the way of a sovereign was to kill by mistake rather than regret. Though he felt remorse, he did not voice it. "Your Majesty." Li Rue stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. If the Duke Protector's mansion is truly destitute, it only proves that the Guardian General had already conceived the intention to rebel. It shows that Your Majesty's decision to behead Exile and confiscate his property was in fact the correct course of action. "Oh, how so?" Yan Nandu's guilt eased slightly upon hearing this. "If I am not mistaken, the Duke Protector's mansion is not without treasures, but rather, the Guardian General moved all valuable items to the border long ago, secretly plotting treason and collusion with the enemy. The purpose of these treasures was to recruit troops, and buy horses a precautionary measure. If moving the treasures was the first step, then the second was to relocate his family. However, Your Majesty was wise and perceptive, detecting the Guardian General's rebellious intent in advance. Thus, before his family could be moved to the border, you made the decisive move to behead Exile and confiscate his property." Li Rui's words instantly shifted Yan Nandu's mindset. Luo Zhengfeng was taken aback, impressed by Li Rui's intellect. He realized he was not cut out for the cutthroat world of politics. Though he had ascended to the position of General of Agile Cavalry, he felt he had stumbled into the role rather than earned it. Without Li Rui's scheming and arrangements, he would likely still be one of the 3 dragon generals and might even have been among those beheaded. He deeply understood the importance of political maneuvering. To secure his position, he needed to study diligently, read more, and learn from Li Rue. Now he stood second only to the Emperor, wielding immense power that granted him luxuries and wealth he had never before experienced. He craved power. This desire subtly nurtured his burgeoning ambition. He knew that those in high places were vulnerable, so he proceeded with caution, as if treading on thin ice. He also feared that one day he might follow the same path as the Guardian General. He hoped that day would come late, or better yet, never. Zhou Taishan breathed a sigh of relief. He knew his head was safe. At least the Emperor didn't suspect him. Li Rue hadn't pointed a finger at him, and Luo Zhengfeng hadn't spoken against him. Though he was the commander of the Imperial Guard, serving the Emperor was like living with a tiger. One misstep, and head loses head. Even at the pinnacle of power, one must be wary of petty men, lest a hidden shoal capsize the boat. Zhou Taishan might not know how the Guardian General died, but he was certain it had something to do with Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng. He could not meddle in such matters, nor would he spread idle gossip. So it seems the Guardian Duke had been plotting for a long time. It appears I have been too merciful. Instead of exiling his family, I should have eradicated them root and branch as a warning to others. Yan Nandu declared in a stern voice. "Since Your Majesty has chosen exile, let the family be exiled. Exile will demonstrate Your Majesty's magnanimity, letting the people know you are not a ruler who slaughters the innocent. It will also establish authority among the civil and military officials. Moreover, the barbaric wilderness is no pleasant place. Your Majesty need not dwell on it." Li Rue could talk the dead into living and the living into dying. Such was his cunning. Luo Zhengfeng, lacking such a mind, was easily led by the nose by Li Rue. At this moment, Li Rue was still oblivious to the fact that their treasuries had long been emptied. Nor did Yan Nandu know that his own once full and pride-filled treasury had also become barren, not even a single grain of rice left. After withdrawing from the imperial palace, Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng arrived at the Chancellor's mansion. The two sat in a pavilion sipping tea in utmost comfort. "General Luo, the women of the Duke's mansion have been exiled. Do you have no other thoughts? Those women are all as beautiful as flowers, stunningly gorgeous. Do you truly wish to watch them be ravaged by others?" It was an indisputable fact that Li Rue was greedy for wealth and lust. This was also the reason he had proposed exiling the entire household of the Guardian Duke. Those madams were truly breathtaking, among the finest beauties in the entire Yan imperial city, rivaling even the imperial concubines within the palace. Now that the Guardian Duke's mansion had fallen from grace, obtaining those women would be as easy as reaching into one's pocket. Luo Zhengfeng hesitated for a moment, then laughed heartily. "A fine sword befits a hero, and a hero loves beauty. If the Chancellor harbors such intentions, I will surely help you capture them all." Through years of growth and learning, Luo Zhengfeng had grasped 8 words to forge a quick alliance with someone. One must first cater to their interests. Then one must resonate with them on certain hobbies. With resonance, they could get along better. Li Rue was avaricious and lecherous. Since he had set his sights on the women of the Duke's mansion, all Luo Zhengfeng needed to do was send men to ambush along the route, kill the dozen or so escorting constables, and seize all the women. As for the Yan family's third young master, Yan Yun, and the old steward, they were but a single knife's work. Even if Yin Nandu found out, he could not assign blame. After all, Yin Nandu also wished to eradicate the entire clan. Haha, you truly understand me, General Luo. However, how about this? Among the 7 madams of the Guardian Duke's mansion being exiled, I won't ask for many. Give me 3, and you may enjoy the other 4. You are young and vigorous with a sturdy constitution. I am old, 3 are enough for me. Li Rue said, stroking his beard. You flatter me, Chancellor. If you don't mind, just give me a young maid. I'll leave the rest to your disposal. Luo Zhengfeng had also learned to speak in officialese, never appearing greedy. He left all choices to Li Rue. As expected, joy flickered in Li Rue's eyes upon hearing this. In the end, Li Rue allowed him to choose 2 madams, thus forging an unbreakable alliance. Should any blame arise in the future, they would bear it together. Luo Zhengfeng inwardly cursed Li Rue's insatiable greed, but his lips never stopped flattering him, lest he be unknowingly betrayed. Escorted by 10 constables, Yin Yun and his group journeyed along the main road toward the barbaric wilderness. The scorching sun blazed mercilessly upon the earth. Before their departure, the air had not felt so humid, but by noon heat waves rose all around. Yet to survive, they had no choice but to endure. Yin Yun remained silent, knowing they were still too close to the Yin Imperial City to reveal his true strength. Mother, I'm thirsty. Yin Shuer trudged along with tiny feet parched and dry following the procession. Yin Shuer was the daughter of the 3rd madam and 2nd brother, Yin Lei, only 5 years old. Like her mother, she possessed captivating, soul-stirring eyes. Her exquisite, delicate face was finely chiseled. As she spoke, a hint of grievance flickered in her small eyes. Having grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth, she had never endured such suffering. This exile was undoubtedly a tremendous challenge for her. If adults could barely endure, a child's constitution was far more fragile. Hearing Yin Shuer's words, tears of heartache welled in the 3rd madam's eyes. This was only the beginning, and already they could barely bear the torment. If they continued like this, they would likely perish before reaching the barbaric wilderness. Shuer, hold on a little longer. The 3rd madam wiped away her tears, her voice choked with emotion. Once we cross the mountain ahead, there will be a small stream. The water there is very clear and cool. We can drink when we get there, all right. Like the 1st madam, the 3rd madam was gentle and virtuous. The 3rd madam had a refined, oval face, and her eyes, like her daughter's, were captivating. A single glance from an outsider could steal their soul, leaving them entranced like a living corpse. This was beyond doubt. In the past, the dim-witted Yin Yun had never been enchanted by the 3rd madam's eyes, no matter how he looked. But the Yin Yun of now was different. He knew well that the 3rd madam possessed a pair of deadly, bewitching eyes. Just a moment ago, he had inadvertently glanced at her and nearly been captivated by those stunning, alluring eyes. Fortunately, Shu Xian and Hong Tao supported him, or he might have been lost. It was truly an unintentional glance. Throughout the journey, the 3rd madam kept her head lowered, afraid to meet anyone's gaze. She feared that her beauty would invite covetousness and desire. All right. Yin Shuer was very obedient. Hearing her mother's consolation, she swallowed saliva, trying to moisten her parched throat. The 1st madam's daughter, Yin Qing'er, seemed equally thirsty. A year older than Yin Shuer, she was the elder sister. Since Yin Shuer had obediently agreed, she said nothing. As well-bred young ladies from the Guardian Duke's mansion, they had received an excellent education since childhood. Yet despite their upbringing, they were still children, their endurance no match for adults. Had anyone noticed? The 10 constables riding on horseback drank water continuously along the way. They carried their own flasks and could take a sip whenever thirsty. Each time they drank, the 2 little girls couldn't help but glance at them. The other adults were also parched and weary, having walked for 4 or 5 hours straight, their bodies exhausted. Each time they drank, the 2 little girls couldn't help but glance at them. The other adults were also parched and weary, having walked for 4 or 5 hours straight, their bodies exhausted. Never had they endured such torment. For these women accustomed to a life of ease and luxury, this was nothing short of an ordeal, a trial of life and death. The relentless walking left everyone physically and mentally exhausted. The time had reached noon. The scorching sun grew ever more unyielding. Even the trotting horses panted hot air, their coats drenched in sweat, let alone their party. They were now over 10 kilometers from the city. A lush, verdant forest appeared a kilometer away. Passing through it, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. Only by climbing this mountain path would they see a clear, cool mountain stream. This mountain stream was undoubtedly the most coveted goal in everyone's heart. Gulp, gulp. A constable unscrewed his canteen and, under the gaze of many women, took several large gulps. The cool, sweet water moistened his parched throat, and the constables couldn't help but let out a comfortable burp. The women couldn't help but swallow again. Yin Yin squinted and said nothing. They were currently on the open plains with no shade to shield them from the sun, so he did not suggest the group rest. Ahead lay a dense thicket. Once they entered it, he could propose a rest. If the constables were unwilling, he wouldn't mind using force to make his point. Of course, it was merely a show of force. He dared not eliminate these fellows. If he killed them, the hounds of the imperial court would surely suspect that someone among the women posed a grave threat, placing them in great peril. Unless he could bribe these men with violence and gold. If you want water, pick up the pace and stop dawdling. Lingering now is just wasting time. The constable captain riding a nag addressed the women behind him. Mother, my feet hurt. Yin Schwenner suddenly whispered. Tears welled in her eyes. She began to limp. It was obvious her little feet were blistered. The third madam's heart ached, and she comforted her softly. Hold on a little longer. Just hold on a little longer, and we'll be over the mountain. But my feet. Yin Schwerer, overcome with pain, stumbled and fell to the ground. The scorching ground made her wail. Her cries brought the entire procession to a halt. A constable grumbled, What's all the crying for? Can't endure a little hardship and still think you'll survive the savage wilderness. Yin Yun instinctively clenched his fist. If not for the bigger picture, he would have loved to smash this man with one punch. Lu San, shut your mouth. The constable captain barked at the man named Lu San. Lu San seemed displeased but feared the captain, so he grumbled and fell silent. Schwer, let uncle carry you. On his back. Yin Yun stepped forward, giggling foolishly, and spoke to Yin Schwer. But Yin Yun's action startled Yin Schwer, making her cry even harder. Yin Schwer and Yin Qing'er both knew they had a foolish uncle. Moreover, this foolish uncle often scared them in the past, which made the two little girls feel a lot of resistance towards Yin Yun, perhaps more fear than anything else. After all, they were still young. Yin Yun was helpless, as these were his own nieces. Stop your damn crying. If you don't stop, they'll stuff my stinking sock in your mouth. The constable named Lu San brandished his broadsword and pointed it at Yin Schwer again, shouting. Just as the captain was about to lose his temper, Yin Yun suddenly grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it at Lu San's right arm. Crack. A sound of snapping bone rang out. Lu San's right arm was shattered on the spot. Lu San let out a miserable shriek, dropping his broadsword. His robust body, struck by the force of the stone, tumbled from his horse and crashed heavily to the ground. The women were startled. One by one, they showed expressions of disbelief. The old steward was also taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Yin Schwetter stopped crying in fright. The constables stood dumbfounded. They never imagined Yin Yun would strike so suddenly. My right arm. My right arm. Damn, it'll kill you. Lu San screamed in agony, burning with rage. Yin Yun continued to giggle foolishly. Hit him. Hit him. Let's see you scare my little niece again. Scare her again, and he'll smash your dog legs, making you limp too. The constable captain's face darkened. He dismounted, walked over to Lu San, and gently touched his arm. Then, increasing pressure, he gasped in shock and said in disbelief, Your right arm. It's destroyed. Destroyed. A fool with a roadside stone just casually threw it. And it's destroyed, What the hell? Everyone present was stunned. The constables, the old steward, the several madams, the two little nieces, and the 5 maids, all wore looks of utter disbelief. Ding detected that the first madam, second madam, third madam, fourth madam, fifth madam, sixth madam, seventh madam, and the host are sisters-in-law. Successfully bound the emotion system. Ding detected that Yin Schwer and Lu Qing'er are the host's nieces. Successfully bound the emotion system. Ding detected that Shu Xian Hong Tao Lame Chiu Yu and Xia Shui are the host's maids and servants. Successfully bound the emotion system. Ding detected that Constable Captain Zheng Ba, Deputy Captain Lu Sanyo B members, Zhao Wu Sun Mao, and others have a custodial relationship with the host. Successfully bound the emotion system. A single small stone caused everyone present to successfully establish a bond with Yin Yun. Once the bond was established, it meant that the emotional fluctuations caused by Yin Yun in everyone present would bring him emotional value. Ding first madams, shock, disbelief, emotional value 2 points. Ding second madams, shock, incredulity, emotional value 2 points. Ding third madams, shock, disbelief, successive surprises, surging emotions, emotional value 4 points. Ding fourth madams, shock, disbelief, confusion, emotional value 3 points. Ding Constable Captain Zheng Bas, shock, surprise, disbelief, emotional value 3 points. Ding Deputy Captain Lu San's fury, irritation, and anger, terror, shock, and horror, hatred, emotional value 5 points. Ding Yin Schwenner's bewilderment, curiosity, confusion, surprise, emotional value 4 points. Ding Yin Qing'er's bewilderment, curiosity, emotional value 2 points. Ding made Shu Zin's shock, surprise, bewilderment, emotional value 3 points. Everyone present, including the old steward, the other madams, the maids, and the constables, all contributed emotional value to Yin Yun. Good heavens! This round had contributed a total of 69 points of emotional value to him. Seeing such a harvest of emotional value from a single round, Yin Yun's heart was brimming with ecstasy. It seemed he needed to occasionally reveal a bit of his strength to gradually stir everyone's emotions. As long as they generated emotions, he could sit back and collect the emotional value. This was simply delightful. Come on, let the storm rage even more fiercely. Upon hearing that Lu San's right arm had been crippled, the other constables were both shocked and furious, but after the fury came disbelief. This alone brought him 3 points of emotional value from all the constables. Facing the crowd's anger, Yin Yun merely chuckled, foolishly paying it no heed. This single stone was like striking the grass to startle the snake. It instilled fear in them and indirectly told them that his group was not to be trifled with. Most importantly, Yin Yun had already regarded Yin Shuer and Yin Qing'er as his precious daughters. When Lu San shouted harshly at his daughters, could Yin Yun refrain from defending their dignity? Family was his untouchable scale. Not smashing Lu San's head with the stone was already an act of mercy. Once they reached the desolate lands, if these fellows were still alive, he swore they would never return. This was one of the 2 reasons Yin Yun threw the stone. He was by no means blinded by rage. Zhao Wu, who had studied medicine, hurriedly dismounted, cut open the armor on Lu San's right arm with his blade, and after a thorough examination, said with a somber expression, "Deputy Captain Liu's right arm is indeed crippled." Lu San panicked, looking at Zhao Wu with a pleading expression, and said, "Brother Zhao, you understand medicine. Is there truly no other way to restore it?" Zhao Wu frowned and said, "There is indeed no other way. The best treatment now is to sever your right arm and then apply medicine to stop the bleeding, to prevent excessive blood loss and fainting." Upon hearing of amputation, Lu San's face turned pale. He stared fixedly at Yin Yun, wishing he could slice him into 1,000 pieces and grind his bones to dust. Clang! Zheng Ba drew his sword from its sheath, and before Lu San could speak, he swung decisively and severed Lu San's right arm. This was to save Lu San's life, who any hesitation would have cost him his life. The single sword stroke cutting off Lu San's arm caused him to scream in agony. The women nearby were shocked by Zheng Ba's ruthless decisiveness. After severing Lu San's arm, Zheng Ba wiped the blood from his blade and said coldly to Yin Yun, "Considering it was an accident, I'll spare your life. If there's a next time, it will be your arm that's severed." Zheng Ba was clearly protecting him. Yin Yun narrowed his eyes. Could this fellow have been secretly bribed by someone close to him? Indeed. As soon as Zheng Ba said this, Lu San was displeased. "Captain, he's a criminal who injured me. Are we just letting it go?" Lu San roared in pain. Zheng Ba sheathed his long sword and said with a cold gaze, "By His Majesty's decree, we are only responsible for safe escort. We have no right to kill. If you dare kill him, don't be surprised if your family's heads are hung over the city gates tomorrow." Lu San's words caught in his throat, and he fell silent, but his eyes burned with venom and hatred. He secretly vowed to find an opportunity along the way to kill Yin Yun. Ding! Lu San's fury resentment hosts emotional value 4 points. Another prompt sounded. Far from being afraid, Yin Yun just kept chuckling foolishly. The wives all looked at him with speechless expressions. Zhao Wu carried hemostatic medicine with him as a precaution. He began to treat Lu San's wound. Paying no attention, Yin Yun quietly took out 2 large red tomatoes from his storage space, and to the astonishment of the women, stuffed them into Yin Shuer's and Yin Qing'er's hands. The appearance of the tomatoes immediately drew exclamations from the women. The constables had all dismounted to check on Lu San's injury, so no one was looking their way. It was only when the exclamations came that a few constables turned their gaze. Fortunately, the wives reacted quickly, subtly shielding the 2 little girls within their circle. The constables naturally paid it no mind. In their eyes, a few women couldn't cause any trouble. But all the women present looked at Yin Yun with admiration. They didn't know how Yin Yun had magically produced 2 tomatoes, but since he could, that was good news for them. As for how he did it, they didn't press for answers, their hearts only churning with intense emotion. Shu Exile and Tao Hong were curious and tugged at Yin Yun's blue long robe. This robe was all too familiar to them. There was no place to hide tomatoes. So how had the tomatoes come about? Ding! First lattice curiosity, confusion, emotional value 2 points. Ding! Second lattice curiosity, confusion, emotional value 2 points. Ding! Shu Zin's curiosity, confusion, emotional value 2 points. Ding! Yin Qing'er's curiosity, gratitude, confusion, emotional value 3 points. Apart from Yin Qing'er and Yin Shuer, everyone else present felt only curiosity and confusion. Even the old steward was like a curious child staring at Yin Yun without pause. This wave of curiosity and confusion brought Yin Yun another 32 points of emotional value. Yin Yun was overjoyed. After receiving the 2 large red tomatoes, the 2 little girls, parched with hunger and thirst, bit into them, and with a slurping sound greedily sucked the juice. What's that sound? A constable with particularly sharp ears immediately caught the slurping noise. At these words, all the constables instinctively drew their ghost-head broadswords, suddenly on high alert, thinking bandits might be nearby. Yin Yun chuckled foolishly and said, "The little girls are thirsty. I let them suck on some saliva. What do you want to taste too?" As he spoke, Yin Yun lifted his clothes. Damn it. Faced with this fool, Yin Yun, they were at a loss for words. The wives' faces flushed slightly, but they looked at Yan Yun with newfound respect. They never expected that the usually foolish Yan Yun would think on his feet at this critical moment. Until now, they had never given Yan Yun a second glance except for the First Lady, as she was the first wife of this generation of the Yin family. The appearance of the tomatoes quickly alleviated the two little girls' hunger and thirst. The girls were well-behaved and sensible, taking a sip before handing the tomatoes to their mothers. The First Lady and the Third Lady were also parched, but they could endure it, so they didn't eat. The two little girls then offered the tomatoes to the other wives. But everyone kindly declined. Yen Shuer handed the tomato to Yan Yun, a clear sign that she had inwardly accepted this foolish uncle. Yan Yun chuckled and refused the tomato. He had plenty of space in his storage, and if it weren't for the proximity to the Yen Imperial City, he would have given one to each of them long ago. For the sake of the greater plan, he had to make everyone endure for now. The two little girls understood that everyone was doing this for their sake, so they quickly gobbled down the tomatoes with loud smacks. After consuming a single tomato, the two little girls let out a burp, their spirits visibly lifting. Under Zhao Wu's care, Lu San's severed arm wound was quickly treated. Supported by Zheng Ba and Zhao Wu, Lu San managed to remount his horse. Half an hour had passed amidst this commotion. The scorching sun above continued its relentless assault on the earth. Yen Shuer was no longer thirsty, but her feet still ached with every step. At first she could grit her teeth and bear it, but as time wore on, the pain made her grimace with each stride. Suddenly a sharp piercing pain shot through her little foot, causing her to lose her balance and stumble forward toward the ground. The third madam, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, was unable to hold her. At the critical moment, Yan Yun reached out and caught Yen Shuer's frail body, preventing her from falling. Come, let uncle carry you on his back. This time Yen Shuer did not refuse. Yan Yun gently lifted her and placed her on his back. Yen Shuer was only 5 years old, weighing at most 20 jin. To Yan Yun, carrying her on his back felt no heavier than a water flask of 2 or 3 jin. The third madam gave Yan Yun a grateful smile. It was the first time she had smiled at him. That smile, paired with her enchanting eyes, nearly made Yan Yun lose himself. Fortunately, Yen Shuer, in her delight, playfully scratched his neck like a tickle. It was her way of playing with Yan Yun. A child is, after all, a child. Sensible and obedient as she was, she remained unaware of the dire predicament they faced. Having won her favor, and with a tomato to fill her belly, she began to play happily. Yan Yun feigned foolishness, carrying the little girl on his back under the blazing sun, walking and chuckling to himself. This scene made them look less like refugees on a forced exile and more like tourists on a trip. Though everyone present was deeply fatigued, the antics of this uncle and niece brought rare smiles to their faces. This wave contributed another 28 points to Yan Yun. While everyone else gave a single point of emotion, Lu San, being exceptional, contributed 4 points on his own. Yan Yun shot Lu San a grateful, foolish grin. To Lu San, that grin seemed to mock him, implying that he himself was just as foolish. Damn it. A fool is just a fool. Seeing the beautiful women around laughing at Yan Yun's antics, Lu San felt a deep sense of irritation. After all, these women before him were each breathtakingly beautiful. It would be a lie to say he did not covet them. This plum assignment was one he had fought for, with the aim of indulging in some pleasures along the way. These were the women of the esteemed Duke Protector's manor, the foremost beauties of the Yen Imperial City. He coveted them day and night. Earlier he had strutted about and thrown his weight around, hoping to see these women humiliated. Then in their exhaustion, he planned to approach them with feigned concern. Thus he would win their favor. However, Yan Yun's interference had not only cost him an arm, but also earned him nothing but cold, contemptuous stares and disdain from the women. Lu San harbored a burning hatred, wishing he could tear Yan Yun limb from limb. But Yan Yun seemed utterly indifferent to his murderous glare. If Lu San dared to harm anyone present, Yan Yun vowed he would not merely break his legs. Mother, my feet hurt too. I want uncle to carry me. After they had walked a few hundred more meters, Yan Qing'er could no longer hold back and whispered to her mother. Her little feet were also blistered. Never having walked such a distance, the soles of her feet had developed a blood blister. If she continued walking, it would surely burst. The first madam was also drenched in sweat from exhaustion. The back of her clothes was soaked through. She had eaten a tomato earlier, but the first madam hadn't even taken a single bite. How could a delicate woman like her at a time like this be expected to carry a person weighing over 30 jin? That would be the death of her. Let me do it. I'm not tired. Let me carry her. Yan Yun had carried Yen Shuer the entire way without even a flushed face or a heavy breath. His pace remained completely unaffected. Several of the sisters-in-law looked at him with newfound respect upon hearing his words. They hadn't expected that despite being somewhat simple-minded, Yan Yun possessed the same immense strength as his 2 elder brothers. Little did they know Yan Yun now possessed the divine strength of a tyrant. Even his 2 elder brothers would be no match for him. His words immediately won Yin Qing'er's favor. He had gained another 2 points of emotion. Immediately Yin Yun scooped up Yin Qing'er in his arms. To ensure Yin Shuer wasn't uncomfortable on his back, he carried Yin Qing'er in one arm and supported Yin Shuer with the other. With both little girls in his embrace, their minds were put at ease. They continued onward, laughing and playing the whole way. Burdened with over 50 jin of weight, Yin Yun felt no fatigue whatsoever. With his tyrannical divine strength, he could lift a tripod with ease. This weight was nothing. However, the bailiffs nearby, witnessing Yin Yun's incredible power, all swallowed hard. Each secretly muttered to themselves, grateful that he was just a fool. If he were of sound mind, they would have to send an urgent dispatch of 800 li to report this to the emperor. The sisters-in-law were also dumbfounded by Yin Yun's strength. They had never been in close contact with him before and knew very little about him. Now, with Yin Yun possessing such power, they felt a greater sense of security. Compared to the shock of the sisters-in-law, Hong Tao and Shu Xian were filled with confusion. Had their young master been hiding his abilities all along? As far as they could recall, he used to complain even about carrying a pillow. Hong Tao and Shu Xian exchanged bewildered glances. The women were dripping with fragrant sweat and gasping for breath. Each step felt like it could be their last. Only Yin Yun, like a freak of nature, felt not a hint of weariness. Another round of emotion points emerged, and Yin Yun harvested another 25 points. Soon the group, utterly exhausted, entered the forest path. The women were dripping with fragrant sweat and gasping for breath. Each step felt like it could be their last. Only Yin Yun, like a freak of nature, felt not a hint of weariness. The women were dripping with fragrant sweat and gasping for breath. Each step felt like it could be their last. Only Yin Yun, like a freak of nature, felt not a hint of weariness. The women were dripping with fragrant sweat and gasping for breath. Each step felt like it could be their last. Only Yin Yun, like a freak of nature, felt not a hint of weariness. Nevertheless, to lower the guard's vigilance, Yin Yun set down Yin Shuer and Yin Qing'er. With a thud under the astonished gaze of the constables, he sprawled out on the cool grass beneath a tree by the roadside. Heh, I'm exhausted. I'm not moving. Heh, I'm exhausted. I'm not moving. Like a shameless rogue, he was the first to lie down on the ground. The constables fumed with anger at the sight. Lu San was about to berate him when a sudden sharp pain shot through his severed arm, causing him to swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The other constables frowned deeply. Riding their slow horses, they naturally felt no fatigue, nor was Yin Yun in the least bit tired. However, the several madams, the old steward, and the maidservants were utterly exhausted. They were all panting heavily, on the verge of collapsing. If they didn't rest, soon something would surely go wrong. Everyone had been persevering along the way, hoping to quickly reach the forest. Having reached the forest, they still had to press on. Wasn't that asking for their lives right now? They had never endured such hardship. Lu San remained silent, but another constable couldn't hold back, jumping out and glaring. How dare you? Get up this instant. Do you think this is a sightseeing trip? This is exile. This is atonement. Don't you dare twist things around. If you don't get up, believe me, I'll whip you to death. This fellow had a peculiar name, Niobe. Heaven knows how his father came up with it. Perhaps Niobe had been raised on tripe since childhood. Niobe was the other deputy squad leader among the constables. He had long held a grudge against Yin Yun. Moreover, when he spoke, he noticed there were no stones or similar objects near Yin Yun, so he mustered the courage to roar, trying to assert his presence in front of the women. After Niobe's outburst, Yin Yun was not angered. Instead, he flashed his signature smile. Heh, come on. Let me taste the power of your whip. Heh, I wonder if it can really kill me. Enraged, Niobe grabbed his whip, intending to ride over to Yin Yun and establish his authority as deputy leader. Zheng Ba frowned and waved his hand. We've been traveling this whole way, we're tired, and so are the horses under us. Since that's the case, let's all rest here for a while. Zheng Ba surprisingly agreed to Yin Yun's unreasonable demand. Yin Yun was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Zheng Ba to indulge him. But now it seemed Zheng Ba must have been bribed by some important figure. So who could have bribed Zheng Ba? Yin Yun instinctively glanced at his sisters-in-law, but each of them wore expressions of fatigue, and none seemed to have considered this possibility. Niobe was displeased. Captain, he's challenging our authority. If you let this slide, he'll only become more brazen, more reckless. Niobe roared in fury. Zheng Ba shot him a glance and asked calmly, Are you the captain, or am I? Would you like to take over as captain? Seemingly wary of Zheng Ba's strength, Niobe snorted softly and shut his mouth. Zheng Ba dismounted, led his horse to a large tree, and prepared to rest briefly. Many unexpected events could occur during the exile journey. This wasn't Zheng Ba's first time escorting criminals. He usually avoided direct confrontation with them. Because these men were all desperados. Sent to the frontier or barren lands, they faced certain death. If pushed too hard, they would surely fight back. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. He simply hoped to complete his mission smoothly. He couldn't concern himself with anything else. He had become captain through a combination of strength and intelligence. Zheng Ba was undoubtedly a shrewd man. Thanks to Yin Yun's roguish tactics, the madam's maidservants and the old steward all rested against the trees, enjoying a rare moment of respite. Yin Yun sat up from the grass. Yin Shuer and Yin Qing'er each went to their own mothers. The first madam approached Yin Yun and said softly, "That was hard work just now." Yin Yun grinned foolishly. "They're my little nieces. No trouble at all. No trouble." "Heh, mother, my feet hurt." Yin Qing'er sat on the ground taking off her shoes. The blood blisters on her little feet had burst, oozing blood and pus. The first madam's heart ached as she quickly went over. Yin Qing'er's tiny feet were covered in blood and pus. The little girl winced in pain, her eyes turning red. The second and fourth madams hurried over as well. The first madam's maidservant La Mei also rushed forward, seemingly looking for something to dress the wounds. But before leaving they had brought nothing with them. Rip. La Mei tore a strip of cloth from her skirt, intending to bandage Yin Qing'er's wounds. Yin Yun stepped forward, pushing aside the white cloth strip in La Mei's hand, and chuckled. "It's not disinfected." Afraid of bacterial infection. The women exchanged glances, surprised that Yin Yun knew such things. Heh, hemostatic medicine. To the women's astonishment, Yin Yun got up and walked over to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu was taken aback. He never imagined Yin Yun would have the audacity to ask him for medicine. It took him a moment to react, and then he looked towards Zheng Ba. This hemostatic medicine was meant for their own brothers. They had never intended to share it with Yin Yun and the other exiles. "You can't give it to him." Lu Sen thought of his own severed arm, which required frequent changes of medicine to prevent infection. If the hemostatic medicine was given to Yin Yun, what would he use later? The next city was at least half a month's journey away. Over those 15 days, he would need to change the medicine at least once daily. If the supply ran out and the wound festered, wouldn't his life be in danger? Zheng Bei's brow furrowed again. He was in a dilemma. On one hand, there were his fellow brothers, on the other, his duty and responsibility. After some thought, Zheng Ba nodded to Zhao Wu. "Give it to him. The child's wounds are small, it won't take much." Zhao Wu hesitated, then agreed. "Captain." Lu Sen started to speak, but was silenced by Zheng Bei's glare. Zheng Ba knew his own limits. Zhao Wu took out a small portion of the medicine and handed it to Yin Yun. Yin Yun shook his head. "One portion isn't enough. Both little girls have blistered feet. I need 2 portions. Zhao Wu frowned. "Give him 2 portions. Zheng Ba said expressionlessly. Lu San's face changed drastically. "Captain, my wound is too large. I'll need more hemostatic medicine later. 1 portion is barely enough. If we give away 2, what if we run short? And can you guarantee that none of the brothers will get injured?" At these words, all the constables turned their gaze to Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba felt immense pressure. With a cold glint in his eyes, he said flatly, "Your wound has been medicated for now, so it won't be an issue in the short term. But you still urgently need to go to the medical clinic for detailed treatment, otherwise there's still a high chance of infection. If we don't apply medicine to the 2 little girls' wounds now, it will delay our journey. If the journey is delayed and your wound isn't properly treated in time, wouldn't the consequences be even more severe? Weigh the pros and cons yourself." These words immediately silenced Lu San. The others also shifted their gaze. Indeed, although Zhao Wu had treated his wound, due to the circumstances, it was only a hasty dressing. Ultimately, he still needed to go to the medical clinic for detailed treatment. If the little girl's foot delayed the journey, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yin Yun was impressed by Zheng Ba's reverse thinking. Yin Yun threw a tantrum to rest, and Zheng Ba used the tired horses as an excuse, allowing everyone to rest without offending Yin Yun or Niobe. Yin Yun asked Zhao Wu for medicine. Lu San objected, but Zheng Ba, using Lu San's need for detailed treatment as a reason, gave Yin Yun the medicine without offending Yin Yun or disheartening Lu San. Yin Yun felt he should think more highly of Zheng Ba. His words were full of wisdom. How could such a man be reduced to a mere sheriff's captain? Truly a waste of talent. He began to regard Zheng Ba seriously and pay attention to him. He needed to gather talents and plan a grand scheme in this world. After everyone rested for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Yin Yun stood up, without waiting for the sheriffs to speak. Now everyone was parched and exhausted. The longer they rested, the worse it would be for the women. Yin Yun still dared not reveal too much of his strength. He could only secretly give food to the women while walking when the sheriffs were not paying attention. Several sheriffs had inadvertently fallen asleep, leaning against trees, dreaming of romancing goddesses over wine. Yin Yun's commotion abruptly interrupted their sweet dreams. Everyone was furious, shooting angry looks at Yin Yun. But Yin Yun ignored their stares. With one hand, he could easily defeat these fellows. If not for the one in the palace, he would have already taken down Lu San and Niobe. These 2 were deputy captains and troublemakers. Once these 2 were dealt with, no one else in the group would dare to boss him around or show off. The main group began to move forward. 5 sheriffs led the way, 5 brought up the rear. Yin Yun's group walked in the middle. The formation was somewhat stretched out. The 2 little girls had their feet medicated and bandaged. The first lady and third lady, fearing Yin Yun would tire himself, made the little girls walk on their own. Yin Yun didn't mind, but couldn't argue with them, so he agreed. After walking for less than an hour, the first lady became utterly exhausted and dazed. A steady stream of fine sweat beaded on her forehead. This was a result of severe dehydration. Fortunately, they were still on a forest path with plenty of shade. Yin Yun quietly produced a tomato and slipped it into the first lad's hand. The first lady felt the cool tomato, her beautiful eyes widening and her spirits lifting. She instinctively looked at Yin Yun. He gave a slight nod, signaling her to eat it quickly. The first lady was reluctant to eat it, knowing how important the tomato was to everyone now. Eating one meant one less. She had no idea where Yin Yun got the tomato, nor could she see how he could carry it on him. But Yin Yun had produced it, as if by magic. Little Yin Qing'er, being small, spotted the tomato immediately. She tugged at her mother's clothes, her small eyes wide, urging her mother to eat it quickly. The other women were also exhausted, and no one was looking in their direction. Yin Yun pointed at the tomato, then winked at the first lady and patted his chest, signaling that he had more and she should eat it before the sheriffs noticed. Half believing, the first lady hesitated for a moment, then lifted her sleeve, took a stealthy bite, and sucked in a bit of the cool juice. As she swallowed, the first lady felt as if she had been injected with energy. Her spirit was renewed, and she walked with vigor. Tears welled up in her eyes. In all her life, she had never suffered such hardship. The first lady quickly finished the tomato in a few bites. A system notification sounded. First lady, surprise, gratitude, emotion points 2. Another followed. Second lady, doubt, surprise, emotion points 2. Doubt and surprise from the second lady. Had she seen the first lady eating the tomato? He couldn't worry about that now. He had to give each of the sisters-in-law and the maids something to eat, or they might die from dehydration. After the first lady finished, Yin Yun produced another tomato and signaled her to give it to the other ladies. The first lady was surprised, but said nothing. She took the tomato and quietly walked to the second lattice side. Amid the second lattice astonishment, she placed the tomato into her hand. The second lady was the wife of Yin Feng, the elder brother. Her name was Luo Bingxue. She was from the Luo family, one of the 4 great financial conglomerates of the Dayan Empire, and the beloved daughter of the current Luo family patriarch. As her name suggested, ice-cold, intelligent, and frosty, she was a true high-cold beauty. The Luo patriarch had originally sought to ally with the Yin family to secure his status among the 4 conglomerates, thus marrying his precious daughter to Yin Feng. Yin Baidu had guarded the southern border for decades, keeping the empire safe thanks to the Luo family's financial backing. With their support, Yin Baidu had forged an elite force of 500 iron-blooded cavalry, the Roaring Tiger Cavalry. The Roaring Tiger Cavalry was fully equipped with War Tiger's long spears, crossbows, and shields. They could fight on foot or horseback in close combat, or at range. Each warrior was mighty and could match 10 foes. It was with this iron-shod force that Yin Baidu had made his name on the frontier, intimidating the enemy and preventing the southern Great Chu Empire from daring to invade. The commander of the Roaring Tiger Cavalry was General Lu Zhendong, known as the Evil Dragon. Now that Lu Zhendong had betrayed them, the Roaring Tiger Cavalry might become part of General Luo Zhengfeng's forces. For now, Yin Yun couldn't worry about that. He could only take things one step at a time. He would rely on his own strength to forge a new elite force even more formidable than the Roaring Tiger Cavalry. In fact, under Yin Baidu's protection, the Luo family's wealth and economy had soared, making them the leading candidate among the 4 conglomerates. News of what happened at the Duke's mansion had yet to reach the Luo family. Yin Nandu had acted first and reported later, and since the Luo family lived in the eastern region of the Dayan Empire, the message had not yet arrived. After receiving the news yesterday, Luo Bingxue had immediately sent a trusted confidant to inform her father at the Luo family to prevent any sudden upheaval due to the loss of their pillar of support. Luo Bingxue was indeed astute. With the Yin family plunged into upheaval following this calamity, her presence there had become utterly futile. Thus, she hoped her father would set an ambush along the way to rescue her. If yesterday she saw no future in the Yin household, today her resolve began to waver. Yin Yun's conduct today caught her off guard, stirring confusion. Though he seemed foolish and dim-witted in Luo Bingxue's eyes, he always displayed extraordinary acumen at pivotal moments. This was no act of a simpleton. Could it be that Yin Yun had foreseen today's upheaval and had been feigning idiocy all along? Throughout the journey, second mistress Luo Bingxue pondered this incessantly. If Yin Yun was indeed pretending, his intellect was truly terrifying. This meant the Yin family still held hope for resurgence. She had noticed the first mistress eating a tomato, but remained silent. She knew it was another tomato from Yin Yun, though how he produced it eluded her. This was why she felt surprise and confusion when the first mistress ate it. When the first mistress conjured another tomato to hand to her, Luo Bingxue was stunned. not by the tomato itself, but by how Yin Yun had produced a fourth. Indeed, Yin Shuer and Yin Qing each had won the first mistress 8-1, and now another was offered to her. That meant Yin Yun had stored 4 tomatoes on his person. 4. Luo Bingshu's heart raced with shock. She wanted to decline considering their sisterly bond, but her thirst was overwhelming and her curiosity about Yin Yun's seemingly endless supply grew. So without hesitation she accepted the tomato. As the guards were distracted, she lifted her sleeve and devoured it ravenously. Under the scorching sun and blistering heat, the guards were listless, paying no heed to the women's subtle movements. The second mistress finished the tomato quickly. It revitalized her weary body as if she had been reborn with full vigor. Ding's second mistress shock, surprise, gratitude, emotion points 3. Yin Yun unfazed produced another tomato and handed it to the first mistress. He intended for her to take the lead. As the first mistress commanded great respect among the crowd, her actions were seen as fair and just. Yin Yun wished to avoid the spotlight. He needed to keep a low profile. When the fifth plump, juicy tomato appeared, both the first and second mistresses lost their composure. If storing 4 tomatoes was excessive, 5 was even more so. Yet they could find no place on Yin Yun where he might have hidden them. The first mistress took the tomato, quickly stashing it in her sleeve without a word. The astute second mistress naturally kept quiet. She secretly observed Yin Yun, noticing he was different from before. Though he appeared foolish, his eyes gleamed with wisdom and his thoughts were meticulous. She began to see him in a new light. If Yin Yun was truly feigning idiocy, the Yin family might yet rise again. Unnoticed, the first mistress approached the third mistress, Gua Yiren, mother of Yin Shuer. Gua Yiren's father, Gua Hong, was a former 10,000-man commander under Yin Beidu. For his valor and strategic prowess, and due to a leg injury that hindered battlefield service, the emperor granted him the title of Earl and appointed him Lord of Scorching Sun City. Soon after taking office, Gua Hong married his precious daughter to Yin Lei, the second son of Yin Beidu. Gua Yiren lived up to her name, delicate, gentle, and virtuous. Her enchanting fox-like eyes were captivating and breathtakingly beautiful. She remained oblivious to the dealings of the first and second mistresses, and Yin Yun, her gaze fixed solely on her daughter, Yin Shuer. Yin Shuer's feet ached, slowing her pace. When the first mistress offered her a tomato, she froze in shock, clearly taken aback. The first mistress nudged her to accept it. She finally took it in a daze, then looked at her daughter, reluctant to eat it herself. Understanding her thoughts, the first mistress tugged her sleeve and pointed to her mouth, signaling her to eat it. Gua Yiren, slow to comprehend, looked puzzled. The first mistress sighed and whispered, "This is for you. Eat it first." "There's more?" Gua Yiren asked, bewildered. The first mistress remained silent, unsure how to answer. She hadn't even considered it until now. The question made her glance at Yin Yun. Gua Yiren didn't overthink it. Trusting the first mistress, implicitly she assumed there was a reason. She looked around, and when the guards weren't watching, she opened her cherry-like lips and took a cautious bite. Parched and weary, her lips dry, the crimson, juicy, refreshing tomato instantly soothed her, filling her with vitality. The fatigue seemed to vanish. This time, Yin Yun received no emotion points. Not from the first mistress, the second, nor the third. Yin Yun was speechless. He had expected the third mistress to be shocked. She was indeed astonished, but at the first mistress, not him. Hence no emotion points. Moreover, the third mistress was simple-minded and guileless, lacking the second mistress' sharpness. The first mistress, filled with curiosity, approached Yin Yun, tugged his sleeve, and whispered, "How many more?" "How many more what?" Yin Yun caught himself and raised his index finger. 1. The first mistress gasped softly, then relaxed. It made sense. His storage capacity was limited. 5 was already plenty. Yin Yun rolled his eyes and whispered, "It's not 1. It's this finger." "This finger?" The first mistress was still confused. This finger, meaning endless. The sharp-witted second mistress widened her eyes, doubting her own intelligence and whether her guess was correct. Yin Yun quietly gave the second madam a thumbs-up, signaling his approval of her words. The second madam instinctively raised both hands to her head. She felt as though her understanding had shattered. She began to circle Yin Yun, deeply suspecting that his words were problematic. Then a thought struck her, and she muttered inwardly, "I actually took a fool's words seriously. Am I the fool, or is he?" Yet another thought crossed her mind, and her gaze involuntarily fell upon Yin Yun's eyes. Boom. The second madam felt her mind explode. Her eyes were filled with sheer disbelief. In Yin Yun's eyes she saw wisdom, calmness, and steadiness. Nothing of the confusion, dullness, or emptiness she had expected. Her worldview was shattered. Could this fellow have truly been feigning ignorance all along? Puzzled, she glanced at Yin Yun again, only to see confusion, dullness, and emptiness return to his eyes. Now there were only 2 possibilities. First, Yin Yun was indeed pretending. Second, Yin Yun suffered from severe schizophrenia. She preferred to believe in the former. The first madam touched her head, still unable to grasp what the second madam meant by always. It wasn't until Yin Yun handed her another tomato that she began to realize something. She was not unintelligent, merely less sharp than the second madam. Ding first madam's shock, incredulity, emotional value, 2 points. Ding second madam's shock, disbelief, incredulity, astonishment, emotional value, 4 points. An additional 6 points of emotional value were gained. Next, with Yin Yun and the first madam's silent cooperation, everyone present tasted the tomatoes. Even the maids, the old steward, and the 2 young girls each enjoyed one. Some sharp-eyed individuals sensed something amiss and looked at Yin Yun with shock and disbelief. Others, slower to perceive, assumed it was food the first madam had secretly brought. With escorts nearby, the first madam couldn't explain, and they dared not ask. Thus, after everyone ate the tomatoes, Yin Yun gained 14 points of emotional value. He said nothing. The road ahead was long and time was ample. Once they traveled a third of the way from Yin Imperial City, he could ignore the imperial lackeys around him. The journey to the desolate wilderness would span no less than 1,000 kilometers. It would take at least half a year. Not even a day had passed, so they had to tread carefully. Nourished by the tomato juice, everyone's weariness seemed to vanish completely. But the first madam deliberately slowed their pace. A sudden burst of energy and refreshed expressions would surely draw the escort's attention. As expected, her slowdown made everyone instinctively match her pace. Yin Yun said nothing. He too had eaten a tomato. Now the first and second madam's worldviews were utterly shattered. Yin Yun had produced an unimaginable 20 tomatoes. What the hell? Was he even human? How had he conjured so many tomatoes? Had everything been an illusion? Had exhaustion, thirst, and hunger blurred her vision, creating hallucinations? The first madam was bewildered, feeling it all surreal, yet the reality before her was undeniable. There was nothing to doubt. Zheng Ba led 4 escorts at the front. Lu San and Niu Bi with 3 escorts brought up the rear of the group. They had been walking from the woods for 4 hours and were now climbing a hill. Yet along the way they heard no complaints or negative remarks. What was going on? In the morning the women had been grumbling non-stop, crying of thirst and fatigue. Especially the 2 young girls who had only complained of sore feet, never mentioning thirst or hunger again. Gulp, gulp. Lu San raised his canteen and took a vigorous swig. The loud gulping went unnoticed. Previously women would have turned eyes pleading as they watched the canteen with parched lips. But now, no one paid attention to his canteen or the gulping sounds. Damn it. Lu San was unsettled. Had these women lost all spirit? Were they like walking corpses? Lu San put away his canteen, poked Niu Bi with his whip, and whispered, "Captain Niu." Niu Bi trudged along drowsily on his horse, nodding absently at Lu San's words. "Captain Niu, haven't you noticed something?" Lu San said, his worldview shaken. "Huh, noticed what?" Alarmed by a potential threat, Niu Bi's spirits lifted and his hand moved to the sword at his waist. Lu San wiped his cold sweat and said, haven't you sensed that these women seem off?" "Huh, how are they off?" Niu Bi was simple-minded. His role as deputy captain was due to his burly stature and fearless bravery. All along the way these women haven't complained. Lu San exclaimed, eyes wide with confusion. "No complaints." Niu Bi was stunned, then asked, "Are you out of your mind? Do you actually want to hear them complain?" Lu San was speechless. This morning they were parched, exhausted. But now they're fine." Lu San explained in detail. "Oh." Niu Bi finally caught on and nodded. "You do have a point." He scrutinized the women, seeing them all moving slowly forward, none lagging in fatigue. "How strange." Niu Bi scratched his head and replied, "Could it be they've become numb, resigned to their miserable fate?" Lu San ignored him and suddenly shouted to the women, "I have water here. Who wants to come to the woods with me? I'll make sure you never go thirsty on this journey." The women ignored him, but Zheng Ba turned back and scolded Lu San, "What nonsense are you up to? Don't break the exile rules." Lu San said, "Captain, don't you find it strange?" "What's strange?" Zheng Ba frowned. "All along the way they haven't complained once," Lu San blurted out. At these words, all the women grew alert. The first madam furrowed her brows and shot Lu San a venomous glare. Yin Yun hung his head, remaining silent, but his mind was preoccupied with how to eliminate Lu San along the way. That fellow was far too meddlesome. He felt uneasy unless Lu San was dealt with. The other constables, upon hearing Lu San's words, also sensed that the journey had indeed been unusually calm. Could it be that some of them have secretly brought food? A constable named Ergo suddenly exclaimed with wide eyes. The moment his words fell, everyone turned their gaze toward the group of women surrounded in the center. "Captain, it's quite possible they have hidden food and water. I believe they have defied the imperial decree. This is a crime of deceiving the sovereign. We must conduct a thorough body search on each of them." Lu San, who had been seeking an excuse to take advantage, found Ergo's words making his eyes gleam like an old lecher eyeing a flock of lambs. At these words, everyone turned their gaze toward Zheng Ba, their faces revealing eager anticipation at the prospect of a body search. This body search was indeed a delightful task. All awaited Zheng Bas' decision with hopeful expressions. Zheng Bas' brow furrowed once more. Defying the imperial decree. The crime of deceiving the sovereign. This was indeed a formidable accusation to overcome. If he refused the body search, it would be tantamount to defying the decree, thus committing the crime of deceiving the sovereign. Should word reach the emperor, he would face the brutal consequence of exterminating his entire clan. If he agreed, he would inevitably offend Yin Yun and all the women present. He wished neither to offend these exiles nor to jeopardize his mission of delivering them safely. The first madam tried to speak, but Yin Yun reached out and grasped her wrist. Yin Yun said nothing. He wanted to see how Zheng Ba would handle the situation. If a body search were truly enforced, he would not hesitate to make an example of someone. A fierce killing intent blazed in his eyes. Eliminating Lu San would be a trivial matter for him. With this commotion, the entire procession came to a halt. They had now passed through the woods and begun the ascent into the mountains. It was past 5 in the afternoon, leaving only 2 hours until nightfall. Zheng Ba truly did not wish to waste time here. On the mountain at night, wild beasts roamed and dangers lurked at every turn. One misstep could spell disaster for someone. Yet faced with Lu San's unreasonable provocations, Zheng Ba had no choice but to steel himself and deal with the matter at hand. Lu San. After a moment of thought, Zheng Ba devised a solution. You claim they have hidden food and water. Do you have any evidence? Or perhaps did you see them drinking from a flask or pulling out food to eat? Lu San's words faltered and he stammered, unable to produce a coherent answer. Zheng Ba then turned his gaze to Niu Bi and the other constables. Did any of you see them secretly drinking or eating? The men exchanged glances, but none spoke. Speak freely. His Majesty has decreed that no exile may bring their own food or water. If discovered, the punishment is death without pardon. But if you witnessed it and chose to conceal it, that too is considered the crime of deceiving the sovereign. In other words, even if you point it out now, you are equally guilty of that crime. Because you failed to expose them at the moment they secretly drank or ate. So, do you understand what I am saying? Zheng Bas' mind was exceptionally sharp. His meaning was crystal clear regardless of whether they confessed. Now, they had already committed the crime of deceiving the sovereign. At these words, everyone fell silent. Deputy Captain Lu, did you witness anything with your own eyes? Zheng Ba asked with narrowed eyes. Lu San's face darkened. He tried to argue, saying, I saw nothing, but their behavior is suspicious, and they are but convicts. Why must you make things difficult for me? Zheng Ba smiled faintly. I'm not making things difficult for you. In all my years escorting exiles, I have always acted impartially, never wronged anyone, and never broken any law. Now you merely suspect them and wish to brand them with the crime of deceiving the sovereign. If you were in their shoes, how would you handle it? Lu San was at a loss for words. With a snort, he said, what if I insist on a body search? Zheng Ba replied helplessly, you are a supervisor and an enforcer of the law. Of course you have the right to conduct a search, but do not forget how your right arm was crippled. With that, he ignored Lu San and urged his horse forward. Lu San's expression shifted. He instinctively glanced at Yin Yun among the crowd, only to see Yin Yun staring back at him with a look of utter foolishness. Lu San was furious, clenching his fists involuntarily. Time is running short. We must cross this mountain before dark, or the beasts within will not be merciful, Zheng Ba said calmly. The procession began to move again. Yin Yun was once again impressed by Zheng Bas' intellect. This was truly a man of great wisdom. For such a man to be merely a captain escorting exiles, what a waste of talent. With Zheng Bas' acumen, he could easily serve as a minister or a city lord in the court. A talent buried. Yin Yun sighed softly, offering no further comment. He had set his sights on this man. If Zheng Ba could be made to serve him, Yin Yun would nurture him while teaching him the Giguzi's art of war and Sun Tzu's art of war from his past life. If Zheng Ba could not be won over, then Yin Yun would not hesitate to kill him to eliminate a future threat. Use those who can be used and eliminate those who cannot. It was that simple. It would be a pity to kill such a talent. Yin Yun's philosophy was straightforward. He would become a cunning hero in this world. He would inherit the legacy of the warlord Cao Cao, embracing his creed, I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. The mountain path was rugged and winding. The constables mounted on horses traveled with ease. But Yin Yun and the others had no horses and had to walk. Walking on flat ground was already taxing, let alone on a mountain trail. Though the single tomato had slightly alleviated their hunger, the mountain trek was exhausting. Fortunately, after this stretch of walking, the sweet spring was not far off. Everyone mustered their spirits, eager to drink their fill of the cool, sweet, and refreshing spring water. The sun was setting. A streak of sunset glow appeared on the horizon. Night was about to fall. Zheng Ba felt immense pressure. He knew they would not be able to cross the mountain tonight. His mind began to search for a place to camp for the night. This mountain was called Yanhuang Mountain, named by the first emperor of the Great Yan Empire. Yanhuang Mountain, adjacent to the Imperial City, was the sole dragon vein of the Great Yan Empire, which was why the capital was built in its vicinity. The Yanhuang Mountains stretched for thousands of li, standing as one of the greatest mountain ranges within the Great Yan Empire. Ferocious beasts roamed the mountains year-round, making it a place few dared to tread after nightfall. Only a large troop of soldiers could traverse without fear of beast attacks. Zheng Ba had believed they would cross the Yanhuang Mountains smoothly today, but Lu San's doubts had delayed their journey, and he had underestimated the women's stamina and pace. Thus the group found themselves forced to linger within the mountains. Crossing the Yanhuang Mountains typically required at least 3 hours. The urgent gurgling of flowing water reached their ears from ahead. Joy lit up their faces. This clearly signaled a mountain spring nearby. The weary women felt their spirits revive, and they instinctively quickened their steps. Throughout the journey, Yan Yun had taken turns carrying Yan Shuer and Yan Qing'er in his arms. Walking mountain paths was a tremendous challenge for the two little girls. Fortunately, they were blessed with a robust and towering third uncle who served as their free labor. Yet this journey also drew them closer to their third uncle. Before this, their father had been stationed at the frontier, rarely returning to offer them paternal love. Before they could fully experience a father's affection, their own father was beheaded as a public example. Now, under their third uncle's care, they realized that paternal love was this warm, this comforting, this safe. At last, the group laid eyes on the long-awaited mountain spring. The final glow of sunset faded from the horizon, and a round moon quietly hung in the sky. Through the crystal-clear water, they saw the crescent moon's reflection and their own travel-worn, somewhat disheveled faces. The first madam, utterly exhausted, lay by the spring, gulping down water greedily. The other madams and maidservants also opened their mouths, drinking ravenously. They had shed their former airs of lofty noblewomen amidst the torment of life and death. They simply yearned to survive. All seemed eager to replenish the water they had lacked today. The constables, too, retrieved their nearly empty flasks and began to refill them. Yan Yun silently produced water jars for storage, filling each with the cool, sweet spring water. Some jars were made of gold, some of silver, some of bronze, and others of clay, fired from their own home. Undoubtedly, the gold, silver, and bronze jars were all treasures looted from the National Treasury and the Prime Minister's mansion. He had forgotten to store water before their exile. Moreover, the urgency of the situation had left no time. Now, seeing the water source, he naturally filled every large and small jar to prepare for unforeseen needs. On the road of exile, anything could happen. He must plan ahead to adapt to any changes. After everyone had drunk, Zheng Ba led his horse and said, "Once night falls, the waterside is the most dangerous area. We must now seize the high ground on the hill ahead to guard against sudden beast attacks." No one objected. Several constables immediately mounted their horses. Speed up. Speed up. Yan Yun, like a simpleton, waved his right arm, urging everyone to quicken their pace. His intellect seemed flawed and his appearance was both gullible and foolish, yet the first, second, and third madams did not regard him as a fool. "Little uncle is right. We must not waste time. Let's hurry up to fend off any sudden beast attacks." Refreshed by the spring water, the first madam regained much of her energy. Though uncertain of what lay ahead, they saw hope in Yan Yun. The mere endless supply of tomatoes proved that their little uncle was far from simple. Perhaps they might even reach the barbaric land smoothly. The other madams heeded the first madam's words. They had received tomatoes from the first madam without ever asking their source, but as long as there was food, they cared not where it came from. The hill was not far from them. They reached it in less than half an incense stick's time. From this vantage, the surrounding vegetation was sparse and moonlight poured in directly. After a day's walk, despite the spring water's relief, they were utterly exhausted. Zheng Ba ordered 10 constables to take turns standing guard in pairs. Yan Yun's group sat down around a large tree. The first madam suggested that Yan Yun and the two little nieces rest in the center while they formed layers of protection around them. Yan Yun immediately refused, chuckling foolishly. "I'm a man. I must protect my sisters-in-law." With a silly grin, he sprawled out on the periphery. The old steward said with concern, "Young Master Yun, you must not. If anything happens to you, how can we answer to the deceased master and mistress? Be obedient, sleep inside. Let this old servant guard your safety." "Yes, third young master. The steward means well for you. You are now the pillar of us all. If you meet with any mishap, what use is it for us to go to that barbaric land?" Shu Xian sobbed, pleading for Yan Yun to lie down inside. "There's no need for such fuss. I'm tired. He'll sleep first." With that, he closed his eyes, and soon his snores rumbled like thunder. Zheng Ba watched helpless. Lu San grumbled discontentedly, "Keep it down, or you'll attract beasts." Yan Yun muttered, "If beasts come, they'll eat you first." "You? Lu Xun was furious, but dared not confront Yin Yun. In the faint moonlight, he clearly saw Yin Yun gripping two palm-sized stones in his hands. Either stone, if it struck his head, would send him packing instantly. Lu Xun was both angry and frustrated, utterly powerless against this fool. Zheng Ba took out a fire striker and lit 3 or 4 fires on the periphery to scare off beasts and keep them at bay. Once the fires were set, the constables took out their dried provisions and began to eat. At the sight of the dry rations, the women felt their taste buds stir, and a powerful hunger instantly spread through their bodies. Under the gnawing hunger, they realized the spring water could no longer satisfy them. Yin Yun did not rush to produce food. The constables were still awake. If he ate now and was discovered, trouble would follow. In the pitch-black night, the roars of beasts rose and fell intermittently. During the first half of the night, stars dotted the sky, and the moon shone brightly. In the latter half, the stars suddenly vanished. The moonlight grew hazy, as if something obscured the sky until it disappeared entirely. The night turned utterly dark, and the entire mountain range was cloaked in blackness. The roars continued without cease. Occasional cries of anguish rang out. Fear gripped the women, who dared not sleep during the first half of the night, only drifting into restless slumber in the latter part. Yin Yun had nothing to fear. He knew the first half of the night would be perfectly safe, so he lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Not until shortly after 3 in the morning was he jolted awake by 2 blood-curdling shrieks from ferocious beasts. The shrieks erupted from a violent territorial dispute between 2 massive predators. The chilling cries roused everyone present, several elder sisters-in-law and imperial constables alike. Upon waking, the constables saw no immediate danger and grumbled irritably before collapsing back onto the ground to sleep again. 2 ordinary constables were currently on night watch. Dazed and drowsy, those 2 men were now overcome with deep fatigue. After yawning repeatedly, they leaned sideways against a tree, clutching their demon-headed broadswords as they prepared for a brief nap. Yin Yun noticed the constables had all fallen asleep, so he gently shook the eldest madam beside him. She slept lightly. This entire night, she had scarcely rested at all. She awoke after only 2 gentle shakes. Assuming imminent danger, she instinctively widened her beautiful eyes and heightened her vigilance. Yin Yun remained silent, instead producing a steamed white flour bun and a tomato, silently gesturing for her to eat. At the sight of these items, the eldest madam gasped in utter astonishment. Her gaze once again flooded with incredulity. While a single tomato might still fall within the realm of plausibility, a steamed white flour bun paired with a tomato defied all reason. Moreover, Yin Yun had already produced 20 tomatoes earlier that day, yet he still carried reserves. Heaven above. The eldest madam's mouth fell open in stunned silence. Where on earth could he possibly be storing them? She nearly yearned to strip Yin Yun bare, to search his very clothing inside and out, to uncover how her young uncle concealed such an abundance of provisions. Shoo! Yin Yun softly hushed her, signaling her to descend quietly. Thighs, have you eaten it? Her voice trembled, betraying profound shock she could no longer suppress. She did not rush to eat, but first turned to Yin Yun with urgent inquiry, and that single soft shoo from him sent turbulent waves surging through her heart. By the flickering light of the nearby fire, she saw clarity in his eyes. No dullness, no confusion, no hollow emptiness, nor did he emit that foolish vacant chuckle. The aura of idiocy surrounding him had vanished as if erased in an instant. Though she had long suspected he might be feigning madness now, she was certain Yin Yun was no fool. He had been pretending all along. Her eyes blazed with ecstatic triumph. So long as Yin Yun remained sound of mind and body, the Hogwa Marquise still held hope of resurgence. Furthermore, reflecting upon today's events, she realized Yin Yun surpassed both his elder brothers in intelligence and acuity, possessing keen insight into shifting circumstances. Tears of overwhelming emotion welled in her eyes, and her delicate frame trembled uncontrollably with fervent joy. She longed to weep aloud, but restrained herself. I've eaten, now hurry and eat yours. Surely he wouldn't starve himself. Then, having eaten these, are there more? Should I distribute them among the others first? As the eldest sister, her thoughts naturally turned first to the welfare of her kin. Yin Yun extended his signature finger, the index finger. Always available, she stammered, her inner world reeling with disbelief. A faint knowing smile touched Yin Yun's lips as he nodded. Boom! It felt as though lightning had struck her skull. Her exquisite eyes widened to the size of bronze bells. Go ahead, eat up. Everyone will have their share, Yin Yun affirmed with quiet certainty. With that reassurance, the heavy weight suspended in her heart finally settled. Indeed, she was famished, so ravenous her ribs pressed against her spine. Once within the manor, she could fast for a full day and night without feeling true hunger. But now, after merely one day without food, exhaustion weighed heavily upon her limbs. Without further hesitation, she devoured the steamed white flour bun and tomato in 3 swift, decisive bites. In the past, eating buns always required accompaniments, slices of meat, leafy greens, or at the very least pickled vegetables. Now even a plain bun tasted rich and sweet, let alone one paired with a ripe, juicy tomato. Tomato with steamed bun, a culinary revelation unmatched. Watching the eldest madam finish her meal, Yin exhaled in quiet relief. Her hunger had been assuaged at last. Now he resolved to do everything within his power to ensure every soul present ate their fill and drank their fill, thereby sparing them the torment of exile's deprivation. Ding! The eldest madam's emotional surge, shock, elation, gratitude, disbelief, awe, and stupefaction, yields 6 emotional resonance points. Yin grinned broadly and produced another large round tomato and a steamed white flour bun. While the constables rest, go quietly, distribute food to everyone. But under no circumstances reveal my identity, lest the constables grow suspicious. My true identity must remain concealed. And remember, from this moment onward, as long as I am here, none of you shall suffer hunger. We are still too close to Yanhuang City to draw attention. Let us endure just a few more days' journey. Once farther away, we may move with greater freedom and confidence. Yin thus offered the eldest madam a measure of calm assurance. Then these provisions. She began hesitantly. Yin anticipated her question and replied, do not inquire further. Consider them divine blessings bestowed upon the Yin family by heaven itself. This, realizing Yin either could not, or would not, explain, she simply nodded. Very well. If the others ask, I'll say unseen benefactors aid us in secret. Yin nodded approvingly. That explanation is sound. With another soft shoo, he swept his hand, and beside her appeared a wicker basket brimming with 14 steamed white flour buns and 14 large round crimson lustrous tomatoes. The eldest madam shuddered involuntarily, her expression alight with wonder. Not only had Yin conjured food, he had even summoned the basket itself. Was this the art of celestial immortals? Ding! The eldest madam's emotional surge, shock, awe, disbelief, and stupefaction, yields 4 emotional resonance points. The rest is entrusted to you. Proceed with utmost caution and do not disturb the constables. Yin murmured. Understood. She clenched her fists, steeling herself to remain composed. First, the eldest madam roused the second madam, then withdrew a tomato and a steamed bun from the basket and handed them over. At the sight, the second madam's icy gaze flared anew with astonishment. Her eyes darted toward Yin, silently asking the eldest madam, is this yet another gift from him? But Yin had already sprawled flat on the ground, arms and legs splayed wide. The eldest madam gave a slight nod. The second madam, sharp-witted and perceptive, had long sensed Yun's extraordinary nature, so concealment was no longer necessary. Are there more? The second madam asked. The eldest madam tilted her head slightly toward the side. By the dim firelight, the second madam beheld to her utter amazement a wicker basket beside them, overflowing with over a dozen tomatoes and steamed white flour buns. Heaven above! So much! And there's even a basket. The second madam's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. The first madam reminded, let's eat quickly while it's still dark. The second madam nodded anxiously like a chick pecking at rice. She was utterly impressed by Yun's capabilities. It was already surprising to have so many tomatoes yesterday, but to have even more today with steamed buns appearing as well. This was like a savior arriving. The second madam seemed to want to know more, but due to the circumstances she refrained from asking further and carefully finished her steamed bun and tomatoes. She truly hadn't expected this. She thought that after finishing the tomatoes she would have to face other hardships. After she finished eating at the first madam's signal, she lay down. Ding's second madam, shocked, moved, incredulous, unfathomable, hard to believe, emotional value 5 points. The first madam then found the third madam. After all the twists and turns, it took nearly an hour and a half, allowing everyone to eat white steamed buns. Even the maid, the old steward, and the 2 young girls had tomatoes and white steamed buns. Without a doubt, everyone was astonished. When someone inquired, the first madam vaguely explained that someone was secretly sponsoring them. Without asking, she kept her remarks to a minimum. It was already 4 in the morning. Everyone finished eating one by one and then lay down to continue their sleep. Yun waved his hand, and under the astonished gazes of the first and second madam, he put away the basket. Upon witnessing this scene, the first and second madam instinctively thought of Yun's finger. One finger represented abundance. The 2 exchanged glances, seemingly realizing something but unsure of its truth. They simply nodded and pretended to understand as they lay down to sleep. Roar! Just as they lay down, a beast's roar suddenly came from the woods, approaching from afar. The first madam was startled awake, her eyes wide open as she looked in the direction of the sound. She was astonished to find a massive figure slowly approaching from the eastern area, where the others were illuminated by the faint light. The 2 patrolling guards were sound asleep, completely unaware that a beast was drawing nearer to them. The second madam also got up. She grabbed the first madam's arm tightly, her expression showing signs of anxiety. Whoosh! Yin Yun suddenly got up as well. He hadn't been in deep sleep and sensed the danger approaching, likely aided by the emotional system. But he didn't want to reveal his strength, so he shouted to the guards, "A ferocious beast is approaching." The loud shout instantly woke the guards on night duty and the others, including their sisters-in-law and maids, awakened from their slumber. Everyone widened their eyes instinctively, quickly scanning their surroundings for the gradually emerging beast. However, in their haste, they failed to notice the beast approaching, and with the moonlight overhead gone, they could only rely on the faint firelight to see clearly. To the east. Yin Yun, chuckling, reminded the guards. Zheng Ba immediately tightened his grip on his long sword and turned his gaze towards the eastern woods. Indeed, a massive ferocious beast was approaching just 10 meters away from the group. When it noticed everyone staring at it, the beast instinctively halted its advance. It was an adult white tiger with striking eyes. Its enormous size indicated to Zheng Ba and the others that this creature was not as simple as it seemed. The white tiger let out a low growl, its front paws uneasily scratching at the ground. Yin Yun, aware of the beast's nature, understood that it wasn't afraid, but rather preparing to attack. He wasn't sure if Zheng Ba and the others could stop it, but with his overwhelming strength, he could easily take down this beast. However, he didn't want to act openly just yet and planned to strike in the shadows if necessary. Acting openly now would surely expose his power. Whoosh! The white tiger launched its attack. Its massive body leapt into the air as if blocking out the sun, pouncing towards the nearest ergo. My God! It's so big! Ergo was stunned by the sheer size of the white tiger. He had never been to battle or fought such a large beast, and he had no combat experience whatsoever. Usually he could just show off, but on the battlefield he would wet his pants. Get out of the way! Niobe shouted loudly. As the deputy captain of the guards, he couldn't just stand by and watch his team member be slaughtered by the beast, so with a clang, he drew his sharp long sword. As the white tiger lunged at Ergo, he pushed Ergo aside. Beast, die for me! Niobe roared, thrusting his sword fiercely at the tiger's abdomen. Niobe was undoubtedly a brave man. His position as deputy captain attested to his combat skills and courage. The white tiger, however, showed disdain in its eyes. It was a battle-hardened creature, having killed dozens of humans in its lifetime. Having grown this large, it had predominantly feasted on human flesh. The taste of human meat made it hunt whenever it sensed a human presence. This time was no exception. Clang! Facing the incoming sword, the white tiger swiped its paw in midair, using its sharp claws to knock the iron sword away. The powerful impact created bright sparks as the iron sword and claws collided. Niobe's strength was insufficient, causing his sword to slip from his hand and embed itself into a nearby tree. With his weapon gone, Niobe's expression changed drastically. Furthermore, his right arm, which had held the sword, was becoming numb from the force of the white tiger's strike. Despair filled his eyes. He seemed to see mockery and disdain reflected in the tiger's gaze. Roar! The white tiger suddenly opened its massive jaws, revealing its sharp fangs and emitting a foul stench. Niobe nearly choked on the foul smell, but he was more terrified of the gaping maw. That mouth was large enough to devour his head. Beast, seeking death. At that critical moment, Zheng Ba charged forward. He quickened his pace, and with the inertia of his body, he became like a human cannonball, crashing into the side of the white tiger just as its massive mouth was about to swallow Niobe's head. At this moment, he could have easily pierced the white tiger's neck with his sword, but if he did, the tiger would surely swallow Niobe's head. His eyes widened as he gasped for air. Moments ago, he had been on the brink of death, convinced that his end had come, yet the captain, disregarding his own safety, had pulled him back from the jaws of hell. The white-eyed tiger was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a furious snarl. Zheng Ba, propelled by the collision, landed steadily on his feet. His skill was undoubtedly the most exceptional among the group. With extensive combat experience and a sharp mind, it was no wonder he had returned unscathed from so many escort missions for exiles. Unfortunately, lacking a powerful background or a mentor to recognize his wisdom and combat prowess, he remained confined to the lowly position of a constable captain. That one swift rescue move alone filled Yin Yun with admiration for his combat ability. Such a man must be won over and kept for his own future use. The white-eyed tiger ignored Niobe, deeming him unworthy as an opponent. With ample strength remaining, it believed that once Zheng Ba was eliminated, the other humans would be easy prey. This was undoubtedly a semi-ferocious beast. With a low growl, it lunged at Zheng Ba. Like lightning, its sharp claws fully extended like blades, aiming to tear open his chest. Zheng Ba shouted, swinging his longsword at the tiger. The beast swatted the sword aside with a single paw, then opened its massive jaws, charging at him with a furious roar. Realizing the creature's ferocity, Zheng Ba dodged swiftly. The white-eyed tiger pursued relentlessly, determined to kill. Knowing he could not confront it, Zheng Ba quickly circled behind, grabbed its tail, and with a sudden leap vaulted onto its back. The tiger erupted in rage, thrashing violently to throw him off. Zheng Ba clamped his legs tight around its back, gripping its white fur, struggling to stay mounted amid the fierce shaking. 80. Zheng Ba swung his fist, hammering down on the tiger's head with relentless blows. Each punch landed solidly. After 4 consecutive strikes, the tiger's fury exploded. It suddenly charged toward a large tree, veering at the last moment, so that Zheng Ba's right leg slammed into the trunk. Zheng Ba had no time to dodge and hastily leaped off. As he hit the ground, the tiger spun around and pounced on him with a thunderous roar. Startled, Zheng Ba rolled on the ground, but the beast's sharp claws still tore 3 bloody gashes across his back. His shirt was shredded. Crimson blood instantly seeped from the wounds. Yan Yun's expression changed. He sprang to his feet. He would not stand by and watch Zheng Ba be killed. If Zheng Ba died, the loss would be devastating. Not only would their days be grim, but he would also miss out on a valuable lieutenant. The other constables were already petrified. They dared not confront the beast directly. Even if they had the courage, facing the white-eyed tiger would be like throwing meat to a tiger, never to return. A blade. At the critical moment, a petite woman rushed out from the crowd. With light, agile movements, she snatched a broadsword from a constable, leaped gracefully, and slashed it across the tiger's neck. The tiger's attention was fixed on Zheng Ba. It never expected an attack from the side. In its eyes, these humans were fish on a chopping board, and anyone who dared approach would be swiftly dealt with. It never imagined that someone would actually charge in and land a blow on its neck. The strike carved a massive gash into the tiger's throat. Instantly, crimson blood spurted from the wound like a fountain. Though the blow injured the tiger, it did not sever the artery, not fatal enough. Thus, the tiger roared in fury, spun around, and lunged at the woman. She paled and dodged quickly. Die. Just as the tiger charged at the woman, Zheng Ba rose from the side, dashed beneath the beast, and as it pounced, he gripped his long sword and executed a deadly sliding thrust. A woo! The sharp blade sliced open the tiger's soft belly, creating a huge gash. Its internal organs spilled out, covering Zheng Ba in gore. Overwhelmed by agony, the tiger let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground in despair. Its limbs twitched, its head drooped, and it breathed its last. Zheng Ba climbed out from the pile of entrails drenched in blood and filth, reeking of the foul contents of the beast's intestines. He nearly vomited his own insides. Looking up, he saw the woman with the broadsword standing before the tiger's head. Her face was cold and impassive, seemingly unruffled, but inside, she was a bundle of nerves. The hands gripping the blade trembled slightly. One would hardly notice unless looking closely. This woman was none other than the 6th Madam, the 4th wife of Yan Yun's elder brother Yan Feng, Lung Shiji. Lung Shiji hailed from the Lung family, one of the 3 great martial arts clans of the great Yan Empire. Both Yan Feng and Yan Lei had trained under the Lung family. The head of the Lung family shared a deep friendship with Yan Bei, having grown up together. In his youth, Yan Bei trained with the Lung patriarch as his sparring partner, while Lung Zixi's grandfather had been Yan Bai's martial arts mentor. Lung Shiji and Yan Feng were a perfect match, and through the auspices of both families they became in-laws. She was undoubtedly the only one among the wives with profound martial skills. Agile and swift, skilled in archery and horsemanship, she preferred armor to rouge, a true heroine. She wielded all 18 weapons with great proficiency, and her archery was exceptional. This was not her first time in battle, but it was certainly her first encounter with a large wild beast. Thank you. Thank you for your help. Zheng Ba, forgetting to wipe off the filth, clasped his hands and bowed to the woman with deep gratitude. In that critical moment, if not for Lung Zixi's intervention, Zheng Ba would have surely died under the tiger's claws. All the constables were frozen in fear, but she alone rushed forward to save his life. Zheng Ba felt immense gratitude toward Lung Shiji. Without a word, she threw down the broadsword, and under everyone's gaze returned to the group of women. The nearby constables were stunned by Lung Zixi's composure and calmness. They had no courage to battle the white-eyed tiger. That was not fighting the tiger, but courting death. We can't stay here long. Everyone pack up and move quickly. Hiss. As he spoke, Zheng Ba took a deep breath, the claw marks on his back stinging fiercely, causing him to leave his words unfinished. Move, move. Yan Yun stood up and whispered to the crowd. Everyone get up. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd wives responded to Yan Yun's call and rose first. The 6th wife seemed somewhat weary, and the 2nd and 7th wives quickly helped her up. The battle just now had been over in a flash. Though it seemed they had slain the white-eyed tiger with a single sword stroke, the combat had been perilous, far from as simple as imagined. Captain, your wound needs treatment. Zhao Wu stood up. It's nothing. I'll wash it at the stream first. Afterward, I'll apply medicine. Follow behind. Though we've killed the white-eyed tiger, we can't be sure there aren't other large beasts, so everyone must be cautious. Zheng Ba instructed. All right, Niobe quickly responded. Zheng Ba rode his nag toward the stream, seeking to wash off the filth and bloodstains. It was now 4:30 in the morning, and the sky was beginning to lighten with a pale belly. Dawn was not far off. The first half of the night had been quiet, but the latter half had brought this massive creature. Fearing Zheng Ba might meet with mishap, Zhao Wu rode his nag and followed behind. Under the watch of Niobe and the other constables, the group began to descend. Yan Yun glanced at the tiger carcass behind him as if wanting to take it, but the constables were too close, leaving him no opportunity. This was a majestic, fully grown male tiger. Its testicles and tiger penis must be highly nourishing. If he could consume them, their potency would surely far exceed any sheep or donkey penis had eaten in reality. Yan Yun deliberately slowed his pace. A constable urged him to hurry, but Yan Yun ignored him. When they were about 10 meters from the white-eyed tiger, and all eyes were fixed ahead, he tried to manipulate the storage space with his mind. Whoosh! A sound flashed through his mind. Yan Yun looked back and saw that the white-eyed tiger's body had vanished from its spot. He quickly cast his consciousness into the storage space and saw the tiger's carcass lying there. 2 words appeared above it: decompose. Did the storage space have a decomposition function? Yan Yun was surprised and tapped the word decompose. In an instant, under the system's operation, the entire tiger carcass was swiftly divided into hundreds of pieces by an invisible blade. The tiger head, tail, legs, hide, kidneys, tenderloin, shoulder, meat, rump, ribs. All were neatly separated. The meat weighed 300 to 400 caddies. Inside, Yan Yun also spotted a tiger penis. This one was thicker and longer than the one eunuch Lu and the imperial chef had bought for the emperor. This was clearly a white-eyed tiger king. After withdrawing from the storage space, Yan Yun let out a long sigh. It seemed he could treat everyone to a hot pot of tiger meat when he had time. Before his transmigration, he had only seen tiger runs and never tasted tiger meat. Now the system shop sold vegetables, meat, and even pots and pans. As long as he reached a safe area, he could have hot pot every day and barbecue every meal. Thinking of such a blissful future filled Yan Yun's heart with anticipation. Mother, aren't we taking that meat? Yan Shuer tugged at the third wife's hand, her voice childish. The third wife shook her head helplessly. We have no place to store it, and the scent of blood will attract other large beasts. Oh. Yan Shuer said no more, but her lips kept moving, clearly craving the meat. The other constables also had thoughts of the tiger meat, but given the circumstances, they had to let it go. Before the group reached the stream, Zheng Ba had already finished washing, and Zhao Wu had applied medicine to his wound. The sixth wife, Leng Shiji, also had blood splattered on her. But without a change of clothes, she could only go to the stream and wash her face. Fortunately, she had eaten the tomatoes and steamed bun last night, otherwise she would not have had the strength to hunt the tiger. Even so, the constables still noticed nothing unusual. After all, to them, the women had not eaten for a day, subsisting only on water. How could they have fought the tiger? After Zheng Ba's wound was treated, the sky was fully bright. They drank some spring water and set off on their journey. A constable returned from relieving himself, his eyes wide, and said to Zheng Ba, Captain, the white-eyed tiger's body has disappeared. What? The boat is gone. Zheng Ba was astonished. He had planned to cut some tiger meat from the carcass to carry for food once his wound was treated. But the entire body had vanished. This was truly eerie. Could another large beast have come? Niobe asked, eyes wide. At these words, everyone was chilled to the bone. This was no joke. They had just survived a beast attack. If another one occurred, they might not escape with just a scrape. Zheng Ba was now utterly exhausted with a back injury unfit for intense combat. Fortunately, they encountered no more large beasts. Yan Yun naturally knew where the white-eyed tiger's body had gone, but he certainly wouldn't reveal it. The others felt regret. Zheng Ba said nothing more and quickly urged everyone to leave. By the time they descended Mount Yinhuang, it was 8:30 in the morning. Ahead lay a flat road again. Under the constable's guidance, the group moved slowly forward. Nothing major happened that day. Along the way, Zhao Wu changed the dressings for Zheng Ba and Lu San. At Yan Yun's insistence, Zhao Wu also changed the dressings for the 2 little girls' blisters. Zheng Ba said nothing. Lu San was greatly displeased, but held back, wary of Yan Yun and the sixth wife. Her earlier actions at dawn had clearly intimidated them. But compared to the sixth wife, they feared Yan Yun more. Yan Yun was a fool, mentally unstable. If you offended him, he would use a rock to break your arm. Everyone had learned their lesson. They simply rode their nags and walked slowly under the scorching sun. Because Lu San's back was injured, prone to wound rupture from jostling, they had many rest stops along the way. Fortunately, there were no mountain paths along this route, and the terrain was relatively flat. Villages could be seen along the way. Both sides of the road were covered with crops. The fields were filled with golden wheat, and the day of harvest was not far off. Farmers were busy in the fields with hoes and shovels. Seeing the group pass by, many pointed and whispered by the roadside. It was clear that the downfall of the Yin family had already reached many ears. Along the way, many merchants could be seen. Most of them rode on jaded horses or traveled in carriages, their goods loaded onto wagons. Some transported crude salt, others cloth, iron, ore, or timber. Yen Yun and his group undoubtedly became the center of attention, a topic of conversation for these people. Some might have believed the Duke Protector was innocent, while others thought he had committed treason and rebellion. Some sighed in regret. Some sneered and mocked, while others cursed loudly. All who passed by pointed fingers. There were also many who whispered about the beauty of the several madams. That day passed without incident. As night fell, stars dotted the sky. Under Zheng Ba's arrangement, everyone rested for the night in a dilapidated temple. That evening, Yin Yun once again produced steamed buns and tomatoes, letting everyone have a meager meal. Though it was no feast, they looked forward to the white buns and tomatoes. Times were different now. There was nothing to be picky about. Filling their stomachs was all that mattered. That night, they slept soundly, undisturbed by people or wild beasts. It was the third day of exile. Lu San's wound had not become infected and was beginning to scab over. This was good news for him. Zheng Bai's wound had not yet scabbed, but at least it had not split open and was slowly healing. At his urging, everyone set out on the road again. Ergo looked at the people walking, scratched his head, and asked in confusion, "Captain Nyo, why do I feel like something is off about these women?" Nyobi turned his head and asked, "What's off? Can you see any signs of exhaustion or deprivation in them?" Ergo asked doubtfully. "It seems not." Nyobi widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Damn. They haven't eaten for 2 days and 2 nights, yet they're still so energetic. How is that possible?" All the Yamen runners were dumbfounded. But lacking evidence, they could only stare in disbelief. The first madam and Yin Yun remained calm, while the other women kept their heads down and said nothing. They knew someone was secretly helping them, so they all kept their mouths shut. Zheng Ba frowned. He had long noticed the group's unusual behavior, but he chose not to ask or mention it. There was no need. His duty was only to escort them. Since they carried no food and had not violated the imperial decree, why should he bother to investigate? Perhaps they ate grass to fill their stomachs at night. Or could someone be secretly delivering food to them after dark? As a seasoned Yamen runner, Zheng Ba had seen too many things. But he always turned a blind eye. It was this attitude that had allowed him to survive for so long. If you said he lacked a sense of duty, he was actually very responsible. If you said he was responsible, he often ignored many things. This was the way of a wise man. As the saying goes, great wisdom appears foolish. Leaving the dilapidated temple under Zheng Ba's lead, everyone embarked on the slow and arduous road again. Regardless, with Yin Yun's help, at least they all had food and did not have to suffer hunger. In the villages along the way, they could drink a mouthful of cold well water. Occasionally, wild fruits by the roadside could be picked to add some variety and satisfy their cravings. The road of exile was long and difficult, and this was only the beginning. As noon approached, the large group encountered a massive merchant caravan. The caravan stretched in a long line with 8 carriages in total. The first 2 were single-horse carriages, while the remaining 6 were double-horse freight wagons. The freight wagons were fully loaded. On both sides and at the rear of the wagons were 30 guards riding tall horses. They wore armor, held long spears, had swords at their waists, and carried longbows and quivers on their backs. Each guard was burly, well-armed with cold eyes and a fierce aura, clearly all seasoned soldiers. Everyone knew this was a merchant caravan from a major family. Otherwise, there would not be so many elite soldiers. After retiring from the army, soldiers often had nowhere to go and could only serve as guards for major families. These soldiers had all been on the battlefield, each with blood on their hands. Merchant caravans of major families precisely needed such fierce soldiers. Only fierce soldiers could deter hidden thieves and bandits along the way. Zheng Ba rode a jaded horse at the front. His horse could not compare to those of the fierce soldiers. The horses of the fierce soldiers were all battle-hardened, spirited war horses purchased at high prices by the high-ranking members of major families from the military. Such horses would not shy away from battle. In contrast, the horses ridden by Zheng Ba's group were all jaded horses. These horses could pull some carts or serve as a means of transport, but on the battlefield they would be useless. After a few rounds they would be exhausted and might even stumble. These jaded horses were issued by the government and were far inferior to the war horses of the regular army. Moreover, the jaded horses were visibly half a head shorter than the guards' war horses. This half-head difference was enough to give the guards an advantage over Zheng Ba's group. Seeing the caravan approaching from afar, Zheng Ba waved his hand, signaling the large group to make way. Zheng Ba seemed unwilling to provoke or offend the caravan, so during the escort, he always gave way to them. After all, he had no background or power, only the pitiful title of Yamen Runner Captain. Although the title seemed somewhat glorious, it meant nothing before these major families. For them to take his life would only cost a few hundred or 1,000 gold coins. As for him taking their lives, he would never dare to think of it. Following Zheng Ba's instructions, everyone moved to the side of the road. Yin Yun also chose to stay out of trouble and walked along the edge. They were now only 50 or 60 kilometers from Yin Imperial City, and this large group was clearly heading there. If he showed his face here, it would be easy for someone to cause trouble behind his back. It was better to keep a low profile for now. Giddy up. The first carriage passed by in all its glory under the driver's shout. But then the curtain of the second carriage was suddenly pulled open. A fair-faced young master frowned at the sight of the crowd before him, instinctively raising his hand to cover his mouth. Though the ladies-in-waiting all had their hair neatly coiled and their faces washed clean, their clothes were grimy. They had no spare garments to change and forced to wear the same set until it wore out. Suddenly the young master seemed to spot something among the crowd and exclaimed in surprise, "Yuner, is that you?" The woman in the crowd trembled all over, glanced back, then quickly dodged to hide beside Yin Yun. Seeing this woman, Yin Yun furrowed his brow. This woman was the fifth lady, Lu Yuner, the second wife of his second brother Yin Lei. Lu Yuner seemed acquainted with the young master, yet feared being recognized, so she concealed herself beside Yin Yun, using his robust frame to block the young master's shouts. You're the family of Yin Baidu, Duke Protector of Yin Imperial City, meaning you're all exiles. Recalling the Duke Protector's plight, the young master couldn't help but burst into laughter. Stop the carriage. Stop. Everyone halt. The young master shouted, nimbly leaping down from the carriage. Lu Yuner, I know it must be you. Don't try to hide from me. I, Wang Zhongwang, have deep feelings for you. I recognize you even if you turn to ashes, the young master declared with heartfelt sincerity. Wang Zhongwang, the second son of the Wang family, one of the four great merchant clans of the great Yin Empire. The Wangs started by trading grain, and their family business chain had grown immensely, now even venturing into import-export trade. They brought resources from other countries into the great Yin Empire cities and sold the empire's resources to foreign merchants. This reciprocal cooperation made the Wangs flourish among the four great merchant clans, their enterprise expanding ever larger. In contrast, Lu Yuner belonged to the Lu family, another of the four great merchant clans. Though the Lius didn't engage in import-export, they monopolized the aquatic trade of the entire great Yin Empire. All seafood in the empire was tied to the Lu family. Yin Baidu's ability to resist the Great Chu in the southern frontier was backed by the Lu family's sponsorship. The Lius had allied themselves with Yin Baidu, marrying their precious daughter to his second son to secure their aquatic business. Who would have thought that within a year of attaching themselves to Yin Baidu, the three Yin men, father and sons, would be beheaded in public? Now the entire great Yin Empire knew of the Duke Protector's fate. Lu Yuner recognized Wang Zhongwang, the second son of the Wang family, at a glance. Before marrying Yin Lei, she had crossed paths with him. As scions of merchant families, they inevitably met at trade conferences. Wang Zhongwang had fallen for Lu Yuner at first sight. He had wished to marry her, but unexpectedly Lu Yuner's father betrothed her to the second son of the Duke Protector's mansion. Upon learning this, Wang Zhongwang beat his chest in anguish and could hardly sleep. He considered a forced marriage but dared not defy the Yin family's power, for Yin Baidu was a royal relative and the emperor's own younger brother, who would openly oppose a duke's household. Wang Zhongwang knew he wouldn't have enough heads to lose. He began to accept reality. But just yesterday, passing by Qingshui City, he heard that the three Yin men had been executed at the border for colluding with enemies and plotting rebellion, while their entire family was confiscated and exiled. This made Wang Zhongwang leap for joy, and he began yearning for his dream lover once more. In his view, with all three Yin men beheaded, if he could secretly abduct Lu Yuner during the exile journey, he would win his dream lover. Just moments ago, he was daydreaming in the carriage, planning to finish his current task and then take a few fierce soldiers to chase after them at the border. He never imagined he'd encounter the exiles halfway, even before reaching Yin Imperial City. Seeing them, Wang Zhongwang slapped his forehead in frustration and muttered, "Damn it, they've just been exiled not days ago, and am acting like a pencil, still thinking about how to catch up. Yuner, this time I won't let you go. I've lost you once. I won't lose you again." Wang Zhongwang truly had deep feelings for Lu Yuner. He would even die for her. Now that the opportunity lay before him, he was like a man possessed, unwilling to let her go. Zheng Ba frowned. He rode over on his horse and said impassively, "May I ask how to address this young master? Do you know these people are exiles bearing criminal charges? Abducting an exile rashly is equivalent to defying the emperor's decree." Wang Zhongwang seemed reluctant to offend Zheng Ba, quickly cupping his hands like a gentleman, and said respectfully, "I am Wang Zhongwang, from the Wang family, one of the four great merchant clans of the great Yin Empire." "Oh, so you're the second son of the Wang family. Forgive my earlier bold words. Please don't take offense." Zheng Ba cupped his hands in return. He was a tactful person who avoided offending anyone. He was clever and wise. He also understood the principle of self-preservation, which allowed him to survive the perilous exile road. But regardless, these people are exiles decreed by His Majesty. If anything happens to them along the way once His Majesty investigates, it will implicate 9 generations of your family. I implore you, young Master Wang, not to make things difficult for us. Zheng Ba said politely, following the principle of courtesy before force. And if I insist on taking Miss Lu Yuner, Wang Zhongwang declared firmly, then I cannot comply, unless you step over my corpse, or wait for His Majesty's wrath to descend and punish the Wang family. Zheng Ba's words were resolute, his demeanor calm and fearless. General, why not show some leniency and bless my union with Miss Yuner? You know the road ahead is perilous and she may not even survive to the border. If you grant this, I, Wang Zhongwang, will see you as my benefactor and my family will treat you as a friend. He'll even secure a good position for you, and he'll give you a generous hush money and gratitude fee. Wang Zhongwang began to coax and threaten. Besides, my Wang family caravan has many fierce soldiers gathered here. Do you think these rabble under your command can stop me? When I go mad, even my parents are afraid. Wang Zhongwang clenched his fists. Whoosh! The fierce soldiers around the carriage, as if heeding their second young master's call, all responded and closed in. Zheng Ba frowned. The fifth lady Lu Yuner trembled slightly, sensing that the two sides might soon come to blows. Panic filled her eyes. She didn't know how to face this situation. She felt nothing for Wang Zhongwang, even loathing his persistent pestering. She held no fondness for effeminate pretty boys like Wang Zhongwang. What she truly admired were generals who charged into battle and made decisive kills. That was precisely why she had agreed without hesitation upon hearing that her father intended to marry her to Yen Lei. Who could have imagined that fate would bring them together again in this place, crossing paths with that pale-faced pretty boy Wang Zhongwang? Yen Yun longed to step forward and beat this fellow to a pulp, but for now he dared not reveal his true strength, much less slap this man to death. For now everyone regarded him as nothing but a fool. He could deliver a timely, cutting remark, but if he were to thrust himself into the spotlight, he would truly be dragged out and beheaded. Young Master Wang, Lu Yuner has already married into my Yen family. In life, she is a member of the Yen family. In death, she is a spirit of the Yen clan. Moreover, Lu Yuner is now a member of the Imperial family. Do you truly believe that a mere commoner like you could ever be worthy of her? If you truly wish to marry her, then go to the Imperial Palace, present the 3 betrothal gifts and 6 rites with proper ceremony, and openly propose to His Majesty. Do not resort to despicable means, strutting about and bullying us here. At this critical moment, the First Madam stepped forward. The First Madam came from an extraordinary background. Her father had fallen on the battlefield long ago, but her grandfather Zhao Lai was the former guardian general of the nation. She had once resided in the Protector's mansion. After he retired from the front lines, Yin Nandu personally built a mansion for him, which was granted the title of War God Manor. The War God Manor was not located in the Yin Imperial City, but in Dadi City, not far from Tiger's Roar Pass. The First Madam's name was Zhao Wenying. She was Zhao Lai's only precious granddaughter. Zhao Lai had spent years on the battlefield. He had only one son who died in battle after his wife conceived the First Madam. Thus the First Madam, Zhao Wenying, was everything to Zhao Lai. Zhao Lai doted on Zhao Wenying immensely. Having been raised in comfort and luxury, Zhao Wenying had everything provided for her, yet under Zhao Lai's meticulous guidance, she also developed the grace of a noble lady. She did not despise the poor nor admire the rich, nor did she look down on anyone, for her grandfather himself had risen from humble origins. He had carved out a revered identity and status through sheer passion and bloodshed. After Zhao Wenying married into the Yin family, she became the First Madam of this generation. The servants in the mansion addressed her as the First Madam as a sign of respect, and gradually the title of First Madam spread. Faced with Wang Zongwang's relentless aggression, Zhao Wenying stood fearless, using her slender frame to confront him boldly. Wang Zhongwang recognized the First Madam at a glance. He was utterly infatuated with Lu Yuner, so he had once gained a general understanding of the Protector's mansion, knowing that several of its young madams came from extraordinary backgrounds. Especially the First Madam. If it had been any of the other madams, he would have had no concerns now. But Zhao Wenying was different. Her grandfather was the former guardian general, still alive, and well, even if the Yin family were to fall, he dared not offend Zhao Wenying lightly. Wang Zhongwang fell into silence. Second young master, let us cease for today and board the carriage first. Once we have completed the transport of these goods, we can plan further. This journey to the desolate lands will take no less than half a year. We have plenty of time. A hoarse-aged voice came from within the carriage. Though the speaker did not show his face, his words were filled with arrogance and confidence. Wang Zhongwang hesitated for a moment, then rose and boarded the carriage. Move out, the old man inside the carriage commanded sternly. The transport team began its journey. Zheng Ba breathed a slight sigh of relief. The The fifth madam, accompanied by her maid Chuyu, bowed slightly to Yan Yun before rising and returning to her seat. After the convoy had passed, Zheng Ba gave an order, and the entire troop began to march forward. This road was destined to be fraught with hardship. Before nightfall, under Zheng Ba's arrangement, the group took shelter and rested overnight at a farmer's home. The farmer's family consisted of 6, an elderly couple, a middle-aged couple, a daughter, and a son. Upon learning that the exiled individuals were the family of Yin Baidu from the Protector's mansion, the middle-aged man, disregarding Zheng Ba's objections, brought out a large basin of vegetables, rice, and soup specially presented to the first madam and her group. The first madam and the others were stunned, clearly not expecting such treatment from this farmer's home. I am Wei Xiong, once a 1,000-man commander of the Tiger's Roar Cavalry under the Guardian General, now retired due to battle injuries. The Guardian General treated me generously. After my retirement, he granted me fertile fields, gave me a horse, bestowed cloth, compensated me with gold coins, and allowed my family to live a prosperous life. May I ask, what has happened to the Protector? Why is your entire family being exiled? The middle-aged man, Wei Xiong, knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, his eyes filled with admiration and concern for the Guardian General. The madams' faces were somber, and they wept silently, unable to speak. Zheng Ba stepped forward and said, "The Guardian General committed treason by colluding with the enemy and plotting rebellion." His Majesty was enraged upon hearing this, executed Yin Baidu and his 2 sons at the border, and confiscated their property, exiling their wives and daughters to the desolate lands. Tonight we sought lodging with no intention of causing trouble. But mindful of past bonds, I urge you, good man, not to interfere lest you distort the truth and bring calamity upon your own family. Upon hearing of the Protector's family's plight, Wei Xiong's expression shifted dramatically and his eyes dimmed with sorrow. As an ordinary commoner with no power or influence, he naturally had no right to intervene, nor was he qualified to interfere. This was His Majesty's imperial decree. Who would dare to defy it? Defiance would be a crime of deceiving the sovereign. That would mean beheading. The Protector treated me well in the past, and after my retirement, he continued to care for me. This meal today is a token of my gratitude. I beseech you, generals, not to stop me. With that, Wei Xiong brought out bowls, and with the help of his wife, served each person a bowl of vegetables and rice. Even the constables received their portions. To be honest, this was the first time since their exile that they had enjoyed a hot meal. Though it was only plain vegetables, it was far better than sneaking tomatoes and steamed buns in the dead of night. Not to mention there was hot soup as well. Dear constables, as a commoner, I have no right to interfere with the exile, but the Guardian General rendered outstanding service to the nation. I implore you to take good care of the madams and their families along the road. These gold coins are my token of gratitude to you on behalf of the Guardian General. After distributing the meal, Wei Xiong placed a pouch of over 1,000 gold coins before Zheng Ba and the others. Lu San and Niu Bi, their eyes gleaming at the sight of money, chuckled and said, "Rest assured, brother with us here, well, ensure his family suffers no hardship." Zheng Ba initially wanted to refuse, but in the end he held his tongue. Being a constable was a bitter yet lucrative job, walking on the edge of a blade. One misstep could cost them their lives. Moreover, on the road to exile, bribery of officials was a common occurrence. Therefore, Zheng Ba generally did not decline such money. Not declining might even be for the better. Once he refused, trouble could arise. After all, those who offered bribes sought peace of mind. Accepting the money meant agreeing to their request. If not accepted, they might take more decisive measures halfway through. As a seasoned escort, Zheng Ba was all too familiar with this. But Zheng Ba could tell that Wei Xiong had once been a seasoned soldier. He was tall and powerfully built, a veteran of the Tiger Roar Cavalry. What kind of military force was the Tiger Roar Cavalry? It was the most elite army of the Great Yin Empire, comparable to Cao Cao's Tiger Leopard Cavalry or Li Er's Dark Armored Army. Each soldier was fiercely invincible, capable of defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. Moreover, Wei Xiong had been a commander of 1,000 in the Tiger Roar Cavalry. To attain such a rank meant he was no pushover. If someone like him decided to confront them head-on, they would surely end up in deep trouble. After the meal, Wei Xiong spread straw mats for everyone, allowing them to rest comfortably inside the thatched cottage. The First Lady and the others expressed their gratitude to Wei Xiong's family repeatedly. Wei Xiong was not a man of many words. After tending to their needs, he rose and left. Seeing that it was still early, Yan Yun stepped out of the cottage. "Big brother, is there any meat? I want some meat." Under the watchful eyes of Zheng Ba and his men, Yan Yun wobbled into the thatched hut where Wei Xiong's family lived. Wei Xiong had already spotted him. He knew that the Duke Protector's mansion had a simple-minded son, but he never expected this simpleton to follow him over. "Well, there is some, but it's too little. I already added a bit to the dishes earlier." Wei Xiong frowned. General Wei is generous." Yan Yun gave a thumbs up in his foolish manner. Wei Xiong forced a smile. "Please have a seat, third young Master Yan." With a thud, Yin Yun plopped down onto the ground still under the watchful eyes of Zheng Ba and his men. Zheng Ba and his men feared that Yin Yun might suddenly bolt, so they never took their eyes off him. Even when he entered the hut, they sent someone to keep watch. I've seen you before at the military camp, Yin Yun said in a simple-minded tone. I've seen the third young master too. Back then you were still young before your mind was damaged. But perhaps the damage was a blessing. At least you weren't implicated in the purge. Wei Xiong's expression darkened and he heaved a long sigh. Alas, third young master may not know. My injuries have fully healed and I was planning to gather a few villagers to join the Duke Protector's army. But now. His voice choked with emotion as he spoke. Joining the army is good. Joining the army is good. Serving the nation. Protecting the land. With that, Yin Yun turned and left, still giggling foolishly. Wei Xiong scratched his head, unsure of the meaning behind Yin Yun's words. He didn't call out to stop him. In his eyes, Yin Yun was just a fool. How could one expect to have a proper conversation with a fool? If he could communicate properly, he wouldn't be a fool. Back in the thatched cottage, night had fully fallen. Yin Yun lay sprawled on the ground, snoring loudly as he slept. None of the sisters-in-law paid him any attention. Except for the first lady and the second lady, everyone knew he was a fool and talking to him was a waste of energy. Still, none of them despised him. The others had no idea why Yin Yun had gone to speak with Wei Xiong, but the first lady and the second lady understood perfectly. Yin Yun hadn't gone there idly to chat with Wei Xiong. He was probing Wei Xiong's thoughts, trying to gauge his current physical condition and whether he intended to join the army. After all, Wei Xiong had once been a fierce soldier under his father's command. Securing such a warrior would be valuable. Even if not sent to the battlefield, he could at least train troops in the barracks. Yin Yun had achieved his goal. Wei Xiong had said little in his presence, but a few words were enough to reveal what Yin Yun wanted to know. So he simply turned and left. The first lady and the second lady exchanged a knowing smile. They were undoubtedly the ones who understood Yin Yun best. They knew that as long as Yin Yun was there, the Duke Protector's mansion still had hope for the future. With his wisdom, composure, endurance, intelligence, and forbearance, it was even possible that he might surpass Yin Nandu. They could already envision the resurgence of the Duke Protector's mansion. Late at night, past 10 o'clock, on a hill not far from Wei Xiong's home, over a dozen black-clad figures gathered, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Before long, a man in black hurried over. General, the information is confirmed. The exiles have halted at a farmhouse to rest. I've watched them for hours and am certain they're all staying there. Excellent. These wretches have finally arrived. A burly man's eyes gleamed with delight. Barely containing his excitement, he said, Brothers, fortune and glory are within our grasp. Our orders are clear: capture the women, and each one is worth 1,000,000 gold coins. 1,000,000 gold coins. This is incredible. Remember, take the women alive. They're nothing but gleaming gold coins. Kill everyone else. Spare no one, leave no survivors. The burly man emphasized sternly. We obey your command, General. The black-clad men's eyes lit up with greed. According to intelligence, there were at least 14 women among the exiles. Heavens! That's like walking with 14 million gold coins. A staggering sum. With that much gold, why bother being a soldier? Wouldn't it be better to buy a grand mansion, marry a few beautiful wives, and enjoy a life of luxury? It's still early. Well, strike at 3 in the morning. Descend the hill with lightning speed, wipe out everyone in the farmhouse, leave no survivors. Although these men aren't as valuable as the women, our orders also say 10,000 gold coins per head. 10,000 gold coins per head. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. They're all walking gold coins. The blood of every black-clad man was set ablaze. This was an extra bonus. But there's one thing we must keep in mind. The escort captain is no pushover. He's escorted criminals many times and must be formidable. So we take him out first. Once he's dead, the rest will be like fish on a chopping board. Good. No problem. Well, follow the general's orders. Kill the escort captain first. At 3 in the morning. Led by the burly man, the black-clad figures silently climbed over the earthen wall of Wei Xiong's home and with lightning speed stormed into the room where the escorts were sleeping. Indeed, the primary goal of these black-clad men was to eliminate all the escorts. With the escorts dead, everything would fall into place. As for Yin Yun and the old steward, one was a fool, the other an old man with one foot in the grave. They posed no threat whatsoever. The farmer, just a simple, honest, middle-aged man. Facing desperados who lived by the blade, he was as good as dead. Kill. A burly man kicked open the thatched door, brandished his longsword, and charged inside to slaughter. Enemy attack. A night watch yamen runner jolted from his stupor, abruptly awakened, and roared at the others. The moment he shouted, Yan Yun's group and Wei Xiong's family were startled awake. Yin Yun instinctively rose, shielding everyone behind him. Wei Xiong, clad only in shorts and gripping a large cleaver, charged out of the house without bothering to put on his boots. He thought someone was plotting to harm Yanyan's family. Seeing dozens of black-clad men charging murderously at the Yamen runners, Wei Xiong breathed a slight sigh of relief. But then with a furious roar he swung his cleaver and charged at the black-clad men. Regardless of whether they were targeting Yanyan's family, their intrusion surely meant ill intent toward them. Before Wei Xiong could reach them, two black-clad men at the rear had already locked onto him. Seeing Wei Xiong dashing out of the thatched hut in shorts wielding a cleaver, one black-clad man sneered and snarled venomously, "Damn it. I haven't even come for you yet, and you rush at me first. Then I'll send you off first." In his eyes, Wei Xiong was nothing but a hot-headed fool. "Take him down." The other black-clad man, cursing under his breath, thrust his sword at Wei Xiong. Wei Xiong let out a cold laugh. His blade traced a light arc, avoiding a direct clash. Suddenly, he twisted his body and his sword fell like a mountain, collapsing, striking the black-clad man with lightning speed. "Ah!" The black-clad man screamed in agony as half his body was instantly cleaved by Wei Xiong's blade. "Holy shit!" The other black-clad man was stunned, never imagining Wei Xiong could be so ferocious. "Die!" After hacking one black-clad man to death with a single stroke, Wei Xiong swung his blade again, cleaving the second in two. That black-clad man was utterly terrified by Wei Xiong's savagery. He hurriedly raised his sword to parry. Clang! A tremendous crash rang out. The sword in the black-clad man's hand was bent out of shape. The violent shock sent him flying sideways through the air. "Die!" Whooshed! The long blade swept through the air, cutting the black-clad man in half before he even hit the ground. Wei Xiong moved with agility and astonishing strength. Under his command, the massive blade was like lightning, swift and without any hesitation. The two black-clad men were like fragile weeds in his hands. They couldn't even get close before being split in two. This great blade was no ordinary weapon. Inside the thatched hut, Yanyan witnessed Wei Xiong's actions firsthand. From the start of the battle to its end, it was over in a flash with effortless ease. Yanyan was awed by Wei Xiong's prowess. He never imagined Wei Xiong's combat power could be so explosive. No wonder he was worthy of being a chiliarch of the Tiger Howl cavalry. This was Wei Xiong after a serious injury. Even though the wound had healed, he was certainly not the same as before his injury. Had he been uninjured, Wei Xiong's fighting strength would likely have been even greater. No wonder his own father valued Wei Xiong so highly, granting him fertile fields, sending carriage horses, and gifting cloth and gold coins. Such a fierce general would command respect, even from himself. It seemed his father's skill in recognizing talent had reached a level of supreme refinement, rivaling even himself, a time-traveling visitor. If a mere chiliarch was this formidable, the 3 dragon generals and 5 tiger valiants must be even more powerful, right? It was a pity he would never see his father again. He hadn't even been able to see his father's remains. Of course, Yanyan believed his own overlord's divine strength was also immensely powerful. At the very least, Wei Xiong relying on brute force alone wouldn't last a single move against him. Brute force overcomes 100 techniques. With his overlord's divine strength, if they clashed, he'd in one blow could dislocate both of Wei Xiong's arms. But if it came to technical finesse, he was utterly frail. Back inside the Yamen runner's thatched hut, after the burly man charged in, his sword pierced the head of a runner at the door. This poor wretch hadn't even had time to get up before he met his end. As the burly man moved to kill a second runner, Lu San, wielding his long sword with his left hand, intercepted the fatal blow with a furious roar. But Lu San, weakened by his lost arm, was sent flying backward by the impact. Seeing this, the burly man sneered and swung his sword at Lu San. "Go to hell. You're looking for death." Niobe, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, didn't bother to wipe away the gunk. He abruptly tightened his grip on his sword and blocked the burly man's blade just before it struck Lu San. But Niobe was clearly no match for the burly man either. The clash nearly sent his sword flying from his hand. His arm went numb, and he couldn't help cursing under his breath. Damn bastard. Did he mainline steroids, or what? Kill. Zhengba, lying by the window of the thatched hut, performed a kestrel's flip and sprang to his feet. With a swift stroke of his sword, he took down the second black-clad man who rushed inside. Then, turning his blade outward, he precisely and ruthlessly pierced the chest of the third man entering the hut. Just then, the other Yamen runners gradually awoke. Seeing that even Lu San and Niobe couldn't stop the burly man's assault, Zhengba used the windowsill for leverage, leaped into the air, and using his momentum intercepted the burly man's sword with his own. This strike saved Lu San's life. Lu San was pale and gasping for breath, terrified. Clang, clang, clanged. Zhengba moved with agility, trading 3 blows with the burly man in quick succession. Each clash of their blades sent bright sparks flying. The burly man seemed outmatched by Zhengba. Sweat had already soaked through the veil covering his face. "Huzi, Xiao Long, join me in taking this bastard down," the burly man shouted urgently toward the outside. General. A tall, burly man leaped in through the window, thrusting his sword at Zheng Ba. Seeing this, Niobe let out a furious roar and cursed, I may not beat him, but I can sure as hell beat you, you moron. Clang. Their swords collided, and both Hu Zi and Niobe stumbled backward, their feet skidding. Niobe was stunned. This guy's combat ability was no less than his own. Die. Lu San picked up a sword from the ground, and as Hu Zi retreated, drove the blade into Hu Zi's anus from behind. Hu Zi's face stiffened and he cursed with a twitching expression, You sneaky bastard. Stabbing me in the ass. Before he could finish, he fell stiffly to the ground. Hu Zi seemed to struggle to get up. Lu San shouted at Ergo, who was standing nearby, Ergo, what are you gawking at? Stab his heart. Ergo had long been petrified. At Lu San's words, he shuddered violently. Then in a flustered panic, he groped for his ghost head blade and slashed it across Hu Zi's neck. Crimson blood sprayed out, drenching both Ergo and Lu San. An enraged Lu San bellowed, You idiot. I told you to stab his heart, not slit his throat. Ergo was at a loss. General. We're finished. A butcher has come from outside. We've lost 5 brothers already. Xiaolong, gripping his long sword and pale-faced, rushed in through the doorway. Retreat. If we keep fighting, we'll all be buried here. Xiaolong said, trembling with fear. The burly man was startled, instinctively turning his head to look back. Clang. Taking advantage of the burly man's distraction, Zheng Ba struck him back with a single sword stroke. The burly man was horrified. In just that brief moment, their 13 brothers had been reduced to a pitiful 5. 2 were inside, 3 outside. After Zheng Ba repelled the burly man with his sword, he suddenly launched a flying kick, sending the burly man stumbling backward from the house to the outside. Whoosh! Just as Xiaolong was about to retreat into the house, a cold gleam flashed before his eyes, and the ghost-headed broadsword in Zhao Wu's hand had already sliced across his neck. Xiaolong's eyes were filled with terror and despair. He abandoned his long sword, desperately clutching the wound on his neck from which blood gushed like a fountain. Xiaolong struggled to speak, but the words that came out amidst the spurting blood turned into muffled sounds. His pupils dilated like those of an ox, and he finally fell stiffly into a pool of blood, breathing his last. After Xiaolong's death, only 4 of the black-clad men remained. Zheng Ba charged out and engaged the burly man in a fierce fight once more. The burly man was clearly no match for Zheng Ba, but he was plagued by a lack of reinforcements. Because the 3 black-clad men were still grappling with Wei Xiong. After Wei Xiong lopped off another black-clad man's head, the remaining 2 were at a disadvantage. Seeing the tide turning against him, the burly man turned to flee. Zheng Ba, with a swift stride, caught up and thrust his sword into the burly man's chest. Stricken with pain, the burly man collapsed to the ground. Take him alive. Zheng Ba gasped for breath, then said to the bailiffs, Niobe and Sun Mao. Bailiffs Niobe and Sun Mao hurried forward. One kicked away the long sword in the burly man's hand, while the others rushed in and subdued him. Zheng Ba, brandishing his longsword, then charged at the 2 remaining black-clad men. Together they easily dispatched the last 2 adversaries, 1 each. The battle was over. Wei Xiong let out a heavy gasp, cursing, Damn it. Ever since I retired, this long blade hasn't tasted blood. Today it's had its fill for once. Zheng Ba surveyed the corpses strewn about, clasped his hands, and said with admiration, General Wei truly lives up to your origins in the Roaring Tiger Cavalry. I am profoundly impressed. Had it not been for your righteous intervention today, I fear we brothers would have all met our end here. Of course, Zheng Ba's words were merely a formality. With his own combat prowess, he could have eliminated these black-clad men. It was only a matter of time. However, had he done so alone, at least 2 or 3 of their group would have likely perished. The other bailiffs also looked at Wei Xiong with expressions of envy and gratitude. Wei Xiong puffed out his chest, his demeanor rather arrogant, as he said, Back in the army, taking on 10 men single-handedly was a breeze. These days, aside from working in the fields, I haven't wielded a blade. If this were the military, those scoundrels wouldn't even be enough to whet my appetite. General Wei is truly formidable. I am in awe as well. Niobe said, gripping his long sword with heartfelt admiration. Alas, I had hoped to stay at your residence tonight and leave at dawn. Who would have thought such a thing would happen right in your home? Zheng Ba said, somewhat embarrassed. Wei Xiong snorted lightly. What does this amount to? As long as you take good care of the Duke's family on the road, I'll consider this as if nothing happened. Just a few petty thieves. I'll report it to the authorities first thing tomorrow. The first madam, hearing the commotion outside, pushed open the door and stepped out with light, graceful steps. Gazing at the courtyard filled with bodies, she furrowed her delicate brows and said, These thieves were clearly prepared. I fear it's not as simple as you imagine, General Wei. So what? Do you think I'm afraid of them? Wei Xiong said disdainfully. The second madam also emerged, saying, General Wei and Captain Zheng, you should interrogate this fellow first. See if you can pry any useful information from his mouth. All right. Zheng Ba turned his gaze to the stunned thief. Wei Xiong sheathed his blood-dripping broadsword, fetched a basin of water, and splashed it onto the unconscious, burly man, waking him. The burly man had a sword wound in his chest, but it wasn't fatal. When he came to and saw the crowd around him, he said with a dejected expression, "Do what you will, kill me or flay me. Don't expect a single word from my lips. Dream on." With that, the burly man closed his eyes. Rip. Niobe tore off the veil covering his face, revealing a countenance that seemed familiar to Wei Xiong. Wei Xiong's expression changed abruptly. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, "Kill him." "Do you recognize him, General Wei?" Zheng Ba asked, frowning. The first and second madams also knitted their brows. He was once a soldier under the Duke. But now, he's changed allegiance, pretending not to know his master. No wonder he had his face covered in black cloth, sneaking around doing shameful deeds. Wei Xiong taunted, staring at the burly man. The burly man sighed, opened his eyes, and said, "Since you recognize me, then kill me." Seeming to sense something, Zheng Ba looked at Wei Xiong. Ignoring Zheng Ba's gaze, Wei Xiong continued, "At death's door, don't you want to repay the Duke's past kindness to you? It seems he treated you all quite well, didn't he?" The burly man's eyes dimmed. After a moment of hesitation, he said in a choked voice, "Luo Zhengfeng and Li Rue are birds of a feather. Li Rue has set his sights on the young madams of the Duke's mansion, coveting their beauty. Luo Zhengfeng, to curry favor with Li Rue, sent us to ambush and kill them on the road. Luo Zhengfeng, that traitorous dog, an ungrateful wolf." The first madam clenched her fists, trembling with rage. "Kill him." Zheng Ba gestured to Niobe. Niobe drew his sword from his waist, and just as he was about to plunge it into the burly man's heart, the burly man continued, "Li Rue is greedy for wealth and lusts after women. Even if we die, he will still send expert assassins. General Wei, for the sake of our past comradeship, this place is no longer safe, and do not report to the authorities. You cannot contend with them." At the brink of death, the burly man spoke a truth. "First, Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng will not let this rest. They will send more men to intercept and kill. Second, once reported to the authorities, Li Rue will inevitably learn how their men died, and thus your entire family, Wei Xiong, will be implicated." The burly man was dead. Wei Xiong's brow was deeply furrowed. He realized the gravity of the situation. "General Wei." The first madam felt somewhat embarrassed, unsure of what to say. Zheng Ba cupped his fists and said, "General Wei, we can never repay today's kindness. If we ever meet again in the future, we will surely repay you twofold. We cannot accept these gold coins." As he spoke, Zheng Ba took out the 1,000 gold coins that Wei Xiong had given them the previous night. Wei Xiong also realized the gravity of the situation. This place was no longer safe to linger. Zheng Ba and his group were heading to the desolate wilderness to make their escape, but with such a large family, he could not simply wait here to die. Just then the third madam emerged from the house. "General Wei, we don't know how to repay today's kindness. If you do not disdain it, take this bracelet and head to the city of Scorching Sun. The city lord of Scorching Sun is my father. When he sees this bracelet, he will surely take your family in." As she spoke, the third madam removed the only keepsake left on her wrist, a mutton-fat jade bracelet. This bracelet was a gift from her father when she was married. "Also, please inform my father that Captain Zheng has treated us well. He need not worry about us. Once we reach the desolate wilderness, we will find a way to survive." The third madam recalled how extraordinary Yan Yun was. Indeed, although she had remained silent these past days, she had been observing Yan Yun secretly and discovered that he was not as simple-minded as he appeared. Yan Yun might be feigning madness. Had she not noticed how the first and second madams both revolved around him? She did not know if the other concubines had realized it, but she certainly had. Wei Xiong was at a loss, uncertain whether to accept the bracelet for his family. Truly could not remain here any longer. "General Wei, please accept it. Lord Guo, like you, once served under my father-in-law," the first madam urged. Wei Xiong scratched his head and said somewhat sheepishly, "I do know Lord Guo. He was a Kiliarch and I was a centurion, both soldiers under the Duke Protector. In that case, I will go and seek refuge with Lord Guo. But there's no need for the bracelet." "It's fine. General Wei, please take the bracelet," the third madam insisted. "Well, all right." Wei Xiong accepted the bracelet. "What about these corpses?" Niobe looked from Zheng Ba to Wei Xiong. "There's an abandoned dry well outside the gate. Throw them in," Wei Xiong said without hesitation. "Good." Zheng Ba nodded. Then he asked, "How many of our brothers did we lose?" Zhao Wu said somberly, "We lost one. He died on the spot. Alas. Find a place. Bury him along the way." Zheng Ba sighed. At once, with the help of several constables, all the black-clad corpses were thrown into the dry well. Then by the moonlight, they roughly cleaned up the traces of the struggle inside the courtyard and the house. By the time they finished, dawn was about to break. None of Wei Xiong's family had slept well. From the moment the black-clad men burst in, the entire household had huddled inside the house, trembling with fear. Fortunately, Wei Xiong's combat prowess was extraordinary, and he single-handedly killed 6 or 7 men. While Wei Xiong and the others were disposing of the bodies, Yin Yun took the opportunity to enter Wei Xiong's room. Inside, he saw Wei Xiong's overly anxious wife and 2 children. Both children were not young. The boy was about 17 or 18 years old. Yin Yun saw no fear in his eyes, which surprised him, but it was merely a surprise. The girl was about 15 or 16, and her eyes held both wariness and fear. Yin Yun did not play the fool. He took a large bag of gold coins from his storage space and said, "These gold coins are my thanks to General Wei. Please tell General Wei that in half a year, he should come to the desolate wilderness to find me. I want him to rebuild a new generation of tiger roar cavalry for the Yin family." Having said this, Yin Yun left the room, while Wei Xiong's wife and children stood dumbfounded. The bag contained a full 30,000 gold coins. Even without seeking refuge with Guoheng, it would be enough to support the family for over a decade. The 3 inside the house were stunned, unable to comprehend how Yin Yun had produced such a large bag of gold coins. After the bodies were dealt with, Zheng Ba gave the order, and the group of exiles, including the first Madame, rose and departed from Wei Xiong's home. When Wei Xiong returned to his room, he immediately spotted the large bag of gold coins on the floor. "What is this?" Wei Xiong was bewildered. His son Wei Quangbiao jumped off the bed and asked with wide eyes, "Father, are you sure Yin Yun is just the foolish son of a noble family?" Wei Xiong asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" Wei Xiong's daughter Wei Yinran stared with her beautiful eyes and said, "When Yin Yun came in just now, he didn't seem foolish at all. Why does everyone say he's the foolish son of a noble family?" Huh. Wei Xiong was dumbfounded. Then looking at the large bag of gold coins on the floor, he asked, "Do you mean all these gold coins were left by third young master Yin?" "Yes." Wei Xiong's wife nodded, her face pale. Clearly, she had not yet recovered from her terror. Wei Xiong furrowed his brow. After a moment of thought, he asked then, "Did third young master Yin say anything just now?" Wei Quangbiao said, "He said, these gold coins are his thanks to you. He also said to tell you that in half a year, you should go to the desolate wilderness to find him. He wants you to rebuild a new generation of tiger roar cavalry for the Yin family." Boom. At these words, Wei Xiong's mind exploded. His pupils dilated as he stared at Wei Quangbiao and asked, "Quangbiao, did he really say that?" "He did. We all heard it." Wei Yinran chimed in. Wei Xiong trembled, and a look of disbelief flickered in his eyes. He muttered, "Could it be? Could it be?" Then his expression suddenly hardened, and he said in a frigid tone, "All 3 of you remember this well. Third young master Yin was never in our room. He never said those words to you. No matter who asks in the future, keep your mouth shut. Don't you dare breathe a word, not even if it costs you your life." "Quangbiao, didn't you want to be like me to go to the battlefield and earn merit? Your chance has come." "Really?" Wei Quangbiao was overjoyed and jumped down from the bed in an instant. Wei Quangbiao was now 18 years old. He had been practicing martial arts with Wei Xiong all these years and had already displayed considerable combat prowess at a young age. If Wei Xiong hadn't forbidden him from showing off, he would have probably charged out of the house earlier. Wei Xiong had originally planned to wait until his wounds healed, then take his son and the other young men from the village to join Yin Baidu. But who would have expected Yin Baidu to be beheaded and the Yin family to be confiscated and exiled? All of Wei Xiong's plans were thrown into disarray. Upon learning that the family lodging tonight was the kin of Yin Baidu, Wei Xiong promptly ordered his entire household to prepare a large pot of stew for the constables and the Yin family. Had the reserves of vegetables and meat in his home not been scarce, he would have prepared several lavish feasts. And now, of all things, the third young master of the Yin family had been feigning idiocy. This was nothing short of a bombshell. He knew this news could not be leaked, so he commanded his wife and children to speak of it to no one, no matter what. If this were to spread, the great Yin Empire would undoubtedly be thrown into a massive uproar. This was no jest. Damn it. Had I known the Yin third young master was playing the fool, I should have had you charge out just now to display your skills before him. Wei Xiong was filled with regret. That had been a golden opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. And he had let it slip by? No display, no matter. My combat techniques and endurance are still far too poor. Let me train for a while longer. There will be plenty of chances later. Wei Quangbiao suppressed the restless urge within him, speaking in a steady tone. Haha, my son has grown up learning patience. Good. Enough idle chatter. Go now, tell your grandparents to pack their things. This place is no longer safe for us. We must leave before dawn. Wei Xiong laughed heartily. Then where are we going? Wei Xiong's wife was reluctant to leave. This was their ancestral home where their family had lived for generations. The sudden departure was hard for her to accept. Those black-clad men outside are no ordinary folk. Once the authorities trace things back here, our whole family will be doomed. The third madam of the Yin family has already arranged a place for us. Now pack up quickly and leave at once. Wei Xiong spoke decisively. Detected that Wei Xiong will be a ruler-minister relationship with the host. The emotion system has been successfully bound. Currently, all emotions Wei Xiong holds towards the host will generate emotion points. Detected that Wei Kuangbiao will be a ruler-minister relationship with the host. The emotion system has been successfully bound. Currently, all emotions Wei Kuangbiao holds towards the host will generate emotion points. Detected that Wei Yanran will be a husband-wife relationship with the host. The emotion system has been successfully bound. Currently, all emotions Wei Yanran holds towards the host will generate emotion points. What does this mean? A ruler-minister relationship. A husband-wife relationship. Holy crap. Hearing the 3 system prompts, Yan Yun was completely dumbfounded. If he could accept the ruler-minister relationship, what was the husband-wife one supposed to mean? Could it be that Wei Yanran would become his wife someday? A pure and lovely, soft and beautiful face instinctively surfaced in Yan Yun's mind. Not bad. It was indeed Wei Yanran's visage. Ding Wei Xiong's emotions: shock, doubt, incredulity, disbelief. Emotion points 4. Ding Wei Kuangbiao's emotions: shock, doubt, ecstasy, hope, restlessness. Emotion points 5. Ding Wei Yanran's emotions: shock, doubt, heart flutter. Emotion points 3. As soon as the bonds were formed, the 3 offered their respective emotion points. This wave netted him 12 emotion points. Not bad, not bad. This meant they would meet again in the future. It seemed his earlier words had been fully absorbed by Wei Xiong and his 2 children. This also indirectly proved that these 3 could be trusted in the future. Now that the bonds were formed, could they still betray him? Absolutely not. Excellent. A smile spread across Yan Yun's face. The more people he bonded with, the more emotion points he could collect. Wei Kuangbiao, Wei Yanran. Old brute Wei Xiong, for all his roughness, had chosen rather interesting names for his 2 children. One was bold and domineering. The other gentle and beautiful. Interesting. A pleased curve touched Yan Yun's lips. After this incident, the constables treated the First Madam's group with much more respect. They had come to realize the immense influence of the Protector Duke. Even if a man was dead and buried, those who were once loyal to him would still step forward to offer aid. The Yin family was different from other exiled families. They didn't know how many people the Protector Duke had supported during his decades in power. They only knew that everyone he had helped felt only gratitude towards him. And these people were all from the military. As the saying goes, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though the Yin family had fallen from grace, their property confiscated, and exiled, there would still be those who came to their rescue. Even if it was just out of gratitude, it was a great benefit to them. This was perhaps the testament to Yin Beta's character in life. And Yin Yun, being a transmigrator, understood this principle well. Therefore, he deliberately left a large pouch of gold coins at Wei Xiong's home, as a token of gratitude, and more so as a means of alliance. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. They had not stayed overnight at any farmhouses during these days to avoid unnecessary incidents. After all, Luo Zhengfeng and Li Rui would still attempt assassinations and ambushes. Zheng Ba had to remain vigilant at all times. Today they were about to enter a vast, boundless prairie. They would have to traverse this prairie for about 10 days. Once they crossed the prairie, they would reach the next city, Qingshui City. The sky had just begun to show a pale fishbelly white. The large group set out on their journey. Before leaving, Zheng Ba spoke with a grave expression. The road across the prairie is far more difficult and dangerous than the mountain paths. Therefore, we must pick up the pace and not waste any time. If the mountain paths only held wild beasts, then the prairie will be swarming with bandits, roving outlaws, and also packs of wolves and lions. So, everyone prick up your ears and stay alert. At the slightest sign of trouble, obey orders. No one is to act independently. We must minimize casualties. Zheng Ba's face was stern, his words sharp. He spoke these words to the exiles and also to his own subordinates. The death of one colleague had made Zheng Ba unable to sleep soundly at night. He knew well, in an exile convoy, once deaths started, they would inevitably follow. This was an undeniable truth taught to him by past experience. As a seasoned veteran of escort duty, he had more experience than these greenhorns had walked. In the past, deaths always occurred on the prairie. Now, before they even reached the prairie, one man was dead and another severely injured. Wouldn't the rest of the journey be even more treacherous? Damn that Lu San. As the vice captain, he was supposed to be the right hand of the escort team. But now he had become a cripple himself. Just thinking about Lu San filled Zheng Ba with rage. Every time a constable was lost later on, it would add immense pressure on him. No matter how strong his fighting prowess was, even 2 fists couldn't fight off 4 hands. Fortunately, there was a powerful woman among the exiles which greatly relieved Zheng Ba pressure. He began to contemplate whether he should equip Lung Shiji with a sword. After all, the bandits and roving outlaws on the prairie were truly troublesome. No danger was encountered on the first day. This area was merely the fringe of the grassland. Only by venturing into its heart would the true fangs be bared. Upon entering the grassland, the temperature began to drop. Even under the scorching sun overhead, there was none of the previous sweltering heat and discomfort. However, the grassland harbored not only bandits, rogues, and wild beasts, but water supply also posed a problem. Sometimes after walking for a day or two, no water source could be seen. Only when a heavy downpour fell pooling into rivers would there be relief. The main party would halt for a rest every 2 or 3 hours of marching. After several consecutive days of walking, even these delicate women began to accept the harsh reality. Compared to the hardships along the journey, it was far better than facing imminent danger. Walking only brought fatigue, not the loss of life. Encountering danger, however, could mean the loss of it. Yin Shuer and Yin Qing'er were younger. When the two children grew tired, Yin Yun could carry them. But the other women were not so fortunate. The old steward was the most pitiable. At his advanced age, he still had to drag his aging, unsteady steps, following the main party one footprint after another. Yet he dared not slow his pace, fearing he would delay the group's progress. The first madam walked ahead, deliberately slowing her steps. Her reduction in speed allowed the others a moment to catch their breath. Yin Yun was as shameless as a rogue. Every hour and a half he would sprawl flat on the ground to rest. No matter how the escorts urged him, he simply refused to get up. This rest would last for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. The day passed in the blink of an eye. At 3 in the morning, Yin Yun opened his eyes once more. He began to stealthily prepare food for everyone. After a day's march, all were exhausted in body and spirit, their stomachs already growling with hunger. At this moment, they were already over 100 kilometers from Yin Imperial City. Yin Yun still did not reveal too much of his capabilities. These past few days the fare had been nothing but tomatoes and plain steamed buns. Seeing that the tomatoes were nearly gone, Yin Yun had no choice but to bring out other food. Fortunately, the quantity of plain steamed buns was still very large. These buns had been freshly steamed by the Imperial kitchen the night before the confiscation of their estate. The Imperial Palace housed too many people: concubines, maids, eunuchs, Imperial guards, amounting to several thousand scattered individuals. Every time they steamed buns, it was a busy night for the Imperial chefs. Each batch of steamed buns could last at least 2 days. Thus, the buns within Yin Yun's storage space were enough to feed this group for a year or two. Yin Yun had never worried about food and drink. The tomatoes had been purchased for only a week, and this time the Imperial chefs had bought a relatively small amount, so after a few days they were mostly consumed. It was time for a change of taste. After Yin Yun rose, the first and second madams also got up. They now served as Yin Yun's eyes and ears, assisting him and distributing the meals for everyone. After a flurry of activity in the storage space, Yin Yun took out 16 buns. Not bad. This time there were only buns. No tomatoes today. The first madam was somewhat surprised. The second madam was also puzzled. They seemed to recall Yin Yun saying that tomatoes and buns would always be available, right? Yin Yun picked up a bun, took a bite, and said, "Take a look inside first." The two women each picked up a bun and took a bite. Inside this is meat. The first madam's expression shifted to astonishment. The second madam was shocked. They still had meat to eat now. Not bad. A meat bun. Fresh, right? A meat bun. Meat can be stuffed in a bun. Isn't it a bun stuffed with meat? Whether it was a meat bun or a bun with meat, they had never heard of it before. In their world, there was no such thing as a meat bun. The buns were stuffed with braised pork made the night before by the Imperial chefs. Several large pots had been filled. To be honest, the taste was delicious, rich, but not greasy. Now it all became the food for Yin Yun's group. Back in the mansion, they often ate braised pork and never found it particularly special. But now, after days without meat, suddenly eating braised pork, especially in this novel way, moved them, surprised them, and filled their eyes with admiration for Yin Yun. "How is it? Tastes pretty good, right?" Yin Yun finished a meat bun in a few bites. The taste is excellent." The second madam praised it highly. "This flavor seems somewhat familiar. It seems only the Imperial chefs could achieve this standard," said the first madam. Could it be that sister-in-law has eaten braised pork in the palace?" Yin Yun was somewhat surprised, not expecting the first madam to have such a discerning palate. "Before I married your elder brother, I had eaten it a few times in the palace with grandfather," the first madam answered truthfully. "Oh," Yin Yun nodded. "So, all this food of yours was brought out from the palace?" the first madam asked while eating. Let's talk about it another time." Yin Yun did not directly answer the question. It would be hard to explain now, but he could clarify later when the opportunity arose. If possible, he would rather take this secret to his grave. "Is it enough?" "If not, there's more," said Yin Yun. Enough. The first and second madams, fearing future food shortages, tried to be frugal and avoid waste. Ding first madam moved, surprised, emotion points 2. Ding second madam, surprised, bewildered, shocked, emotion points 3. Ding third madam, surprised, suspicious, bewildered, emotion points 3. Why did the third madam also contribute emotion points? In the past few days, Yin Yun had not received any more emotion points. Unexpectedly, this innovation of a meat bun had even stirred the sleeping third madam. Could it be that the third madam had also sensed that the food these days was connected to him? Question marks floated through Yin Yun's mind. His emotion points had now reached 223. Under the busy efforts of the first and second madams, everyone present got to taste the delicious meat buns. Yin Yun paid no attention to their bustle and continued to sprawl on the ground like a fool snoring away. By now everyone was accustomed to eating at this hour. All were deeply moved upon receiving the meat buns, but under the soft shushes of the first and second madams, they ate in silence. This was the first time they had eaten meat since their exile. Of course, the household of Wei Xiong was an exception. Although Wei Xiong had also put meat in the dishes, there was very little meat in his home, and not everyone could enjoy a generous slice. After consuming the meat buns, everyone's taste buds were nourished. The old steward felt a surge of emotion. Though he did not know who was secretly helping, he guessed it was likely related to the families of the several madams. But the first and second madams remained tight-lipped, so he refrained from pressing further. Yin Shuer and Yin Qing simply ate without the slightest concern for the origin of the food. The young maids were deeply moved. Never had they imagined that on this exile journey they would still enjoy such treatment. It was utterly beyond their expectations. In their understanding, the road to exile meant either drinking from streams or gnawing on roadside grass. But now it was quite the opposite. Kind souls either delivered food to them or they feasted at others' homes. This was no exile, it felt more like a sightseeing trip. And this was merely the beginning. Later, when Yin Yun grew bolder, they would no longer have to endure hunger. But the time had not yet come. Yin Yun still needed to bide his time. Moreover, as long as Lu Xin Niobi and Ergo lived, Yin Yun would not reveal his true strength. These three posed a great threat to Yin Yun. If they were not eliminated, they would surely choose to appeal to the Emperor Midway. Like Luo Zhengfeng, they were ungrateful wretches who could never be won over. After finishing the Rujiamo, everyone fell into a deep slumber. In the dead of night on the vast grassland, a cold wind blew and the women huddled together shivering. The two constables on night duty leaned against their horses, drowsily nodding off. Their heads occasionally glanced around, then they yawned again, drifting into a hazy doze. The surrounding grassland was flat, and under the dim moonlight one could vaguely see 100 meters ahead. The sky gradually began to lighten, showing a pale fishbelly hue. A chill swept over Yin Yun, making him shiver and wake from his dream. Seeing the scantily clad women, he frowned. It seemed necessary to add some undergarments to shield them from the cold. Yin Yun checked his emotional energy points, and then opened the system shop. The emotional energy system was still in its initial stage. So, Yin Yun opened the clothing accessories interface, then selected men's and women's wear. Inside appeared down jackets, suits, dresses, leggings, sweaters, jeans. No thermal underwear. Yin Yun felt a bit helpless. It seemed these were categorized under intimate apparel. Unfortunately, his current level was insufficient to purchase underwear. If only he could buy underwear, it would be perfect. With no other choice, Yin Yun turned his attention to sweaters and leggings. Given the current temperature, wearing sweaters and leggings during the day seemed excessive. Both items had fleece linings suitable for keeping warm at night. But when the sun came out during the day and everyone kept moving, they would surely feel hot and sweaty. Moreover, a sweater cost 5 emotional energy points, and a pair of leggings cost 4 points. If he bought for everyone aside from himself and the old steward, there were 14 women requiring at least 126 emotional energy points. Buying for all would deplete half of his savings. Too expensive. Yin Yun then opened the daily necessities section, recalling the tents in the miscellaneous items. Tents were divided into 3 grades: simple tent, comfortable tent, and luxury tent. Simple tent, 100 emotional energy points, each 10 square meters capacity for 5 people. Comfortable tent, 200 emotional energy points, each 15 square meters capacity for 8 people, equipped with carpets and bedding. Luxury tent, 300 emotional energy points, each 30 square meters capacity for 10 people, with carpets, beds, bedding, temperature regulation, insect repellent, and protection from wild beasts. Seeing the 3 tent grades, Yin Yun was stunned. He could buy 2 simple tents now, but they lacked facilities and security measures. Essentially useless. The comfortable tent was decent, but it had no beds, no temperature regulation, and couldn't repel insects or protect against wild beasts. On the other hand, the luxury tent was the most comfortable. With carpets, beds, bedding, and temperature control, it claimed to hold only 10 people, but with such space, all of them could easily fit inside. At worst, 2 people could share a blanket. Most importantly, it could withstand wild beast attacks, ensuring absolute safety. Even if they encountered wolf packs or lion prides, it would keep them safe. However, he was still far from being able to exchange for a tent. Endure for now. Exchanging for a luxury tent was the real goal. He must intensify his collection of emotional energy points in the coming days. If possible, he could have the first lady and second lady gradually inform the other ladies that he was the food provider. If necessary, he could even let the sisters-in-law see how he produced the food. But doing so might expose his abilities. That would be a real challenge for him. At daybreak, Zheng Ba gave the order, and everyone set off on the arduous journey once more. Fortunately, they had all eaten rujiamo in the early morning, leaving them energized and free from fatigue and hunger. Yin Shuer licked the leftover crumbs from her mouth, held her mother's hand, blinked her sparkling eyes, and whispered, "Mommy, will there be more meat tonight?" Third Lady Guairan smiled gently, then glanced at Yin Yun and said, "If Shuer behaves, there will certainly be meat tonight." "Wow, that's great." Yin Shuer cheered, jumping with joy. This exclamation was not spoken quietly, catching the attention of Zheng Ba, Niu Bi, and the other constables. Zheng Ba said nothing and continued walking. But Niu Bi and Lu San frowned. "Little beauty, what did you say was so great?" Lu San grinned, his face feigning innocence. Yin Shuer snorted, "I won't tell you." "Oomph." Lu San grew displeased, his face turning stern. "Listen to me. Don't cause any trouble. Although we've relaxed our strictness, don't push it." Niu Bi echoed, "Exactly. Our duty is to supervise you. If you cause any trouble, don't blame us for being harsh." Yin Qing'er retorted angrily, "At General Weiss' house, why didn't you say that? If not for General Weiss' help, you'd probably be buried by the roadside." "Damn it. You little brat, what did you say?" Lu San snarled, his face twisted with rage. "Are you asking for trouble?" The First Lady quickly interjected, "Children speak without thought. Why must you take it to heart?" The Second Lady, however, was not as conciliatory. Her face icy, she said, "Are Shuer and Qing'er wrong? If they are, can you, sir, find any treasonous meaning in the words? That's great. Or perhaps being buried by the roadside isn't good enough for you." Faced with the second lattice cold words, Lu San and Niu Bi's expressions darkened, and they stammered. Indeed, "that's great" carried no treasonous implication. Buried by the roadside might be a fitting end for them, far better than being cast into a dry well or left to rot in the wilderness. Indeed, without Wei Xiong's aid, more than one of them would likely have met such a fate. Lu San, Niu Bi, or any of the others could have ended up that way. Shuer Qing'er, well done. From now on, speak your minds freely. Don't fear them. If trouble comes, your third uncle will just break another of their arms. It's not like third uncle feels any pain. Yin Yun naturally wouldn't indulge Lu San and Niu Bi's foul habits, and directly spoke up to support his two little nieces. Rest assured, third uncle, I won't indulge them from now on," Yin Qing'er declared, patting her chest. Lu San and Niu Bi's faces turned a deep purple. Lu San instinctively reached out to touch his severed arm. His wounds had all scabbed over and would heal in a few days, but that arm was gone forever. In front of Yin Yun, they dared only to wag their tongues. When it came to real action, they lacked the courage. Not to mention the martial-trained 6th Madame Lung Shiji. Even that fool, Yin Yun alone, would be more than they could handle. Detected that Li Rue holds a hostile relationship with the host. Successfully bound the emotion system. All of Li Rui's current emotions toward the host will generate emotion points. Detected that Luo Zhengfeng holds a hostile relationship with the host. Successfully bound the emotion system. All of Luo Zhengfeng's current emotions toward the host will generate emotion points. As Yin Yun's group walked on, two more prompt sounds came. Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng bound as hostile relations. It seemed his family's ordeal was definitely connected to these two. With the hostile relationship bound, what else needed explaining? Li Rue, Luo Zhengfeng. Yin Yun instinctively clenched his fists, a fierce light of hatred blazing in his eyes. Of course, a gentle smile also flickered in his gaze. This gentle smile was in a way a thanks to Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng. Without their setup, his transmigration would not have allowed him to realize his greatest value. In a sense, he even had to thank them for their deeds. But regardless, things had come to this point, and he had to assess the situation clearly, using his golden finger to develop his own power. It would be even better if he could seize the throne from Yin Nandu. Ding. Luo Zhengfeng learns that his assassination squad failed in the interception and was completely wiped out. Surprise, doubt, irritation, anger, bewilderment. Host emotion points 5. Ding. Li Rue learns of the failed interception and total annihilation. Anger, doubt, surprise. Emotion points 3. Li Rue was so stingy. Both were enemies, so why wasn't he as generous as Luo Zhengfeng? Luo Zhengfeng at least contributed 5 emotion points. He only gave 3. Greedy, lecherous, miserly ghost. Yin Yun added a new title to Li Rui's head. Yin Imperial City, the Prime Minister's residence. After receiving news of the failed assassination, Luo Zhengfeng rushed to the Prime Minister's residence to meet Li Rue. The report just came in: the assassination squad failed in the interception and was completely wiped out. Luo Zhengfeng reported with a grim expression. Completely wiped out. Li Rue frowned in displeasure, demanding, "Just a few petty constables, and you couldn't even take them down?" Luo Zhengfeng said in bewilderment, "The leader of the assassination squad was one of my deputy generals. He had charged into battle alongside me." Li Rue sneered. A deputy general couldn't even handle a few constables. I seriously doubt the caliber of your deputy general. As Luo Zhengfeng was about to explain, Li Rui taunted General Luo. You really need to improve your skill in judging people. In this regard, you fall far short of Yan Baidu. Luo Zhengfeng had no words to defend himself. After his mockery, Li Rui advised earnestly, without the ability to recruit top talent, you'll never be able to intimidate the neighboring states. Even if you achieve the position of Guardian Duke, you'll soon be ousted by ambitious men. You must take this seriously. Luo Zhengfeng nodded readily. Thank you for the guidance, Prime Minister. I truly need to improve my judgment of people. But I still need more direction from you. Of course. Who else would I guide? We're in the same boat now. If you rise, Li Rui will share in the glory. Despite his words, Li Rui understood the bigger picture. Luo Zhengfeng nodded. All right. Don't blame yourself. I know the constable leading the prisoner escort is Zheng Ba. That fellow is somewhat clever, and his combat ability is passable. If your deputy general fell, it's likely at this man's hands. Li Rui said. Zheng Ba. Luo Zhengfeng had never heard of this man. If the deputy general was truly killed by Zheng Ba, then isn't Zheng Ba's strength greater than the deputy general's? If I could recruit him to serve as a deputy general under my command, wouldn't that? That fellow is stubborn. I don't like people like that. Li Rui naturally knew what Luo Zhengfeng was about to say and cut him off. As the constable in charge of escorting exiles, he usually had direct contact with high-ranking court officials. Although Zheng Ba had never interacted with Li Rui directly, Li Rui knew a bit about him. He knew the man was somewhat clever. But unfortunately, he didn't know how to bribe or please high officials, so he remained a lowly constable captain, never rising through the ranks. With Li Rui's words, Luo Zhengfeng said no more. Though he regretted losing a talent, he was helpless. After all, he was sorely lacking in the art of judging people. Yan Baidu had only taught him how to command troops, drill soldiers, and plan battlefields, but not the ways of discerning character, nor the arts of deceit and hypocrisy. He deeply understood that to thrive in officialdom, he had to diligently study more schemes and conspiracies. Although the deputy general's death is closely tied to Zheng Ba, you should still send men to investigate whether it truly was his doing. If someone else was involved. Li Rui made a throat-slitting gesture. You know what to do. Luo Zhengfeng quickly said, To be honest, Prime Minister, I've already sent men to investigate thoroughly. I can't let my men die without knowing why. Li Rui dropped the subject and said, I heard. There's a traveling acrobatic troupe that recently arrived in Yin Imperial City. Do you know of it? Yes. On my way back to the mansion yesterday, I stopped to watch them. Their performance was splendid. If you're interested, Prime Minister, I'll send word immediately and have them perform at the Prime Minister's residence. No, at a villa outside the city, just for you. Luo Zhengfeng said hastily. Good. Li Rui nodded in agreement. That same day, Luo Zhengfeng sent someone to contact the acrobatic troupe and received Li Rui at a luxurious villa on the outskirts of Yin Imperial City. The acrobatic troupe consisted of 10 people. They were all proficient with blades, spears, clubs, and staves. Li Rui and Luo Zhengfeng sipped wine, watching the martial performance with relaxed satisfaction. After the performance, Li Rui instructed Luo Zhengfeng to prepare a feast. Before the feast began, Li Rui specially invited the troupe's leader to join them. The acrobatic troupe was led by a middle-aged man. His features were handsome and broad, his physique sturdy, a man of obvious valor. Luo Zhengfeng expressed some confusion. He wondered why Li Rui had invited a mere acrobatic troupe leader to dine with them. Could it be that this troupe leader was no ordinary man? Who was Li Rui? He was the esteemed prime minister of the nation. And who was Luo Zhengfeng? He was the grand general of the nation, the highest authority in the military of the great Yin Empire to this day. The highest civil official and the highest military official dining with a humble acrobatic troupe leader. What nonsense was this? Luo Zhengfeng had not seen through Li Rui's true intention in watching the acrobatics. He thought Li Rui simply wished to enjoy the performance. But now it seemed otherwise. Li Rui had another motive. What was it? Luo Zhengfeng, a rough man, naturally could not guess. The banquet began. Master Shui, your skills grow ever more exquisite. Today's performance brought the art of swords, spears, and staves to its fullest expression. Allow me to raise this cup to you. I drink to your health. Li Rui held his wine cup, toasting the acrobatic troupe leader. Luo Zhengfeng watched, utterly bewildered. What in the world? The prime minister of a great nation toasting a mere acrobatic troupe leader. If anyone saw this, they would never believe it. Even Luo Zhengfeng himself would not believe it. Since he was appointed general of agile cavalry, Li Rui had only formally toasted him once, hadn't he? This was hard for Luo Zhengfeng to accept. What had a mere acrobatic troupe leader done to deserve this? I am honored by your regard, Prime Minister. Today was but a modest display of skill. I hope it did not disappoint you. The acrobatic troupe leader raised his cup, returned the courtesy, and drained it in one gulp. Master Shui is too modest. Speaking of which, you and I are old friends. Had my servants not mentioned that your acrobatic troupe Xue Wu was performing in the Yen Imperial City, I would never have known. You old fellow coming to the Imperial City without even visiting me. With these words from Li Rui, Luo Zhengfeng suddenly understood. No wonder the two chatted and drank like old friends. Especially the acrobatic troupe leader who faced Li Rui, the prime minister, with neither humility nor arrogance, calm and composed. Xue Wu smiled bitterly. You are the prime minister of a nation while I am but a humble troop leader. One is as high as the heavens, the other as low as the earth. If I came to visit and was turned away by your retainers, would that not embarrass you? Huh, you old rascal, you really know how to joke. Li Rui laughed heartily. Xue Wu shook his head with a wry smile. All right, out with it. Why did you invite me here today? Don't tell me it's just to watch my performance or to chat idly for old time's sake. You Li Rui don't have that kind of time. Huh, you know me well, Xue Wu. Li Rui laughed again. Luo Zhengfeng frowned. Indeed, Li Rui's interest in the acrobatics was not mere entertainment, he had a purpose. Damn it, his skill at weaving conspiracies was too smooth. Using me to invite the acrobats, then using the guise of reminiscing to reveal his true intent. My mind is clearly not sharp enough for this. Luo Zhengfeng lamented bitterly. With my intelligence, if I continue in the officialdom, I might end up being burned at the stake one day. Luo Zhengfeng began to regret choosing this path. His mind was simply not up to the task. He was being sold by Li Rui and still counting the money for him. To be honest, there is indeed a matter I must ask for your help with. Li Rui's tone shifted, becoming more respectful. Xue Wu said nothing, waiting for him to continue. Luo Zhengfeng, not knowing what Li Rui intended, also remained silent. Are you aware of the affairs of the Protector General's mansion? Li Rui took a sip of wine and asked casually. Luo Zhengfeng seemed to grasp Li Rui's purpose. Surprise flickered in his eyes. Xue Wu nodded. I know a little. The family of the Protector General has been exiled. I wish to entrust you with intercepting them midway. Kill only the government escorts. Leave the rest. Li Rui narrowed his eyes. Kill the escorts. Xue Wu's eyes also narrowed. Killing escorts is a crime of deceiving the emperor. If you don't tell, I don't tell, and he doesn't tell, who will know it was us? Li Rui said with a faint smile. Xue Wu rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, and said, It seems the prime minister has me cornered today. Huh. Li Rui laughed heartily. To be honest, we already sent a group to intercept them, but the escort captain is a man of both courage and strategy. Our men were completely wiped out. So, are you not afraid that my men might also be wiped out? Xue Wu turned to ask. Who is Master Xue? You come from a martial arts family, oh few can match you. Moreover, on the surface you are an acrobatic troop leader, but behind the scenes who knows what shady dealings you often engage in. If you complete this job for me, I will reward you with 10 million gold coins. Li Rui was going all out, making a bold offer. 10 million. Xue Wu was tempted. It was indeed a vast sum. With 10 million gold coins, he could completely leave the acrobatics assassin trade, go into hiding, find a village, and live a quiet life with his wife and children. Tempting as it was, Xue Wu did not lose his reason. As far as I know, the eldest daughter of the Long family, Long Shiji, is also among the exiled group, isn't she? Xue Wu asked. Yes, Long Shiji is there. Luo Zhengfeng replied without a second thought. As soon as he spoke, Li Rui shot him a fierce glare. Luo Zhengfeng was baffled, not knowing why the prime minister glared at him. Had he said something wrong? He was completely at a loss. Long Shiji is not easy to deal with. With her around, the assassination will likely be more difficult, Xue Wu said. Li Rui frowned. Cold sweat broke out on Luo Zhengfeng's forehead. He finally understood why Li Rui had glared at him. He had indeed said something he shouldn't have. She is just a delicate woman. Surely Master Xue is not afraid of her? Li Rui asked with a frown. Xue Wu shook his head. She is no ordinary delicate woman. As far as I know, the old patriarch of the Long family, who was the training instructor of Yanbei capital, passed on all his martial arts to Long Shiji. Moreover, Long Zixi's swordsmanship is exceptional. Not many can withstand it. Just tell me, Master Xue, how can we eliminate those escorts and secretly bring back the people from the mansion? Li Rui grew impatient. Add half to the price. Xue Wu said calmly, raising one finger. Adding half? That's a bit much, isn't it? Li Rui's eyes narrowed into slits, a hint of murderous intent faintly emanating. Not a bit too much. And, once the mission begins, half must be paid in advance. Xue Wu said, completely unfazed by Li Rui's murderous aura. He continued, I need to recruit a master swordsman. With such a master, not only can we eliminate the constables, but also subdue Long Shiji. I know the Chancellor's character all too well. Just imagine. A beauty with such unparalleled swordsmanship. She would be an exquisite delight. Though the words were somewhat crude, they struck a chord with Li Rui. His heart stirred with excitement as he clenched his fist and said venomously, fine. Add another 10 million to the stakes. If possible. There's no need to bring back the third young master of the Yin family. Huh. What use does the Chancellor have for the third young master? He's nothing but a fool. I Xuewu know that much. Xuewu laughed heartily. Then let's not waste more words. With that, Li Rui turned his gaze to Luo Zhengfeng. General Luo. Raise the stakes. Very well. Luo Zhengfeng rose and departed. Shortly after, he ordered his men to bring 2 chests of gold coins into the room. This chest holds 5 million gold coins. 2 chests make 10 million. Once the deed is done, the remaining coins will be yours. Agreed. Xuewu consented readily. These gold coins were bribes Luo Zhengfeng had just received, but he dared not embezzle them, so he presented them to Li Rui. He knew that as long as he followed Li Rui, he would amass countless assets in the future. What was a mere 10 million? Once he attained the title of protector of the state, what would be beyond his reach? On the boundless prairie, Zheng Ba and his party, riding on slow horses, escorted the exiles along the main road. On both sides of the road, the green grass stretched in tranquil silence. Occasionally, a few deer appeared in their view as they ran. But upon seeing the large procession, they bolted away in fright. At the sight of the deer, Yin Shui'er exclaimed excitedly, "Meat! Meat! I want meat!" Yin Yin looked on in speechless exasperation. Had the meat buns from last night been for nothing? It had only been a few hours, and she was already craving again. Once we cross the prairie and pass Qingshui City, I'll grill meat for you every day and let you feast on hot pot every meal. Seeing the sudden appearance of the deer, Zheng Ba frowned and said, "The presence of herbivores means carnivores may be lurking nearby. So, everyone stay alert and never let your guard down." With his rich experience, Zheng Ba warned the group to be mentally prepared. A large tree ahead. Well, rest under it once we arrive. A mile away, a colossal tree loomed into sight. Too far to discern its species, but from its trunk and leaves it was clearly a lush, verdant tree with dense foliage. It was high noon, and the sun blazed fiercely, scorching the earth. Though the temperature dropped on the prairie, it was still sweltering at midday, and everyone longed for a rest. Even the constables seemed weary. Had it not been for Zheng Ba's stern words, some might have dozed off on their horses. 100 yards from the tree, Zheng Ba suddenly raised his hand, and the procession halted. "Captain," Lu Xun asked in confusion. Zheng Ba squinted. "A fierce battle is likely upon us." Niu Bi and the others quickly looked toward the tree and saw 2 massive adult male lions lying beneath it. Beside them were lionesses and cubs. There were at least a dozen of them, a medium-sized pride. Lu San's vigilance spiked as he asked with a hint of dread, "Captain, should we bypass the pride?" "It's too late," Zheng Ba said with some regret. "I had hoped to rest under the tree with everyone, but now. Alas, I was careless." Walking on foot, Yin Yun's view was less expansive than Zheng Ba, so he couldn't see the full pride, only a few lions rising from the ground. These beasts with thick manes and imposing auras were as robust as sturdy bulls, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust and cruelty. The pride consisted of 2 adult males, 6 adult females, and several cubs. They seemed to have sensed the procession's presence long ago. The 2 adult males sprang to their feet, followed by the females. The pride had not eaten for 3 days, lying under the tree waiting for passing merchants. Humans could not outrun the beasts. Once targeted, 80% would become their prey. This made them keenly interested in hunting humans, unless the merchants were all mounted on warhorses. Roar! A male lion let out a skyward howl, and the other lionesses, as if summoned, rose from the ground. Roar! The male lion roared again, then charged toward the exile convoy. Behind it, the other male and 5 lionesses followed. 1 lioness stayed under the tree to guard the cubs from other predators. As the pride attacked, the constable's horses let out uneasy whinnies. These horses had never seen battle. They might serve as mounts, but against a lion pride, they were pitifully weak. Fearing the horses' cowardice might harm the convoy, Zheng Ba shouted, "Everyone, dismount and fight." The other constables, never having faced such a scene, were too terrified to jump off their horses. Zheng Ba roared in fury, "All of you get off and fight. The more you fear, the bolder they become. Dismount. Anyone who doesn't will run through first." Niu Bi, with his short temper, dismounted and brandished his sword at the constables. Knowing Niu Bi was fiercer than Zheng Ba, the constables reluctantly dismounted under pressure. To prevent mishaps, Zheng Ba drew a ghost-head broadsword from his horse and approached the group. He said solemnly to the 6th Mistress Lung Shiji, "Madam Lung, if necessary, I hope you'll lend your aid." This ghost-head blade belonged to a fallen comrade. The team leader and deputy carried long swords while the rest wielded such broadswords. Knowing Lung Zixi's formidable combat skills, Zheng Ba in this dire moment made an exception and handed her a weapon. With her guarding the convoy, he could focus on the fight. Lung Shiji, aware of the gravity of the situation, said nothing. She took the ghost-head broadsword with a cold expression and stood before the women ready for battle. Lung Shiji, aware of the gravity of the situation, said nothing. She took the ghost-head broadsword with a cold expression and stood before the women ready for battle. "Mother, I'm scared. I'm scared too." Sob sob. Yin Qing'er and Yin Shui'er, upon seeing the lion pack charging toward them, turned pale, with terror, their little bodies trembling. "Qing'er, Shui'er, don't be afraid. With Aunt Shiji here no lion can harm us." The first madam steadied her nerves as best she could, comforting them in a low voice. Yin clenched his fists. He was already prepared for battle. The lion pack was too numerous. 2 adult male lions, 5 adult female lions. If he didn't intervene, there would surely be casualties in the field. The constables only cared about keeping Zheng Ba and Zhao Wu alive. As for the others, whether they lived or died was none of his concern. His duty was solely to protect his family. Led by the 2 adult male lions, the pack charged forward like primordial beasts, surging toward them in a wild rush. Where the pack passed, dust flew high, filling the air with grit and sand. Roar! One male lion bellowed, its bloodthirsty savagery unleashed as it opened its gaping maw and lunged at Zheng Ba. With a furious roar, Zheng Ba gripped his long sword tightly and thrust it like lightning at the lion. The lion swung its paw, its sharp claws crashing against the blade with a fierce slap. The immense force instantly surged through the sword, rushing into Zheng Ba's arm and nearly knocking the blade from his grasp. Zheng Ba snorted coldly, tightening his grip on the sword. With a flicker of movement, he arced the blade lightly, and as he brushed past the lion, the sword tip carved a deep gash along its left flank. Crimson blood splattered out. Maddened by the pain, the lion roared in fury, whirled around, and pounced at Zheng Ba. At that moment, the second male lion also lunged at the agile Zheng Ba. Clearly, the first lion's enraged roar was a command to take down Zheng Ba together. Besieged by 2 male lions, Zheng Ba was instantly plunged into a life-or-death crisis. The other 5 female lions charged at the constable squad. Lu San swung his long sword with his left arm, cleaving at one female lion. Niobe also attacked a female lion, but its movements were too agile, leaving his sword slicing through empty air. Ah! A sharp scream suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw a constable locked in combat with a female lion. Due to inexperience, the lion bit down on his arm, then with a tearing motion, its razor-sharp fangs and immense bite force ripped his limb clean off. The constable writhed in agony, screaming hoarsely. Crimson blood spurted from the severed arm, splattering across the lioness' face. The pungent scent of blood instantly ignited the lioness' deep-seated ferocity. Her blood seemed to catch fire as she opened her massive maw and sank her teeth into the constable's neck. Still in torment, the constable had no chance to dodge before suffering a fatal throat lock. Terrified, he flailed and screamed in desperation. The other constables soon became locked in fierce combat with the lionesses as well. Some reacted quickly, dodging and engaging in a tangled struggle. One constable, however, was particularly unlucky. That constable was Ergo. Facing the lioness charging at him, Ergo stood frozen in sheer terror. His hands clutched the ghost head broadsword, his whole body trembling violently, the blade seemingly nailed to the air, utterly clueless about how to defend himself. The lioness pounced on him, knocking him to the ground. Ergo was petrified. A jolt snapped him out of his fear. Seeing the lioness' gaping jaws, Ergo wailed, "Captain, save me. I don't want to die. Help me." Before his words faded, his head was torn off by the lioness in a single bite. Crimson blood spurted instantly from the severed neck. After killing Ergo, the lioness turned its gaze to the crowd behind. At the front, Lung Shiji gripped her ghost head broadsword, her expression stern, poised for battle. Roar! Believing Lung Shiji was also frozen in fear, the lioness' eyes gleamed with contempt. With a fierce roar, it lunged at her like lightning. Lung Zixi's cold eyes glinted, her stance as steady as a mountain. Just as the lioness was about to reach her, she swung her blade, carving a massive gash from its neck. With a pained howl, the lioness' massive body crashed heavily to the ground mid-pounce. Crimson blood gushed out. It struggled to rise, but the torn artery in its neck pumped out blood in relentless torrents. At last, the lioness thrashed a few times, then, with violent convulsions, collapsed once more. As one lioness fell to Lung Zixi's instant kill, all the women breathed a sigh of relief. Before their exile, they only knew that Lung Shiji practiced swordsmanship every morning, but they had never seen her in battle. Today was the second time they witnessed Lung Shiji in action. The first was days ago when she hunted the white-browed tiger. 2 male lions and 4 lionesses still remained. 2 male lions besieged Zheng Ba. 1 lioness was locked in a stalemate with Niobe. 1 was held at bay by Sun Mao and Zhao Wu. Another was occupied by Lu San and 2 constables. The last lioness was engaged by an ordinary constable. This constable had been quiet on the road, and Yin Yun knew little about him. He had never shown much combat prowess before. But now, facing a lioness alone, he earned Yin Yun's extra attention. His skill wasn't as formidable as Zheng Ba, but seemed on par with Niobe and Lu San. Yan Yun didn't focus on the other lioness fights. His attention was mostly on Zheng Ba's battle with the two male lions. Though somewhat battered under the siege of two male lions, Zheng Ba fought with considerable ferocity. This battle was exhausting for him. Every strike he made was a sweeping slash or a vertical chop. The lions always blocked the blade with their sharp claws. Yan Yun shook his head inwardly. Zheng Ba's sword was utterly inferior. If he had a fine blade that could cut through iron, the two male lions would have long been finished. These two male lions were extremely experienced in combat, having apparently fought many traveling merchants along the way. Their bodies were covered with scarred wounds. In their fight with Zheng Ba, each had gained a new bloody gash. Crimson blood flowed steadily. The rage within the two male lions was fully ignited. Zheng Ba's stamina was running low. Lung Shiji seemed ready to intervene, aware of Zheng Ba's importance to the Exile team, unwilling to see him fall to the lions. But just as she prepared to act, a lioness broke free from its struggle, roaring in fury as it charged at Lung Shiji. For Lung Shiji had slain its closest companion, and it sought vengeance. Lung Zixi's cold eyes shifted, and she brandished her ghost-head broadsword, charging forward to meet it. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed. Yan Yun turned toward the sound, and saw Zheng Ba sent flying backward by a male lion's impact. After Zheng Ba was sent flying, another male lion lunged at him with lightning speed, its massive jaws wide open. Zheng Ba's face turned pale as his abdomen was struck, causing his internal organs to shift and a searing pain to surge through him, nearly forcing a mouthful of blood to spew forth. Just as the lion's bloodied maw was about to tear off his head, a figure descended from the sky, like a cannonball at the critical moment. Beast, die for your grandfather. Yan Yun clenched his fist, channeling all his strength through his right arm and into his hand, which shot forth like a projectile. As the lion's jaws were about to swallow Zheng Ba's head, he smashed his fist into its hard skull. A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed. The lion's fangs and eyeballs burst forth from within. The lion let out a miserable howl, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground under the force. It struggled to rise, but after a spasm in its limbs, it breathed its last. After the punch, Yan Yun exhaled a breath of turbid air. This strike had indeed unleashed the Overlord's divine strength. A glimmer of longing flickered in his eyes. Was this the Overlord's divine strength? Truly formidable. A single blow to fell a full-grown male lion. Such power, likely none present could match it. The sight of the lion slain with one punch sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Shock, fear, dumbfoundedness, stunned, unbelievable. All eyes turned to Yan Yun with incredulous gazes. Even the constables in the midst of battle were shaken. Was this strength not too terrifying? A single punch to kill a male lion. This was no joke. Lu Sin involuntarily glanced at his severed arm, horror dawning in his eyes. He finally realized that his lost arm was not taken by mere luck. Ding first Madam Zhao Waining shock surprise delight disbelief incredulity emotion points 5. Ding second Madam Luo Bingxue awe surprise delight disbelief incredulity emotion points 5. Ding third Madam Gua Iran terror surprise ecstasy heart flutter disbelief incredulity emotion points 7. Ding sixth Madam Lung Shiji tremor surprise admiration disbelief emotion points 5. Ding Zheng Ba shock surprise gratitude disbelief emotion points 4. Ding Lu Sin shock surprise admiration envy anger hatred disbelief emotion points 7. Everyone present contributed emotion points to Yan Yun. All were left utterly astounded. In this round, Yan Yun harvested a total of 95 emotion points. Yan Yun inwardly reveled in satisfaction. It seemed that to gain emotion points, he must continuously reveal his strength, draw everyone's attention, and evoke all kinds of emotions from them. The more complex the emotions, the more points he garnered. After felling the lion with one punch, Yan Yun saved Zheng Ba's life, then with a silly grin scratched his head and shuffled back into the crowd. This foolish demeanor bore no trace of a strong man's bearing, creating an almost illusory impression. Had they not seen the lion fall into a pool of blood, no one would believe he had done it. The battle still raged on. Yan Yun did not strike again. He had only intervened out of fear for Zheng Ba's life. Had Zheng Ba been safe, he would not have acted. Lung Shiji, recovering from her shock, used her agile skills to slay the second lioness. Then Lung Shiji returned to the front of the crowd and ceased fighting. She paid no heed to the other constable's struggles. Zheng Ba had risen from the ground. He was locked in a bloody battle with the second male lion. With one lion gone, Zheng Ba's pressure eased significantly. Only one male lion and 3 lionesses remained on the field. Niobe fought a lone lioness with great difficulty. Lu San and 2 constables faced another. Zhao Wu and Sun Mao tenaciously held off the third. The second lioness slain by Lung Shiji had previously been engaged with an ordinary constable. In a moment of carelessness, the constable let it break free. Helpless, the ordinary constable looked to Niobe, hoping to join forces and take down a lioness. But the lioness was too agile. Only someone with Lung Zixi's skill could handle it. The constables turned their gazes to Lung Shiji and Yinyun, hoping they would intervene again to lighten their burden. But Lung Shiji ignored them. Yinyun, still acting like a fool, stood with a dazed expression, staring blankly at the battlefield with no intention of joining. Wow, third uncle, you're amazing. Yin Qing'er's eyes sparkled with countless stars. This was pure adoration for her uncle. She had witnessed Yanyun's punch to the lion. Yin Shui'er also exclaimed excitedly, "Third uncle, you're so powerful. Will you teach me in the future? I want to grow up and protect mother, all the aunts, and third uncle." Yinyun let out a silly laugh and said, "Of course, no problem. Wow, great, great. I want to be like third uncle when I grow up." Yin Shui'er shouted with joy. The women present looked on with complex expressions. Shu Xian and Hong Tao said, their tones mixed, "Third young master, we've served you for years and never knew you possessed such divine strength. It's truly astonishing." Yinyun scratched his head and grinned foolishly. The first and second madams exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with ecstasy. Their hearts churned like turbulent seas. The third madam felt a flutter of emotion. Throughout the exile, though she had little contact or conversation with Yinyun, she had come to know him well. She knew this young uncle had been playing the fool all along. Now he had even revealed innate divine strength. This far surpassed her own husband's abilities. It seemed that neither Yin Feng nor Yin Lei possessed such wild blood coursing through their veins. The battle continued. With his burden lightened, Zheng Ba soon gained the upper hand over the male lion, leaving several wounds on its body. Having lost its brother, the male lion lost its will to fight, roaring in anguish before turning tail and fleeing. Zheng Ba wished to finish it off, but exhausted abandoned the chase. The remaining three lionesses, hearing the male's roar, wailed in sorrow and resentment before also fleeing. Seeing the lionesses run loose and shouted arrogantly after them, "Damn it, think you can bully me because I've lost an arm? Die." Eager to display his valor before the beauties, he chased after one and slashed his sword deep into its flank. Enraged by the pain, the lioness whirled around and lunged at Lu San with lightning speed. Lu San was startled and he took off running. He thought he could take advantage of the lioness' moment of distraction, but he never imagined the lion's stamina would exceed his expectations. The lioness suddenly opened her massive jaws and bit into Lu San's groin. Lu San was caught off guard, his eyes widened in shock as he let out a terrible scream, dropping his sword to the ground. Ripping. The lioness, as if performing a gruesome act, tore Lu San's groin apart, leaving it bloodied. Lu San let out another scream, the intense pain causing him to faint instantly. The lioness swallowed the torn piece of Lu San's groin and with a fierce expression turned around and fled. This sudden scene startled those around her, especially Zhao Wu and Sun Miao nearby. They were the closest to the lioness and thought she had turned to hunt them down. Who would have thought she would tear apart Lu San's groin so ruthlessly? With the male and female lions retreating, there lay the corpse of a male lion, two female lion corpses, and the bodies of two constables along with Lu San, who was barely alive. Zheng Ba was breathing heavily, looking back at Lu San lying on the ground. If Yin Yun and Lung Shiji had intervened, they could have easily eliminated all the lions present, yet Yin Yun did not act, nor did Lung Shiji. This battle belonged to the constables, had nothing to do with them unless a lion attacked them, or... Zheng Ba fell into a crisis. Yin Yun saved Zheng Ba's life. Zheng Ba did not care about the fates of the constables, but approached Yin Yun, cupping his fists and saying, "Thank you, brother, for saving me just now. Zheng Ba will never forget this." Yin Yun chuckled foolishly. "I'm fine. I'm fine." Zheng Ba knew Yin Yun was a fool, so he did not say much more, but walked over to Lung Shiji and said, "Madam Lung, your martial arts are exceptional. I deeply admire you. Thank you for your help just now." Lung Shiji handed the ghostly blade to Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba hesitated for a moment and said, "The danger on the prairie is not yet resolved. You should keep this blade with you for now, just in case." Lung Shiji shook her head, casting her gaze toward the sword beside Lu San, her tone cold as she said, "A blade is not as good as a sword. His life is not safe." Following Lung Zixi's gaze, Zheng Ba glanced at Lu San, suddenly recalling something. He instinctively tightened his legs and nodded slightly, saying, "All right." With that, Zheng Ba walked toward the bodies of the other two constables. One had lost its head and the other had lost both its head and arms. Zheng Ba sighed and said, "Dig a hole here and bury these two fellows. We cannot leave our brothers exposed to the wild." "What about Lu San?" Niobian steadied himself and frowned as he asked. "Let's dig a pit for him as well." Zheng Ba responded and then angrily cursed, "Are you out of your mind? The lions have retreated and you still want to chase after them to kill them. Do you really think they are made of clay? If it weren't for our brothers risking their lives to hold them back, Lu San would have died countless times by now. He brought this upon himself. If he hadn't acted recklessly, he wouldn't have met such an end." Zheng Ba looked at him with a mix of disappointment and anger. From provoking Yin Yun to angering the lioness, wasn't it all Lu San's own fault? Lu San woke up amidst excruciating pain. He struggled and shouted, "Captain, save me! Captain, save me! I don't want to die yet." Yin Yun chuckled, and in his foolishness walked over to Lu San and mocked. "You've lost your manhood, what are you still living for? Living is just a waste of air." Yin Qing'er was amused by Yin Yun's words, unable to help but laugh heartily as she skipped over to Yin Yun, curiously asking, "Uncle San, what is manhood?" Upon saying this, the beautiful face of the madam turned a shade of red. The other women also flushed with embarrassment and lowered their heads. "Qing'er, come back." The madam shouted for Qing'er to return, her face filled with anger. "Isn't this embarrassing?" "Yes. Uncle San Shuer is also very curious, what is manhood? Why can't one live without it?" Yin Shuer also walked up curiously. Seeing the innocent expressions on the two girls, Yin Yun felt overwhelmed. How to explain this? "Uncle San, does Shuer have manhood?" Yin Shuer asked blankly, even tugging at her clothes. Yin Qing'er too appeared like a curious child waiting for Yin Yun's response. Nearby, Niu Bian and Zhao Wu were blushing furiously. Zheng Ba was on the verge of internal injury. Yin Yun scratched his head and foolishly laughed. The manhood on him flapped and flew away. He no longer has manhood. Oh, then does the manhood on me also fly away? Yin Qing'er was determined to get to the bottom of it. Lu San was furious, spewing blood, and then he roared angrily, "Yin Yun, I swear I will kill you." His voice trailed off abruptly. Lu San was dead. "Qing'er, come back." The madam's eyes flashed with anger. "Swear you come back too." The third madam's gentle eyes rarely showed signs of anger. The two sister-in-laws shot Yin Yun a nasty glare. Yin Yun chuckled, scratched his head, and returned to the main group. The old steward sighed, "Alas, young Master Yun is really too mischievous." "Oh, then steward, please tell me what manhood is. Do we have manhood?" The old steward's tone faltered and his face flushed with embarrassment. Shushin laughed heartily. Hong Tao covered her mouth and smiled. "Hey, mother, is there meat to eat today?" Yin Shuer suddenly turned her gaze toward the male lion lying on the ground. Her little eyes sparkled with excitement and drool began to flow from the corner of her mouth. Everyone was caught off guard by her sudden change of topic. Yin Yun quickly took over her words, chuckling foolishly, "Of course. Later Uncle San will roast a lion leg for each of you. You will eat to your heart's content." "Wow, Uncle San is so great." Yin Shuer leaped into Yin Yun's arms. Yin Qing'er also rushed over without hesitation. The two little girls, like a pair of joyful birds, brought a touch of fun and comfort to the otherwise oppressive group. Zheng Ba did not seem to mourn the loss of the two team members. He had grown accustomed to such scenes. Over the years, having escorted so many times the deaths of companions beside him had left him numb. After each battle, he could only do his utmost to ensure everyone survived. But if they did not make it, it could only be said that it was their fate, and no one could blame anyone. From the moment he became a constable, he had already placed his life at the waistband of his trousers, always ready for death. After Lu San's death, Zheng Ba picked up the sword from beside him, wiped the blood off the blade with his clothes, and walked over to Lung Shiji, offering it to her with both hands. Though he harbored reservations about Lung Shiji, if she had wanted to kill him, she could have slit his throat while he slept in the dead of night. Zheng Ba harbored no suspicion toward Lung Shiji. Lung Shiji gazed at the sword proffered to her, a tumult of emotions stirring within. She truly needed a blade for self-defense. With a sword in hand, confidence would bloom across her face. Niobe remained silent, merely standing to the side, fixing Yin Yun with an icy stare from within the crowd. Through the fluctuations of emotional energy, Yin Yun perceived the envy and resentment directed at him. Simultaneously, Niobe still nursed a grudge over Yin Yun having smashed Lu San's arm. Now he even linked Lu San's death to Yin Yun. Yin Yun paid Niobe no heed. He would not deign to personally deal with such a petty nuisance. Moreover, keeping him alive allowed Yin Yun to harvest some emotional energy. If this one were to die as well, would that not be a tremendous loss? This battle had claimed the lives of 3 constables, Lu San ergo, and another constable, whose name Yin Yun did not know. Now only 6 constables remained at the scene. They were Zheng Ba, Niobe, Zhao Wu, Sun Mao, and 2 other ordinary constables, Lu Ba and Qin Wei. Qin Wei was the ordinary constable who had single-handedly fought the lioness. This fellow's combat prowess was no less than that of Lu San or Niobe. That he could challenge a lioness alone was ample testament to his considerable strength. Zheng Ba seemed to have long known of Qin Wei's exceptional abilities, so he publicly announced that Qin Wei would assume Lu San's former position, promoted to the vacant vice-captaincy of the squad. Qin Wei was a man of few words, merely cupping his fists in gratitude. Zhao Wu and Sun Mao busied themselves digging a pit. Zheng Ba meanwhile drew the short knife from his belt and began to butcher the male lion's carcass. Yin Yun's eyes immediately fell upon the lion's 2 large testicles. These were a potent tonic containing all the essence of the male lion. Zheng Ba wielded his short knife with practiced dexterity, swiftly slicing open the lion's abdomen. He then cut away the lion's penis, testicles, and kidneys, and finally severed all 4 paws. Next, he skinned the beast, carving off the firm breast meat, ribs, and hindquarters. Under Zheng Ba's deft cuts, a massive male lion was completely disassembled in less than half an hour. Zheng Ba produced a cloth sack, carefully placing all the lion meat inside. He then heaved the sack onto the back of a horse. He did not bother with the carcasses of the lionesses. On one hand, they could not carry all the meat, on the other the weather was hot. If they took everything, what they could not eat would rot. It was better to leave the remains to nature. Soon under the labor of Zhao Wu and the others, a large pit was dug using shovels they had brought along strapped to their horses. "Move out," Zheng Ba commanded. The troop began their march toward the large tree. The lion pride, having already lost its leader, was already retreating one by one. Upon reaching the tree, everyone collapsed onto the ground. Zhao Wu and the others, having fought and then dug a pit, were utterly exhausted. Having just dismounted at the base of the great tree, Zheng Ba did not rest. He seemed a perpetual motion machine, immune to fatigue. "We're staying here for the day. Well, rest here and resume our journey at dawn tomorrow." Zheng Ba announced a piece of good news. The women were overjoyed. This was undoubtedly the best news they had heard since their exile began. The 2 young girls cheered and leaped with delight. The consorts felt a great sense of relief. Yin Yun was thoroughly satisfied. Niobe seemed to want to say something, but seeing he was alone in his descent, he kept his mouth shut. With Lu San and ergo dead, Niobe's words carried no weight. "We have 2 tasks to complete." Zheng Ba addressed the group. "First, the lion meat reeks of blood. We need to wash it. I happen to know there's a small river to the east, but crocodiles, leopards, wolves, and other ferocious beasts often gather by its banks. So we need a brave person to go and clean the meat, and also bring back some fresh water to drink. Second, we need to light a fire to cook the meat. To the west, there's a small grove. There's plenty of dry firewood there. We need enough for cooking and to keep the beasts at bay tonight." Everyone could still tell east from west with the sun overhead as their guide. Furthermore, as they were traveling south, their left side was east and their right side was west. "Is it far?" Lung Shiji stood up. "The water source is a bit far. The grove is not far. However, to save time, both parties can ride the horses," Zheng Ba said. Originally, 10 constables had 10 horses. With 4 constables dead, there were now 4 idle pack horses. But Zheng Ba was rather rigid in his thinking and stubbornly refused to let anyone ride them. He was simply doing his duty. As a constable, allowing exiles to ride the pack horses would be a serious breach of the exile protocols. In truth, even when only 1 horse was idle, Yin Yun's group had not asked. Now that 4 were available, it seemed appropriate to bring it up. The water source is hard to find. It'll take 2 constables to find it, wash the meat, and bring back water for everyone. But a separate group is needed to gather firewood. Zheng Ba said. "Captain, you can't leave." Niobe objected. He was afraid of Lung Shiji and Yin Yun. With Zheng Ba present, he could still intimidate Yin Yun and Lung Shiji. If Zheng Ba left, what if these 2 suddenly killed them and escaped? Yin Yun knew what Niobe was worried about, and said with a foolish grin, "I'll go gather the firewood." "You go?" "No. Anyone can go, but not you." Niobe refused outright. Yin Yun was a fool. If he went and couldn't find his way back, wouldn't that cause them trouble? Or if this guy decided to flee and the emperor found out, wouldn't they all lose their heads? Yin Yun frowned. He wasn't simply looking for firewood. He wanted to collect the lionesses they had just hunted and store them in his spatial storage. This was all wild game. Leaving it to rot on the prairie would be a terrible waste. Yin Yun wanted to keep the lion meat for later, perhaps for a hot pot or roast. "He'll go. He'll accompany him, all right," the first consort volunteered, standing up. Niobe was about to object again, but Zheng Ba spoke. "In truth, whether it's finding water or gathering wood, we do need someone strong. And the 3rd young master, Yin, is indeed powerful. I know what Niobe is worried about. He fears the 3rd young master might not find his way back. Since the 1st consort is willing to accompany him, that's perfect." These words effectively silenced Niobe. Zheng Ba was far more astute. Shutting down Niobe's objections was a simple matter. Indeed, Niobe let out a light snort and said no more. Zheng Ba continued, "The grasslands are fraught with dangers. To gather more firewood on this trip, 3rd young master Yin and the 1st lady will each be assigned a nag to carry the firewood. Each of you shall carry a broadsword for self-defense." Yin Yun nodded, finding the arrangements reasonable. "Lady Lung is highly skilled. She will stay here with the other constables to guard everyone, forbidding any unauthorized departures." Zheng Ba declared. "Niobe, you will come with me to wash the meat." Zheng Ba seemed to fear that in his absence Niobe might clash with the women and end up with his throat slit by Lung Shiji, so he suggested Niobe accompany him outside. Niobe, unaware of Zheng Bai's good intentions, was momentarily stunned before saying, "Captain, If we both leave, won't there be no one in charge here? Zheng Ba replied flatly. Qin Wei is the vice-captain. He will handle everything here. Qin Wei was a man of few words, but possessed a calm mind. With him around, Zheng Ba felt quite at ease. Well, fine. Though somewhat displeased, Niu Bi followed Zheng Ba and departed. After Zheng Ba and Niu Bi left, Yan Yun and the First Lady finally rose to their feet. Each mounted a nag and carried a ghost-headed broadsword. This was Yan Yun's first time riding a horse since arriving in this world. He climbed onto the horse somewhat awkwardly, but fortunately the nag had a docile temperament, not as spirited as he had imagined. Under Yan Yun's lead, the two first headed toward the direction of the lioness corpse. The First Lady was puzzled and asked, "Aren't we heading west? Why are we going back north?" Yan Yun, shedding his dazed and bewildered look, gazed at the nearby lioness carcass and said, "You'll know when we get there." The First Lady shook her head helplessly, but seeing the wisdom and calm in Yan Yun's eyes, she refrained from asking further. She knew Yan Yun must have his own purpose. 100 meters away, Yan Yun spotted the lioness corpse. Because little time had passed, other carnivores had yet to seek it out, and under the scorching sun most predators were too lazy to hunt. When the two arrived beside the lioness carcass, they indeed saw no carnivores, though in the distance the howls of wild dogs could already be heard. These creatures had keen senses, able to detect scents from over a kilometer away. Seeing the two lioness carcasses, the First Lady's expression turned dubious. Yan Yun said, "This lion meat is a fine thing. If Shuer and Qing'er eat it, it will aid their growth. Leaving it here would be such a waste." The First Lady was taken aback and said, "But it seems we can't carry that much, can we?" Swish. As her words faded, the lioness corpse vanished on the spot. Yan Yun had not hidden his storage space from her, and now was the time to reveal his abilities. It disappeared. How can it just disappear? The First Lady was dumbfounded, utterly shocked. She turned her gaze to Yan Yun, instinctively recalling his divine-like methods. Could it be? The lioness corpse hasn't vanished. I've stored it in my storage space. Yan Yun said with a calm expression. Storage space? What is that? The First Lady was perplexed. A wondrous thing akin to a space. It can hold any item I wish to store. Yan Yun explained. So incredible. The First Lady's mind struggled to comprehend, too. She had never heard of such a thing. Yan Yun laughed heartily and said, "The tomatoes, steamed buns, and braised pork I had earlier all came from here." The First Lady was startled, then asked, "So you mean you prepared all this in advance, waiting for this day to come?" You could say that. Yan Yun replied with an air of inscrutability. The First Lady covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Ding. First Lady's bewilderment, shock, surprise, incredulity, disbelief, bafflement. Emotion points 6. Emotion points secured. A pleased smile curled at the corners of Yan Yun's mouth. "So I said leaving these lioness carcasses here would be a terrible waste," Yan Yun said with a smile. "Heavens. Then how much can this storage space of yours hold?" the First Lady asked with intense curiosity. Yan Yun raised his standard index finger again. "One finger. It can hold endlessly. Infinite space." The First Lady's heart churned like a stormy sea. The First Lady was beautiful and gentle, possessing the elegance of a noble lady and the grace of a matriarch. At only 26, she was in the prime of her youth. Before his transmigration, he had been a VIP member of various clubs and a devoted fan of Boss Chow. The corpses on the ground vanished, and the two mounted their nags, heading west as Zheng Ba had directed. On the way, "Little uncle, may I ask you a few things?" Please go ahead, sister-in-law. Yan Yun nodded. "Before, everyone said you were a fool, that your mind was damaged by fever. But I feel like you've been feigning ignorance all along. Were you really pretending before?" The First Madam finally found an opportunity to voice the question that had been lingering in her mind. Yan Yun knew this question would inevitably have to be answered. In fact, he had long prepared his response, so he darkened his expression and said, "Before this, my mind was indeed addled. But," Yan Yun feigned a look of bewilderment and continued, "after learning of my father and brother's calamity and my mother's comatose state, my heart ached with such excruciating pain. My head felt as if it were being split by axes, and it was at that moment that my senses cleared considerably." His words were not far from the truth. He had indeed transmigrated at the moment the eunuch arrived at the mansion, and it was precisely then that he learned of the family's predicament from Shu Exile. At that time, I dared not make a sound. I feared that Yin Nandu would show no mercy if he discovered the truth. So I chose to play the fool. I chose to endure in silence. Because I must avenge my father and brother. I must clear their names of injustice. I must restore the glory of the Yin family and revive my father's lineage. If possible, I will not only reclaim everything that belongs to my father, but I will also seize power and usurp the throne, making my father's branch the rightful line." Yan Yun spoke with solemnity and an overwhelming aura of dominance. The First Madam was captivated by his imposing presence. a quality that had never existed in his elder brother Yin Feng, nor had it been present in his father Yin Beidu. Now seeing it in Yin Yun, the first madam regarded him with newfound respect. If before the food had merely satisfied hunger and the mystery had only brought shock, surprise, and gratitude, now her heart was truly stirred. Especially when she recalled the sight of Yin Yun killing a lion with a single punch, it made her feel he was extraordinary. A beauty admires a hero, and even more so a formidable man. Particularly when faced with a man of sharp intellect, she found herself utterly defenseless. "You will succeed," the first madam said, instinctively raising her thumb. Yin Yun shook his head and said, "Everything has only just begun. But no matter what, I will need the help of my sister-in-law in the future. So I sincerely hope that our family will never be separated and never give up on one another. United as one, sharing a common hatred and facing our family's crisis together." Well said. We will never be separated, never give up. United as one, sharing a common hatred and facing our family's crisis together. The first madam's eyes lit up with genuine admiration. Another 3 points of emotional energy harvested. The two then spoke for a while longer. Under the guidance of the nag, they found the small forest that Zheng Ba had mentioned. The forest was overgrown with weeds, and most of the vegetation had withered. The dense shade within had indirectly attracted many herbivores and carnivores to gather here. Before even entering the small forest, Yin Yun spotted sika deer and antelope hiding within. Outside the forest, he also noticed fresh blood dripping on the ground. "Let's be careful. The lion pride from earlier has likely entered here," Yin Yun said, narrowing his eyes. Then are we in danger?" The first madam's expression changed, and she instinctively pulled on the reins, asking with a wary look, "It's fine. As long as I'm here, if the lion pride dares to seek revenge, he'll make sure none of them return," Yin Yun declared with a serious tone. The first madam did not question his words, as she inexplicably chose to trust in his abilities. She felt that Yin Yun's words carried great conviction. A voice in her mind even told her that Yin Yun could keep her safe. After speaking, Yin Yun looked around, mounted the nag, and slowly entered the small forest. The first madam followed closely behind. Her hands gripped the ghost head broadsword, as if fearing that the lion pride might suddenly ambush them from either side. "First sister-in-law, stay on the horse. He'll gather the firewood." Yin Yun dismounted and began collecting dry branches from the ground. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he first stored the collected firewood in his storage space, planning to bundle it up after leaving the forest. Dry branches were scattered everywhere. Yin Yun deftly tossed them one by one into his storage space. To prepare for future barbecues and hot pot, he gathered a little extra. The antelope and sika deer hidden within, upon seeing humans, immediately bolted away without hesitation. Yin Yun would have liked to catch 1 or 2 for future mutton hot pot, but these creatures were too wary. There was no choice. Yin Yun could only sigh in frustration. Suddenly, he sensed a potential danger. He sharply shifted his gaze and spotted a leopard lurking in the bushes. The leopard crouched low, poised to strike. Yin Yun and the other were slowly moving toward the leopard's location. Seeing this creature, Yin Yun narrowed his eyes. He pretended not to have noticed the leopard, continuing to bend down and pick up dry twigs and branches, then tossing them into his storage space. He acted as if the lurking leopard did not exist, giving it a false sense of security. Finally, when they were within 5 meters of the leopard, it suddenly leaped out from the bushes. With its powerful long legs stretching and contracting like springs, it lunged at Yin Yun like lightning. The first madam's expression changed drastically, and she screamed, "Yin Yun, watch out." The moment the leopard leaped out, her face turned pale and her eyes filled with horror and despair. She seemed terrified that something might happen to Yin Yun. At this moment, Yin Yun was everything to her. Her entire life, her entire future. Even her daughter, Yin Qing'er, could not replace the importance Yin Yun held in her heart at that moment. She would rather die in Yin Yun's place than see him come to harm. Yin Yun had become her pillar of support, and in the future the pillar for all the Yin family wives. With Yin Yun, there was still hope. If Yin Yun were to fall, everything would be lost. Yin Yun had not expected the first madam to react so intensely. He had originally planned to warn her about the leopard hiding in the bushes. But then he thought it unnecessary, as he wanted her to realize that his strength was far greater than she could imagine. This way, the first madam would become more dependent on him in the future and would follow him with unwavering loyalty. So, before the first madam's words had even faded, Yin Yun suddenly stood up. As the leopard's massive jaws lunged toward him, he swiftly dodged, avoiding the fatal throat strike. Then his hands shot out like lightning, grabbing the leopard's front legs. With a fierce shout, he swung the beast and slammed it viciously against a nearby tree. The entire sequence was fluid, decisive, and without a hint of hesitation. Everything seemed to have been anticipated. A sharp crack of breaking bones echoed through the air. The leopard let out a miserable howl as its front and back halves were brutally torn apart. Bang! Yin Yun dragged the leopard's body and slammed it viciously against a tree. The violent impact caused the massive tree to tremble incessantly. Under Yan Yun's relentless assault, the leopard was brutally slain. Yin Yun let out a heavy breath and dropped the leopard's corpse. After a few convulsions, the leopard's legs stiffened, its head drooped, and it breathed its last. The first madam had dismounted from her horse at some unknown moment. Her heart was filled with immense terror. She was truly afraid that they would be separated by death. Wah! Just now. Wah! If anything had happened to you, none of us would have chosen to live on. The first madam, like a child throwing a tantrum, wept incessantly. Ding. First madam's emotions: worry, terror, despair, ecstasy, agitation. Emotional value 5 points. Yin Yun laughed heartily and said dismissively, "It's just a little kitty, what's there to fear? Look at me. I'm perfectly fine." "What little kitty?" That was clearly a full-grown leopard. "It was taller than you," the first madam scolded in shock. Yin Yun laughed again. "You're exaggerating, sister-in-law." "I say it's true, so it is," the first madam retorted willfully like a stubborn child. Fine. Whatever you say." Yin Yun was speechless. He never expected the first madam to have such an adorable and playful side, which completely reshaped his view of her. In the past, the first madam had always been elegant and magnanimous, unbounded by convention. Even when the Yin family faced such calamity, she had never reacted so intensely. Yet now, because of a slight danger to him, she displayed such a stark contrast. This caught Yin Yun somewhat by surprise. What he didn't know was that the former first madam had lived a life of ease with everything handed to her on a silver platter. She had never been troubled by worldly affairs, never endured so many hardships and pains, and never faced such torment and misery. Now, having experienced setbacks and blows, and in the midst of that adversity glimpsed hope and dawn, her mindset had naturally changed. People always change. Either adapt to society and endure its harsh lessons, or withdraw from it and walk the path to self-destruction. From the moment of exile, she thought she would starve to death on the road, or be killed by others, or suffer some other unimaginable fate, or end up as a slave in the barbaric lands. But now, Yan Yun's sudden transformation gave her hope, as if her life had been rebooted. Like a computer system reset. Her mindset had subtly shifted. Of course, in front of others, she remained the first madam, still bearing all the responsibilities of the Yin family. "All right, this firewood is enough for tonight. It's too dangerous here, let's head back first." The sister-in-law seemed unwilling to stay any longer. Yin Yun waved his hand grandly and stored the leopard's corpse, saying, "Sister-in-law, this firewood is only enough for tonight, not for tomorrow night or the night after. And, starting tomorrow, we won't need to sneak around to eat anymore. So our need for firewood will only grow. We must gather more." Yin Yun spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. The first madam hesitated and said, "But it's too dangerous here. And the lion pride we encountered earlier has also entered this area. I'm afraid they might charge out. If I die, so be it. But if something happens to you, the hope of the Yin family will be utterly extinguished. Only if you live can the Yin family be revitalized. Enough. No more talk of death. From today on, no one is allowed to mention the word death. I want everyone to live well." Yin Yun said with feigned displeasure. All right. I won't mention it then." The first madam pouted like a little girl. Yin Yun was momentarily stunned, then snapped back to reality. The first madam was only 26, now still in the bloom of youth in Yan Yun's world. If she hadn't married Yan Yun's elder brother and been forced into the role of the first madam among the young mistresses of the household, she wouldn't have had to maintain such a dignified and refined demeanor. She too longed to be loved. But from her marriage until now, the time she had spent with Yan Yun's elder brother could be counted on the fingers of both hands. Blame it on Yin Feng's constant duty at the border. Blame it on the fact that border commanders couldn't bring their families along. However, for your safety, sister-in-law, let's not go deeper. We'll start heading back and gather whatever we can along the way," Yin Yun said. On the way back, the first madam continued to ride the plodding horse. To be on the safe side, she kept glancing around, fearful that an unknown danger might spring up from either side. Deep down, she vowed to protect the man beside her with all her might. She wanted Yin Yun to live well. Owl! Owl! A youthful, beastly growl suddenly emerged from the bushes. Yin Yun suddenly heightened his vigilance. The madam's keen eyes pointed towards the bushes as she whispered, "Uncle. Over there." Yin Yun also sensed it, nodding slightly as he approached cautiously. He was astonished to see 2 palm-sized kittens appearing from the bushes. These little kittens seemed to feel hungry, which was why they kept low growling. The madam looked around and, seeing no other dangers nearby, jumped down from her horse. "This is cheetah cubs," Yin Yun firmly declared. "Cheetahs are so big. How can these tiny ones be theirs? They look more like little house cats." The madam was charmed by the adorably naive appearance of the 2 little ones and instinctively bent down to pick them up. Yin Yun was afraid that there might still be lurking cheetahs nearby, so he quickly heightened his guard. However, in reality, his caution was unnecessary. Do you think the cheetah we saw earlier could be their mother? The madam asked with uncertainty. Yin Yun recalled that there were no lychees behind the cheetah earlier and replied, "It's 99% likely." "Oh, poor little ones. What will happen to them without their mother? Should we take them back with us?" The madam, overflowing with maternal instincts, sought Yin Yun's opinion. Yin Yun thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Sure. There are exactly 2 cheetah cubs, one for Chinga and one for Schwer. With these they won't be bored anymore." "Great idea." The madam's beautiful eyes lit up with praise. She never expected Yin Yun to care for the growth of the 2 little girls, so diligently treating them as if they were his own treasures. This was undoubtedly good news for her. After all, Yin Qinger and Yin Schwer had lost their father and would lack paternal love from now on. Yin Yun's presence undoubtedly filled the void of their childhood. Moreover, Yin Yun was much more considerate than his 2 brothers. "All right, then you take these 2 little ones. Don't let them fall. Once we get back to the tree, we'll feed them roasted meat," Yin Yun proposed. "No problem." The madam was overjoyed. Following this, Yin Yun immersed himself wholeheartedly in gathering firewood. The 2 began to return, but the route they took was not the same as before. They walked westward for several dozen meters. There were more dry trees in this area, and thus plenty of dry firewood on the ground. The madam held the 2 little ones tightly, still constantly scanning the surroundings on guard against any unknown dangers. Yin Yun picked up another 3 or 4 bundles of firewood. At that moment, he felt a surge of unease. Yin Yun's expression suddenly changed as he instinctively lifted his head, quickly scanning the area. "Uncle!" The madam screamed, her heart racing to her throat. She caught sight of the danger and widened her eyes, trembling all over as she hurriedly warned Yin Yun. Yin Yun reached out, signaling for her to be quiet. He directed his gaze towards the source of the threat. There, a fierce-looking lion with a grand presence appeared in his view. This lion looked somewhat unfamiliar. It was nothing like the adult lion that Zheng Ba had injured before. This lion was much more robust than the 2 lions they had encountered earlier. It stood on the ground, gazing at the 2 with an arrogant demeanor. Yin Yun felt a slight pressure emanating from this lion. This was not an ordinary adult lion, but rather a lion king with terrifying combat prowess. Indeed, it was an adult lion king. Yin Yun's expression turned serious. He instinctively clenched his fist, preparing for battle. If he could take down this beast, his lychees and whip would surely be impressive. In an instant, Yin Yun found himself feeling somewhat eager. His blood began to boil. Suddenly, Yin Yun caught a whiff of blood. The smell was emanating from the direction of the Lion King. Could it be that a fierce battle had just taken place nearby? Yin Yun felt somewhat bewildered. "Ow!" The Lion King let out a roar, then charged towards Yin Yun with powerful strides. Its speed started off slow, resembling more of a wind-up. But as its muscles stretched and its body gained momentum, its speed increased rapidly. Each powerful paw that hit the ground created a strong tremor. "Get out of the way," Yin Yun shouted at the madam. The madam did not dare to hesitate, quickly urging her horse forward while holding on to another steed racing ahead. If she did not move aside, the Lion King's momentum would crash into the horse beneath her. Boom, boom. The intense rumbling seemed to resonate within Yin Yun's heart, prompting him to clench his fists and prepare for battle. He was unarmed, opting not to use the ghost head blade. These weapons were made from the lowest quality iron and were simply not up to standard. He did have a weapon in his storage space, but he was in no hurry to use it. He was eager to discover just how powerful his overlord divine strength was. Thus, as the Lion King charged towards him, Yin Yun leaped into the air like a cannonball, landing firmly in front of the Lion King. Ignoring the Lion King's overwhelming momentum, he grasped its massive jaws with both hands. Huh. Yin Yun's eyes widened as he gathered all his strength into his arms. Lift. The Lion King, weighing 1,000 pounds, was forcefully slammed onto the ground by Yin Yun's powerful arms. The tremendous force left the Lion King dazed. The madam was stunned by this display of strength. Her delicate body trembled as she stared blankly at Yin Yun's back, unable to believe that he possessed such divine power. Such strength was not something an ordinary person could possess. Her tender heart was once again conquered by Yin Yun. The Lion King never imagined it would be at a disadvantage against a human who seemed so frail and timid. This filled it with dread, making it the first time it felt fear towards a human. Over the years, countless humans had perished at its jaws, numbering not less than 100. Without a doubt, every human that encountered it had fled in terror. No one was its match. But now, its powerful Lion King dignity was thoroughly trampled beneath the feet of a human. It struggled to rise, but saw this human leap into the air once again, its massive fists descending like meteorites from the sky, crashing down on its head. Awoo! Its skull felt as if it had been shattered, the pain causing it to let out a heart-wrenching howl. It attempted to rise, but its entire body seemed welded to the ground. Even with 1,000 gene of strength, it was futile. Die! Suddenly, Yin Yun delivered another punch, striking fiercely at the already fractured part of the skull. The splintered skull pierced through the pale brain matter, causing the Lion King to convulse and roar before its head drooped lifeless. Yin Yun had acted, and it took no more than 3 moves. No matter how formidable the Lion King was encountering Yin Yun, who possessed divine strength, it met its end. The first madam was stunned beyond words. Yin Yun's power had clearly exceeded her imagination. Just moments ago, fearing that something might happen to him, she had already dismounted from her horse, ready to wield her ghost-headed blade and fight the Lion King. But now, all her worries were superfluous. Ding, first madam, worry, trembling, surprise, ecstasy, excitement, heartthrob, ardor, emotion points 7. Haha, another round of emotion points harvested. Yin Yun let out a rough breath, waved his hand, and stored the Lion King's massive body into his storage space. So, do you think him impressive? Yin Yun asked with feigned pride. The first madam nodded. Let's go. Let's check over there. Yin Yun was filled with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. As he spoke, he turned and walked toward where the Lion King had been. A thick smell of blood emanated from that spot. The first madam dared not delay, as she quickly led the 2 horses and followed closely behind Yin Yun. Yin Yun strode over quickly and amidst the dense thicket saw the corpses of 4 lions. 1 male lion covered in wounds and 3 lionesses. Beside the lionesses, a group of cubs were nuzzling at their bellies as if suckling. These fallen lions were the very pride they had encountered earlier. They had not escaped their fate, reduced to mere corpses. Based on his knowledge of lion prides from his past life, Yin Yun surmised that this robust Lion King had invaded the territory of a pair of brothers, usurped their mates, and slaughtered their offspring. But with one of the brother lions lost, they could not withstand the Lion King. The Lion King killed the male, then sought to slay the cubs. The lionesses, unwilling, fought a bloody battle, but were ultimately outmatched and killed one by one. Just as the Lion King was about to massacre the cubs, it encountered Yin Yun and the first madam. Thus the Lion King charged, only to be slain by Yin Yun. Several cubs survived. Holding 2 leopard cubs, the first madam approached the lion cubs. Gazing at these motherless young, her maternal instincts surged once more. Here, there are 7 little lions. The first madam exclaimed in delight. She then turned her gaze to Yin Yun and said, Little uncle, these little ones without their mother won't survive till tomorrow. What do you think? Yin Yun asked somewhat speechlessly. The first madam glanced at the 2 leopard cubs in her arms, then at the 7 lion cubs on the ground. The 2 leopards, 1 each for Qing'er and Shu'er, and these 7 lion cubs. They match the number of us, 7 sisters. It's an omen that when they grow up, they will be a great help to us. Yin Yun's eyes lit up. Great idea. When these 7 little ones grow up, they can act as your bodyguards. Protect your safety. That's possible. But once they're fully grown, they might be hard to tame. If things go wrong, they could even bring you danger. You need to be mentally prepared for that. The first madam patted her chest and said, Leave this to us. I guarantee nothing will go wrong. Yin Yun recalled the white lions kept by Middle Eastern tycoons. He hadn't heard of any lions harming their owners. As long as these creatures were kept well-fed daily, there would likely be no trouble. Lions usually recognize their masters. As long as the master doesn't treat the lion too harshly, it will never harm them. Yin Yun agreed with the first madam's idea. Most importantly, when all these lions grew up and he had regrouped to once again step into the Yin Imperial City, his wives entering the city with the lions would surely make them the center of everyone's attention. Yin Yun looked forward to that day. However, adding so many mouths to feed on the road to exile was also a considerable burden for Yin Yun's group. Sometimes they themselves couldn't get enough to eat, let alone these little ones. Fortunately, Yin Yun had plenty of food. For anyone else, it would be unthinkable. But the first madam paused as if she had something difficult to say. But what? Yin Yun asked, puzzled. Adding these little ones is undoubtedly a huge challenge for us now. We barely have enough to eat as it is. Adding more mouths. The first madam worried it would add pressure to Yin Yun. Yin Yun laughed heartily and said, Once we cross the great grasslands and Qingshu, a city we can let loose. On the road to exile, we'll not only have tents to rest in, but we can also have barbecues and hot pot. Huh, I know what barbecue is, but what's hot pot? The first madam asked, puzzled. Yin Yun chuckled and said mysteriously, You'll find out later. With me around, you'll never go hungry. The first madam nodded gently. But after all, she was a woman and had her own reserve. There was a sackcloth bag beside the horse. The first madam placed all the lion cubs inside and hung them on both sides of the horse. Yin Yun waved his hand and stored all the lion carcasses away. These lion meats would become their delicious meals on the road ahead. Next, the 2 gathered some dry firewood, tied it up with hemp rope, placed it on the horse's back, and began their return journey. Zheng Ba and Niobi each rode a horse heading along the riverbed in search of a water source. They had brought over 30 kilograms of lion meat. On the road, Niobi appeared deeply preoccupied. Zheng Ba knew what was on his mind, but chose neither to inquire nor to respond. Unable to hold back any longer, Niobe spoke up. "Captain, I have a nagging sense of unease." Zhengba glanced at him and asked, "Are you worried they might flee?" Niobe nodded and said, "Exactly. I fear Qin Wei is no match for Lung Shiji. That woman is too terrifying. And aren't you afraid that the third fool of the Yin family and Zhao Weining might suddenly turn back and escape with the other wives?" Zhengba shook his head, then asked with a grave expression, "Captain Niu, let me ask you this. Do you still wish to return alive to the Yin Imperial City?" Niobe was startled and replied, "Of course I do." "Then keep your mouth shut. Speak only what must be said, for what shouldn't be said. Seal your lips and never utter it, even unto death." Zhengba warned with a solemn tone. "Why? We are officers. They are criminals. Why must we watch their expressions in everything we do and say? We should establish our authority before them, intimidate them, and make them obey us." Niobe fumed inwardly. Zhengba couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Captain Niu is still too young. Niobe curled his lips, his expression clearly displeased. Unfazed, Zhengba continued, "From now on, do not call him the third fool of the Yin behind his back. Also, don't harbor any suspicion toward them. If any of them had intended to escape midway, you and I would have long been corpses." "Why do you say that? Haven't you often encountered criminals fleeing in the dead of night during past escorts?" Niobe was puzzled. "These criminals are different from the ones before. These people all have backgrounds. If they dared to escape, they would surely incur the Emperor's wrath and bring calamity upon their families back home." Zhengba spoke with certainty. Indeed, it was for this reason that the women had not chosen to flee. Moreover, having food along the way had kept their spirits steady. Coupled with their loyalty to the Yin family and the ideological indoctrination from the first and second madams, they had never even entertained the thought of escape. "And do you know why they haven't been reduced to gnawing on wild grass by the roadside during this journey?" Zhengba asked. "Could it be because someone has been feeding them in the dead of night?" Niobe inquired doubtfully. "Knowing that is enough." Zhengba affirmed his words. "Do you know why I brought you along instead of leaving you under the tree?" Zhengba asked. "Isn't it because you're afraid I'll set my mind on those wanton women?" Niobe snorted coldly. Zhengba looked at him with an expression of utter disappointment. "Then let me ask you this, when the Lion Pride attacked, why didn't Lung Shiji and Yin Yun with their formidable combat prowess lend us a hand? If they had acted ergo and loose and wouldn't have been killed." Niobe sneered. "Of course I know that. They wish we were all dead. That way they'd be free." Zhengba shook his head in exasperation. Niobe's thinking was far too simplistic. No matter how hard he tried to guide him, it was futile. Confronted with Niobe's simple-mindedness, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Niobe was a capable fighter, and Zhengba genuinely wanted to give him a leg up, but the man simply refused to catch on. What Zhengba really wanted to say was, why did Lung Shiji and Yin Yun choose to save him when he was in danger, yet turn a blind eye to ergo Lu San and the other officers? But how could he voice that? He wanted to guide Niobe to grasp the underlying meaning himself. However, Niobe's intellect simply couldn't keep up. There was no helping it. If things continued this way, Niobe would never make it back alive to the Yin Imperial City. He might not even survive crossing the Great Prairie. Zhengba had already discerned that Yin Yun's group had no intention of escaping on their own. He was meticulous and had long noticed something unusual about Yin Yun. Though Yin Yun appeared foolish and acted unpredictably, he always managed to play a crucial role at pivotal moments. Therefore, Zhengba had long harbored suspicions about Yin Yun, but he kept it to himself. His nature was always to stay out of trouble, retire after achieving success, never greedy, and free from selfish desires. Such was his character. It was this very disposition that had kept him alive and well. Moreover, he was filled with curiosity about Yin Yun, yet he remained utterly composed, betraying no hint of inner turmoil. This was precisely why Yin Yun had not received any erratic thoughts or emotional feedback from Zhengba. Since Niobe refused to see reason, Zhengba had essentially pronounced his death sentence. In his eyes, Niobe was as good as dead. Whatever Niobe said on the road, he ignored. Assuming Zhengba was tired, Niobe fell silent. The two found a river, filled their water skins, and washed the meat. No carnivores were spotted by the river, only a few antelopes and zebras drinking water. That was good news for Zhengba. After cleaning the meat, they withdrew from the riverbank. After Yin Yun, the first Madame Zhengba and Niobe had left, the rest lay down under the tree to rest. Yin Qing'er, worried for her mother's safety, leaned against the second madam. The second madam set aside her icy demeanor and held Yin Qing'er in her arms. Qin Wei, Zhao Wu, Sun Mao, and Lu Ba stood guard, watching for any other beasts approaching. Lung Shiji cradled his long sword, leaning against a large tree with his eyes half closed in rest. All around was serene. No clamor, no roars of beasts. Herbivores grazed on the green grass 100 meters away. Before long, Yin Yun, and the first madam were the first to appear in everyone's sight, each leading a horse. Big sister and little uncle are back, the third madam exclaimed with delight. The second madam quickly turned to look, and there were the first madam and Yin Yun each holding the reins of a horse. Bundles of firewood hung from both sides of the saddles. Wow, we can finally eat meat. Yin Shuer cheered and jumped for joy. Mother! Yin Qing'er rose from the second madam's arms and ran toward her own mother. The first madam shed her girlish demeanor, her face once again radiating grace, nobility, elegance, and poise. By Yin Yun's side, she could be a little woman. But before the others, she still had to shoulder the responsibility of the eldest sister. Seeing Yin Qing'er rushing over, the first madam was overjoyed. She opened her arms and scooped her up. Mother, I'm so happy to see you and third uncle back safely. Yin Qing'er hugged her mother tightly, her childish words filled with relief. The first madam smiled. With third uncle protecting me, nothing could have gone wrong. I knew that with third uncle around, you two would be fine. But Qing'er is still terrified when she thinks of the lion pride earlier. Yin Qing'er said, Don't be afraid. Those lions that fled have all become victims of your third uncle's blade, the first madam said. Don't be afraid. Those lions that fled have all become victims of your third uncle's blade, the first madam said. Wow, really? So, you actually encountered a fleeing lion pride just now. Yin Qing'er leaped down from her mother's embrace. Knowing her mother must be utterly exhausted, she obediently jumped down. Yin Qing'er cast a skeptical glance at her third uncle. Yin Yun let out a silly chuckle, reached out to pinch Yin Qing'er's plump little cheeks, and spoke in a foolish tone. Of course. Isn't your third uncle amazing? Wow, third uncle is so awesome. Third uncle is the best. With that, Yin Qing'er dashed toward the crowd, shouting as she ran, Third uncle is incredible. That fleeing lion pride was all taken down by third uncle alone. He's truly amazing. Did third uncle really wipe out the entire lion pride? Yin Shuer, upon hearing this, quickly stood up from her mother's arms. The other women all showed expressions of delight. Even Qin Wei and Zhao Wu revealed joy, but after the elation came shock and fear. They were filled with awe and dread at Yin Yun's combat prowess. Yet this fellow was still a fool. If they inadvertently offended Yin Yun, they might be the next to have their heads smashed. In an instant, the several bailiffs all became much more docile. They wore benevolent expressions, terrified of accidentally provoking Yin Yun. Yin Yun ignored their impassive faces. As long as these fellows didn't overstep, he wouldn't strike them down. The first madam said, Third uncle not only took down the lion pride, but also brought back gifts for you. Gifts? What gifts? Yin Shuer rejoiced. The first madam replied, You'll find out soon enough. Wow. Gifts. There are even gifts. The two little girls cheered and hopped with joy. As they returned beneath the tree, Zhengba and Niobi rode their horses back, carrying washed meat and cool river water. On both sides of their saddles hung water flasks provided by Wei Xiong for Yin Yun's group. After all, when they left the Yin Imperial City, they had nothing on them. With the help of Qin Wei and the other three, the bundled firewood was placed on the ground one by one. But when they went to lift the sack containing the lion and leopard cubs, Yin Yun stopped them. The first madam understood and said, Don't bother with this sack. Ow ow. Squeak. The cries of lion cubs emerged from within the sack. Qin Wei was startled and asked, What's in there? Why is there noise? It's even moving. Yin Yun chuckled, unloaded the sack, and carefully tipped out the lion and leopard cubs. Seeing they were cubs, everyone was stunned. Qin Wei asked in confusion, These cubs are little lions and leopards? Yin Yun grinned and said yes. The two little girls were enchanted by the adorable cubs and picked them up to play. The several sisters-in-law and maids also showed joy and surprise at the sight of the cubs. Even the second madam's cold face softened with a hint of tenderness. 7 little lions. 2 little leopards. Heavens, these little creatures. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the lion and leopard prides? Niobe dismounted from his horse and immediately spotted the cubs. Away with you. So much nonsense. Say one more word and he'll smash your skull, believe it. Hearing Niobe's words, Yin Yun grew furious and brandished his fist as if to crush Niobe's head. Seeing this, Zhengba quickly smiled and said, Third young master, let's talk things over nicely, no need to bother with him. This was Zhengba's last shield for Niobe. Whether Niobe would escape being slaughtered afterward was no longer his concern. This counted as a final favor from a colleague. Niobe's face showed displeasure, but fearing Yin Yun's strength, he swallowed his anger and moved behind the tree. He said nothing aloud, but inwardly plotted revenge against Yin Yun. Shuerqing, do you like these little ones? The first madam asked joyfully. Like them? We love them. We adore them. They're so cute. Yin Shuer said, happily cradling a leopard cub. The first madam said, These are your gifts. Wow. Wonderful. Yin Qing'er joyfully hugged the other leopard cub, unable to let go. The first madam continued, 2 little leopards. 7 little lions. That's a very auspicious number for us. So, the 2 leopards go to Schwer and Chinger 1 each. The 7 little lions 1 for each of us, 7 sisters. The 5th Madame Lu Yuner, her eyes sparkling, exclaimed in delight, 7 little lions 1 for each of us, 7 sisters. Wonderful. The 7th Madame Duan Ruinxia, gazing at the few lion cubs, rarely spoke, her voice soft. This symbolism couldn't be better for us. Once they grow up, they'll be our personal guardian beasts. The 3rd Madame Gua Iren hesitated before saying, these little ones are so tiny. I'm afraid we might not be able to raise them. The 4th Madame Yi Jiaomei was somewhat timid as she looked at the lion cubs and said, these little ones look adorable now, but once they're grown, who can guarantee they won't eat us? Lu Yuner laughed and said, 4th sister worries too much. For now, we should focus on how to keep these little ones alive. Their appetites aren't big yet, but when they grow up, feeding them every day will be a huge expense. Everyone chattered on and on. Zhengba felt somewhat helpless. He suddenly realized these women had remarkably good attitudes. This was exile, not a vacation. No one knew what would happen in the barbaric lands, yet they were already letting their spirits run free. The 1st Madame picked up the largest lion cub and said, if these little lions really grow up, they will become our most loyal companions. So, we can give our companions names. Both leopards were male. Among the 7 lions, 4 were male and 3 female. The cub in the 1st Madame's arms was female. These cubs were all past 1 month old. Usually lionesses give birth elsewhere and only bring the cubs back to the pride after a month. Thus, the smallest of these lion cubs was at least a month and a half old. Under such circumstances, the survival chances of these cubs under the pride's care might be slim, but with the meticulous care of these women, hope remained strong. My little leopard is named Little Flower, Yin Schwetter said without a second thought. Then my little leopard will be called. Yin Qinger pondered for a moment, her eyes lighting up. Gold coin. Because its markings look just like gold coins. Gold coins. Wow, that's a great name. I won't call it Little Flower anymore. I'll call it Brother. Yes, brother. I want it to guard me just like my brother does. Despite her tender age, Yin Schwerer had already conceived such a thought in her young mind. The 3rd Madame was left utterly speechless. The other sisters-in-law also began bestowing names upon their own little lions. The 1st Madame named her lioness, Grace. The 2nd Madame named hers, Frost, a male lion. The 3rd Madame named hers, Serenity, a lioness. The 4th Madame named hers, Elegance, a lioness. The 5th Madame named hers, Dominance, a male lion. The 6th Madame named hers, Cold Blood, a male lion. The 7th Madame named hers, Dawn, a male lion. Each name chosen by the sisters-in-law carried its own unique significance. The 1st Madame's Grace symbolized her status and position, perfectly matching her magnanimous demeanor, and it was fitting that this was a female cub. The 2nd Madame's Frost also complemented her icy temperament, cold and aloof, keeping others at a distance. The 3rd Madame's Serenity reflected her gentle and kind nature. The 4th Madame's Elegance aptly captured her natural beauty and peerless grace. Yin Yun knew very little about this sister-in-law, only that she was somewhat timid and rarely spoke. She was not articulate, and it was only upon seeing the little lion that her heart seemed to find solace, prompting her to speak at last. The 5th Madame's dominance had nothing to do with her gentle disposition. Perhaps she had received a male lion, and deep down she yearned to become more assertive herself. The 6th Madame's cold blood reflected her exquisite and icy swordsmanship style. The 7th Madame's Dawn seemed to embody her hopes for the future. Each name carried its own meaning. The sisters-in-law offered no explanation, but everyone could discern it. They all came from distinguished backgrounds and had received a fine education from a young age. There was no need for comparison. In their exile, having a bite to eat and a sip of water was already more than enough. They had never dared to hope for a better life. As for their respective families, none of them expected their families to come to their rescue. From the start, they had been nothing more than political pawns for the prosperity of their clans. Now that the Yin family had fallen from grace, they would consider themselves lucky if their families were not implicated. Expecting rescue, that would undoubtedly drag their families into the abyss. From the moment they entered the Yin household, they had passively accepted their reality. If the Yin family stood tall, they would enjoy a life of comfort and luxury, and their families would prosper alongside them, their fortunes soaring. If the Yin family crumbled, they would be left penniless, subjected to the scorn of thousands, and their families might suffer as well. These were undeniable truths. They had been forced to accept this fate. Gazing at the scene before him, Yin Yun's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. This was undoubtedly the most the sisters-in-law had spoken to one another since their exile began. The old steward standing beside him sighed deeply and said, "Seeing the smiles on the madam's faces, I feel I could die content. At least on this journey of exile, I haven't witnessed them suffering. Young Master Yun, tell me, who has been leaving food along the way?" Yin Yun chuckled, rubbing his head. "Who cares who left it? As long as it doesn't kill us, well, just eat it. Do you think we will ever return to Yin Imperial City? The old steward asked in a low voice, looking back at the road they had traveled. Yin Yun was silent for a moment, then grinned. Let's live in the present first and worry about the future later. Oh, young Master Yin, you truly see things clearly. This old servant has lived for decades without understanding a thing. I was still fretting over whether we would reach the barbarian wastelands. Your words have enlightened me. But with you here, everyone will keep going. Though you may seem simple, you are the hope that keeps us alive, the old steward mused thoughtfully. Time to grill meat. Time to grill meat. Without heeding the old steward's lamentations, Yin Yun rose, dusted off the dirt from his backside, and approached Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba had already set up the grilling rack. He whittled a wooden skewer with his knife, then cut pieces of succulent lion meat and threaded them onto the skewer. Niobe was busy lighting a fire. As he kindled the flames, he mumbled something under his breath. Yin Yun caught a few fragments of his words. Damn it. We don't even know if we'll make it to the barbarian wastelands alive. And now you're all getting distracted by carnal desires. It's just a lousy lion. Yin Yun ignored his grumbling. Qin Wei and Zhao Wu were not idle either. They took out their short knives and whittled a few more long skewers. Given the large number of people, they needed to set up several fires for grilling. Under the efforts of the bailiffs, 5 bonfires were lit in a pentagram around the large tree. These 5 fires would protect them through the night. The skewers of meat sizzled over the flames, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Yin Yun took out various seasonings he had brought from the imperial kitchen and sprinkled them over the meat on the racks. Seasonings. Young Master Yin still has these on him. Zheng Ba looked at the spices with curiosity. The other bailiffs seemed about to ask, but considering Yin Yun's formidable strength, they refrained from questioning him. Yin Yun chuckled. Let me tell you quietly. I stole these from Wei Xiong's house. Who would have thought that guy knew how to enjoy life? He had such a stash of seasonings at home. Stolen from General Weiss' residence. Zheng Ba breathed a slight sigh of relief. If these had been brought from the Duke's manor, it would have been a serious problem. After all, the imperial decree had explicitly stated that everyone must travel light and carry no personal belongings. Of course, even if Yin Yun had claimed he brought them from the manor, Zheng Ba could do nothing about it. Anyone who dared to speak up would not meet a pleasant end at Yin Yun's hands. By saying this, he was simply making Wei Xiong take the fall. You're in for a treat. If General Wei ever finds out, he'll probably curse me behind my back. Achoo, achoo. Damn it, could it be that General Wei is really thinking of me? Yin Yun said with feigned nonchalance. Zheng Ba was speechless. The others no longer harbored any doubts. The first madam and the second madam exchanged a knowing smile, impressed by Yin Yun's acting skills. If they hadn't known that Yin Yun was perfectly sane, they would have truly believed he was a simpleton. The seasoned meat roasted over the flames grew even more delicious. Yin Qing'er and Yin Shui'er darted around the bonfires, glancing here and there. They also asked Yin Yun for some seasonings, and with an air of seriousness sprinkled them onto the meat. The sun began to set. A streak of evening glow emerged from the horizon. The dying rays of the setting sun fell upon the crowd, stretching their shadows long. One by one, the pieces of roasted meat were done. Zheng Ba instructed that the meat from 2 bonfires belonged to the constables, while the meat from the other 3 fires belonged to the exiled group. Niobe grumbled in displeasure, shouting, "We should eat first. What right do they have to cut ahead of us?" Yin Yun abruptly stood up, clenching his fists, and asked, "You scum, do you even know what this is, eh?" Niobe sneered, "What is it going to turn into, a lump of iron?" Yin Yun placed a stone on the ground, clenched his fist, and smashed it down with all his might. Boom! The stone shattered into pieces. Yin Yun examined his fist, no blood, and his bones were fine. Astonishing. Shattering. Terrifying. Everyone stared in shock, offering their contribution points. Yin Yun harvested 32 points of emotional energy in one go. Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, Yin Yun pointed at the rubble on the ground and said coldly, "See that? From now on, if I hear another fart from you, your head will end up like this." Niobe instinctively shrank his head, a look of terror in his eyes. This strength, was it too terrifying? In truth, Yin Yun's strength wasn't that exaggerated. Though he had inherited Xiang Ye's divine power, it wasn't invincible. But he was a time traveler, a top student from a prestigious 985 university. With just a bit of chemical knowledge, he could deduce that this stone was fragile. Moreover, it had been under a large tree for years, exposed to wind, sun, and rain. Its surface had already begun to crack. A little force would surely break it. Yet Yin Yun hadn't expected the stone to be so brittle that under the boost of his overlord's divine power, it shattered into 1,000 pieces. The constables held their breath, staring dumbfounded at the rubble. Zheng Ba chose to remain silent. One thought dominated the constables' minds. Thank goodness he's a fool. If he were normal, the one in the palace would surely be restless. Yin Yun didn't want to reveal too much of his strength. He only needed to intimidate. But now, he had overdone it. Niobe clamped his mouth shut, not even daring to fart. He was truly frightened. The first madam walked to a bonfire, picked up some roasted meat, and first gave large pieces to the two little girls. The two little girls had been drooling with longing. Seeing the delicious meat, saliva kept flowing down their throats, their eyes fixed greedily on the pieces. Wow, so fragrant, Yin Shuer exclaimed, tempted to swallow it in one gulp. Be careful, it's hot, the first madam cautioned. Okay. The two little girls nodded eagerly, took the meat, blew on it a few times, and then wolfed it down. Halfway through, Yin Xinger remembered something, picked up the remaining half piece, and walked to Yin Yun saying, "Third uncle, you eat too." Hearing this, Yin Shueter stopped chewing, and holding her tiny leftover piece, also approached Yin Yun. "Third uncle, mine is for you too." Yin Yun chuckled, and said, "You two eat first." "You two eat first, third uncle isn't hungry. There's more coming." No. Third uncle eats first." Yin Shuer blinked her eyes, insisting stubbornly. Yin Yun had no choice but to take the meat. In a foolish manner, he tore off a tiny piece, swallowed it with a comical gesture, and then gave a thumbs up, praising, Delicious, delicious. Shuer and Xinger, be good and eat up now." The two little girls giggled, stuck out their tongues to lick the meat crumbs from their palms, and then resumed wolfing down their food. Shu Exen praised, Xinger and Shuer have grown into big girls. They know to care for and look after their third uncle. Hong Tao smiled. Third uncle has always treated them as the apple of his eye. A smile spread across the faces of the other madams. The first and third madams naturally said nothing. In their hearts, Yin Yun had become the pillar of the family. As long as he cherished the two children, that was all that mattered. The first madam then walked to the old steward, picked up a large piece of meat, and handed it to him, saying, "Old steward, you've worked hard on this journey. You eat first." The old steward hurriedly declined. "First madam, you can't do that. Please give it to the other madams first. This old servant isn't hungry. This old servant isn't the least bit hungry." The first madam insisted, "This piece is for you. You are advanced in years, yet you still endure hardships with us. From today on, you are no longer a servant of the Yin family, but our elder. As an elder, how could the younger generation not treat you well?" The first madam's repeated use of "you" moved the old steward deeply. Tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. He wiped away his tears and said with great emotion, "This old servant once swore before the master that though I was not born a Yin, I would be a ghost of the Yin family after death. When the master was alive, he treated me like a brother. After his passing, I naturally could not abandon the Yin family. Even if it means walking through fire or treading on blades, I fear nothing." The old steward was undoubtedly loyal to the Yin family. His words came from the depths of his heart. In the end, the old steward could not refuse and took the meat. But he couldn't bear to eat it himself, so he handed it to Yin Yun, saying, "Young Master Yin, you eat first." Yin Yun chuckled, foolishly shook his head, and said, "Old steward eats first." With that, he ambled over to the bonfire in his simple-minded way, picked up a skewer of meat, and placed it back on the fire. The fifth Madame Lu Yuner was usually diligent. She walked to the bonfire, adding firewood one piece at a time, while turning the skewers to prevent them from burning. Yin Yun took out a pouch of seasoning and gave it to her, telling her to sprinkle some on the meat from time to time to enhance its aroma. The fifth madam gladly accepted. After distributing meat to the old steward, the first madam gave a piece to each of the seven madams. The seventh Madame Duan Run was frail. The journey had been a torment for her, and she urgently needed the meat to replenish her strength. The seventh madam initially wanted to decline, but seeing there was plenty of meat, she said thanks, took the piece, blew on it a few times, and began to eat. The first skewer was finished. The first madam picked up a second skewer and walked to Shu Exile and Hong Tao, saying, "Shu Exile. Hong Tao, I sincerely thank you on behalf of our little uncle for being with us on this journey. You were meant to enjoy wealth and honor in the Yin family, but our family has suffered this calamity, dragging you into our misery." With that, the first madam took 2 pieces of meat and gave them to Shu Exile and Hong Tao. Shu Exile and Hong Tao were flattered and quickly declined. "First madam, you mustn't, absolutely mustn't. We are sturdy, let the other madams eat first." "No, this is my family's gratitude towards you. More so, it is young Master Yan's appreciation. Thank you for accompanying us on this journey. Allow me to convey a sincere message on behalf of young Master Yan. Despite my family's misfortunes, you have not abandoned us. When my family rises again, you will all be esteemed guests at our table. For generations to come, we shall enjoy prosperity together." The matriarch spoke earnestly, her words devoid of falsehood. Shushin, lacking in education, felt flustered and anxious like an ant on a hot pan. It seemed that Hong Tao had received some education, as she took a piece of meat and handed it to Shushin, saying, "Shushin, this is the heartfelt intention of the matriarch, young Master Yin, and all the esteemed ladies. Let us not decline, just accept it. But no matter what, I still stand by my previous words. Wherever young Master Yin goes, I will follow." I asked for no riches or glory, only to have no regrets. Hong Tao spoke with conviction. Yet regardless of how she expressed it, these were indeed her heartfelt words. I feel the same. I feel the same. Wherever the young master goes, I will follow. Shu Xin hurriedly replied. A smile of relief appeared on the matriarch's face. Hong Tao and the others accepted the meat. Then the matriarch approached Xia Shui Qiu Yu and La Mei, saying, "You three came along with me alongside the fourth and fifth ladies. You have been loyal and steadfast, never harboring other thoughts. These days you have worked hard. Although our journey has had its obstacles, we have persevered together. The wilderness is indeed no pleasant place. Yet as long as young Master Yin is well, he can safeguard our safety with his fists. Others may appear foolish at times, but they are not simpletons. As the saying goes, fools have their blessings. The Yin family has faced this calamity, and your unwavering loyalty requires tremendous courage, which has deeply moved us. But I swear, should my family have the chance to rise again, I will not neglect you or your families. These 3 large pieces of meat are for you. Oh, do not refuse them." The matriarch continued to speak earnestly, sharing her heartfelt sentiments. La Mei and the others were overwhelmed with emotion. They never imagined they would hear such sincere words from the matriarch. This was a gesture of gratitude towards them, as well as a mark of trust. Tears welled in the eyes of the 3. Their origins were humble, and serving others was their primary duty. They had always been diligent and never dared to harbor any extravagant desires or ambitions. Xia Shui, just accept it. This is the matriarch's and young Master Yan's gratitude towards you, urged the fourth lady Yi Jiaomei. Xia Shui was a maid she had raised. Without hesitation, Xia Shui reached out to take the piece of meat, then thanked the matriarch. La Mei, being the matriarch's maid, instinctively took a piece of meat upon seeing Xia Shui do so, but instead of eating it immediately, she handed it to Yin Qing, saying, "Qing, La Mei is not hungry, you eat first." Yin Qing was someone La Mei had raised, and La Mei regarded her as family, always prioritizing her when it came to sharing delicious food or good things. The matriarch was also very considerate towards La Mei. Before the incident at the Guo family, La Mei hardly did any work under the matriarch's command, only instructing other maids. No. Qing is full. Sister La Mei, please eat." Yin Qing said sweetly. La Mei was 15 years older than her, yet Yin Qing liked to call her sister. Unable to argue with her, La Mei took the piece of meat and began to eat slowly. Qiu Yu also took a piece. The second large skewer of meat was finished. The matriarch then picked up the third large skewer, distributing a piece to each of the other ladies, but when it was her turn, there was none left. The other ladies felt a bit guilty, and the matriarch smiled, saying, "There's more behind. No need to rush, you all eat first." The matriarch truly lived up to her title. She managed everything, ensuring that all those from the Yin family who had been exiled were well settled from top to bottom, inside and out. No one was neglected nor favored. This not only created a sense of unity among the old steward and the maids, but also filled them with gratitude and emotion towards the matriarch. Though Yin Yun did not receive a piece of meat from the first batch, he felt immensely pleased inside. For him, this was undoubtedly good news. At least everyone's hearts were still united. This made Yin Yun greatly admire the matriarch's abilities, and he couldn't help but secretly give her a thumbs up. Though the matriarch did not see Yin Yun's thumbs up, she noticed the admiration in his eyes. A blush crept onto her cheeks. Seemingly afraid of being seen, she shyly walked to the fire pit, pretending to add firewood and seasoning. Zheng Ba approached. "We have fewer people here, but plenty of meat." After distributing 1 piece to each person, there are still 3 pieces left. Saying this, Zheng Ba handed the meat skewer to Yin Yun. Indeed, there were 3 pieces left. Zhao Wuqin Wei and the others saw the skewer without any complaints, but Niu Bian felt very displeased inside. If it weren't for fearing Yin Yun's fists, he would have likely spoken out. Yin Yun truly harbored murderous intent towards Niu Bian, yet he was not in a rush to act. Taking action now would provoke the ire of the other officers. There would be plenty of opportunities later. Moreover, he had already warned Niu Bian in front of everyone. If he persisted in his foolishness, he could not complain about Yin Yun's ruthlessness. If given a chance and still seeking death, that would be truly seeking death. Thank you. Yin Yun did not hesitate. He accepted the meat skewer, ate a piece himself, and left 2 pieces for the matriarch. He did not decline, as he felt it unnecessary. He wanted to give Zheng Ba a sense of closeness, to let him know he didn't dislike him, and this was also to lay the groundwork for gathering Zheng Ba in the future. It indirectly told Zheng Ba that he was not as weak, pitiful, or clumsy as he might think. The matriarch felt somewhat moved as she accepted the meat skewer. She had not expected Yin Yun to leave her 2 pieces. If it had been Yin Feng, he would have surely taken the majority without leaving her any room to argue. Yin Yun undoubtedly gave her enough respect. The more he acted this way, the higher his status would rise in the matriarch's eyes, even possibly surpassing Yin Qing'er and the matriarch herself. Yin Yun was unaware of all this. He simply treated all his sisters-in-law earnestly with the demeanor of a warm-hearted person. He did not wish for them to suffer any hardships. That was all there was to it. Zheng Ba sat under a large tree, filled with emotions. This was undoubtedly the most harmonious occasion among the many times he had escorted exiled individuals. Previously, the exiles had all been despondent, listless, despairing, dejected, disgraced, complaining, hating, angry, and regretful, filled with negative emotions. Yet these people before him were conversing and laughing, the atmosphere harmonious and congenial. This hardly seemed like an exile, it was more akin to a joyous journey. Their pillar of support, one might say it was the First Lady, yet it didn't feel entirely like her. If one said it was Yin Yun, something still felt amiss. Yet amid such a complex environment, not a single member of the Yin family harbored any complaints. Their resolve appeared unshakably firm. It was as if no one could sway them. Within the city lord's mansion of Scorching Sun City, just before the sun set, a family of 6 young and old arrived at the mansion's gate. The 6 had traveled by carriage for 3 days and 3 nights, finally reaching Scorching Sun City before nightfall. Upon entering the city, the family of 6 headed straight for the city lord's mansion. This family of 6 was none other than Wei Xiong's family. The mansion's main gate stood wide open. 2 guards holding ghost-head broadswords were stationed at the entrance. Seeing the carriage stop at the gate, the guards turned their gaze toward it. Wei Xiong jumped down from the carriage, clasped his fists, and said, "I, Wei Xiong, have come to pay respects to the city lord." A guard replied with a cold expression, "The sun is about to set, and the city lord accepts no official documents. If you have business, come back early tomorrow morning." Wei Xiong frowned, then spoke in a conciliatory tone, "Please trouble yourself to inform the city lord that an old friend has come to visit." "Do I need to repeat myself? The sun is about to set. The city lord has toiled all day and needs to rest. If you have business, come back early tomorrow morning." The guard's tone grew heavier. Wei Xiong's expression darkened. It seemed they would have to stay at an inn for the night. He clasped his fists and was about to leave when a young general in armor riding a war horse and accompanied by 2 soldiers arrived at the gate. "Young general." The guards hurriedly bowed upon seeing him. Their attitude instantly shifted from cold to respectful. The young general waved his hand, then looked at Wei Xiong and asked, "May I ask, good sir, what business brings you to the city lord's mansion?" He could tell at a glance that Wei Xiong was no ordinary man. His gaze was piercing, his aura formidable, and a faint killing intent emanated from him. He seemed less like an ordinary citizen and more like a seasoned veteran who had tasted the blood of the battlefield. "I am Wei Xiong. I once shouldered arms with the city lord and fought alongside him on the battlefield. Today I have an urgent matter to request and have come presumptuously to visit. If I am not mistaken, you must be Guo Xiaoqi, the son of City Lord Gua." Wei Xiong recognized him at once as Gua Heng's son. He bore a strong resemblance to Third Lady Gua Yiren. Though he lacked her seductive eyes, the contours of his face were strikingly similar. A sharp light gleamed in his eyes, and a formidable aura radiated from his body. Though he appeared slender, his frame was robust and powerful, evident even from his posture on horseback. Before the young general could speak, Wei Xiong couldn't help but praise, "A true son of a tiger. You are even more valiant than your father was back in the day. You truly live up to the name Xiaoqi." The young general's expression shifted. He quickly interrupted Wei Xiong, saying, "General Wei, say no more. Please follow me into the mansion." With that, the young general called out to the 2 guards at the gate, "Quickly remove the threshold and let General Wei and his family enter the mansion." Realizing the identity of the burly man before them, the guards hurriedly removed the threshold under the gate, allowing the carriage to enter the mansion unimpeded. Once the carriage was inside, under the careful direction of the guards, it was stored away, and the draft horses were led to the stables. Led by the young general, Wei Xiong's family felt like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden as they arrived at the central hall. Wei Xiong, a man of humble origins, had often traveled with the army and fought on bloody battlefields. Yet his family had always lived in a poor small village and had never been to a major city. Suddenly entering the majestic and solemn city lord's mansion, they naturally had the awkward air of country bumpkins visiting a big city for the first time. "Please rest here for a while. I will go to the rear courtyard to inform my father." The young general was Guo Xiaoqi. After speaking, he rose and headed to the rear courtyard. Several servants immediately gathered around, offering tea and attending to them meticulously lest they neglect the honored guests. Typically, when guests arrived at the city lord's mansion, they were received in the front hall. Rarely were they brought to the central hall. Anyone who entered the central hall was of great importance to the city lord. Before long, a sturdy, middle-aged man, led by the young general, strode briskly into the central hall with the vigor of a dragon. I had no idea Brother Wei was coming. I deeply apologize for not personally greeting you at the gate." Gua Heng's voice was somewhat gruff, but filled with warmth and joy. His voice preceded his arrival. Wei Xiong set down his teacup, stood up, and laughed heartily. "City Lord Guo, it's good to see you well." It's been 5 years since we parted at the military camp, hasn't it? Guaheng sighed with a myriad of emotions. Time flies like a shuttle, and the years slip away. Who would have thought 5 years would pass so quickly? Soon Guaheng entered the central hall. Seeing Wei Xiong's parents, he quickly clasped his fists. These must be uncle and auntie. City Lord Gua. Wei Xiong's parents hurriedly rose to pay their respects. Ah, no need. No need. Absolutely not. Please, uncle and auntie, sit down. Guaheng quickly urged the elderly couple to sit. This is my wife, City Lord Gua. Wei Xiong's wife also quickly stood to greet him. Madam, please sit down, no need to rise. We are all family. There is no need for so many worldly formalities. Guaheng waved his hand. Come, children, pay your respects to Uncle Gua. Wei Xiong said to his son and daughter. Wei Quangbiao pays respects to Uncle Gua. Wei Yinran pays respects to Uncle Gua. Wei Quangbiao and Wei Yinran had already stood up, and upon hearing their father's words, they quickly clasped their fists in greeting. Gua Xiaoqi pays respects to Uncle Wei. As soon as Wei Quangbiao and Wei Yinran finished speaking, Gua Xiaoqi clasped his fists and bowed in greeting. Compared to Wei Quangbiao and Wei Yinran, Gua Xiaoqi appeared more refined and well-bred. This was the difference in education and upbringing brought about by differing identity statuses and social strata, even among those from military backgrounds. This is not to say that Wei Quangbiao and Wei Yinran did anything wrong. It simply meant they had not received a high level of education from childhood. Neither party commented on these worldly formalities, but Wei Quangbiao and Wei Yinran keenly felt the disparity. They silently resolved not to let such etiquette diminish their own standing and position. Xiaoqi, immediately instruct the servants to prepare a feast and ready the guest rooms. I wish to entertain my old friend and his family to welcome them. Remember, the guest rooms must be the finest, and all bedding and daily necessities must be brand new. There must be no mistakes. Guaheng instructed with solemn gravity. Understood, father. Leave it to me. Gua Xiaoqi turned and left. Such was the highest form of military courtesy. To have shouldered arms together, to have slain enemies together, to have shared the same hardships, to have bled on the same battlefield, to have endured tribulation side by side, to have shared both bitter and sweet. To have shouldered arms together, to have slain enemies together, to have shared the same hardships, to have bled on the same battlefield, to have endured tribulation side by side, to have shared both bitter and sweet. To have shouldered arms together, to have slain enemies together, to have shared the same hardships, to have bled on the same battlefield, to have endured tribulation side by side, to have shared both bitter and sweet. After Gua Xiaoqi departed, Guaheng sat in the central hall and greeted Wei Xiong's family. Ah, this must be Quangbiao. I remember 5 years ago he was still a little brat who ate mud. 5 years have passed, and he's grown into a fine young man. Guaheng exclaimed, gazing at Wei Quangbiao's towering physique and robust frame. Wei Quangbiao scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Guaheng continued, and little Yinran, she's blossomed into such an elegant and charming young lady. I remember back then Yinran stayed in the military camp acting like a wild boy all day. Now after these years she's become so gentle, a world of difference from before. Both Guaheng and Wei Xiong hailed from the military. Guaheng served as a commander of 10,000 while Wei Xiong was a commander of 1,000. As senior officers, their wives were permitted to stay at the camp for a period each year. Later Guaheng suffered a severe injury. At the request of Yanbei Commandery, Yan'an Commandery appointed him as the city lord of Liang City. Since then they had never met again. Hearing Guaheng's lament, Wei Xiong couldn't help but sigh indeed. 5 years apart, so much has changed. The mud-eating brat is no more, and the tomboy has transformed into a beautiful swan. Guaheng said, it's a pity that back then Xiaoqi's mother was gravely ill and couldn't stay at the camp. Otherwise Quangbiao and Xiaoqi would have met long ago. Wei Xiong laughed heartily. Speaking of which, when the Protector Duke was alive, he named many of our brother's children. Xiaoqi's name, Yiren's name, and Quangbiao's and Yanran's too. Guaheng chuckled, but at the mention of the Protector Duke, tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. His voice choked as he said, Brother Wei, to be honest, when you mentioned the Protector Duke at the door earlier, my son Xiaoqi interrupted you. He didn't mean it. The truth is, the matter of the Protector Duke is now at a critical juncture. We speak of it with great caution in private. It's so unjust. So unjust. With that, Guaheng was overcome with emotion, pounding his chest and stamping his feet, weeping uncontrollably. Wei Xiong's parents, wife, and children had never seen Guaheng like this. Witnessing a dignified city lord weeping and grieving so bitterly over the Protector Duke, the family's expressions dimmed, and they lowered their heads. Realizing his lapse in composure, Guaheng quickly wiped away his tears and clasped his hands in apology. The Protector Duke treated us like brothers in the past. I lost my composure just now. Please forgive me. Wei Xiong shook his head. Brother Guo, you haven't lost your composure. You were merely moved by emotion. On our way here, our entire family was deeply sorrowful over the Protector Duke's fate. Guaheng let out a long sigh. Alas, the Protector Duke's lineage is truly finished. Enough. Walls have ears. Let's not discuss this today. I remember you were in the military camp before. Why have you brought your entire family to Liang City? Wei Xiong took out the bracelet that Gua Yiren had given him. This? A mutton-fat jade bracelet. How did you come by it? Guaheng immediately recognized the dowry bracelet he had given to his daughter. Wei Xiong said softly, some time ago, the Protector Duke's family was exiled. They happened to pass through our village and stayed at our home for a night. Knowing they were from the Duke's estate, our family prepared a special dinner. Though it wasn't lavish. As everyone rested at night, there was an attack. Later we found out those men were from Luo Zhengfeng's subordinates. Luo Zhengfeng. That bastard. May he die a miserable death. An ungrateful wolf. The Protector Duke taught him everything. Yet he turned around and bit the hand that fed him. I didn't know who was pulling the strings before, but now I see it all clearly. Guaheng clenched his fists, seething with rage. What happened next? He asked, steadying his voice. After learning that man was Luo Zhengfeng's subordinate, we couldn't stay in the village any longer. Just then, Yiren stepped forward and told me to seek refuge with you. She also told me to bring this bracelet to you. As he spoke, Wei Xiong recalled what Yin Yun had instructed him. He hesitated several times, but ultimately held back. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he dared not. For now, he could only seek shelter with Guaheng, but he couldn't trust him yet. This information was too important. If the news leaked, the hope for the Protector Duke's mansion to rise again would be utterly destroyed. In the end, he forced the words back down his throat and uttered not a single syllable. Alas, Guaheng seemed to sense something and sighed deeply. Brother Wei, to be honest, I've been torn these days about whether to send someone to secretly help. But my thoughts are in chaos and I still can't decide. You be my judge. Tell me, what should I do now? After a moment's thought, Wei Xiong said, there are only two options now. First, bribe the escorts heavily so they won't mistreat the ladies and the third young master on the road. Second, send men to kill the escorts, rescue the ladies and the third young master, and take them to a safe place to live in hiding, sparing them from suffering in the barren lands. Guaheng shook his head. I've already considered both. I've prepared 1,000,000 gold coins for bribes, but I'd rather rescue the ladies. However, if we choose to rescue them, once the higher-ups learn of it, they'll fly into a rage. They'll think the families of these ladies are behind it, and their relatives might be implicated. This could affect everyone's fate. This is no joke. We must not act rashly. Wei Xiong frowned. The second option seems unfeasible. We'll have to consider the first. However, the leader of this escort is named Zheng Ba. I find him upright, principled, and quite shrewd. If possible, bribe him heavily. Guaheng shook his head. Money means nothing to me, but a heavy bribe can only ensure they don't suffer on the road. What about when they reach the barren lands? That's a lawless zone known as a haven for villains. I doubt the ladies and the third young master will survive there. That's my greatest worry. Wei Xiong suggested, let's first ensure the ladies arrive safely. If possible, we can send some experts to secretly protect them. If I'm not mistaken, Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng will likely strike again. Guaheng cursed. That scoundrel Li Rue, infamous for his greed and lechery, won't give up after the first failure. With no other choice, Guaheng pondered and said, all right, I'll give you my final decision tomorrow morning. If we can, we brothers will risk our lives to protect the third young master and the ladies. They must not suffer on the road. Good. Wei Xiong replied, thumping his chest. Before long, Wu Xiaoqi arrived at the central hall, where the evening banquet and guest rooms were already prepared. Guaheng brought out fine wine he had aged for years and shared a cup with Wei Xiong, Wei Xiong's father, and Wei Quangbiao. The group, weary from the long journey, did not drink much. After the banquet, night fell. With the guest rooms ready, and under Guaheng's warm hospitality, the entire family could finally settle in for a restful sleep. Once Wei Xiong's family retired, Guaheng returned to his room. He recalled the jade bracelet Wei Xiong had given him and instinctively pulled it out from his sleeve. With a twist of his hand, he split the bracelet in two, revealing a small piece of cloth inside. Startled, Guaheng quickly unfolded it. Within it were delicate blood-red characters. The Duke's mansion faces disaster. O father and brother, fear not. Prepare wealth for aid. Yen San is shrewd and skilled at concealing his brilliance in the wild lands. A dragon shall soar to the heavens. The signature read, E. Ren. This was none other than a tearful, blood-written missive secretly left by his daughter Gua Yiren. The meaning was unmistakable. It meant that the Protector Duke's mansion had encountered this calamity, but his father and elder brother need not fear or act rashly. They should simply prepare funds and be ready to offer support. For the third young master, Yin was intelligent and wise. He was by no means foolish, he was undoubtedly feigning ignorance. The desolate wilderness might be a haven for villains, but it could also be the auspicious land where the third young master Yin would rise. Seeing the blood-stained words, Guahong's entire body trembled, and an expression of utter disbelief flashed in his eyes. How is this possible? How could the third young master, Yin, be feigning foolishness? Guahong could hardly believe it was true. He knew Yin Yun all too well. Why had Yin Yun suffered a persistent high fever as a child, one that damaged his mind? It was because Yin Yun had been in the military camp burning with fever. With urgent battles ahead, Yin Bei had to oversee the overall strategy and prepare for the enemy, leaving no time to attend to his youngest son's health. By the time the enemy was repelled, Yin Yun's mind had already been ravaged by the fever. When this news spread, the entire army observed a moment of silence. Every soldier was deeply moved. It only made them more loyal and admiring of Yin Bei, and it subtly strengthened the cohesion of his forces. From that moment on, Yin Yun became known as the fool of the noble families. The third young master, Yin, has been feigning foolishness all along. How can this be? Guahong murmured to himself, still finding it hard to accept. Yet these very words came from his own daughter, leaving him no choice but to believe. He recalled how during the banquet Wei Xiong had seemed on the verge of speaking, but held back. Clearly he had something to say, but never voiced it, and Guahong had refrained from pressing him. Now it seemed, Wei Xiong must have known something, but dared not speak openly nor share it with others lest the news leak and bring disaster upon the third young master Yin. After all, the Protector Duke's mansion was now at the center of a storm, and the third young master, Yin, truly needed to conceal his identity and survive quietly to avoid any leaks. No wonder Wei Xiong advocated bribing the jailers. And my daughter told him to prepare funds. Is this all in preparation for a comeback? At this thought, tears of excitement welled up in Guahong's eyes. Unable to hold back his tears, he whispered, "General Protector, the day your father and sons are exonerated is not far off. If you are watching from the underworld, be sure to bless the third young master, Yin, that he may soar like a dragon into the heavens. Alas, merit so great, it overshadows the ruler. Merit overshadowing the ruler." Guahong murmured these words. Ding detected that Guahong and the host share a ruler-subject relationship. Special emotional value system bound. All of Guahong's current emotions toward the host will generate emotional points. Ding Guahong is shocked. Emotional points 1. Ding Guahong is shocked, incredulous, stunned. Emotional points 3. Ding Guahong is excited, exhilarated, joyful. Emotional points 3. Ding Guahong is tearfully moved, fervent. Emotional points 4. After everyone had eaten their fill, they lay down under a large tree to rest. Night had already fallen. A gentle breeze blew, and all felt a pleasant coolness. Zheng Ba ordered the jailers to take turns keeping watch. With nothing to do, Yin Yun chewed on a blade of grass, planning his future development blueprint. Suddenly, a series of system notifications burst into Yin Yun's mind like an explosion. Guahong, the father of Gua Yiren, the city lord of Scorching Sun City. So Wei Xiong's family had already arrived at Scorching Sun City and met Gua Yiren's father, Guahong. Yin Yun let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as Wei Xiong's family had reached Scorching Sun City, they should be able to enjoy a few days of peace, right? If Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng did not pursue the deaths of the burly men and the others, Wei Xiong's family would surely be safe. The fear was that Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng would investigate to the end. Yin Imperial City, the Prime Minister's mansion. Luo Zhengfeng hurried into the mansion's main hall. Li Rue was resting in the backyard. Annoyed by Luo Zhengfeng's arrival, he came to the hall impatiently. "You look so flustered. Has something major happened?" Li Rue asked, eyeing Luo Zhengfeng with a sarcastic tone. Frowning, Luo Zhengfeng said, "My men have discovered the reason for the last failed assassination." "Oh, and what reason is that?" Li Rue yawned, showing little interest. "According to intelligence, the Exile team was resting at a civilian's home. My men attacked that night, intending to kill the jailers first and then loot. But in the midst of it, a fierce soldier emerged from the house." "A fierce soldier emerged? What's this about?" This piqued Li Rue's interest. Luo Zhengfeng continued, "According to reports, this soldier was once a 1,000-man commander of the Tiger Roar Cavalry under Yin Bei. He was at home recovering from severe injuries. A 1,000-man commander of the Tiger Roar Cavalry. Hiss. That's no ordinary soldier." "No wonder." Li Rue was visibly moved. "Do you know this commander's name?" Li Rue asked. "According to the neighbors, his name is Wei Xiong. I know this man. His strength far exceeds that of a deputy general. He earned his position as a 1,000-man commander of the Tiger Roar Cavalry step by step through mountains of corpses. He once single-handedly slew 50 enemy soldiers without retreating." Luo Zhengfeng said gravely. See. Li Rue, as if consuming 100 tons of gunpowder, erupted in fury at Luo Zhengfeng. "This is Yin Bai's capability. This is Yin Bai's vision. This is Yin Bai's talent for recognizing people. Even a mere 1,000-man commander can be so peerlessly fierce. And you? After serving as a general of agile cavalry for over a year, how many fierce soldiers have you gathered? How many formidable generals? You can't even eliminate a Wei Xiong, and he's only a deputy general. Is your deputy general a useless glutton? Is your deputy general a useless glutton? Luo Zhengfeng, having been thoroughly excoriated, lowered his head with a grim expression. He clenched his fists in secret, harboring a deep hatred for Wei Xiong, and his heart gradually grew darker. This was a mix of envy and resentment toward Yin Baidu. He envied Yin Baidu's abilities, was jealous of his foresight, and resented that Yin Baidu had not imparted all his knowledge to him. And Wei Xiong, do you know where he is now? Li Rui stared at Luo Zhengfeng like a hawk. Luo Zhengfeng replied gloomily, his entire family of 6 fled under the cover of night. That neighbor knew nothing, he just happened to witness it while getting up to use the latrine in the middle of the night. Our men only managed to extract the information by subjecting his family to brutal torture. But afterward that man racked with guilt over Wei Xiong. Once freed, he dashed his head against the wall. Investigate. You must find Wei Xiong's trail and send men to kill him, including his family. Every last one, leave no survivors. Of course, if his wife is beautiful enough, she may be spared. I will defile his wife before his eyes. How dare he thwart me? This is suicide. Li Rui's face twisted as he snarled viciously. Luo Zhengfeng cupped his fists and said, "Rest assured, Chancellor. I know how to conduct the investigation. Let's hear it." Li Rui seriously doubted Luo Zhengfeng's competence. Luo Zhengfeng's expression stiffened as he said, "First, use military connections to find everyone who had dealings with Wei Xiong. Second, conduct a thorough search in every major city, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground to find Wei Xiong." I am very satisfied. Li Rui nodded with narrowed eyes. In Jianghai City at the Lu clan estate, as the sky just began to pale, the clan head Lu Heishui walked out of his house and practiced a set of fist techniques in the courtyard. Lu Heishui, Lu Yun'er's father, was the head of the Lu family, one of the 4 great merchant clans of the Dian Empire. Their clan resided in Jianghai City, located in the northwestern region of the empire. Situated near the sea, the Lu family had built their entire enterprise upon it. Since Lu Yun'er married the second son of the Yin family, their seafood industry chain had stood out among competitors spreading across the nation. The Lu family had thus leaped to become the second most powerful among the 4 great merchant clans. Before aligning with the Yin family, Lu Heishui was merely a common fishmonger, hardly a merchant. But after forging ties with the Yin family within just a single year, they had swallowed up rival businesses and soared to become the second greatest merchant clan. Throughout the Dian Empire's existence, there had always been only 4 great merchant clans, never a 5th. One either ascended to take a place or descended to forge new glory. Before he could finish his fist routine, a white carrier pigeon fluttered its wings and landed on the windowsill not far from Lu Heishui. Lu Heishui recognized it at once as one of the family's trained pigeons. Its arrival signified that something important had occurred. Without delay, Lu Heishui hurried over, gently picked up the pigeon, and retrieved a small strip of cloth from the bamboo tube on its leg. He then released the bird and unrolled the cloth to read the message. It contained a few simple sentences: a sudden upheaval in the Yin family. Yin Baidu, Yin Feng, and Yin Lei were accused of colluding with the enemy at the border and plotting rebellion. Upon hearing this, His Majesty had them executed at the border, confiscated their estate, and exiled their wives and daughters to the barbaric lands. With such a calamity befalling the Yin family, our Lu clan will surely be implicated. Brother must make preparations for the worst. This was a message sent by Lu Heishui's younger brother Lu Haitu. Upon reading this, Lu Heishui's expression turned grave. This was no joke. The Yin family's execution, confiscation, and exile meant the loss of his protective umbrella. Lu Heishui knew that if he did not devise a plan quickly, the Lu family's position among the 4 great merchant clans would be shaken. This also meant the 4 great merchant clans were about to undergo a change. His Lu family might be dethroned. Lu Heishui began to panic. Competition among the merchant clans was already fierce. He had ridden on Yin Baidu's coattails to soar, suppressing and swallowing rivals. Now that the Yin family had fallen, his backing was gone, and holding on to his merchant status seemed harder than reaching the heavens. Lu Heishui wasted no time in summoning the clan's other high-ranking members to discuss contingency plans through the night. In the end, the Lu family settled on 2 options. The first risked the entire Lu family being executed or exiled by the emperor to save Lu Yun'er from her dire predicament, preventing her from falling into the abyss. But the consequence would be sacrificing the lives of all Lu family members for the sake of one person. They did not consider the fates of other families. The second decisively abandoned Lu Yun'er as a pawn, seek patronage from a higher power, and secure the stability of the Lu family's vast enterprise. Lu Heishui was caught in a dilemma. On one side were the lives of the entire Lu family, on the other his beloved daughter. He knew well his current predicament and had to choose a path to resolve the family's crisis. He was both reluctant and anguished. He did not want to abandon his daughter, but seeing the innocent eyes of his clansmen, he lowered his head. Abandon Yuner. Preserve our family. Lu Heishui clenched his fists, feeling utterly powerless, like a deflated balloon, limp and wilted. The Lu family members heaved a heavy sigh of relief. They had feared that Lu Heishui would make a selfish choice, disregarding the clan and leading to an unfavorable outcome. Lu Heishui. Just as he made his decision, his wife, Lu Yuner's mother, stormed into the meeting hall brandishing a kitchen knife in fury. You ungrateful wretch. If you dare abandon Yuner, they'll chop you down with this knife. The crowd was stunned and aghast at the arrival of Lu Yuner's mother. Don't you forget, without Yuner there would be no Lu family today. What are those people to you? Just distant relatives. Yuner's fate means nothing to them. But she is my daughter. If you dare cast her aside, I'll kill you right now. Lu Yuner's mother was fierce and furious. Lu Heishui was startled by his wife's outburst, momentarily at a loss. His wife was a former pirate. He had built his coastal business by marrying a pirate woman and by his daughter marrying into the Duke Protector's mansion. Although she was a pirate, she was upright and had never engaged in plunder. She had left the sea out of disgust for her father's pirate ways and married Lu Heishui on land. Lu Heishui's business spanned the seas. Whenever pirates encountered Lu family fishing boats, out of respect for his wife, they would choose to steer clear. As for the other fishing boats, they were not so fortunate. The other clansmen also knew where the Lu family's source of wealth lay. One by one, they all fell silent. And the rest of you, all of you, shut your mouths. Whoever speaks another word, either I'll chop them down or they can get out of the Lu family. Don't think that just because you're relatives you can dictate my daughter's fate. Don't forget, without my daughter's background you're nothing but a pile of dung. Zheng Sanyong, Lu Yuner's mother, spoke in a very harsh manner. This was the fierce resolve of a mother, perhaps simply to protect her daughter, and more likely, it was the pirate blood within her. In any case, such vulgar words had never before passed her lips. Lu Heishui, now you have only one choice. Immediately send men to set up an ambush along the road and bring Yuner back from exile. By no means. By no means. An elder of the Lu family hastily stepped forward to counsel. If His Majesty learns of this, the entire Lu family will be implicated. You seek death. With a crack, Zheng Sanyong, Lu Yuner's mother, without a word of hesitation, brought the cleaver in her hand down upon the elder's neck. With one stroke, the elder's head rolled from his neck to the ground. Crimson blood spurted forth instantly. Everyone present was utterly stunned and trembling with fear at this ferocious woman. What the hell? A killer without blinking. She acts on a whim. What difference is there between her and her pirate father? Bloodthirsty and violent. Cruel without measure. Damn it. You cowardly dog, did I give you permission to speak? What of it if we're implicated? At worst, our family abandons the land, returns to the sea, and seeks refuge with my father. Let Yin Nandu send a great army to fight us on the sea if he dares. Zheng Sanyong was furious and fearless. Lu Heishui was also stunned by his wife's ferocious display. He had never seen his wife's terrifying side. Zheng Sanyong was known for her reason and propriety, gentle and virtuous, never meddling in business matters. Though born of a pirate, she scorned to associate with her pirate father. After marriage, she had never quarreled or argued with Lu Heishui, devoting herself to her husband and children in daily life, learning calligraphy and painting, playing the zither. But today, concerning her own daughter's life, Zheng Sanyong was enraged, especially upon hearing that Lu Heishui would abandon his daughter for the sake of the family business, which made her explode with fury. The pirate blood hidden deep in her bones erupted completely. Not only did she stride into the hall with a cleaver, but without even a blink, she chopped off a clan elder's head. This stark contrast left not only everyone present dumbfounded and horrified, but even Lu Heishui was stunned. He had never seen his wife so furious. He knew without a doubt that this touched his wife's reverse scale. Indeed, this was their own flesh and blood daughter, always cherished like a pearl in the palm. Now that their daughter was in trouble, he was ignoring her fate for the survival of the clan. This filled him with guilt. Lu Heishui, if Yuner is hurt on the way, where she bleeds, they'll make you bleed. Zheng Sanyong was burning with rage and murderous intent. Lu Heishui knew his wife meant business this time. He dared not hesitate and quickly made his choice. The other clansmen, fearing for their own heads, withdrew from the Lu estate. They were all from the Lu family, but only cousins or uncles of Lu Heishui. They dared not confront Zheng Sanyong. If they did, and her pirate father found out, he would surely come ashore that very night and kill them all. Had such incidents been rare in the coastal cities, pirates were always rampant and no one could do anything about them. Anyone daring to hunt pirates at sea would never return. Zheng Sanyong withdrew from the council hall. Lu Heishui made arrangements through the night, dispatching over a dozen ranger experts from the Lu family to set up an ambush on the road to the barbaric lands. That night was relatively peaceful. Under the illumination of 5 bonfires, the beasts of the prairie dared not approach. Even if a wolf pack arrived, they were helpless. Additionally, with everyone taking turns on night watch, many unnecessary troubles were avoided. This night watch duty was not limited to the constables. The primary wife also ordered the other madams and maidservants to take turns on watch, ensuring everyone's safety. The madams and maidservants dared not slack off. When it was their turn to watch, no matter how tired, they forced their eyelids open, refusing to let themselves fall asleep. They had to ensure the 5 bonfires kept burning at all costs. Fortunately, Yin Yun had an ample supply of dry firewood. Had it been scarce, the fires would have died out by midnight. Although there was no battle that night, it was still a nerve-wracking experience for everyone. First the wolves, then the dogs. Only when the sky began to pale did these creatures reluctantly retreat. Yin Yun slept the soundest throughout the night. Aside from his watch duty, he slept continuously, unafraid of any beast attack. He had the system's warnings. If any danger approached, the system's sensing would instantly rouse him from his slumber. But he couldn't reveal this ability to the others, so he still had to take his turn on watch, as the bonfires were also crucial. After the sky turned pale, the group roasted more meat, drank some water, fed the little leopard and lion cubs some cooked food, and then set off on their journey. The vast, boundless prairie had only been traversed for a day and a night. It would take nearly another week to cross it on foot. On horseback, perhaps a single day would suffice. But walking was not an option. Aside from Yin Yun, the group consisted entirely of women, children, and the elderly. Though there were 4 idle pack horses, they could not solve the fundamental problem. Fortunately, Yin Yun had the 2 little girls ride the pack horses, while the remaining 2 were used by the madams and the old steward in turns. Whoever was tired could ride. Zheng Ba turned a blind eye and a deaf ear. Niu Bi was inwardly displeased, but fearing Yan Yun's fists, followed the main group forward with grumbles. The group rested when tired, ate roasted meat when hungry, and drank water from their leather pouches when thirsty. They had, in a sense, escaped their suffering. Yin Yun occasionally amused the 2 little girls with a smile. The entire exile process was quite pleasant, lacking the imagined pain and torment. Moreover, with the pets, the several madams had found an emotional anchor. As they journeyed, it did not seem so bitterly lonely. In the city of Dadi, at the War God Manor, a white-haired old man of 80 or 90 sat cross-legged by a lake in the manor's back garden. Holding a fishing rod, his eyes were tightly shut, motionless as a meditating monk, quietly waiting for a fish to bite. But the fish did not bite. Instead, a frail old man with a similarly white beard approached the elderly man with a slow, unsteady gait. The old man bowed and whispered, "My lord, there has been an incident at the southern frontier." The elderly man was slightly taken aback, but soon his expression returned to normal, as if he had not heard at all. What could possibly happen at the southern frontier? Could it be that the Great Chu Empire is attacking again? Those cowardly wretches think they can dream of capturing my Huxiao Pass. With the Protector Duke guarding it, the Great Yin Empire's lands are secure. The elderly man was very confident. He knew well the capabilities of the Yinbei capital, skilled in recognizing people, adept in military strategy, and a master of tactics. As long as the Yinbei capital remains intact, it can ensure the southern border remains peaceful for 30 years. Alas! The old man sighed deeply, his expression filled with sorrow. If only it were as my lord imagines. What do you mean? The elderly man suddenly opened his eyes wide, glaring at the old man like a hawk. The old man's expression turned grave as he spoke slowly. The Yinbei capital's father and son were beheaded at the southern frontier. What are you saying? When did this happen? Is the news reliable? The elderly man trembled violently, slamming his fishing rod down angrily. The news is reliable. It has been. About 20 days. About 20 days. The elderly man found it hard to believe and shouted angrily, "It's been over 20 days, how did I not know?" According to the reports, the lord of the city received the imperial edict from the palace immediately and sealed the news. So, you fool. The elderly man was furious, kicking over a water bucket beside him. Though the news was sealed this morning, a merchant came into the city and mentioned this matter at the tea house leading to. Now it has spread like wildfire outside. What about the wives of the Protector Duke? Are they affected? According to the merchants, the wives and daughters of the Protector Duke were not beheaded, but they were exiled by the emperor's edict. Exiled. The elderly man sighed in relief, relaxing his tense nerves. As long as the wives were not beheaded, it was good news. Where are they exiled to? The elderly man asked in a deep voice. The place of exile seems to be the wilderness. The wilderness. The elderly man's previously relaxed nerves tightened once more. His heart surged, his face pale, hands trembling uncontrollably. He shouted in a stammering voice, "Exiling to the wilderness." The wilderness is a lawless zone known as the paradise of villains. Though not beheaded, it is far more cruel than execution. The Yin South is too cruel, too hateful. The elderly man nearly shouted the last words. The old man sighed. The emperor is executing justice against his kin, leaving no one alive, forcing his own brother's family to the brink of death. Alas! The elderly man sighed deeply. Forcing the entire family of the Protector Duke to death is a minor issue I fear. There will be no peace in the southern border from now on. The old man was astonished and instinctively asked, "Isn't Luo Zhengfeng appointed as the cavalry general? Could it be that Luo Zhengfeng?" Luo Zhengfeng. A mere child still wet behind the ears. Does he really think he has grasped the essence of military command? If it weren't for his temporary allegiance to Li Rue, would he ever climb to the position of cavalry general? The elderly man looked disdainful. The old man lowered his head in silence. Suddenly the elderly man recalled something and couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. Forget it. This is the fate of the Yanbei capital. Even if it is not eliminated now, it will be dealt with later. Why? Why? The old man asked, puzzled. The elderly man sat cross-legged again, holding the fishing rod, closing his eyes, trying to calm his mind, then said, "The Yin South is 79 years old, and his health is declining. The prince is only 8 or 9 years old. If the Yanbei capital is eliminated now, it is tantamount to consolidating power for the prince. If the 3 from the Yanbei capital are not eliminated now, I fear that on the day he passes away, the Yanbei capital will inevitably seize power from the young prince." The old man suddenly realized, indeed, the emperor is already old, and the prince is only 8 or 9 years old. The gap is too great. In contrast, the Protector Duke is 75, yet has 3 sons. The eldest and the second are both valiant generals. If the Protector Duke's family is allowed to remain, it would be like raising a tiger to threaten oneself. Alas! The elderly man sighed repeatedly. If Yin Rue were here, the Yanbei capital's family would not have suffered this calamity. Yin Rue is the eldest son of the Yin South, crowned as the heir to the great Yin Empire, and his age is not much different from that of Yin Feng, the elder brother of Yin Yun. Unfortunately, he died on the battlefield during an invasion at the border. After Yin Rui sacrificed, the other sons of the Yin South were all of mixed quality, leaving only the youngest son, Yin Yao, to be wise and intelligent. Though Yin Yao is only 8 or 9 years old, he has an exceptional memory. The Yin South feared that he would not be able to deter the Yanbei capital's family after he ascended the throne. Thus, under the schemes of Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng, the 3 from the Yanbei capital were framed as colluding with the enemy at the border, accused of treason and executed publicly. Then my lord thinks, will the Yanbei capital rebel? The old man suddenly asked. The elderly man shook his head, saying, he will not rebel. He simply lacks the ambition to do so. The Yin South has made a grave mistake. One wrong step leads to another. Now I strongly suspect that the death of the Yanbei capital is closely related to Li Rue. Chancellor Li Rue. Indeed, Li Rue is a despicable person. He and the Yanbei capital do not get along in the court. He must have incited the emperor's suspicions. With Li Rue and Luo Zhengfeng working together, they eliminated the Yanbei capital. As for why Luo Zhengfeng could ally with Li Rue, it's because Luo Zhengfeng's position was continuously rising, tasting the desire for power. Thus ambition was born. Li Rue saw this and made Luo Zhengfeng his pawn. The elderly man undoubtedly was the one with the clearest insight. In this struggle for power and intrigue, though he never left his home, his mind was as clear as a mirror. So should we find a way to secretly rescue the young lady? The old man suddenly changed the topic and asked, we must rescue her. The Yin South has gone mad. I am not mad yet. Wanting is my precious granddaughter. How could I watch her suffer such hardships? The elderly man was none other than the former Protector General, the grandfather of the eldest lady Zhao Waning, Zhao Lai. Zhao Lai was 85 years old, yet his frame remained robust. Having served as a soldier in his youth, his physique was exceptionally strong and healthy. He could have still led armies into battle, but he understood the unspoken rules of the system well. Thus, at the age of 70, he resigned his military post and chose to retire. Yin Nandu treated him generously, commissioning the construction of a war god duke's mansion in Dadi City for his retirement. Dadi City was located on the southern frontier, not far from the border with Yin and Chu. The reason the mansion was built here was to intimidate the great Chu Empire. After all, Zhao Lai had once been the war god of Great Yin. Enemies trembled at the mere mention of his name and dared not confront him. After Zhao Lai resigned, Yin Baidu took over all his responsibilities. Zhao Lai had been one of Yin Baidu's many mentors. It was Zhao Lai who taught Yin Baidu the arts of marching and warfare, troop formation, and strategic planning. In essence, Yin Baidu inherited Zhao Lai's mantle, receiving the true essence of his military knowledge. After taking over Zhao Lai's military command, Yin Baidu captured Huangmu City and Hu Pass, expanding the territory of the Great Yin Empire by over 200 kilometers. Over his many years of command, Yin Baidu had also trained Luo Zhengfeng. He had believed Luo Zhengfeng would become his proudest and most accomplished disciple. But who would have thought that Luo Zhengfeng, swayed by Li Rui's persuasion, would choose to betray his master and eventually secure for himself the military position of General of Agile Cavalry? At first, Yin Baidu thought nothing of it, for Luo Zhengfeng was his disciple raised by his own hand. But now, he could never have imagined that Luo Zhengfeng was an ungrateful viper. Not only did he fail to show gratitude to his master, but he also colluded with Li Rui to bring about the deaths of the father and his two sons, and even orchestrated the grand feat of confiscating the Protector Duke's estate and exiling the family. Alas, a single oversight leads to a fatal flaw. Yin Baidu, in judging men, ultimately misread one and raised a viper. He brought this upon himself. Zhao Lai suddenly let out a long sigh to the heavens, uttering words that left the old man utterly bewildered. Not knowing what to say, the old man asked, "May I ask your grace where would be best to set up an ambush?" After a moment's thought, Zhao Lai said, "Yin Imperial City, the Wasteland, and Dadi City form a perfect equilateral triangle. The exile period is only 20 days, and we are still too close to Yin Imperial City. Let us wait a while longer. I fear that Wei Ning will suffer greatly along this journey." "Alas, my poor child. Then, should we send retainers now to secretly assist along the way?" the old man asked. The retainers of the war god Duke's mansion were all drawn by their admiration for Zhao Lai. These men were mostly retired soldiers or wandering martial arts masters. In short, each was a person of extraordinary ability. Zhao Lai kept these men to be prepared for any eventuality. "You may send the brothers Liehu and Lai Bao to protect them in secret. The young madams of the mansion are all as beautiful as flowers. Now that the mansion has suffered this calamity, there are sure to be petty villains causing trouble in the shadows." Zhao Lai commanded. "Very well. Oh, and I heard that General Yan's third son is still alive and was not beheaded," the old man said. Zhao Lai shook his head and said, "Yin Yun's mind was already addled long ago. Even if he lies, he can stir up no great waves. That Yin Nandu allows him to live only displays his own virtuous and righteous image." Yin Imperial City. The Imperial Palace. The Crown Prince's Hall. Yin Nandu, with his chest puffed out, accompanied by the eunuch Shi, arrived at the Crown Prince's hall. Crown Prince Yin Yao, under the guidance of his swordsmanship tutor, was practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Seeing his father the emperor arrive, Crown Prince Yin Yao not only did not put down his sword, but wielded his wooden blade with even greater vigor. The swordsmanship tutor, not daring to be negligent, quickly knelt on both knees to pay homage to his majesty. Yin Nandu waved his hand, gesturing for him to rise. After a series of sword techniques, Yin Yao suddenly spun and pointed his sword, then feigned surprise, hastily sheathing his wooden blade. With a flattered air, he knelt on both knees and said, "Your son was so engrossed in practicing swordsmanship that I failed to notice your majesty's arrival. I beg your majesty to punish me." Even at such a young age, Yin Yao possessed a calculating mind. Using the excuse of being absorbed in sword practice, he sought to please his father, and by begging for punishment, he sought to mitigate his disrespect. As expected, Yin Nandu laughed heartily and said, "Yao is intelligent and wise and devoted to swordsmanship. To have such character at such a young age, he will surely be both brave and resourceful in the future. He will surely become a wise and enlightened monarch of our great Yin Empire. Congratulations, your majesty. The Crown Prince Yao will not only be a wise ruler, but will also, like your majesty, expand our territory and intimidate the neighboring states." The eunuch Shi, standing by, quickly flattered with a fawning smile. "Huh, you old fox, you certainly know how to talk." Yin Nandu set his heart light, unable to resist a playful scold. The swordsmanship tutor Chenji said, "These days, besides diligently studying military texts, the Crown Prince has been assiduously practicing swordsmanship with me. His comprehension is extraordinary. Many obscure techniques he grasps with a single hint and learns after one try. He is simply a prodigy of the sword. In the future, his mastery of the sword will surely make him a grand master. Oh, I never knew Yao had such talent. That is truly wonderful. For now, regardless of my son's future governing abilities, at least he can ensure his own safety. With his safety guaranteed, everything else will come easily." Yin Nandu praised him greatly. The death of his eldest son on the battlefield was an unhealable wound in his heart. So upon hearing that Yin Yao was a swordsmanship prodigy, Yin Nandu was overjoyed. At least his own son now had the means to protect himself. "Enough. Continue your practice. Also, Yao is at a stage of rapid growth. Do not overtax him physically to avoid unnecessary harm to his muscles and bones." Yin Nandu reminded him. "Rest assured, father. Your son knows his limits," Yin Yao said with a cupped fist salute. Yin Nandu and the eunuch Shi departed. Yin Yao looked at Chunji with grateful eyes and said, "Thank you for your words just now, master. I am deeply grateful." Chunji stroked his beard and shook his head, saying, "You young master are naturally very diligent. I merely spoke what needed to be said." Good, then I'll go catch up on some sleep." With that, Yin Yao skipped away. Chen Ji was helpless. Indeed, he had just acted out a scene with Crown Prince Yao. In truth, Crown Prince Yao was indeed intelligent, but he had one flaw: a lazy mind. Chen Ji hailed from one of the three great martial arts families of the great Yin Empire. The three families were the Lung, the Shui, and the Chun. Both the Lung and Shui families had once produced imperial swordsmanship masters. But for Crown Prince Yao, Yin Nandu specifically ordered the Chun family to produce a master to serve as his tutor and cultivate his swordsmanship. Before this, Shui Wu of the Shui family had been the tutor for Crown Prince Rui, but after the prince's death on the battlefield, Shui Wu resigned from his position and became a street performer. Yin Nandu, accompanied by the eunuch Shi, left the Crown Prince's hall. On the way, the eunuch Shi clasped his hands and said, "Crown Prince Yao is intelligent, wise, diligent, and hardworking. In the future, he will surely be able to shoulder the great responsibility and lead our great Yin Empire to another era of glory." Yin Nandu stroked his beard and said, "Let us hope so." Eunuch Shi continued, "Your Majesty has already paved the way for Crown Prince Yao. As long as he grows strong, the great Yin Empire will surely rise to become the foremost empire on the continent." Yin Nandu sighed deeply. "I pray this move is not a misstep. If it is, then every step thereafter will be wrong. Your Majesty's vision is far-reaching and profound. How could you err? When Crown Prince Yao ascends the throne, he will surely be eternally grateful," said Eunuch Shi. "Alas, I fear that if word spreads, the people will call me bloodthirsty and cruel, a slayer of my own kin. If blame must be placed, let it fall upon Yin Baidu for being too brilliant. Raising one son would have been enough. Yet he raised two. Thankfully, the third son is a simpleton." Yin Nandu felt slightly reassured. How could your Majesty be called bloodthirsty? It was a righteous act to sever family ties for the sake of justice. As the Chancellor said, Duke Huo was secretly colluding with the enemy and plotting rebellion. Your Majesty merely made a wise choice for our great nation. Besides, did you not spare one of his descendants? That alone demonstrates your Majesty's benevolence. Eunuch Shi consoled him. Spared one descendant. This thought brought Yin Nandu some comfort, knowing he had not utterly annihilated the line. Yet he did not know that this very spared descendant would one day completely transform his empire, making it a trophy for another. Though Yin Nandu found some solace, he remained deeply troubled. He never imagined that Yin Yun would grow into a towering tree. His thoughts were not fixed on Yin Yun. What truly terrified him were the neighboring states. While Yin Baidu lived, the great Chu Empire in the south dared not offend the great Zhao Empire in the east, made no move, and the northern nomadic tribes remained at peace. But now, Yin Baidu had been executed. Luo Zhengfeng, I hope you can hold the line. Do not disappoint my expectations. Yin Nandu murmured to himself. The great Yin Empire still had other commanding generals, such as Gao Pejuan, general of chariots and cavalry, who guarded the northern frontier, and Sun Mie, general of the guard, who defended the western border. Yet despite all this, these generals were vastly different from Yin Baidu. It was like comparing Zhou Yu to Cheng Pu in the three kingdoms of Sun Wu. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Emperor's Prairie. On a high hillock, 2 burly men clad in coarse, earth-yellow hemp straw hats on their heads, ghost-head broadswords at their waists, and riding sturdy yellow steeds, crossed their arms as if awaiting something. One man had a hooked nose, a robust frame, a calm demeanor, an expressionless face, and closed eyes with a hideous scar on his left cheek. The other had a gaunt horse-like face, a lean build, and sharp, piercing eyes constantly scanning the road below, as if stalking prey. Suddenly, the horse-faced man caught sight of something, his eyes lighting up as he quickly said, "They're here. They're here. The target has finally appeared." The hook-nosed man snapped open his eyes and looked in the direction the horse-faced man indicated. Sure enough, a large procession appeared in his field of vision, at least 20 people strong. 6 of the group rode sturdy horses while the rest trudged forward slowly on foot. A smile crept across the hook-nosed man's face. The ferocious scar, accentuated by the smile, made him appear even more terrifying, bloodthirsty, and brutal. "They'll keep watch here to make sure they don't stray. You ride back to the stronghold at once and inform the chief. If you don't find me here, immediately light the signal flare," the hook-nosed man commanded sharply. "Understood." The horse-faced man did not hesitate, slapped his horse's back, and sped towards the stronghold on his yellow steed. The stronghold was about half an incense stick's journey away. If the horse galloped, it could be reached in less than the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn. Fearing a delay, the horse-faced man whipped his horse's rump frantically, and in its wild gallop, the yellow steed reached a canyon in just under half an incense stick's time. In the canyon, lush vegetation thrived, verdant and emerald. Rows of thatched huts rose against the canyon walls. Outside the huts stood a wooden palisade with a wooden gate in the middle bearing 3 characters, General Stronghold. The horse-faced man galloped to the stronghold's entrance, where a minor bandit had already opened the gate, allowing him unimpeded entry. Once he was inside, the gate was quickly shut again. Ignoring the underling, the horse-faced man rode his galloping horse to a grand hall within the stronghold. This hall, built with wooden pillars and rubble, was tall and imposing, far larger than any other structure. The horse-faced man dismounted and strode straight into the grand hall. Seated at the head of the hall was a burly man. The man's hair was disheveled and a fierce light blazed in his eyes. "General, the Exile convoy has arrived." The horse-faced man was overjoyed, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. "Are you certain it's the Exile convoy from the Yen Imperial City?" The man's eyes flashed with brilliance, a glint of greed shooting forth. This man was the chief of General Stronghold, named Ning Taotai. He had once been a fierce soldier under Gao Pujuan in the Northern Frontier Army. His temperament was violent, and he was a heavy drinker. He had fought fiercely against nomadic tribes at the northern border, earning numerous military merits and being promoted to centurion. During a victory banquet, Ning Taotai, drunk and disorderly, accidentally killed a fellow centurion with whom he had clashed. When Gao Pujuan learned of this, he flew into a rage and sought to execute Ning Taotai, but due to his outstanding achievements and the accidental nature of the killing, he was forcibly expelled from the army instead. Ning Taotai had always dreamed of becoming a general. He believed that with his martial prowess and steady accumulation of military honors, he could be infeft as a marquis and enjoy wealth and glory. Who would have thought that a single accidental killing would bring such dire consequences? When Ning Taotai awoke, he was both anguished and enraged. But he had been expelled from the army. Helpless, Ning Taotai sought another path until he encountered a band of marauding bandits on the prairie. With a belly full of rage and nowhere to vent, Ning Taotai simply overthrew the bandit leader, claimed the mountain as his own, and renamed it General Stronghold. Ning Taotai had already learned of the events at the Duke Huguo's mansion. He had robbed many merchants along the way, picking up these tidbits of gossip from traveling traders. Hearing that the many young madams of the Duke Huguo's mansion were being exiled, a greedy gleam appeared in Ning Taotai's eyes. These young madams were renowned throughout the great Yin Empire for their beauty. Now that these young madams were about to pass through his territory, he was determined to seize them. The desolate wilderness. Even if they reached that place, they would only be defiled by those wretches. It was better for them to enter his bridal chamber instead. The mere thought of the incomparably beautiful young madams made Ning Taotai restless, yearning to sprout wings and fly to them. Your subordinate is not mistaken. It is the exiled group from the Imperial Yen City, among which are dozens of women walking slowly. Without a doubt, they are the several beautiful young madams of the Duke Protector's mansion. A lecherous grin spread across the long-faced man's face. Huh. The moment he heard beautiful young madams, Ning Taotai's greedy nature erupted once more. It was as if he envisioned a grand haven of pleasure awaiting his favor. Gather the brothers at once. Follow me out of the stronghold to capture the beauties and indulge in the haven of pleasure. With a loud shout, Ning Taotai grabbed the 8-foot spear hanging on the weapon rack in the hall, whistled through his teeth, and a black steed appeared before him. This black steed had been with Ning Taotai for many years, captured from the pastoral grasslands during battles at the frontier. The black steed was intelligent and fiercely spirited, indifferent to others, but obedient solely to Ning Taotai. After Ning Taotai was expelled from the military, the black steed leaped over the fence and followed him away. Gao Pujuan watched, feeling regret, but helpless. As the black steed galloped over, Ning Taotai leaped abruptly and mounted it. The black steed seemed to sense its master's intense battle intent, rearing its front legs with a neigh, its eyes blazing with a longing for the battlefield. This was undoubtedly a divine steed born for the blood-soaked battlefield. Soon, under the long-faced man's summons, over 30 bandit underlings mounted their horses, each wielding a spear ready for battle. At Ning Taotai's command, the gates of General Stronghold swung open. Ning Taotai took the lead, charging out of the stronghold on his galloping black steed. It was the 18th day of Yen Yun's group's exile. To date, they had traveled nearly 200 kilometers. This was undoubtedly a challenging ordeal for the women, yet fortunately the journey had not been as painful or agonizing as imagined, nor had it been fraught with misery and disgrace. Everything was progressing positively. At noon that day, after eating and drinking their fill, the group rested under an unknown lush tree. Little did they know a great battle was heading their way. "Damn weather, is it going to rain?" grumbled the Constable Lu Ba, staring at the dark clouds overhead. One moment the sky was clear and bright with gentle winds and endless sunshine. The next, the sunlight vanished and dark clouds emerged from nowhere, shrouding the void above, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression. A storm was about to break. Yen Yun frowned. This was hardly a good omen for the women. If they got drenched, they could easily catch colds and fevers, causing unnecessary trouble. As Yen Yun considered whether to spend emotional points to exchange for a high-grade tint, a bright firework suddenly burst in the void before him. The fireworks' bloom added a touch of brilliance to the gloomy sky. But Zheng Ba was unsettled, his expression changed, and he sprang to his feet, eyes wide, shouting in alarm, "Not good." This is no ordinary firework. It's a signal flare from bandits. We might be surrounded by bandits. Zheng Bas shout instantly unsettled all the young madams present. Terror flickered in everyone's eyes. Even Lu Ba and Qin Wei's faces paled, their gazes filled with fear and dread. Yan Yun narrowed his eyes. Oh, a fierce battle seemed imminent. Damn. As soon as the sky darkened, I knew things wouldn't stay calm. Sure enough, damn it. Before the storm even hits, a horde of bandits appears. Cursed Niobe. Zheng Ba gripped his long sword, his face solemn. Bandits are as numerous as ox hairs on the grasslands. If I'm not mistaken, the bandit group here must be from General Stronghold. General Stronghold. Zhao Wu frowned. According to reliable information, the chieftain of General Stronghold was once a centurion under the chariot and cavalry General Gao Pejuan. He is tall and burly with formidable combat prowess. He once single-handedly fought 8 nomadic warriors and slew them all with his 8-foot spear. Zheng Ba seemed well-versed in the bandit dens of the grasslands. Indeed, having escorted exiles for years, he had encountered countless bandit groups, but always managed to survive. This was an undeniable fact. As mentioned earlier, Zheng Ba was intelligent, resourceful, and adept at hiding his abilities to preserve himself. His survival was no miracle, but the result of a sharp mind. But this time, Zheng Ba was troubled. The exiles he was escorting were no ordinary people. These were the young madams of the Duke Protector's mansion of the Great Yin Empire. Their beauty was among the finest in the empire. Not a single one had a visage rated below 98 points. This was beyond doubt. Zheng Ba dared not be negligent. He approached Leng Shiji and said with a cupped fist, Madam Leng, this battle may be unavoidable. If necessary, I hope you will step in. Leng Shiji, holding her sword with both arms, blinked her cold eyes and nodded slightly. Third young Master Yan. Zheng Ba then turned to Yan Yun. If it truly is General Stronghold, the chieftain Ning Taotai is no ordinary man. If necessary, I understand. I understand. Yan Yun replied with a foolish grin and repeated assurances. Of course, how could he stand by and watch his sister-in-law come to harm? Third uncle, Schwer is scared. Yin Schwer clutched her little leopard with one hand and gently tugged at Yan Yun's clothes with the other, her eyes filled with fear. Yan Yun chuckled. Schwer, don't be afraid. Qing'er, don't be afraid either. With your third uncle here, no one can hurt you. Whoever dares to touch you, I'll chop off their heads with my big blade. With third uncle here, Schwer is not afraid. Qing'er is not afraid either. The two little girls clenched their tiny pink fists, their eyes showing bravery. Third young master. These bandits are ruthless killers. Please be careful. Shu Xian, worried that Yan Yun might meet with an accident, looked at him with concern. A few bandits. What's there to fear? Niobe said disdainfully. It's just a single flare. Who says they're coming for us? What if there's another merchant group ahead? These bloodthirsty, greedy bastards. We'd better prepare for battle, or they'll catch us off guard. Qin Wei said gravely, gripping his broadsword. What if there's another merchant group ahead? These bloodthirsty, greedy bastards. We'd better prepare for battle, or they'll catch us off guard. Qin Wei said gravely, gripping his broadsword. They're nothing but a rabble. Niobe scoffed dismissively. Zhao Wu shook his head and said, the captain has already spoken. If it's the general's stockade, we cannot afford to be careless. Ning Taoye, a former military man who once served as a centurion, led his bandit stronghold with strict discipline and rigorous training. They were no mere rabble. Niobe remained contemptuous, mumbling something under his breath that Yan Yun failed to catch. The clouds overhead grew denser and darker, heralding an impending storm. Peals of thunder rent the void as flashes of lightning darted recklessly across the sky. Yet despite the thunder and lightning, not a single drop of rain fell. Yan Yun did not rush to exchange for a tent. His emotional value had now reached 371 points, enough to procure a high-grade tent. Exchanging now would mean revealing his abilities. He preferred to wait until they had crossed the Great Prairie and Qingshui City before gradually improving the daily lives of the women. He decided to wait a little longer. If the storm truly descended, he could still exchange for a tent then. After all, the system operated with lightning speed, leaving no need for hesitation. To avoid the lightning striking the large tree, Yan Yun instructed everyone to move away from it and gather in a safe area. Zheng Ba and Niobe seemed oblivious, but when they saw the first lady and second lady calling the others to leave the tree, they had no choice but to follow. Boom, boom. Suddenly, an earth-shaking rumble approached from afar, hurtling toward them. The deafening noise stirred unease across the women's faces. The first lady clenched her fists, fine beads of sweat forming on her brow. Yan Qing'er clung tightly to her, as if fearing she might be snatched away by bandits. The other sisters-in-law and maidservants huddled together. The old steward Yan Yun and Leng Shiji stood at the periphery of the group. Leng Shiji still held his sword with both arms, his gaze cold, exuding an air of cool detachment. Yin Yun squared his shoulders, his eyes feigning dullness as he stared at the bandits charging toward them, readying himself for battle. Under Zheng Bas command, Niu Bi Zhao Wu, Lu Ba Qin Wei, and Sun Mao mounted their plodding horses and lined up, shielding the group behind them. The battle was imminent. With a single sweep of his eyes, Yin Yun estimated this was a band of over 30 mounted outlaws. Their war horses were robust and powerful, far superior to the feeble steeds of Zheng Bas men. The black horse at the head, ridden by a burly man, was especially imposing. Tall and muscular, its mane flowing like a lion's, exuding a majestic aura. As it galloped, it radiated divine might and overwhelming momentum, like a tiger descending a mountain or a primeval beast. What a magnificent steed! Yan Yun's eyes narrowed. He had set his sights on this formidable creature. If he could tame it, the journey ahead would be far easier. With this beast under him, he would be unstoppable on the battlefield. Yet a troubling thought crossed his mind. The rider atop the black horse. This master must be exceptionally skilled to have conquered such a steed. Ning Taotai. Zheng Ba seemed to finally recognize Ning Taotai's face, exclaiming, "These men are from the general's stockade." The black horse alone gave it away. Ning Taotai had named it Mou Shizi, the Ink Jade Lion, a prairie divine steed. His legendary exploits on the battlefield owed much to this beast. Zheng Bas' expression turned tense. He was clearly outmatched by Ning Taotai. Kill. Spare not a single man. Leave none alive. Ning Taotai suddenly gripped his 8-foot spear, a cold, murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Zheng Ba dared not hesitate, his sword humming softly under his grip. Ning Taotai was unlike any foe they had faced before. This was a formidable adversary. He must give his all without any negligence. Niu Bi seemed intimidated by Ning Taotai's overwhelming presence, his eyes betraying fear and unease. Qin Wei's face was grim as he tried to steady his nerves. Lu Ba, Sun Mao, and Zhao Wu also fixed their gazes on the bandits ready for combat. Kill. Zheng Ba let out a fierce roar, urging his plodding horse forward, charging swiftly toward Ning Taotai. Ning Taotai's lips curled in disdain. He puffed out his chest, his eyes radiating pride. "Your feeble nag is no match for me. Die." With those words, Ning Taotai's eyes widened, releasing a surge of murderous intent. Words alone won't win this battle. Let the horse or the mule prove its worth in a contest. Zheng Ba snorted, channeling all his strength through his arms as he gripped his sword and swung it fiercely at Ning Taotai's 8-foot spear. Clang! A violent clash of weapons echoed, sparks flying through the air. A tremendous force like a swimming dragon surged through both men's arms, rattling their internal organs. Ning Taotai's steed, the Ink Jade Lion, stood firm, its chest puffed out, absorbing the terrifying impact for its master. Zheng Ba, however, was not so fortunate. Nay! Zheng Bas' horse let out a pained cry, its legs buckling under the immense force, collapsing to its knees. Zheng Bas' expression shifted, and he leaped off just before the horse fell. Landing on his feet, he executed a swift somersault and rose quickly. He looked at his horse, which was foaming at the mouth, its eyes drooping on the verge of death. Zheng Ba was inwardly shocked, turning his gaze to Ning Taotai. This man was indeed formidable. In just one exchange, his horse had been rendered useless. As for Zheng Ba himself, he had barely been affected. Only a slight numbness in his arms, not enough to hinder combat. Ning Taotai did not press the advantage, instead pulling sharply on the reins to stop. As Ning Taotai halted, the main force of his band arrived behind him. Seeing him cease fighting, they all stopped their charge. Interesting. Ning Taotai's eyes showed surprise, and he couldn't help but praise. "To withstand my strongest strike, you are a worthy opponent." Zheng Ba remained silent, staying alert and watching Ning Taotai warily lest the man launch a sudden attack. Ning Taotai ignored him, instead turning his gaze to the women in the rear. Seeing the women huddled together, greed flickered in Ning Taotai's eyes. Haha, indeed, the young ladies of the Protector General's mansion. Each one stunningly beautiful, with city-toppling grace. Even without their former radiance, their exquisite features and alluring figures remain undeniable. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly the top beauties of our great Yin Empire. Haha. Ning Taotai's heart stirred. The elder madam and her party abruptly heightened their vigilance. Without a second thought, they knew this was not about robbery, but about seizing women. Yin Yun remained silent, merely standing before the crowd, gazing at Ning Taotai and the bandit crew behind him. He had witnessed the full force of their most powerful strikes. Ning Taotai was indeed formidable. However, the fact that Zheng Ba could block Ning Taotai's strongest blow caught him off guard. He felt deceived by Zheng Bas' previously displayed combat prowess. This man had been concealing his true strength all along, never unleashing his full power, not even on that night at Wei Xiong's residence. His abilities clearly surpassed Wei Xiong's. Yet this man was adept at hiding his talents, refusing to reveal his peak strength unless absolutely necessary. Yin Yun narrowed his eyes. During the fierce clash between the two, he had feared Zheng Ba might not match Ning Taotai. As it turned out, Zheng Ba parried Ning Taotai's strongest strike, but his inferior steed proved too weak and failed him. If Zheng Ba had also ridden a divine steed like Ning Taotai's, he likely wouldn't have been thrown so disgracefully from the saddle. Your strength is impressive, but you are no match for me. My warhorse is a prairie divine steed. My spear forged from meteorite iron. Look at your horse, foaming at the mouth, dying in battle. And your sword is already blunted from the clash. Ning Taotai shifted his gaze from the women, now targeting Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba was a man of integrity, and Ning Taotai, reluctant to kill him, began to persuade. I see you as a true man, loath to slay you. If you're wise, follow me back to the stronghold and enjoy a life of luxury. Those young madams behind us, we'll share them as the spark of our first cooperation. You even have first pick, whichever one catches your eye. Shall be your lady of the stronghold. Ning Taotai generously laid out the spoils. The general's stronghold currently had only him as a high-level combatant, and he urgently needed a peerless warrior to share the burden. Having finally encountered such a man, how could he let him slip away? And from now on, in the Grand Chieftain, you're the second chieftain. He'll not only grant you wealth and honor, but also gift you a fine weapon and a stalwart steed. Together we'll expand our dominion on the grasslands. Ning Taotai's ambition was vast. He had once dreamed of becoming a general, but that dream shattered, reducing him to a bandit. A bandit he was, but even as a bandit he aimed to be a general among outlaws. He preferred his men call him general rather than chieftain. Zheng Ba sank into contemplation. He had long grown weary of his role as a constable. Though he had never imagined becoming a bandit, this presented a tremendous opportunity. Ning Taotai possessed real strength and seemed remarkably generous and straightforward. If he agreed, he would not only become the second chieftain of the general's stronghold, but also claim half of the beauties. Moreover, he had the right of first refusal. Ultimately, it would be a lie to claim he wasn't tempted by the women behind him. He was a normal man, not a saint immune to desire. But if he hadn't witnessed Yin Yun's overwhelming power, he might have agreed without hesitation. Now, however, he absolutely could not consent. If he agreed one moment, Yin Yun would likely crush his skull the next. He didn't believe he could defeat Yin Yun. So, Zheng Ba shook his head and said coldly, "Don't delude yourself. If I were you, I'd have fled back to the stronghold in panic." Haha. Ning Taotai burst into laughter, then his expression turned icy. "It seems you fail to grasp the situation." Zheng Ba replied impassively, "Even if my sword is shattered in two, I will not bow to you." "Good. You have nerve, courage, integrity. Since that's the case, state your name." "My spear spares no nameless foe," Ning Taotai said coldly. "Zheng Ba, captain of the constabulary at Yin Imperial City's government office." Zheng Ba words were crisp, his voice like a thunderclap, as if to bolster his own courage. "A mere constable, captain. Break." Ning Taotai suddenly swung his spear, smashing it down toward Zheng Ba with savage force. Zheng Ba's expression shifted as he hastily raised his blunted sword to block the attack. Clang. The weapons clashed once more. Zheng Ba's sword snapped in two on the spot. Ning Taotai sneered disdainfully. "I told you your sword is too fragile to withstand my second strike. Die." The word die barely left his lips before he swung the spear again at Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba's face darkened. He truly lacked a proper weapon. If he had a fine weapon of his own, he could surely quell Ning Taotai's arrogance. Whoosh! The spear descended from the sky, and Zheng Ba, unable to confront it, dodged frantically. Now he had no choice but to hope Yin Yun would intervene and rescue him from this predicament. At the critical moment, "Captain Zheng!" Yin Yun roared, and a long weapon materialized out of thin air like a divine armament, descending from the heavens, flying through the air to land precisely beside Zheng Ba. Whoosh! The weapon's piercing sound reached Zheng Ba's ears. He turned to see a gleaming halberd embedded in the ground before him. Without a second thought, just as Ning Taotai's spear was about to strike, Zheng Ba bellowed, gripped the halberd with both hands, and wrenched it from the earth. Despite his mental preparation, the moment he grasped the halberd, his heart trembled violently. The weapon's weight caused him to pause briefly. As Ning Taotai's spear hurtled down, Zheng Ba roared again, yanking the halberd free and swinging it upward. Clang! A third thunderous collision echoed. Ning Taotai's spear was violently repelled by the sheer force. Shock flickered in Ning Taotai's eyes. Zheng Ba too was stunned. This halberd exuded an aura of domineering might and overwhelming arrogance. It was no ordinary weapon, it felt like a rare divine artifact. At the base of the weapon's handle, 3 golden characters were engraved in a flowing script. Overlord Halberd. Overlord Halberd. The name itself radiated supremacy, and the weapon was as tyrannical as its name. Zheng Ba's chest surged like a tidal wave, his blood boiling with fervor. Take another strike. Ning Taotai shook off the numbness in his arm and swung his spear once more at Zheng Ba. Without time to ponder the weapon's origin, Zheng Ba summoned all his strength and swung the Overlord halberd in desperate defense. The weight of the Overlord halberd was clearly beyond his expectations. This divine weapon weighed at least 400 jin. A fine weapon indeed, but its sheer heft meant that wielding it required immense physical exertion. As Ning Taotai and Zheng Ba were locked in a bloody battle, the bandits behind them spurred their horses and charged toward Niu Bi and his party of 5. Seeing the murderous and bloodthirsty bandits, Niu Bi and the others wore grim expressions, especially after witnessing Zheng Ba's weapon being destroyed and his life hanging in the balance. Their morale plummeted. Kill! Qin Wei let out a furious roar, slapped his horse's back, and swung his ghost-headed broadsword, charging straight at a bandit underling. The bandits looked ferocious and their warhorses were tall, but their weapons, like those of Qin Wei and his companions, were ordinary ghost-headed broadswords. These broadswords were looted from passing merchants. Niu Bi and Qin Wei were the first to engage two bandits in direct combat. Both were relatively capable fighters. In a single exchange, Qin Wei sidestepped the bandit underling's attack, then swung his broadsword in a backhand strike, cutting down one of them. After Qin Wei took down one underling, Niu Bi also managed to skewer a bandit underling with his longsword. Sun Mao, however, lacked such skill. Confronted by a bandit underling, Sun Mao panicked, fumbling with his blade as he tried to defend. He dodged the first strike, but failed to avoid the second, and the bandit lopped off his head. Lu Ba and Zhao Wu narrowly escaped death, but failed to kill any bandits. These bandits were no rabble. Under Ning Taotai's leadership, they were as fierce as seasoned outlaws. Once on the battlefield, they showed no fear. After Qin Wei valiantly slew a second bandit, he found himself surrounded by 3 more. Qin Wei fought desperately against the bandits. Niu Bi was also encircled, his combat prowess clearly limited. Facing several attackers, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Yet he did not give up, gritting his teeth as he fended off each assault. Zhao Wu and Lu Ba were also in dire straits, swinging their blades in a bloody struggle, groaning in distress. The other bandits, having no immediate targets, turned their attention to the women behind Yan Yun, completely ignoring him. In Yan Yun's eyes, they saw only dullness and confusion. It was obvious to them that he was the exiled noble's foolish son. What a pity! This simpleton would never enjoy the tenderness of his sister-in-law. Several bandits looked at Yan Yun with pity and sympathy. In their eyes, with both of Yan Yun's brothers dead, he would naturally become the caretaker for his sister-in-law. For the rest of his life, he would have to attend to their daily needs. An occasional accidental intimacy would hardly be considered excessive. After all, such needs were only human nature. First kill the fool, then tie up all the women, a bandit squad leader ordered his men. Kill. 2 bandits, their faces twisted in savagery, swung their blades at Yan Yun. Yan Yun ignored them, his focus fixed on the fierce battle between Zheng Ba and Ning Taotai. Though Zheng Ba had the aid of a divine weapon, his own abilities were limited. After several intense exchanges, the enormous weight of the Overlord halberd left him gasping for breath. Yan Yun narrowed his eyes. He could now gauge Zheng Ba's true strength. If he himself, with his Overlord's divine strength, was a top-tier martial general in this world, then Zheng Ba and Ning Taotai were merely second-rate at best. They still fell short of the first-rate. In contrast, Qin Wei and Niu Bi were fourth-rate martial generals. Lu Ba and Zhao Wu were no more than ordinary soldiers, hardly worthy of the title. Ning Taotai did possess some skill. Clang! Just as several bandits charged at Yan Yun, the 6th Lady Long Shiji swept in from behind with her longsword. Gripping the hilt with one hand, she parried the attacks of 2 bandits in a single stroke. Her movements were light, her reflexes like lightning. In a flash of sword light, she pierced one bandit's throat and another's heart. Her assault was as fluid as a swimming dragon, executed with effortless grace. Seeing Long Shiji dispatch 2 bandits so easily, the squad leader grew agitated and with a roar spurred his horse toward her. Although Long Shiji had killed 2 bandits with ease, it had drained her stamina. She took a brief breath, then raised her sword once more, her form flashing like lightning as she charged the squad leader. The bandit squad leader widened his eyes, attempting to block her blade, but her thrust was too swift. Before he could intercept it, a searing pain shot through his left arm. His left arm, along with the ghost-headed broadsword it held, fell from his shoulder. Crimson blood spurted from the severed limb. The bandit squad leader let out an agonized scream, sweat beading on his forehead like peas. Before his cry could fade, Long Shiji swept her blade across his throat. In an instant, the carotid artery was severed by the sword's edge. Scarlet blood gushed forth once more. The bandit squad leader's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness and despair. He struggled to scream, but the more he did, the faster the blood sprayed from his neck. Finally, his body fell rigidly from the horse, and his screams ceased abruptly. After a few convulsions, his head drooped, and he was dead. The other bandits were stunned by Long Zixi's terrifying swordsmanship. They had never seen such swift and agile skill. Ning Taoye, who was nearby, also witnessed her prowess. He swung his 8-foot spear, forcing Zheng Ba back, and panted heavily as he coldly asked, "You are the 6th Lady Lung Shiji, and a member of the Lung family, one of the 3 great sword clans of the great Yin Empire." Lung Shiji cast him a cold glance, but said nothing. "Umph. You know quite a bit. But if you wish to live, you still have a chance to retreat." The First Lady stood up, chest thrust out, hands resting on her abdomen, and scolded him with an air of superiority. Ning Taotai sneered, "Ha! You're mistaken. Though the Lung family's swordsmanship is formidable in my eyes, Ning Taoti's power is everything. Speed is nothing but flashy nonsense." "So you're quite confident in your own strength?" Yin Yun asked with a foolish grin. Ning Taoye, seeing that it was the fool Yin Yun speaking, curled his lips in disdain. He deemed it beneath him to respond, yet still taunted, "What does a mere simpleton know of strength?" "Since you think so, let this fool teach you how to be a man." Before his words faded, Yin Yun shot forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Ning Taotai. Ning Taotai was startled by Yin Yun's sudden arrival, but it was merely a fleeting shock. The next moment he tightened his grip on the Zhangba spear and sneered, "Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I'll see you off to the afterlife first." Whoosh! Whoosh! The Zhangba spear wielded by Ning Taoye tore through the air with a piercing whistle. Yin Yun remained unmoved, refusing to clash head-on with the Zhangba spear. Without a weapon in hand, he swiftly evaded the spear's thrust, then with a glare and a sudden roar, he punched the black steed squarely on its head. With that single punch, the inked jade lion staggered as if drunk, its forelegs buckling and crashing to the ground. As its forelegs gave way, the horse collapsed with a thunderous thud. Caught off guard, Ning Taotai hurriedly leaped off the warhorse in sheer terror. Yin Yun seized the Zhangba spear and with a sudden burst of force wrenched it from Ning Taotai's grasp. Whirling the spear around, he aimed its tip directly at Ning Taotai's throat, leaving the latter utterly dumbfounded. A mere inch forward and Ning Taotai's throat would be pierced. Ning Taotai was petrified, his face pale, frozen in place. His mind went blank. He could never have imagined Yin Yun's combat prowess to be so extraordinary. Not only had he knocked his horse unconscious with a single punch, but he had also disarmed him barehanded, subduing him in one swift move. Damn, this is no bronze tier player. It's the king's brother. A glory king. Ding Zheng Bas terror, surprise, disbelief, astonishment, emotion points 5. Ding Niu B's terror, surprise, horror, incredulity, confusion, emotion points 6. Ding Qin Weiss shock, admiration, awe, envy, fervor, disbelief, emotion points 6. Ding First Madam Zhao Weiniang's admiration, excitement, tears of joy, fervor, emotion points 4. Ding Second Madam Luo Bingshu's admiration, respect, excitement, surging passion, emotion points 4. Ding Fourth Madam Yi Jiamai's shock, surprise, respect, appreciation, emotion points 4. Ding Sixth Madam Lung Zixi's shock, surprise, respect, appreciation, emotion points 4. Ding Shu Zin's shock, surprise, heart palpitations, emotion points 3. At that moment, all the exiles and constables contributed their own emotion points. This wave netted Yin a total of 68 emotion points. Without a doubt, everyone stared in shock. The fourth and sixth madams even revealed expressions of respect and admiration. Respect and admiration. Niu B's confusion surfaced, hinting at his growing suspicion of Yin Yun's identity and strength. This instantly heightened Yin Yun's vigilance. But he didn't rush to deal with Niu B. For now, Niu B couldn't stir up trouble. If Yin Yun wanted to eliminate him, it would be a piece of cake. Detected that Ning Taotai is hostile to the host. The emotion system has been successfully bound. All of Ning Taotai's emotions toward the host will now generate emotion points. Ding Ning Taotai's shock, terror, repeated surprises, disbelief, incredulity, immense respect, emotion points 6. Ning Taotai was also bound, contributing 6 emotion points. Unfortunately, the two were adversaries. After Ning Taotai was defeated, the other bandit underlings behind him ceased their fighting. Qin Wei and the others finally had a moment to catch their breath. You, aren't you just the fool of a noble family? Ning Taotai stammered, pale-faced and trembling with terror. So how does it feel to lose to a fool? Quite embarrassing, isn't it? Yin Yun asked with a foolish grin. Ning Taotai's face flushed red. Indeed, it was deeply humiliating. Now not only was his face lost, but even his inner dignity was gone. He hung his head low, closed his eyes, and said, "A defeated general has no claim to honor. Do as you will. Kill or spare. How you have some backbone." Yin Yun couldn't help but taunt. "Weren't you just boasting earlier? Weren't you shouting about taking my sisters-in-law as your mountain fortress wives? Where's that fierce spirit now? A warrior may be killed, but not humiliated." Ning Taotai's face turned crimson with rage. Yin Yun curled his lip. Didn't you just say a defeated general has no claim to honor? So why are you suddenly demanding dignity and face now? Ning Taotai was left speechless, clearly choked by Yin Yun's words. "Kill him. Yin Yun turned and walked away without looking back. Before Zheng Ba could act, Ning Taotai sprang up, grabbed the Zheng Ba spear, and attempted a sneak attack on Yin Yun. Watch out. The first madam's face changed, and she shouted urgently. But, just as Ning Taotai pulled out the Zheng Ba spear and thrust it at Yin Yun's back, Zheng Ba gripped his overlord halberd, let out a fierce roar, and drove it straight through Ning Taotai's throat. Ning Taotai was caught off guard, a grimace of fury twisting his face. In his final moments, he tried to wave his arm, commanding his bandits to avenge him. But the bandits were already cowed by Yin Yun's terrifying strength, daring not to confront him. Seeing Ning Taotai meet his end, they mounted their horses and fled in disarray. Ning Taotai's body crashed to the ground with a thud, consumed by rage and regret. Yin Yun had intended to spare him and recruit him, but since the man had coveted his sister-in-law, death was the only option. Ning Taoye, a former centurion from the military camps, possessed such formidable combat skills that he could easily serve not only as a centurion, but also as a Kiliarch, a Miriarch, or even a deputy general. However, this man was impervious to all persuasion, so Yin Yun decided to cut through the Gordian knot and slay him outright. Those who could serve his purpose would be utilized, those who could not would be eliminated. It was as simple as that. Yin Yun felt no regret after dispatching Ning Taotai. This man's character was evidently dubious from the start. Even if kept by his side in the future, he would remain a ticking time bomb. He lacked Zheng Ba's wisdom and acumen. Charging headlong into battle only made him a reckless brute. Only those with both intellect and courage could bear great responsibilities. Ning Taotai's black steed remained unconscious. The scene was a mess, with 5 corpses lying about, 1 constable, Sun Mao, and 4 bandits. Seeing Sun Mao's body, Zheng Ba's expression darkened. Dig a pit and bury them, he ordered Qin Wei. Qin Wei clasped his hands and led Lu Ba and Zhao Wu to dig graves. Niobe stood aside in silence, his eyes brimming with confusion. He sensed that Yin Yun was feigning ignorance, but he lacked sufficient evidence to prove it. This man appeared foolish on the surface, yet his words were coherent and logical. Hardly the mark of an imbecile, but rather that of a sage. Yet all he did was grin foolishly, leaving one to wonder if it was genuine or an act. Zhao Wu and Lu Ba did not dwell on such thoughts. They felt only admiration and reverence for Yin Yun. With his seemingly simple mind, he had felled a fierce divine steed with a single punch and vanquished the bandit chieftain in one blow. Such innate divine strength commanded their utmost respect. Zheng Ba too harbored suspicions about Yin Yun's enigmatic identity. But he was adept at concealing his thoughts, skilled in the art of self-preservation, and thus kept his doubts to himself without any outward expression. None of this had any bearing on him. He merely needed to fulfill his own duties. At least that was what he had thought before. Now he was filled with gratitude toward Yin Yun. Yin Yun had saved him multiple times. Without his help, grass would likely be sprouting on his grave by now. While Qin Wei and his men disposed of the bodies, Yin Yun consoled the senior madam and others before approaching the still unconscious black steed. Zheng Ba came to stand beside Yin Yun, but Yin Yun paid him no heed. The dark clouds overhead began to disperse, and bright sunlight once again pierced the atmosphere, bathing the verdant prairie. Zheng Ba crouched beside Yin Yun, hesitating several times before finally speaking. "This overlord's halberd." Yin Yun interrupted him before he could finish. "Captain Zheng, do you like this divine steed?" "Huh?" Zheng Ba was taken aback by the interruption and took a moment to recover. Only when his attention shifted to the unconscious black horse did his eyes light up, and he asked excitedly, "You want to give it to me?" "It depends on whether you like it," Yin Yun asked with a foolish grin. "This? Of course I like it." Zheng Ba could not hide his delight, his eyes gleaming with ecstasy. He had long desired a fine steed, but his limited wealth and ability made it impossible to acquire such a peerless divine horse. Unless fate intervened. But now, wasn't fate knocking at his door? "All right, from now on it's yours," Yin Yun declared generously. "Ah." Zheng Ba found it hard to believe, then said excitedly, "This divine steed has a fiery temper, I fear. I cannot tame it." Yin Yun patted his shoulder and encouraged him, "Relax. If you see it as a fine steed, it will be a fine steed. If you see it as a nag, it will be a nag. Don't forget your strength is not far from Ning Taotai's. If he could tame it, why can't you?" Zheng Ba was left dizzy by Yin Yun's words. It wasn't that Yin Yun's words lacked reason. They were in fact too reasonable. This was nothing like a fool, it was more like a sage. He fixed his gaze on Yin Yun and caught a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, far from the expected confusion or dullness. Could it be that the third young master was truly feigning foolishness? Of course, Yin Yun had intentionally allowed him to see this. Now that the exile had progressed to this point, it was time to deepen his bond with Zheng Ba. But before deepening their friendship, he needed to test Zheng Ba's true intentions toward him. If this man passed the test, he would enjoy boundless wealth and honor in the future. A high-ranking position would be his. If he failed the test, Yin Yun would not blame him for Zheng Ba had spoken up for him throughout this journey. However, if Zheng Ba dared to betray him, Yin Yun would not hesitate to eliminate him on the spot to remove a future threat. This spear is made of fine material. If you like it, it's yours from now on. Yin Yun stood up, pulled out the nearby spear, and handed it to Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba gazed at the spear, joy evident in his eyes. He had indeed desired a suitable weapon, but as an ordinary constable, he could never afford such a rare material. At the Yamen, he had trained with long weapons and was quite skilled in their use. However, the Yamen's weapons were only for practice and could not be taken away. You want to know how I got the Overlord's halberd? Do me a favor, and he'll tell you. Yin Yun dropped his foolish grin, his expression turning solemn. Hearing this tone, Zheng Ba shuddered. Just as he had suspected, the third young master's foolishness was all an act. His mind churned like a turbulent sea. Third young master, what do you want me to do? Zheng Ba asked, his voice trembling. Kill Niobe, Yin Yun said casually. Though his tone seemed light, the murderous intent within was palpable to both Yin Yun and Zheng Ba. Kill a constable? Zheng Ba shuddered again. He had long known that Yin Yun harbored murderous intentions toward Niobe, but he never expected Yin Yun to ask him to do the deed personally. Killing Niobe would mean tying himself to Yin Yun's ship. Killing a constable was tantamount to treason against the emperor. On the surface, constables were under the jurisdiction of the Yamen. The Yamen was under the city lord's office. But wasn't the city lord's office ultimately answerable to the imperial palace? And who issued the exile orders in the palace, if not the emperor himself? What? Scared? Yin Yun asked with a light laugh. Zheng Ba swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and said, if him to kill Niobe, then Liu Ba must die too. Huh? Why is that? Yin Yun was taken aback. Qin Wei and Zhao Wu are my men. Niobe and Liu Ba are not. Zheng Ba confessed truthfully. He feared Liu Ba would report him along the way. Yin Yun chuckled lightly, then killed them both. He cared not whose man Liu Ba was. As the saying goes, those not of our kin are bound to have different hearts. Zheng Ba had never killed a bailiff before, and this weighed heavily upon him. It seems. You are still hesitant, reluctant to strike. In that case. So saying, Yin Yun took several small bulging cloth pouches from his pocket and asked, do you recognize these little things? These are. Zheng Ba scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Open them and take a look, Yin Yun said with a faint smile. Zheng Ba took a small pouch, pulled open the drawstring, and retrieved a strip of hemp cloth. Unfurling it, he was startled to find rows of black characters densely written upon it. Upon seeing these words, Zheng Bai's expression turned grim, and a fierce murderous intent abruptly flared. Lord Chancellor, although the third young master, Yin is simple-minded, his strength is heaven-defying. He smashed Lu San's arm with a stone. Captain Zheng Ba is disloyal, actually speaking up for the third young master Yin. This fellow is likely in cahoots with him. I implore the Lord Chancellor to dispatch men promptly to replace Zheng Ba as captain. Sign, Yo. This was the information in the first small pouch. Zheng Bai's face was so dark it could drip water. This was entirely unexpected. He had never imagined it. Yin Yun opened the other pouches, letting Zheng Ba examine each one. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Zheng Bai's eyes. Without a word, he took the second strip and began to read the message on it. Lord Chancellor, the exile party reached Yinhuang Mountain and was attacked by a white tiger. At the critical moment, the 6th Madam Lung Shiji struck and killed the beast. Your subordinate finds it suspicious that they did not resort to eating wild grass to stave off hunger along the way. Captain Zheng Ba not only ignored this, but turned a blind eye. Did he see something? Or is he truly in league with the third young master Yin? This requires investigation. Sign, Yo. Lord Chancellor, the exiled party rested at the home of Wei Xiong in Weijiazwang. This Wei Xiong is a chiliarch under Yin Baidu. He prepared food for the exiled party. But at midnight we were attacked, and we lost 2 warriors. Oh, and Wei Xiong fled to Lisun City and sought refuge with its lord. Sign, Yo. Lord Chancellor, on the Yanhuang Prairie we were besieged by a pride of lions. The third young master Yin killed a lion king with his bare hands. His strength is too formidable beyond my imagination. He is a dangerous man. If allowed to grow further, he will surely become a threat to the Lord Chancellor in the future. Furthermore, Zheng Ba has been overly familiar with the third young master Yin. He even gifted weapons to Lung Shiji and the third young master. This is a flagrant violation of exiled decrees. This crime alone is sufficient to condemn him for treason against the sovereign. Sign, Yo. There were 2 or 3 more cloth strips. Zheng Ba did not look at them any further. Every single piece of information implicated him, Zheng Ba. It was plainly an attempt to seal his doom. Yin Yun patted Zheng Ba's shoulder. If you think I staged this myself, then you can keep an eye on Niobe. I suspect that after this battle he will try to pass on another message. Zheng Ba clenched his fists, a fierce light blazing in his eyes. Yin Yun had been shrewd from the very start of the exile. As a graduate of 985, his intellect was exceptionally sharp. Indeed, during the journey, Yin Yun would often spot Niobe riding by moonlight in the dead of night. Each time he would place the cloth strip into a small pouch and carefully hide it under a rock along the path. Yin Yun had long noticed this furtive act, so he kept a close watch on Niobe as well as the other bailiffs. Eventually, when he grew weary, he had the first madam and second madam take turns watching in his stead. By now, the first and second madams were completely loyal to him. His commands were like imperial edicts. All right, deciding how to deal with this fellow is now in your hands. I trust you need no further help from me. Yin Yun rose. Zheng Ba remained seated, lost in thought. Hiss! The MOU lion suddenly let out a mournful cry, its large pitch-black eyes rolling as it awoke from its stupor. Seeing Yin Yun standing nearby, fear and unease flickered in its gaze. This man had overpowered it with his bare hands. The MOU lion was terrified, even traumatized. It wailed softly, struggling to rise. But Yin Yun paid it no heed and turned away. The MOU lion staggered to its feet. Looking around, it saw its master lying in a pool of blood, clearly dead. It raised its head and howled in anguish. Just then a slightly gaunt man reached out and stroked its head. The lion jerked its head up, a menacing glare in its eyes. Though it feared Yin Yun, it had no such fear of Zheng Ba. Zheng Ba, whose belly was already churning with rage, found an outlet. Seeing the MOU lion's disdain for him, he flew into a fury. Leaping nimbly onto the lion's back, he yanked the reins and roared in anger. The MOU lion was no ordinary steed and would not be cowed by Zheng Ba's wrath. It reared up on its forelegs, trying to throw him off. Zheng Ba clamped his legs tightly around the lion's flanks. No matter how it struggled, bucked, or pranced, it could not dislodge him. Furious, Zheng Ba seized the moment when the lion's forelegs touched the ground and rained down a barrage of punches. The lion's head throbbed with pain, but it refused to yield. Zheng Ba's own stubbornness flared. You won't submit? Then I'll beat you into submission. The commotion soon drew the attention of the women and bailiffs, who watched the fierce lion, doubtfully wondering if Zheng Ba could truly tame it. Zheng Ba was seething, but his stubborn streak had taken over, and he struck relentlessly until the lion, wailing in agony, finally ceased its struggles. It was a crude solution of brute force. After a bout of exertion, the MOU lion quieted down and Zheng Ba also calmed. Believing he had subdued the beast, he dismounted. But the moment his feet touched the ground, still holding the reins, the lion shook him off and with powerful strides trotted eagerly toward Yin Yun. Startled, Zheng Ba feared the lion meant to attack Yin Yun. He cried out, "Third young master Yin, be careful." Yin Yun sensed the danger behind him. The sudden turn of events alarmed everyone. Niobe sneered silently. Lung Shiji drew her sword with a clang, ready to dart forward and plunge it into the lion's neck. The first madam rushed out from the crowd, trying to intercept the lion. But when the MOU lion was 3 meters from Yin Yun, it stopped abruptly, then dropped to its knees with a thud. It held its head high, proudly snorting heavily, the ferocity in its eyes vanishing, replaced by gentleness and hope. Yin Yun instinctively touched his head. What the hell? Is it submitting to me? Seeing this, Zheng Ba breathed a sigh of relief. Lung Shiji ceased her assassination movements. The first madam patted her chest and exhaled heavily. The other madams were also relieved. Niobe was stunned, then a look of regret flickered in his eyes. Yin Yun shook his head, turned back to the ink jade lion in his simple-minded manner, picked up the reins, and handed them to Zheng Ba as the lion stared in astonishment. He had said he would give this divine steed to Zheng Ba, and he would not break his word. Zheng Ba took the reins somewhat numbly, his heart filled with complex emotions. The ink jade lion no longer struggled. It stared intently at Yin Yun, tears welling up in its eyes. It was indeed highly intelligent. While its master lived, it would never betray him. After its master died, though grief-stricken, it was helpless. The reason it chose to submit to Yin Yun rather than Zheng Ba was that Yin Yun had knocked it down with a single punch. This proud creature developed a sense of dependence on Yin Yun. In its eyes, only a stronger human was worthy of being its master. Although Zheng Ba was formidable, he was on par with Ning Taoye and still far inferior to Yin Yun. At the very least, Zheng Ba and its former master could not knock it unconscious with one punch. Young Master Yin, this horse is not suitable for me. It has already acknowledged you as its master. Giving it to me would be akin to abandoning it. Such a divine steed is intelligent. Even if you give it to me, it will not obey me and might even wither away in my hands one day. Zheng Ba saw at a glance that the ink jade lion was not right for him. I said, I will give it to you. Yin Yun insisted, stubbornly feigning ignorance. Thank you for your favor, young Master Yin. The road of exile is long, and there will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Besides, I am very fond of this spear. Obtaining it has already made me even more formidable. Zheng Ba was a reasonable man. He knew Yin Yun did not want to break his earlier promise, but he could not bear to see the ink jade lion lose its life because of him. This was a divine steed. Such steeds were rare. Uncle, can I ride it for fun? Yin Shuer suddenly rushed out from her mother's arms, tugging at Yin Yun's clothes, her round eyes twinkling as she asked playfully. Well, of course, Yin Yun said with a silly grin. Brother, come on, let's go for a ride on the ink jade lion. Yin Shuer cheered with joy. Brother was the name of the little leopard in her arms. Seeing this, Yin Yun stopped being pretentious. There would be other opportunities. He could not be blamed for breaking his promise. It was simply that the ink jade lion had not taken a liking to Zheng Ba. The ink jade lion was a spiritual creature, and such matters were beyond his control. If he forced it upon Zheng Ba, it would likely not obey his commands, and might even lead to Zheng Ba's death in battle due to poor coordination. Immediately, Yin Yun lifted Yin Shuer onto the back of the ink jade lion. Ridden by its acknowledged master, the ink jade lion shed its listlessness, becoming spirited and jubilant. In its excitement, it turned around and galloped wildly across the grassland, racing for miles. Yin Yun was also delighted to have obtained a peerless divine steed. Yin Shuer, holding her little leopard, laughed heartily as the ink jade lion sped along like a cheerful little elf. After a wild gallop, Yin Yun guided the ink jade lion back to the exiled group. Ding Niu Bi, envy, jealousy, anger, hatred, depression, emotion points 5. Ding Zhao Wu, envy, eagerness, hope, admiration, emotion points 4. Ding Qin Wei, envy, eagerness, hope, praise, emotion points 4. Ding Lu Ba, envy, jealousy, eagerness, hope, emotion points 4. Ding Zheng Ba, praise, eagerness, hope, joy, satisfaction, emotion points 5. Ding First Madam Zhao Weinying, praise, joy, delight, excitement, eagerness, satisfaction, emotion points 7. Ding Second Madam Luo Bingxue, praise, joy, heart flutter, satisfaction, emotion points 4. Ding Yin Shuer, excitement, thrill, happiness, emotion points 3. Ding Sixth Madam Lung Shiji, envy, eagerness, hope, praise, emotion points 4. Ding Shu Xian, excitement, eagerness, joy, thrill, emotion points 4. Ding Old Steward, praise, joy, delight, satisfaction, emotion points 4. Undoubtedly, everyone present once again contributed complex emotion points. This round netted Yin Yun another 76 emotion points. His emotion points now soared to 521. Yin Yun was thoroughly satisfied. He could clearly feel that the ink jade lion was faster, more vigorous, and more imposing than an ordinary horse. Earlier, when searching for firewood, the nag he rode was barely adequate as a means of transport. It was utterly unsuitable for travel or combat. When the bandits fled, they left behind 3 tall warhorses. These horses were masterless and had not followed the main group. They remained where they were, as if waiting for Yin Yun and his companions to take them. Zheng Ba stood up, walked over, and took hold of the reins of the 3 warhorses. Then he called out to Zhao Wu and Qin Wei, giving one to each. With the tall warhorses, Zhao Wu's and Qin Wei's combat abilities were noticeably enhanced, and their aura grew more formidable. Niu Bi was displeased and grumbled, "Captain, I am the vice-captain. Shouldn't I get one of the captured warhorses? Don't forget I killed a bandit just now." Zheng Ba asked expressionlessly, "Am I the captain, or are you?" Niu Bi's tone faltered. "I may not be the captain, but I am the vice-captain." "Exactly, you are only the vice-captain, so you must follow the captain's arrangements," Zheng Ba said coolly. Niu Bi had already secretly caused him trouble, so Zheng Ba saw no need to protect him. He was now waiting for Niu Bi to rebel, so he could eliminate him under the guise of insubordination. Even though Zhao Wu and Qin Wei were Niu Bi's men, Zheng Ba intended to handle matters fairly to avoid creating resentment. As for Lu Ba was not his man, so he cared little about Lu Ba's opinion. Moreover, Lu Ba was just an ordinary constable. Zheng Ba only needed to protect his safety when necessary, as was his duty as captain. This is utterly unfair." Niu Bi fumed. Zheng Ba said calmly, "I am doing this to protect you." "Protect me? That sounds nice. Let's hear how you plan to protect me," Niu Bi said with displeasure. Qin Wei stepped forward and said, "Vice-Captain Niu, you are severely injured and cannot charge into battle. Is the captain not protecting you by doing this? Is he trying to harm you? The road ahead is full of fierce beasts and bandits. Are you sure you can still charge into battle in your injured state?" At these words, Niu Bi fell silent. He was indeed injured. Zheng Ba was about to use Niu Bi's injury as an excuse, but he never expected Qin Wei to step forward and support him. "Yes, Vice-Captain Niu, you are seriously wounded. You should rest and recover in the rear. There will surely be good warhorses later. Why must you be so impatient?" Lu Ba also consoled him. Niu Bi's face darkened. He could only snort softly and suppress his anger for the time being. He understood his own injuries. Under Zhao was bandaging, they did not affect his combat ability at all. This so-called severe wound was merely a label forced upon him. Zhao Wu remained silent. He chose to be quiet partly because he was not good with words and partly because he truly understood Niu Bi's condition. But Zheng Ba giving him a tall warhorse also sealed his lips, making him realize his own standing in Zheng Ba's heart. The bodies were disposed of. Zheng Ba said, "This place is not safe to stay. Everyone take a short rest, and then we continue. We must reach Qingshui City in the shortest possible time." Everyone ate some pre-roasted lion meat, and then continued their journey. Now there were as many as 7 spare pack horses. Exactly 7 madams, each could ride one. The first madam could not bear to see the old steward walking, so she gave her pack horse to him. The old steward was flattered and dared not accept it, but he could not refuse the first madam's insistence, so he reluctantly accepted. With the first madam having no horse to ride, Yin Yun dismounted from the ink jade lion and suggested she ride with Yin Qing. The first madam hurriedly declined, saying she was not tired and that Yin Yun should just take Yin Qing. Yin Qing blinked her little eyes and asked, "Mother, can't we ride the same horse as third uncle?" "This, of course not." The first madam hurriedly refused. "Why not? Third uncle is not an outsider. Without his care on this journey, we would probably be buried in the ground by now." Yin Qing said bluntly, "A child's mind is simple. What ill intentions could she have? She was just worried for her mother, which is why she suggested they share a horse with third uncle." Moreover, in her eyes, the inked jade lion was mighty robust and clearly extraordinary, easily capable of carrying 2 or 3 people. Yin Yun naturally would not refuse. "Third uncle, can mother and I ride the inked jade lion with you?" Yin Qing asked expectantly. "He, of course. We are family, there is no question of whether it's allowed," Yin Yun said with a silly grin. "Mother, third uncle has agreed. Hurry up and get on," Yin Qing urged. "This, elder sister, please just get on. When we have extra warhorses later, we can assign one to each person," third Madam Guo Iran advised. "This." The first madam glanced at the other madams. Seeing no objections, she finally mounted the horse at Yin Yun's invitation. The ink jade lion with its robust build was unaffected. The first madam sat astride, Yin Yun behind her, and Yin Qing at the very front in the first madam's arms. The main group began to move. Now only 5 maidservants had no mounts. This way the speed still could not be increased, but at least the madams were spared the torment of walking. The second madam suddenly rode her pack horse forward quickly. Younger brother-in-law, Luo Bingxue, called softly, "Is something the matter?" Yin Yun was in the midst of continuous jolts, interrupted by the second madam. "This." The second madam quietly took out a small cloth pouch and handed it to Yin Yun, then subtly gestured with her chin towards Niu Bi, who was walking ahead. Yin Yun's brow furrowed. He knew immediately what it contained. In fact, the moment he saw the small cloth pouch, he knew what was inside. All this time, the first and second madams had been secretly helping him keep an eye on the yamen runners. Yin Yun took the pouch, untied the string, and pulled out a small strip of cloth. "Lord Chancellor, after several days of observation, I now strongly suspect that the third young master, Yin, is feigning idiocy. When he speaks, he seems simple-minded, but his words are very reasonable. Furthermore, the first, second, and third madams are very obedient to him. This is not at all like a fool. Just now, when we were attacked by bandits, the third young master, Yin, even wanted to capture their leader for his own use. Zheng Ba even cooperated with him, trying to persuade the bandit leader to surrender, but the leader disdained to follow him and would rather die than submit. Lord Chancellor, upon receiving this message, please respond quickly to avoid endless future troubles. Sign, Yo." Upon reading this lengthy message, a dense killing intent flickered in Yin Yun's eyes. Niobe seemed to sense the thick, murderous aura and instinctively looked back, but the killing intent in Yin Yun's eyes had already vanished in a flash. Niobe scratched his head in confusion. He clearly felt the killing intent behind him, but when he turned around, everything was calm with no sign of any disturbance. Was he hallucinating? Niobe shook his head and thought no more about it. He secretly cursed, hoping the Chancellor's spies would quickly find the small cloth pouch and make arrangements soon. Night began to fall. This was the 4th night they had entered the Yanhuang grassland. The sky was clear and a full moon hung high. The stars filled the sky, dotting the firmament. The group gathered firewood, lit a fire, and roasted meat, busying themselves with the tasks at hand. Zheng San and Zhao Wu went to find a water source. Yin Yun and the first madam went to gather dry firewood. Lung Shiji, along with Qin Wei, Niobe, Lu Ba, and the other madams, stayed behind waiting for the others to return. Firewood and water were running low, and they urgently needed to find more. Shortly after the group left, pairs of glowing red eyes appeared at the edge of the firelight. "Wolves! Damn it! We are surrounded by a wolf pack." Niobe's eyes bulged as he cried out in alarm. At these words, everyone turned their gaze outside the firelight and saw to the east over 20 pairs of glowing red eyes staring back at them. The crimson eyes began to spread outward as if attempting to encircle the group. Yin Qing and Yin Shui were so frightened that they burst into tears with a loud wah. Niobe, filled with fear and irritated by the 2 little girls' cries, shouted at them, "Damn it! Shut your mouths! Cry again and I'll cut off your lips." With a clang, Lung Shiji abruptly drew the sword from her waist, pointing its tip straight at Niobe, and warned in an icy tone, If I hear you speak again, I'll slit your throat." Niobe shrank his head and instinctively clamped his mouth shut. Seething with indignation, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it. All of you don't get too cocky. When the Chancellor sends a new captain, that's when you'll be begging for mercy on your knees. Damn it, you're asking for trouble." As Niobe reveled in his curses, a wolf's howl suddenly reached everyone's ears. The howl was rough and powerful, its tone deep, clearly that of a wolf king. Not good. This is the wolf king's order to attack. Qin Wei's face changed color as he drew his ghost-head broadsword with a clang, readying himself for battle. Lung Shiji remained calm and unmoved. The other ladies, however, were pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. "Wah, third uncle, where are you? Hurry back." Yin Shuer, terrified beyond measure, broke into tears again. "Boo-hoo. Third uncle, come back with mother quickly." Yin Qing'er also wept. The second lady and the third lady tightly embraced the two little girls. The old steward approached a nag, attempting to remove the ghost-head broadsword slung across its back. Niobe saw this and yelled, "Old fool, what do you think you're doing? Rebelling. Without our permission, you can't touch the weapons." These ghost-head broadswords had been collected by Zhang Ba after the constables' deaths. The old steward retorted angrily, "In a time of crisis, one more weapon means one more chance to survive. Do you think you can stop the wolf pack's charge?" Niobe sneered. "Who said I'd help? I'm injured. I'm climbing a tree to hide. You cowardly bastard. If I ever get the chance, I swear I'll take your head." Lung Shiji couldn't help but curse. Niobe's words faltered, and a look of fury spread across his face. "Oomph." Niobe snorted coldly, then swiftly wrapped his arms and legs around a large tree and began climbing with agility. "Deputy Nio, when danger strikes, you flee first. Aren't you afraid Captain Zhang will make a meal of you when he returns? Don't forget you're a constable responsible for escorting the exiles to the desolate lands. Running away mid-journey will brand you a deserter. You know the fate of a deserter, don't you?" Qin Wei taunted sarcastically. Niobe's face changed as he growled, "I'm injured. I can't fight. Should I just wait for the wolves to tear off my head?" Luo Bingxue said coldly, "We have fire for protection. As long as the flames don't die out, the wolves won't dare attack. These beasts fear fire most. As deputy constable, surely you know that." Niobe paid no heed and scrambled up the tree trunk with remarkable speed, not at all appearing grievously wounded. "You selfish bastard. If you make it to the desolate lands alive, I'll eat my words." Qin Wei cursed, but Niobe ignored him and stayed up in the tree. The wolf pack stirred restlessly, perhaps indeed afraid of the fire, as Luo Bingxue had said, and held back from charging. Time ticked by. The wolves grew restless, pacing back and forth as if preparing for a fatal assault on the group. The flames dwindled. There was little firewood left. As time passed, the firelight dimmed, and Yin Yun and the others had yet to return. The Wolf King scraped the ground with its right forepaw, a sign of an impending attack. Another long howl echoed, and the Wolf King appeared before them like a bolt of lightning. "Wah, wah, wah. Boo-hoo-hoo." Yin Shuer and Yin Qing'er buried themselves in the arms of the second and third ladies, wailing loudly. The ladies and maidservants were all pale, with terror, despair gleaming in their eyes. "Third young master, Shuxin can no longer be with you," Shuxin whispered, tears of despair streaming down her face as she closed her eyes, awaiting death. Hong Tao, braver than the rest, picked up a ghost-head broadsword the old steward had left on the ground, and with trembling hands readied herself for battle. Tears brimmed in her eyes too, but she knew tears wouldn't solve anything. Only fighting with a blade could give her a better chance to survive. Once the Wolf King launched its assault, all the wolves in the pack followed suit. Lung Shiji shouted to Qin Wei and Lu Ba, "I'll handle the Wolf King. Captain Qin, take the south. Lu Ba the north. As for you, Niobe, if I survive this, your head will roll." With those words, Lung Zixi's figure flickered as she charged toward the Wolf King, galloping straight at her. Niobe, still in the tree, shuddered at her icy threat. He didn't doubt she meant it. After a moment of panic, he reluctantly jumped down from the tree. With swift swishes, Lung Zixi's sharp sword gleamed with a chilling coldness in the faint firelight. Lung Shiji struck at the Wolf King with her sword. The Wolf King, agile and nimble, dodged quickly with bared fangs, then leaped and swiped its sharp claws viciously at her back. As a top-tier swordswoman trained from childhood in speed, both striking and evading, her body moved like a swimming dragon, easily evading the deadly claws. With a swish, she arced her longsword and struck at the Wolf King again. Not daring to confront her heat, the Wolf King dodged once more, then abandoned her and charged toward the unsuspecting women in the rear. Seeing the Wolf King about to pounce, the old steward's eyes widened. Summoning courage from somewhere, he swung the ghost-head broadsword desperately at the Wolf King. His movements were excruciatingly slow in the wolf's eyes. The Wolf King curled its lips in disdain, swiped a paw through the air, and slashed 3 bloody gashes across the old steward's neck. The old steward's face froze and blood spurted from the wounds like a fountain. Old steward, the second lady cried out in shock. The third lady and the others also stared wide-eyed, trembling violently, their faces pale and seething with fury. Thanks to the old steward's sacrifice, the Wolf King's charge slowed by a beat. Enraged beyond measure, Lung Shiji moved like a fleeting shadow and thrust her sword at the Wolf King. The Wolf King snarled and dodged swiftly to one side. But Lung Shiji seemed to have anticipated its evasion. Before the Wolf King could land her sharp blade tip, was already waiting there. But Lung Shiji seemed to have anticipated its evasion. Before the Wolf King could land her sharp blade tip, was already waiting there. But Lung Shiji seemed to have anticipated its evasion. Before the Wolf King could land her sharp blade tip, was already waiting there. But Lung Shiji seemed to have anticipated its evasion. Before the Wolf King could land her sharp blade tip, was already waiting there. But Lung Shiji seemed to have anticipated its evasion. Before the Wolf King could land her sharp blade tip, was already waiting there. Seeing this, the Wolf King hastily dodged, yet despite its efforts, its hindquarters were still grazed by the sharp sword tip. Stricken with pain, the Wolf King ignored the wound on its rear and, mustering its full strength, swiftly retreated from the battle. While the Wolf King was locked in a bloody fight, with Lung Shiji, Qin Wei and the wolf pack were also plunged into a fierce melee. Swinging his ghost-headed broadsword, he slashed left and right, taking down 2 adult wolves in succession. These 2 wolves lacked the cunning and wisdom of the Wolf King, nor did they possess its evasive speed and offensive swiftness. Thus, upon encountering Qin Wei, they were swiftly dispatched one after another. Lu Ba also brandished his ghost-headed broadsword and engaged the wolf pack in a bloody struggle. His strength was noticeably inferior. After killing one adult wolf, another sank its teeth into his arm. Lu Ba, seething with rage, tightened his grip on the ghost-headed broadsword and plunged it into the adult wolf's abdomen. The wolf let out a pained howl and instinctively opened its jaws. Lu Ba was in excruciating pain. He shook his arm, ignoring the agony, and charged at a third wolf with his broadsword. Hong Tao also wielded a ghost-headed broadsword. She did not confront the wolf pack heathen. Instead, summoning her courage, she screamed loudly while swinging the ghost-headed broadsword, slashing left and right. With her slender and delicate frame, she managed to secure a safe zone for the several madams. Niobe also avoided direct confrontation with the wolf pack. He merely dodged and weaved, appearing to fight, yet seemingly just going through the motions. He neither inflicted casualties on the wolves nor attracted their aggro. 2 ghost-headed broadswords lay on the ground. 5th Madame Lu Yuner and 7th Madame Duan Ruinxia abruptly stood up, tremblingly grasped the swords, and joined the fray. They had never learned martial arts. Yet for the sake of survival, they had to muster their courage and desperately fend off the wolf pack. Even if they could only contribute a meager effort, they at least formed a rampart for the main group. The 2nd Madame and 3rd Madame were tending to the children and had no time to join the battle. 4th Madame, Yi Jiaomei, always timid and cowardly, was now trembling in fear, tears streaming endlessly. Let alone asking her to fight, she likely lacked even the courage to pick up a blade. Shuxin Lame and Xiuyu, the 3 maidservants, huddled tightly against the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Madams. They were adept at tending to daily needs, but facing the wolf pack, they could muster no bravery whatsoever. Seeing the old steward's throat slashed by the Wolf King, their legs went weak with terror. Their faces turned pale, their bodies stiffened as if their own necks had been cut open. After the Wolf King withdrew from the fight, the pressure on Lung Shiji abruptly lessened. 2 adult wolves, commanded by the Wolf King, charged at her. Lung Shiji did not retreat. Instead, she swung her long sword. With swift strokes, she took down both adult wolves. The Wolf King's expression darkened, its eyes as sharp as a hawk's, emitting a chilling gleam. It stared intently at the battle before it, a look of reluctance flickering in its eyes. In just that short time, nearly 10 wolves from the pack had been sacrificed. On their side, only the old steward had been killed, and that was by sheer luck. Moreover, the steward's death had ignited the fury of the 5th and 7th Madams, prompting them to join the fight. It realized that the tide had turned against the wolf pack. If the battle continued, it would become a lone commander. This was a large pack it had painstakingly assembled. It could not let them all be buried here. It glared hatefully at Lung Shiji. It was this woman who had thwarted its assault. Without her, no one here would have survived. Awu! The Wolf King, unwilling, let out a furious howl. As if receiving a retreat order, the wolf pack abandoned their attacks and fled at full speed. In this battle, Lung Shiji killed 2 adult wolves, repelled the Wolf King, and blocked its assault, buying the group a chance to survive. Qin Wei killed 4 adult wolves, curbing the wolf pack's charge and intimidating their reckless advance. Lu Ba fought valiantly, taking down 3 adult wolves. A chunk of flesh was torn from his left arm by sharp fangs, leaving a shocking wound that bled profusely. Niobe was entirely useless throughout. Although Hong Tao, the 5th Madam, and the 7th Madam did not kill any adult wolves, they stemmed the wolf pack's advance. Moreover, The participation of the 5th and 7th madams made the Wolf King realize that the pack's cause was lost. The old steward sacrificed himself bravely. As the wolves retreated, everyone felt a tremendous relief. The 2nd madam quickly stood up and rushed to the old steward's side. 3 shocking gashes were carved into his neck, and the crimson blood had long since drained away. His body was also gradually losing warmth. Old steward, the 3rd madam wailed. The 2nd madam, though stricken with grief, forced herself to consider everyone's safety and asked, her voice tinged with tears, "Is everyone unharmed? Shiji, Yun, Ruinxia, Hong Tao, are any of you injured?" These were the ones who had fought, so the 2nd madam naturally inquired after each of them. They all hastily shook their heads, unable to conceal their sorrow. The 5th and 7th madams were largely unscathed. Hong Tao, having fought desperately, was overcome with grief and exhaustion as she staggered and nearly fell. Seeing this, Shuxin quickly rose and helped her up. The 2nd madam, fearing she was injured, asked with concern, Hong Tao, are you all right?" Hong Tao, weak and faint, whispered, "2nd madam, I'm fine." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But upon seeing the old steward's cold corpse, they were once again plunged into mourning. Qin Wei did not examine the old steward's injuries, nor did he have time to concern himself with the steward's fate. After the wolves retreated, he immediately tore a strip of cloth from his own garment. Hurrying to Liu Ba's side, he took Liu Ba's arm and began wrapping the wound. Though Liu Ba had fought bravely and achieved a triple kill, he was still tense and exhilarated, his entire body trembling violently. With his blood still boiling, he had not yet registered the pain in his arm. When Qin Wei approached, Liu Ba, thinking it was a wolf attack, instinctively pulled his arm back and prepared to swing his blade. Fortunately, Qin Wei reacted quickly and dodged the ghost-headed broadsword. Liu Ba was in a state of heightened agitation, but upon seeing it was Qin Wei, the tension and excitement in his eyes gradually dissipated. "The wolves have retreated. Relax, relax." Qin Wei soothed him in a low voice. Huff, puff. Liu Ba gasped, his expression dazed. He stared blankly at Qin Wei, then at the torn flesh on his arm. Only then did he feel the excruciating pain. Yet he did not cry out from the searing agony. He merely grunted and allowed Qin Wei to bind the wound. Liu Ba had only recently become a constable. His combat experience was clearly lacking. Before this, he had merely followed behind the others, shouting orders and contributing little. He had hardly ever killed anyone or taken down any fierce beasts. But this time there was no one to shield Liu Ba from harm. Bereft of support, he relied solely on a surge of hot blood, fighting the wolf pack in a state of trembling fear. He never imagined that after joining the fray, he would manage to survive, having slain 3 adult wolves. This was utterly beyond his expectations. After the battle, his nerves remained taut, his blood still surging with exhilaration. Killing 3 adult wolves in succession had restored his confidence. It turned out he wasn't as cowardly as he had believed. A spark of brilliance glimmered in his eyes. "Relax for now. Bind the wound to stop the blood loss. Once Zhao Wu returns, I'll apply the hemostatic medicine immediately," Qin Wei said patiently. Liu Ba nodded woodenly. Niobe watched the scene in silence. A flash of cold light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lung Shiji had somehow appeared before him, the tip of his sword aimed directly at his face. One step closer, and the blade would pierce Niobe's skull. Niobe was startled, leaping back 2 paces, and asked in terror, What are you trying to do?" Lung Shiji said coldly, "This worthless life of yours. I, Lung Shiji, am claiming it today. Even if the emperor himself came, he couldn't stop me. You said that if I joined the fight, you wouldn't kill me." Niobe was genuinely terrified of Lung Shiji. Lung Zixi's swordsmanship was far too swift. If he truly offended Lung Shiji, he wouldn't have enough heads to lose. "Dare you say you participated in the battle? Do you take me for a blind man? Was that your idea of fighting?" Lung Shiji questioned coldly. How dare you? I am a constable. If you kill me, it's tantamount to treason." Niobe, his heart filled with terror, feared that Lung Shiji might at any disagreement lop off his head. He hastily invoked his identity and the charge of treason to protect himself. So what? I, Lung Shiji, fear not even exile to the barbaric wilds. Do you think I tremble at the thought of losing my head?" Lung Shiji said with utter disdain. "Captain Qin, save me." Niobe's mind was in turmoil, and he quickly turned his desperate gaze toward Qin Wei. Qin Wei cast a glance at him and said in a detached tone, "If you had lifted a finger to join the fight, Liu Ba wouldn't be gravely wounded, and the old steward wouldn't have died beneath the Wolf King's claws. You chill me to the bone, let alone them. You deserve this. You are beyond redemption. You brought it upon yourself. You. It seems you're all birds of a feather. You have betrayed the court and the trust the city lord placed in us. I will report you." Niobe's face twisted ferociously as he roared in fury. "Then go make your report in the underworld." With these words, Qin Wei swung his blade, and amid Lung Zixi's astonishment, and Niobe's utter unpreparedness, he severed Niobe's head with a single stroke. Niobe let out a blood-curdling scream, but the sound was cut short the moment his head flew into the air. Lung Shiji was taken aback, his face a mask of shock. The other wives were equally stunned. Lu Ba turned and walked toward the campfire. It seemed that no one truly cared about Niobe's death, as if he were a man who had long deserved to die. As Qin Wei had said, if Niobe had actively joined the fight, the old steward would not have died and Lu Ba would not have been injured. Now the old steward was dead. Lu Ba was wounded. Would he care about Niobe's fate? Niobe had been ruthless enough to sit idly by waiting for everyone to die. Why should Lu Ba care about his survival? Qin Wei had long despised Niobe. Now that he had found an opportunity, he struck without hesitation. He didn't believe anyone present would report him for killing a constable. Yan Yun and the First Lady each mounted a warhorse and departed from the group. They were tasked with gathering dry firewood. To collect more firewood, the two rode separate warhorses. Yan Yun naturally rode the Mou Lion, while the First Lady mounted Qin Wei's tall warhorse. Following the direction Zheng Ba had indicated, they swiftly arrived at a small grove. The pitch-black night was dotted with stars, and an occasional beastly roar echoed in the distance. Relying on Yan Yun's protection, the First Lady advanced without a trace of fear. Having witnessed Yan Yun's formidable strength, she had grown deeply dependent on him. That was why when the chance to gather firewood arose, she had volunteered again. Now Yan Yun was a beacon of light in her life, and the sole hope for her survival in the days to come. Whether the Yin family could rise again depended entirely on the heights Yan Yun would one day reach. This journey thus far had been relatively safe. When the two reached the grove, they stirred up a commotion of fleeing animals, though all were herbivores. The First Lady held a torch while mounted, keeping a vigilant watch on her surroundings. Meanwhile, Yan Yun gathered dry branches, stuffing them frantically into his storage space. A withered tree came into view. Yan Yun produced his overlord halberd and unleashed a furious assault on the tree. The violent crashing sounds stirred another wave of panic in the grove. Many herbivores and carnivores hiding within were frightened into a stampede. Yan Yun had no time to toy with these creatures. After a bout of relentless destruction, the entire tree was reduced to firewood. The First Lady, overjoyed, dismounted, produced a rope, and began bundling the firewood alongside Yan Yun. In the span of a single incense stick's burn, they had finished gathering. The grove was quite far from the rest stop, and Yan Yun, worried that the Second Lady and the others might be attacked by beasts, quickly mounted his horse and hurried back with the First Lady. Before they even reached the rest stop, faint howls of wolves drifted closer from a distance. Moreover, the bright flames in the distance had grown dim. Yan Yun was alarmed and urgently called out to the First Lady, "Hurry! Speed up! What's happening ahead?" The First Lady's face paled as a foreboding sense of dread surged within her. She hadn't heard the wolf howls, and thus had no idea what was unfolding ahead. Yan Yun's eyes widened as he said, "I'm afraid. They're under siege by a wolf pack." "A wolf pack siege?" The First Lady's body trembled, and she cried out, "Qin, giddy up." Yan Yun, ignoring the First Lady's terror, frantically slapped his horse's back. The Mou Lion beneath him seemed to sense Yan Yun's urgency, its powerful limbs propelling it forward at a maddening pace. The First Lady dared not lag behind, slapping her tall warhorse's rump furiously to make it run faster. But by the time they reached the rest stop, the battle was already over. The wolf pack had departed in the opposite direction. Zheng Ba and Zhao Wu had also begun their journey back. Along the way, they had seen the wolf pack racing away in panic. Zheng Ba seemed to realize something, his face turning ashen. He had no desire to chase the wolves. Instead, he and Zhao Wu urgently whipped their horses and sped back. As expected, the scene was utter chaos. The flames were no longer blazing. On the ground lay several wolf carcasses and 2 human bodies. Zheng Ba shuddered, and 4 words sprang into his mind. More deaths. So, who had died? Old Steward. Upon learning that the old steward had sacrificed himself to protect everyone, disregarding his own safety, Yan Yun felt a surge of grief. Though he had not spent much time with the old steward along the journey, nor shared many words, and there was little emotional bond between them. Yet the old steward had cared for him in every way, calling him the future hope of the Yen family and urging him to survive at all costs. Only if he lived could the Yen family have a chance to rise again. Seeing the old steward's sacrifice so suddenly, Yan Yun was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming endlessly. The First Lady also wept bitterly. She still shared a familial bond with the old steward. He had treated her like his own daughter, tending to her every need along the way. No one paid much attention to Niobe's death. It was only when Zheng Ba returned and witnessed Niobe's heroic demise that they emerged from their grief over the old steward. Zheng Ba keenly spotted Niobe's headless corpse. Setting down his water pouch, he asked with a dark expression, "How did Niobe die, eh?" He cast a suspicious glance at Lung Shiji. Among those present, the only ones capable of severing Niu Bi's head were Lung Shiji and Qin Wei. He did not believe Qin Wei was the killer. Niu Bi brought it upon himself. He died at the jaws of the Wolf King. Lu Ba declared, straining his conscience. These words stunned everyone. None of the women present could have imagined that Lu Ba would step forward and against his conscience attribute Niu Bi's death to the Wolf King. Not even the women had expected it, nor had Qin Wei. He had been about to confess to Zheng Ba that he had killed Niu Bi, but upon seeing Lu Ba step forward and state the cause of death, he lowered his head. Yin Yun and the others had just returned and naturally knew nothing of Niu Bi's specific cause of death. Died at the jaws of the Wolf King. Zheng Ba frowned, his gaze shifting to Niu Bi's headless corpse. Had it been anyone else speaking, Zheng Ba might not have believed it. But this was Lu Ba. Lu Ba was a man of few words, rarely speaking, and throughout the journey they had heard little from him. Now that Lu Ba had attributed Niu Bi's death to the Wolf King, even if Zheng Ba harbored doubts, he had no choice but to believe it. As the saying goes, if even Lu Ba could deceive him, then he could trust nothing. The Wolf King could indeed tear off a man's head. But could it sever it so cleanly? That seemed impossible. Zheng Ba knew the group was deliberately hiding the truth from him, so he refrained from pressing further. Asking would be futile. Niu Bi had brought about his own downfall. Losing the people's support, his death was inevitable. Even Yin Yun had offered a bounty for Zheng Ba to personally eliminate Niu Bi, let alone the others. Moreover, Niu Bi was the Chancellor's man and had even spoken ill of him before the Chancellor. Such a person could not be kept. Zheng Ba did not pursue the matter. At least Niu Bi was dead, sparing him the need to act himself. Niu Bi lacked strength and fell to the Wolf King's slaughter. Let this matter rest here. Zheng Ba declared Niu Bi's death. Qin Wei and Lu Ba breathed a slight sigh of relief. By saying this, Zheng Ba was effectively addressing Zhao Wu. Now only 4 constables remained. Lu Ba and Qin Wei had clearly conspired against Niu Bi, and since Zheng Ba was well aware of Niu Bi's misdeeds, while Zhao Wu knew nothing, it was as if he were speaking to Zhao Wu. It was also as if he were speaking to the women, to Yin Yun. More than that, it meant he now stood on the same side as Yin Yun. And Yin Yun, though he might still need to be cautious and conceal his identity, no longer had to fear in the presence of Zheng Ba and his 4 men. The women seemed still immersed in grief over the old steward's sacrifice. Yin Yun rose, picked up a shovel, and began digging a grave for the old steward. To prevent wild beasts from digging up and devouring the old steward's body, Yin Yun dug the pit a full 2 meters deep. After laying the old steward's body to rest, Yin Yun placed stones one by one before the grave. Finally, he erected a simple tombstone inscribed with the old steward's name, Lu Shan's grave. After serving the Yin family, the old steward had changed his name to Yin Shan. But with the old steward deceased, Yin Yun dared not write Yin Shan on the tombstone. If he did, passing merchants would recognize it, and the old steward would never find peace. In contrast, the name Lu Shan would be unknown, concealing that this was the grave of the Protector General's old steward. The old steward had served Yin Baidu for years, diligent and devoted, managing the vast mansion. This time he had sacrificed himself to protect the young mistresses. Yet due to practical constraints, they could not give the old steward a grand funeral after his death. This filled Yin Yun and the others with deep regret. While Yin Yun was digging, Zheng Ba and Qin Wei were already roasting meat over a fire. Zhao Wu rebandaged Lu Ba's wounds and sprinkled hemostatic powder to prevent infection. Niu Bi's body was hastily dealt with by Zhao Wu. Zheng Ba and Qin Wei would not bother with that man. Just moments ago, Yin Yun had handed the last small pouch to Zheng Ba. Upon reading its contents, Zheng Ba barely restrained himself from digging Niu Bi's corpse out of the ground to flog it. While roasting meat, Qin Wei did not forget to dissect the wolf carcass. After cleaning the wolf hooves, they were all placed over the fire to roast. Yin Yun then took out seasonings like cumin and pepper, sprinkling them one by one. Without Niu Bi, the atmosphere around the roasting fire became warmer. Once the first batch of meat was cooked, Yin Shuer and Yin Qing'er began to eat first. With many fires and fewer people, the meat was distributed relatively quickly. Now only 4 constables remained: Zheng Ba, Qin Wei, Zhao Wu, and Lu Ba. Qin Wei handed the first batch of roasted meat to Zheng Ba for distribution. Zheng Ba gave it to Yin Yun. Yin Yun passed it to the First Lady. The First Lady first gave it to the 2 little girls who were crying from hunger, then to the maidservants for the young mistresses. Though Shu X and Hong Tao and the others were maidservants, they were regarded as sisters by the mistresses. After 2 hours, everyone had eaten their fill. With nothing else to do, Zheng Ba roasted some extra meat for breakfast the next morning or for eating on the road. The grasslands held too many unknown dangers. No one wanted to linger here. The sooner they could leave the vast prairie, the sooner they could escape their predicament. This night was the most comfortable they had spent. Though the howls of wild beasts still echoed in the dead of night, at least no fierce creatures dared approach the flames. The next day, As the sky was just beginning to pale, Zheng Ba called everyone to eat meat, drink water, and set off. After the old steward and Niu Bi's deaths, 2 more pack horses were available to speed up their journey. Yan Yun, the First Lady, and Yin Qing'er still rode the Ink Jade Lion. Shu Xian and Hong Tao shared 1 pack horse. La Mei and Xiao Yu shared another pack horse. Xia Shui and the Fourth Lady shared a third. The women were all slender and delicate, weighing very little. The 2 women weighed at most 200 jin. Though the pack horse was no match for a war horse, carrying a mere 200 jin was no challenge. Now that everyone had mounted, their speed increased significantly. However, as the large group marched on, wild wolves kept trailing them. Zheng Ba keenly sensed that these wolves harbored unclear intentions. Third young Master Yan, I fear we are in for another fierce battle. Zheng Ba, who had been leading the way, slowed his pace upon noticing the wolves along the path. He approached Yin Yun and spoke with narrowed eyes. You mean, the wolf pack from last night will launch a retaliatory attack against us? Yin Yun asked with a frown. Exactly. Wolves keep appearing along the way. They must be scouting our route. Zheng Ba said. Are wolves really as clever as you claim? The first madam was deeply skeptical. Zheng Ba nodded. The Wolf King is renowned for its cunning and wisdom. Never underestimate these beasts. Once these creatures turn vicious, their attacks are ferocious and brutal. The first madam's delicate brows knitted together. The other madams also became alert. Yin Qing'er slept in her mother's arms, so she did not cry out. After so many years of escorting exiles, I know the dangers of the grassland all too well. From what I know, there are 5 forces we must be wary of. Zheng Ba said. 5 forces? Which 5? The first madam was curious. First, General Stockade. This one can be ignored. The chief Ning Taoye has already been dealt with by us. Second, Scar Slaughter, the Wolf Emperor. This creature's intelligence far surpasses that of a wolf king, and its pack numbers at least 80 adult wolves. It holds grudges fiercely. Once targeted, it will fight to the death. Many merchants traveling along this route have fallen prey to this force, meeting their end in wolves' jaws when lacking high combat power. The area we are in now happens to be Scar Slaughter's territory. So, if I'm not mistaken, the small wolf pack we encountered last night might be one of Scar Slaughter's Wolf King teams. Yin Yun narrowed his eyes. It seems Scar Slaughter has set its sights on us. Exactly. In all my previous escort missions, I never encountered wolf packs. But along the way, I often saw human remains and horse carcasses along with scattered grain and timber. That means before we arrived, others had already fed these beasts. So we were fortunate to escape unscathed. Zheng Ba said, recalling those gruesome scenes. Yin Yun nodded and asked, what about the other forces? Third, the Fong brothers' Lion Pride. This pride was formed by 5 brothers. It boasts at least 10 adult male lions and 30 adult females, not to mention subadults and cubs. However, the Fong brothers' Lion Pride rarely attacks passing merchants. They usually hunt zebras and buffalo on the grassland. Only under special circumstances, when other herbivores are scarce, do they turn to merchants. Once the Fong brothers' Lion Pride sets its sights on a merchant caravan without high combat power to guard it, the entire team is doomed. But rumor has it that the Pride disbanded due to internal issues. The truth is uncertain. In all my years of escorting exiles, I've only encountered them once early last year. We happened to be trailing behind a merchant caravan, so we managed to defeat the Pride and drive off the Lion King. Yin Yun nodded again. Fourth, Skull Stockade, the Skull King. This stronghold is a band of horse brigands, all mounted on warhorses, brave and skilled in battle. It's said the Skull King has established a large horse ranch on the Yanhuang grassland. The horses bred there are tall and mighty, fierce and spirited, with most sold at high prices on the market. The Skull King in his early 40s wields a hammer in each hand. Rumor has it that each of his hammers weighs at least 300 jin. One blow can smash a horse's skull to pieces. His ferocity might rival yours, third young master. However, the Skull King is not a wanton killer. Merchant caravans he targets need only surrender their goods and money to survive. That is the Skull King's principle and the foundation of his stronghold's development. Zheng Ba was well versed in the major forces of the Yanhuang grassland. It seemed his many journeys over the years had not been in vain. Fifth, Beast Stockade, White Tiger. The chief White Tiger is skilled in beast taming, so his high-ranking fighters ride tigers, lions, and black bears. Every time they go into battle, besides their men, they are accompanied by tigers, lions, black bears, leopards, and wolves. Merchant caravans targeted by them almost always become fodder for the beasts of Beast Stockade. It's said that he has tamed many lions, tigers, and black bear cubs himself. Though over 50 White Tiger remains invincible and once fought the Skull King over territory, ending in a draw. These are the major forces. There are also minor ones, but they are insignificant to us. Even if they come, they'd only be walking to their deaths. Zheng Ba provided a detailed analysis of all the major forces. Yin Yun nodded. If third young master Yin can subdue White Tiger and the Skull King, then in the future, you will gain countless warhorses and be able to raise the lion and leopard cubs for the madams. Zheng Ba had already begun planning for Yin Yun's future. He saw a burgeoning ambition in Yin Yun. His current feigned ignorance was merely a temporary restraint. Yin Yun's immense patience impressed him. Such a man's future was surely limitless. Moreover, Yin Yun came from an extraordinary lineage. If Yin Yun were to launch a war of revenge, he might one day become the new emperor of the great Yin Empire. If Yin Yun truly waged such a war, then Zheng Ba, by supporting him now, would become a meritorious minister, perhaps even the future protector of the state. Protector of the state, second only to the emperor above all others. A status and position equal to that of Yin Yun's father Yin Baidu. Zheng Ba was intelligent and sharp-witted with excellent judgment. In Yin Yun, he saw many things that ordinary people could not comprehend. If at first he had escorted Yin Yun and his group out of sympathy, without deliberately making things difficult, then later speaking up for Yin Yun was a deliberate move to draw closer. In everyone's eyes, Yin Yun was simple-minded, lacking intelligence, like someone with a mental disability. But Zheng Ba sympathized with such weaklings and never extorted them. He could not help the weak, but at least he could refrain from harming them. This was Zheng Ba's way of life. It was also his path of concealing his talents and exercising forbearance. Zheng Ba's proposal stirred a flicker of interest in Yin Yun. It was indeed a sound idea. These two were formidable individuals. If he could recruit them both under his command, it would be akin to gaining two fierce generals by his side in the future. Let fate decide. If these two are like Ning Taoye, preferring death to surrender, then there's nothing I can do. Yin Yun shook his head. The previous failure to persuade Ning Taoye had left Yin Yun somewhat disheartened. Zheng Ba shook his head and said, "The reason you failed to win over Ning Taoye is that he doesn't know you've been playing the fool all along. If the White Tiger and the Skeleton King were to learn that you, Yin Yun, are not a simpleton but a wise man, the situation would be entirely different. Moreover, you must display your charisma and magnanimity, and more importantly, paint them a grand vision." Zheng Ba advised earnestly. Yin Yun nodded and said, "All right, I know what to do now." Indeed, with Zheng Ba's guidance, Yin Yun finally realized why his attempts at persuasion had failed. In Ning Taoye's eyes, Yin Yun was nothing but a fool. Moreover, due to the fear of exposing his true identity and inviting unnecessary trouble, he had persisted in his act of playing the fool. Ning Taoye, unfamiliar with him, naturally remained unaware of his deception. And Ning Taoye, a man of immense pride at his core, would never submit to a fool. It seemed that blindly playing the fool couldn't solve everything. Sometimes one must reveal their true strength. With this thought, Yin Yun cast his gaze towards Zhao Wu, Lu Ba, and Qin Wei, who were walking ahead. Sensing something, Zheng Ba interjected, "Zhao Wu and Qin Wei were trained by me personally. Third young master, you need not harbor suspicions towards them. As for Lu Ba, he is a constable I temporarily recruited in Yin Imperial City. He comes from a humble background, has never been on a battlefield, and has never seen bloodshed. The Exile team required a roster of 10, and the Yamen couldn't spare the personnel. So I was tasked with a temporary recruitment." Zheng Ba's explanation instantly dispelled all of Yin Yun's remaining wariness. Before dusk fell, the group chose a high vantage point to prepare for the evening meal. Wild wolves were still encountered along the way, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zheng Ba ordered an early halt for rest. They lit 5 bonfires. Yin Yun suggested expanding the perimeter and lighting 8 fires to prevent crowding and increase the density of the flames. After consuming roasted meat and fresh water, night began to descend. By around 9 in the evening, beasts with eyes glowing red emerged from the surroundings. Everyone knew without a second thought that the wolves had arrived. Yin Yun and Zheng Ba instinctively gripped their weapons. Lung Shiji still held her sword in her arms. She seemed to sense the impending danger, but remained utterly still. Her mental fortitude was extraordinarily strong. She would not be moved unless absolutely necessary. His elder brother was truly blessed to have married such a woman. It was like smoke rising from the ancestral graves. Lung Shiji was aloof and stunningly beautiful, with a graceful figure and extraordinary swordsmanship. In modern parlance, she was a woman who could grace the grandest halls and also master the humblest kitchen. Such a woman would thrive anywhere. She was the ideal, beautiful wife in the eyes of any wealthy scion. Lung Shiji was 4 years older than Yin Yun, exactly 22, so their ages were not far apart. Awu! Awu! The howls of wolves echoed in waves unceasing. Yet no matter how they howled, they did not launch an attack. This left Yin Yun and his group unable to rest through the night, nor could they go out and eliminate these creatures. Yin Yun attempted to charge out, but as soon as he did, the wolves scattered in all directions. Damn it! These beasts clearly intend to wear us down during the first half of the night, then launch a sneak attack in the latter half. Qin Wei saw through the wolves' scheme at a glance. Zheng Ba said in a low voice, "We'll take turns keeping watch. The rest can sleep soundly. If the wolves dare to attack, we'll kill them one by one. Damn it, they got lucky and broke through last night. Tonight for everyone that comes, well, make sure they die. Under Zheng Bas orders, the group took turns on watch. For people formed a group with shifts changing every 2 hours. First group, Yin Yun as leader with the First Lady, Second Lady, and Lame keeping watch with him. Second group, Lung Shiji as leader with the Third Lady Hong Tao and Xiaxue keeping watch. Third group, Qin Wei as leader with Zhao Wu the Fifth Lady and Xu Xin keeping watch. Fourth group, Zheng Ba as leader with Liu Ba the Seventh Lady and Xue Yu keeping watch. Among the group, only the Fourth Lady and the 2 young maids were not assigned watch duty. The Fourth Lady was timid and physically frail, so the First Lady told her to rest well. Each of these 4 groups had a high-level combatant. Yin Yun, Lung Shiji, Zheng Ba, and Qin Wei. After the assignments, everyone could rest properly. With 4 in a group, even if 2 or 3 dozed off, as long as one remained alert, they could rouse the others instantly. Of course, no one slept during their watch. Just tending to the 8 bonfires was enough to keep them busy. With so many fires, they had to constantly add dry branches to keep the flames burning, preventing the wolves from suddenly breaching the safe perimeter. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The wolves besieged them all night, without attacking, only retreating slowly as the sky began to pale with the first light of dawn. Damn wolves. If I see them today, I swear I'll cut off their heads. Qin Wei hadn't slept a wink all night, his eyes blazing with fury and dark circles forming beneath them. Yin Yun fearless lay on the ground and fell into a deep slumber. The 2 young maids, relying on their third uncle's protection, frolicked and played for a while before also drifting off to sleep. After waking, everyone replenished themselves with some meat and water, then mounted their warhorses and pack horses to resume their journey forward. As the main group began to move, they encountered wolves again along the way. Moreover, the number of wolves had visibly increased. Don't these creatures ever need sleep? Seeing the wolves appear, Qin Wei immediately flew into a rage. Zheng Ba, riding his warhorse, squinted and said, "Compared to sleep, these creatures are far more eager to taste fresh blood. Damn it." Qin Wei itched to swing his ghost-headed broadsword and cut down every wolf in sight. No, I need to practice long-range shooting. Next time I see wolves trailing us, I'll blow their heads off. Good idea. Keep at it, Zheng Ba encouraged. Don't you have any such thoughts? Qin Wei asked out of boredom. If you could give me a bow right now, I swear I'd make that scout on the hill regret following us all the way. Zheng Ba said with a sneer, glancing at the scout wolf on the ridge. Hearing Zheng Ba's words, Yin Yun was reminded of something. He opened his storage space and amidst a pile of rare weapons spotted a steel-reinforced bow. Had I known his archery was this formidable, I would have taken it out while he slept last night and presented it to him this morning. Now if he were to produce it, everyone would surely inquire about its origin. When the Overlord's halberd was revealed that day, the crowd had been on the verge of questioning its source. Had Yin Yun not maintained a stern countenance, they would have pressed for answers relentlessly. The army marched until noon without sighting any wolf attack. Yet as they paused for a brief rest at midday, a series of howls suddenly arose, drawing nearer and nearer, surging toward them. Damn it. I knew these beasts would strike when we were weary, just as I thought. Qin Wei set down his roasted meat, seized his ghost-head broadsword, and readied himself for battle. Zheng Ba, Zhao Wu, and Liu Ba also grabbed their weapons, assuming combat stances poised for a fierce engagement. Lung Shiji drew his sword with a sharp ring. Yin Yun retrieved the Overlord's halberd from his horse, his form standing like a city wall as he held the weapon horizontally. The rest of you remain mounted to avoid the wolves charging and causing unnecessary trouble. Zheng Ba, gripping his serpentine spear, issued concise orders. The other women dared not delay and quickly mounted their horses. Damn, there are too many. A vast dust cloud rose as the pack surged forward, at least 100 of them. My God, have the wolves gone mad? Staring at the dense charging horde, Qin Wei was dumbfounded. At the forefront was a massive wolf, its speed far surpassing the others. That was the wolf sovereign. Behind it followed 5 wolf kings. Capture the leader to demoralize the rest. The sovereign is mine. You hold off the kings. Once the sovereign falls, the pack will be cowed. Zheng Ba declared with composure. But the sovereign won't charge first. Yin Yun said. It will hold back and strike when the moment is right. Then we kill the kings first, and then the sovereign. Zheng Ba replied coldly. As Yin Yun had predicted, the sovereign halted 100 meters away, raised its head, and howled. The wolf kings and the pack behind surged forward without pause. At 50 meters, the pack split in two, encircling Yin Yun and his group from both flanks. They're encircling us. Spread out and defend, don't give them an opening. At Zheng Ba's command, Yin Yun, Lung Shiji, Zhao Wu, and Liu Ba fanned out rapidly to seal any gaps. Unfortunately, with such a wide perimeter and the need to protect both horses and people, casualties were inevitable. Moreover, as the wolves charged, the pack horses grew restless, snorting and pawing the ground, ready to bolt. Realizing the danger to the pack horses, Yin Yun's eyes flashed. Everyone dismount. Don't stay on horseback. Why, oi? The first lady asked in confusion. Dismount. All of you. Zheng Ba seemed to grasp the urgency. Indeed, with so many wolves charging, the terrified pack horses might panic and break formation. If the pack horses plunged into chaos, carrying the ladies out of the defensive circle, the situation would spiral out of control. This was no joke. Yin Yun was exceedingly cautious. Dismount. Everyone dismount. Zheng Ba shouted anxiously. Even if we lose the mounts, we must ensure everyone's safety. The ladies, sensing the pack horses' unease, quickly dismounted. Captain Zheng, the perimeter is too wide, could hinders our fighting. We must sacrifice something, Yin Yun said reluctantly. Zheng Ba sighed heavily, then swung his serpentine spear and slapped the horses' flanks. Instantly, several panicked pack horses bolted from the defensive circle. With them gone, the perimeter shrank, and their flight drew the attention of many wolves. Indeed, with such a wide perimeter, they couldn't protect everyone, the war horses and the pack horses simultaneously. Moreover, the pack horses would falter at a critical moment. It was better to eliminate these visible liabilities than to keep them, allowing everyone to fight more effectively. Compared to the pack horses, the war horses were far steadier. These steeds had charged into battle countless times and had long since forged their courage. This was no time for sentimentality. Even if all the pack horses died, as long as everyone survived, it was a victory. But after the battle, the ladies would have to travel on foot again. All the pack horses had fled the perimeter, leaving only 3 war horses and the Ink Jade Lion. The Ink Jade Lion stood within the defensive circle, utterly fearless, even more composed than the war horses. It snorted occasionally, as if ready for combat. The women clutched their small pets, their faces pale, as they watched the wolves charging toward them. Kill! As a wolf king bore down on them. Yin Yun roared, swinging the overlord's halberd and charging forward. The wolf king tried to dodge by leaping, but Yin Yun whipped the halberd around, striking it squarely on the head with a fierce whoosh. With a sickening crack, the wolf king's head exploded. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. Without even a dying howl, its massive body crashed to the ground, driven by inertia. It tumbled dozens of times before stopping at the feet of the Ink Jade Lion. After a violent spasm, the wolf king lay dead. The first wolf king was down. Yin Yun surveyed the battlefield, assessing the situation. Lung Shiji engaged one wolf king. Zheng Ba fought another. Qin Wei battled a third. Zhao Wu and Lu Ba faced the fourth. They were close to Yin Yun. Because the wolf kings were swift, the main pack was still charging from behind. Yin Yun tightened his grip on the overlord's halberd and called to Zhao Wu and Lu Ba, "Hold off the other wolves, I'll handle this beast." With that, he swung the halberd and charged at the wolf king. The wolf king, sensing Yin Yun's might, dodged nimbly. Yet it did not retreat, circling constantly for a chance to strike a fatal blow. It seemed cleverer than the one Yin Yun had killed, refusing to engage Hedon and always evading the halberd by a hair's breadth. Yin Yun, knowing its cunning, deliberately left an opening to lure it in. As expected, the moment the gap appeared, the beast lunged like a tiger. With a cold smirk, Yin Yun reversed his halberd, driving the shaft hard into its belly. The wolf king was caught off guard, its abdomen pierced straight through, leaving a gaping hole. The wolf king let out a screeching howl of agony. Yin Yun gripped the handle tightly, spinning the long halberd, and the massive blade slammed heavily onto its head. A loud crack of bone breaking echoed once more. The wolf king's howl ceased abruptly. After dispatching the second wolf king, Yin Yun rushed without pause toward the third. This wolf king was fiercely entangled with Qin Wei, who had no means to intercept the other wolves charging in. Qin Wei was no match for the wolf king, only able to serve as a distraction. Yin Yun charged forward, smashing 2 adult wolves that rushed at him with his halberd, then shouted to Qin Wei, "Leave this beast to me." Seeing Yin Yun kill 2 wolf kings in succession, and now coming to help him with the third, Qin Wei was stunned, his shock palpable. His heart was utterly conquered by Yin Yun's terrifying combat prowess. Was this man even human? This thought wasn't unique to Qin Wei. Everyone present harbored it, including the ladies within the defensive circle. Their gazes remained fixed on Yin Yun. Their inner turmoil surged like raging waves, refusing to settle. At this moment, in Yin Yun's eyes, all the wives and maids saw neither confusion nor dullness, nor could they imagine this was the same foolish and simple third young master Yin of ordinary days. Elder sister, 7th Lady Duan Ruinxia, unable to contain her inner turmoil, asked, "Did you already know? That third young master, Yin, has been playing the fool all along." At these words, everyone except the second and third ladies turned their gazes to the first lady. Even the 5 maids and 2 young girls looked at the first lady. After a long silence, the first lady sighed deeply and said, "Third young master, Yin is indeed foolish. But his foolishness carries a hint of clarity." The first lady longed to say that Yin Yun wasn't foolish at all. Yet she lacked the courage and the audacity, and she would never utter it. They had not yet reached safety, and she still needed to keep Yin Yun's secret. When the time was right, third young master would reveal it to them himself. Moreover, if she divulged it now, these women might slip up along the way, and if other merchants learned the truth, all would be lost. But I can't help feeling that our young uncle is neither foolish nor simple now. Fifth Lady Lu Yuner remarked curiously. Second Lady said coldly, this is not the time for such discussion. Though our journey hasn't been as arduous as imagined, that doesn't mean we'll reach the wilderness smoothly. For now, you only need to know that young uncle will protect us. Don't dwell on other matters. Well, may I ask who has been providing the food along this journey? Fourth Lady Yi Jiaomei asked cautiously. The First Lady glanced at her lightly and said, Fourth Sister, don't ask too many questions. Asking now is futile. You'll all know in time. Oh, Yi Jiaomei nodded. Well, may I ask one more question? Fifth Lady Lu Yuner inquired timidly. The First Lady paused briefly and asked, what do you wish to know? Our place of exile is the wilderness. As everyone knows, the wilderness is no place for us to survive. Once there, who knows if we'll live to see the sun the next day? Since young uncle is on such good terms with Captain Zheng, why not ask him to show leniency and let us go? We're already far from Yin Imperial City. With young uncle's strength, he could easily take over a mountain stronghold on the grasslands, and we could live there in anonymity. That would be far better than going to the wilderness. Fifth Lady Lu Yuner voiced the thoughts of every woman present. The First Lady chose silence. If Yin Yun had no goals, he might indeed become a bandit king on the grasslands, eking out a living. But Yin Yun's aim was clear. Once in the wilderness, he would gradually build his own power, preparing to return to Yin Imperial City and avenge his father and brothers. The First Lady knew all this. But how could she reveal it? For now, she must conceal Yin Yun's identity and strength, as well as his vast ambition. Thus, the First Lady said calmly, becoming a bandit king on the grasslands might be a temporary solution, but it won't last. Once the Imperial Court secures the borders and sends troops to suppress bandits, do you think we can escape their clutches? Moreover, she paused, then continued, we cannot flee now. If we choose to escape, it will surely implicate our families. The Emperor will believe that our clans defied imperial authority to save us. Therefore, in summary, we either follow young uncle to the wilderness alive or die on the road to exile. It's that simple. I know you have many doubts, but I can assure you that young uncle will protect us until we reach the wilderness safely. Moreover, the place you see as a land of evil might become the rise of our Yin family. The First Lady spoke a string of profound words. The battle outside raged on. Yin Yun had already slain the third Wolf King and was locked in a bloody struggle with the wolves charging at him. Lung Shiji and Zheng Ba also dispatched their respective Wolf Kings. By the time Yin Yun killed his first, Zheng Ba had already finished his. His speed was only a beat slower than Yin Yun's. The Wolf King charged at Zheng Ba, opening its massive maw, aiming for a fatal throat strike. Zheng Ba squinted, taking no offensive stance. Only when the Wolf King entered the range of his 8-foot spear did he swing it like a serpent, piercing the Wolf King's neck before it could react. Zheng Ba's combat experience was immense. He was meticulous, steady as a mountain, truly embodying speed, precision, and ruthlessness, striking only when it meant a fatal blow. Yin Yun did not witness Zheng Ba's skill, nor did the other women. At that moment, Yin Yun was charging at the second Wolf King, and the women's eyes were all on him, so none saw Zheng Ba's lethal strike. After killing a Wolf King in one blow, Zheng Ba turned to face the oncoming wolves. Compared to his instant kill, Lung Zixi's pace was noticeably slower. Fortunately, her attack speed was swift, and her dodging equally quick. She lacked a long weapon. Had she possessed one, she might have delivered a fatal blow to the Wolf King with her speed. Moreover, she was a woman, and even with a long weapon, she might not have matched Zheng Ba's strength. It was clear that Zheng Ba had been concealing his true abilities.